Chapter 1 Twin Spiritual Martial Arts. Shin Yuyen, Awakened Talent, G-Level Spiritual Weapon Fire Stick. Shin Yoshi, Awakened Talent, G-Level Spiritual Weapon Broken Cloak. Magic City Lingwu Academy. Awakening Square. A pair of naturally beautiful twin girls were holding hands and standing in front of the test crystal. The two sisters have delicate features and are wearing preppy-style JK miniskirts. They look youthful and energetic, as if they were carved from the same mold. The only difference is, the elder sister Shin Yuyen, with her silver hair and black stockings, is elegant and cool. Her younger sister, Shin Yoshi, has black hair and white stockings, and is gentle and well-behaved. The two are recognized as the most beautiful twin beauties in Lingwu Academy of Magic City. The black and white duo enjoy the smoothness. Holy crap! Both of the Shin sisters possess the lowest level G-rank spiritual weapons. A fire stick and a tattered cloak, these spiritual weapons are probably not even as good as ordinary equipment. The probability of a G-level talent appearing seems to be even lower than in S-level one. We haven't seen one in the Magic City for hundreds of years. Two of them appeared today, which can be considered as an eye-opener. With such rubbish talents, I guess no demon hunter would be willing to contract with them in this lifetime. The Shin family is a relatively well-known family in the Magic City. Sisters as stunningly beautiful as Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi will most likely be arranged into political marriages and become concubines of high-ranking demon hunters in the future. Poor thing. I'm not a high-level demon hunter. No one expected it. At the annual awakening ceremony, the twin school beauties who were expected to be the last to appear by the academy turned out to be so disgraced. The entire awakening square was in an uproar. Among the tens of thousands of students in the audience, some expressed regret, while others gloated over the misfortune. Only one young man laughed out loud at an inappropriate time. Ha 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 ha. Found it. Twin spirit warriors. I finally found them. Ah ha 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 ha. Chen Chen has been waiting for this day for a long time. He is a time traveler who came to this place called Blue Star 2.5 years ago. This is a world where relics have descended and demons are rampant. In order to fight against the demons and obtain resources in the ruins, humans also began to awaken their talents and gain spiritual power. After reaching adulthood, women can awaken into spiritual warriors and transform into various magical weapons. Men awaken as demon hunters, able to contract spiritual weapons and fight against demons. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, work becomes less tiring. The combination of demon hunters and spiritual warriors allows humans to survive in a world where demons are rampant. Who is it? Laughing so loudly. You don't even know Brother Chen? Our Academy's civilian god of war Chen Chen. That high-spirited senior Chen Chun from back then? Why is he smiling so happily now that the Shin sisters have fallen? We are both wanderers in this world, and perhaps the scene brought back memories. It must be the incident with Gu Qingning. It was a huge blow to him. Chen Chen is really miserable. His ex-girlfriend dumped him, but he was forced to terminate the contract. The party who takes the initiative to cancel the oath contract will not only lose all spiritual power, but also lose half of their lifespan. All I can say is that Chen Chen, an F-rank demon hunter, is not from the same world as the chosen one, Gu Qingning. Gu Qingning dumped Chen Chen and then immediately signed a contract with a high-ranking SS-class demon hunter. So, contracts must be made based on a good match. Otherwise, Chen Chen's fate will serve as a lesson for us. The students around him saw Chen Chen laughing wildly and started talking about his past. Chen Chen was once a celebrity at the Magic City Lingwu Academy. Although he is only an F-level demon hunter, he has won the favor of many girls with his ultimate operation and unique understanding of spiritual weapons. Later, Chen Chen fell in love with Gu Qingning, a fellow F-level spiritual warrior, and signed a vow contract, becoming her exclusive operator. The two of them cooperated very well. The double F-level combination was not inferior to other double D-level talent combinations, and was even slightly better. Relying on his own efforts, Chen Chen raised his spiritual power from the bronze level to the gold level in 2 years. In the Magic City Lingwu Academy, there is even a title of civilian god of war. However, when everyone thought that the combination of Chen Chen and Gu Qingning would become a legendary story in the academy, Gu Qingning's talent suddenly awakened for the second time. Awakened directly from F level to S level. On Blue Star, the probability of a second awakening is extremely low. Anyone whose talent can be awakened a second time is called the Chosen One. Breaking through 6 talent levels in a row is unprecedented and will never be repeated. This was originally a good thing. This means that the combination of Chun Shan and Gu Qingning will see a qualitative leap in strength. But from that time on, things between them gradually changed. S-level talent is extremely rare in the Magic City Lingwu Academy, and he is destined to become a prodigy of superpowers in the future. As for Chun Shan, no matter how good his skills are or how thorough his understanding is, he is still just a demon hunter with F-level talent. The upper limit is too low. Since then, rumors have been circulating around the two of them, and everyone believes that Chun Shan is delaying Gu Qingning's future. But no one knew that the reason why Gu Qingning's talent was awakened a second time was all because of Chun Shan. That day, while exploring the ruins of the abyss, they discovered a hidden passage and entered the Trial of God. 20-person exploration team. In the end, only Chun Shan and Gu Qingning survived and received the blessing of God. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, one of you can awaken a second time. Now, you two are given the opportunity to choose. If you both agree and make the same choice, then God's blessing will take effect. On Blue Star, being able to meet a god and pass the trial of a god is an opportunity that only comes once in 1,000 years. Neither of them hesitated at all. Chun Shan, she. Gu Qingning, me. An intriguing smile appeared on Aphrodite's face, and a holy light suddenly descended on Gu Qingning. In an instant, Gu Qingning really completed her second awakening, and her talent broke through from F level to the astonishing S level. At the same time, Chun Shan also saw a secret code behind the stone tablet of the ruins. The general meaning is, God's blessing is actually Aphrodite's last test. The same choice that the god of love refers to does not mean that two people choose the same person, but that they choose each other at the same time. By then, God's blessing will be upgraded to true love God's blessing, and both of them will be granted SSS level talents. Chun Shan, that's great. My talent has truly awakened. Gu Qingning felt the changes in the spiritual power in her body and her face was full of joy. Chun Shan nodded silently and did not tell Gu Qingning the secret message behind the stone tablet. The die is cast. He didn't want Gu Qingning to feel guilty and regretful after learning the truth. In Chun Shan's opinion, whether it is SSS level or S level, it doesn't really matter. The best blessing from God is that the two people can walk out of the ruins alive. But the facts prove that all this was just Chun Shan's wishful thinking. After awakening the S-level talent, Gu Qingning initially expressed her gratitude to Chun Shan for his choice. Nurse, maid, stewardess, policewoman, black silk, white silk, fishnet. Don't mention how diligently he worked. But time reveals a person's true character. Soon, Gu Qingning revealed her true inner feelings. She used the students who were unaware of the truth to blackmail them morally, used her S-level talent to threaten the college instructors to put pressure on Chun Shan, and even hooked up with a high-level S-level demon hunter from a big family and found a new home in advance. In desperation, Chun Shan could only take the initiative to terminate the deep contract with Gu Qingning at the cost of losing all his spiritual power in half his lifespan. Otherwise, Chun Shan knew very well that with Gu Qingning's methods, he was not far from death. Chun Shan's frankness ultimately led to his downfall. Thinking back to when he was in the ruins, he was still worried that Gu Qingning would feel guilty after learning the truth. It was really ridiculous. Gu Qingning is now at the peak of her career. With her S-level spiritual martial arts talent and the resources of a large family, Gu Qingning transformed herself into the recognized top student at the Magic City Spiritual Martial Arts Academy. Given Chun Shan's current situation, trying to compete with him is like hitting a rock with an egg. The reason why Chun Shan did not tell the truth about the ruins was because he knew that in the current situation, the truth was no longer important. Public opinion is always controlled by the powerful. No matter what he said now, no one would believe him. Instead, Gu Qingning would bite him back and accuse him of slandering her. But Chun Shan would never let go of someone as heartless and ungrateful as Gu Qingning. He is waiting for an opportunity. A perfect opportunity to make Gu Qingning pay the price. Back then in the Abyss ruins, Chun Shan did not gain nothing. Under the stone tablet, he found a twin contract stone. Legend has it that the twin contract stone can contract twin spirit warriors at the same time and grant them the power of growth. But why is it a legend? Because the twin spirit warriors must be a pair of twin sisters who awaken their talents at the same time. First of all, the probability of a human being able to awaken their talents, whether they are demon hunters or spiritual warriors, is only 1%. Secondly, according to the 5,000 years of historical records on Blue Star, there will not be a second person with awakened talent among twins. In other words, the so-called twin spiritual warriors do not exist at all. This resulted in Chun Shan getting the twin contract stone, but it had no effect. It wasn't until the appearance of sisters Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi that Chun Shun understood. His hunting time has finally arrived. Gu Qingning, now, it's my turn. Chapter 2 Only accept oath contracts. The awakening ceremony is over. Now it's contract time. All demon hunters and spirit warriors can form teams and make contracts on their own. After awakening, the instructors began to explain the contractual relationship between the demon hunter and the spirit warrior. Contracts are divided into 3 types: temporary contracts, oath contracts, and eternal contracts. Temporary contract: demon hunters can unleash up to 60% of their spiritual weapons power. This contract can be cancelled at any time. Once cancelled, they cannot sign a new contract within 24 hours. Oath contract: demon hunters can unleash up to 80% of the power of their spiritual weapons. This is difficult to break, and the party who actively breaks it must give up all their spiritual power and half their lifespan. Eternal contract: the demon hunter can unleash the power of the spirit weapon at 100%. This cannot be broken. The lives of the demon hunter and the spirit weapon are eternally bound together. If either dies, the life of the other will also disappear. Everyone has just awakened their talents, so try to use temporary contracts. The oath contract and the eternal contract can only increase the upper limit of the spiritual weapon's ability. When the tacit understanding between the two parties is not high, they are actually the same. Most demon hunters and spirit warriors, even if they sign an eternal contract for a lifetime, their tacit understanding cannot even reach 60%. One must choose vows and contracts carefully, and it's best not to choose eternal contracts. Of the tens of thousands of students in the academy, only a few hundred awakened ones remained. The lack of awakened talent means that they have automatically dropped out of school and will never be able to gain spiritual power in their lifetime, let alone enter the ruins to explore. At this moment, as soon as the college instructor finished speaking, Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi were surrounded by demon hunters. She said that no one wanted the Shin sisters, but her body was very honest. As soon as the free contract stage came, the witchers all squeezed their heads to get close to the 2 sisters. Seeing this, Chen Shen was not anxious. Instead, he waited quietly by the side, seemingly confident. Yu-yen, I'm a D-rank demon hunter. I don't dislike you. Let's make a temporary contract. Yoshi, I'm a C-rank demon hunter. Let's make a temporary contract. I'll help you improve your spiritual power, but the prerequisite is that we become boyfriend and girlfriend. I like the cool and elegant sister, give me the sister. I like gentle and soft girls, my sister is mine. I'm a B-rank demon hunter. I'm not picky. Anyone can do it. I'm a rank, a temporary contract is fine, but you must obey my orders completely and call me master. Disgusting. So damn disgusting. Yu-yen, Yoshi, these demon hunters are just after your bodies. They want to trick you into having sex and then terminate the contract. But I'm different. I'm an F-rank demon hunter. I really want to be with you. You're different. If you don't trick them into having sex, you can do anything, right? The B-rank demon hunters are trying to crush us, and the A-rank demon hunters are joining in the fun, so let's rob them. Although both of them are G-level spiritual warriors, their looks are there after all. Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi also knew what these people were thinking. It's just a temporary contract anyway, and there's no cost involved. The main point is that it's a freeloader. Almost all the newly awakened demon hunters gathered around the Shin sisters, leaving the girls who had awakened their spiritual weapons aside and left out. Those with temporary contracts, get out. We sisters only accept oath contracts. Sister Shin Yu-yen glanced at everyone coldly and spoke harshly. As soon as these words were spoken, the witchers who had just been rushing to the front all backed off. They are just lustful, not stupid. The oath contract of a G-level spiritual weapon will only drag you down for the rest of your life and will have no future at all. The key is Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi, who will most likely become concubines of the high-level demon hunters of the big family in the future. You swore a contract with them, do you think those high-level demon hunters will let you go? By that time, he would probably end up like Chun Shen, losing all his spiritual power and having a short lifespan. Shin Yu-yen's words scared away all the demon hunters. Even the F-rank demon hunter who claimed that he truly loved them ran away. Sister, do we still need to continue practicing? Shin Yoshi tucked her hair at the temples with her fingers and asked her sister beside her with some frustration. Yoshi, the probability of awakening your talent is only 1%. The moment we awaken our talent, we have already defeated 99% of people. But it's so ironic that my sister and I both have G-level talents. Didn't our academy have a guy named Chen Chen before? He was only a demon hunter with F-level talent, but he still made a name for himself through his own hard work. Shin Yuyan suddenly remembered the civilian god of war in the academy. When Chen Chen was full of vigor and ambition, he was also a role model in the hearts of low-level talented demon hunters and spiritual warriors. Sister, you'd better not mention it. Speaking of Chen Chen, Shinyoshi felt that her future was even bleaker. Yes, Chen Chen is indeed amazing. But the final outcome was too tragic. No one wants to make a contract with you? Several girls brought the demon hunters they had just contracted and walked up to Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi, with a hint of sarcasm in their words. After all, Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi had just grabbed almost all the demon hunters, so the other girls would naturally feel jealous. What's the difference between a G-rank spiritual weapon and scrap from a garbage dump? Ha, they are all toys that were thrown away after people finished playing with them. And he's the last one to appear. It's hilarious. Did you just see the dean's face turn green? How embarrassing. Speaking of which, among the twins, isn't it possible for only one to awaken? What a freak. What do you think? Could it be that kind of situation where one woman combines with two different women? Squeak, squeak, squeak. What a fun way to play. No wonder they look exactly the same but have completely different hair colors. It turns out they're from different men. So that's how it is. It makes sense that both of them could awaken their talents. Girls' words are often more vicious than boys. He is also good at spreading rumors. You. Shinyoshi bit her lips, her small hands trembling as she clutched the hem of her skirt. Bang! As a crisp voice rang out, the girl who had just insulted their mother immediately had a 5-finger blood mark on her face. Keep your mouth clean. Shin Yuyan didn't tolerate it and slapped the other person in the face. Shin Yuyan, how dare you hit me? Your Shin family is just a third-rate family in the Magic City. Do you know who my father is? The girl who was beaten covered her burning cheek, instantly became angry and slapped the guy backhanded. Elder sister. The somewhat timid Shinyoshi immediately stood in front of Shin Yuyan. Although she is not as brave as her sister, she will stand at the front without hesitation when the people she cherishes are threatened. In an instant, the girl's arm, which was waving in the air, was suddenly caught by a thick palm, and she was completely unable to move. What? You're already this old, and your mom hasn't had the nerve to tell you who your father is? A tall figure appeared beside Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi at some point in time. Chen Chen. Chapter 3 Only children make choices. You are a useless loser who has been dumped. I advise you to stay out of other people's business. The girl turned her gaze to Chen Chen standing beside her and said viciously. Chen Chen didn't say anything, but just gave the other person a sharp look, letting him feel it for himself. Although he had lost all his spiritual power and fell from the 3rd level of gold to the 1st level of bronze, he was no different from the students around him who had just awakened their spiritual power. But based on Chen Chen's combat experience, even if he didn't even have a contract with his spiritual warriors, it was more than enough to deal with a group of freshmen. The key is that there is no need for him to take action at this time. What's going on? Fighting is prohibited during the contract period. Soon, a mentor wearing a witcher robe came over. It's okay, teacher, we're just joking. The girl knew she was in the wrong, so she waved her hand to signal the instructor not to come over to check. Chen Chen also cooperated and let go of his hand. That's good. Disputes are inevitable in a free contract, but fighting is absolutely not allowed. When the tutor saw that the two sides had reconciled, he turned around and walked away. This situation is very normal in the free contract stage after awakening. After all, disputes are inevitable when demon hunters and spiritual warriors choose each other. Chen Chen, Shin Yuyan, you two just wait and see, or you'll have something to worry about. The girl said something harsh and left while scolding the cowardly witcher who had contracted her. Chen Chen looked at Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi on the side and started joking to himself. The freshmen nowadays are so polite. Even though we're not related, they treat me to fruit when we meet. Puff. Shinyoshi couldn't help laughing. If Chen Chen had not appeared in time, the slap would have definitely landed on her face. Thank you, Senior Chen Chen. Shinyoshi had a pure and lovely smile on her face and thanked him sincerely. Shin Yuyan, who was standing aside, didn't say anything, but her usually cold eyes softened a lot, which was considered an expression of gratitude. The two sisters' facial features are clearly carved from the same mold, but their personalities are completely different. The elder sister Shin Yu-yen is elegant and cool, while the younger sister Shin Yoshi is gentle and lovely. Her appearance is so beautiful that she is far better than Gu Qingning. What's more, it's double the happiness. Why help us? Shin Yu-yen asked. I'm here to make a contract. Without beating around the bush, Shin Chen directly stated his purpose. Although he suffered a great loss, Shin Chen always believed that he was not the one who was wrong. Sincerity is always the key. You just saw it. Yoshi and I are both G-rank spiritual warriors. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with us? Shin Yu-yen didn't expect Chen Chen to appear here. Shin Yu-yen still admired Chen Chen, but not because of his previous actions. But he is an F-class demon hunter who can rival B-class demon hunters with his own talents. He is indeed a talent. But the ending is regrettable. No, not a vow contract. Chen Chen waved his hand. I'm sorry, I told you before, we sisters only accept oath contracts. Shin Yu-yen's eyes turned cold, and her previous admiration for Chen Chen disappeared in an instant. The guy in front of me turned out to be the same as other men. He was just greedy for his own and his sister's bodies. Chen Chen also heard Shin Yu-yen's displeasure and looked at the two sisters with a firm gaze. I mean, the eternal contract. Eternal contract. Sister Shin Yoshi couldn't help but tremble when she heard Chen Chen's firm words. Are you sure you're not kidding? Shin Yu-yen stared into Chen Chen's eyes. But she didn't see any hesitation or concern in Chen Chen's eyes. I am very clear about your current situation, and you also know my experience. A vow can be broken. If you want to change your fate, you might as well take a big gamble. Please leave your future to me. Let's work together and take charge of our own lives. Chen Chen's eyes were determined. As long as he could contract the twin spirit weapons and activate the power of growth, he was confident that he could change the future of himself and the Shin sisters. Moreover, Chen Chen felt that his meeting Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi at this moment might be God's arrangement. If Gu Qingning had not stabbed him in the back, given his loyalty to love, he would never have abandoned Gu Qingning even if he met the Shin sisters with the twin contract stones. Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi looked at each other. They also knew very well that if they were unable to continue to improve their spiritual power, there was a high probability that their family would arrange a political marriage for them and they would marry a stranger they had never met. From now on, your whole life will be at the mercy of others. If I could be contracted by Chen Chen, maybe there would really be a turning point. But there are two sisters in their family, but there is only one Chen Chen. There is no way for a demon hunter to contract two spiritual weapons at the same time. So, which of our sisters are you interested in? Shin Yu-yen asked. Chen Chen glanced at the frosty Shin Yu-yen, and then at the gentle and lovely Shin Yoshi. The surrounding demon hunters saw this and were so angry that their back teeth were almost broken. Oh my god! You were actually chosen! When meeting Chen Chen's gaze, the two girls had different expressions. The introverted Shin Yu-yen frowned slightly, while the well-behaved Shin Yoshi was a little shy. They all wanted to sign a contract with Chen Chen, but they didn't want to separate. After all, there is no other man as brave as Chen Chen in the entire Lingwu Academy. If I leave with Chen Chen, what will happen to the other one? But, you can't split Chen Chen into two halves, right? Chen Chen looked at both of them at the same time. I choose you too. Only children make choices, adults want them all. P.S. Dear Godfathers. Asking for a free love call and reminder. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you think the author's writing is okay, I would like to ask my godfather to give it a 5-star rating. If you think the author is terrible, please don't give him low stars and give him some leniency. It's not easy to make a living. Finally, I wish all godfathers success in their studies, smooth work, fruitful love and healthy families. As a human being, there is no lack of love, and as a human being, there is no lack of people. Chapter 4 Life Deduction. What? Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. Chen Chen, are you kidding me? How can you, a demon hunter, contract with us sisters? Chen Chen's words shocked everyone present. A demon hunter can only contract one spiritual weapon at a time. This is an eternal law on Blue Star. Could it be that he alone wants to contract the sisters Shin Yu-yen and Shin Yoshi? I have my own way. Chen Chen's tone was firm, and he didn't sound like he was joking. Yoshi, you don't want to be separated from your sister, do you? Yu Yan, you're also worried about your sister, right? Then why don't we work together? Shinyoshi, my sister and I have been together since we were young, so of course I don't want to be separated. If possible, I want to be with my sister for the rest of my life. Shin Yu Yan, this is impossible. No demon hunter can contract two spirit weapons at the same time. Believe me, I have a way to contract both of you at the same time. All you need is your nod of agreement. Chen Chen said sincerely. He is the man who possesses the twin contract stones. That's great. I can sign a contract with Senior Chen Chen and be with my sister at the same time. Of course Yoshi is willing. Shin Yoshi danced with joy. Okay, I want to see how you can make a contract between us. But I advise you not to make fun of Yoshi and me. Shin Yu Yan was in a give it a try mentality. Seeing that both women agreed to sign a contract with Chun Chen, the surrounding demon hunters cast envious glances at them. Those are the school beauties twins that they are desperately trying to contract. If they can make a contract with one of them, they will probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Chen Chen actually got them all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Contracting two spiritual warriors at the same time, isn't that bullshit? Even an SSS level demon hunter at the king level, I've never heard of one being able to contract two spirit weapons. Ha! If the contract is successful, Chen Chen, I will run naked around the academy 3 times on live broadcast. Ignore the crowd. Chen Chen took Shin Yu Yan and Shin Yoshi's hands, and the three of them formed a small circle. One is soft, glutinous, warm and gentle. A figure with icy skin and bones, so cold. Chen Chen extracted the twin contract stones from the space ring. In an instant, a holy light enveloped the three of them. The consciousness of the three people came to a sea of starry clouds. In the sea of clouds, all the stars are in pairs. They represent all the demon hunters and spirit warriors who have signed eternal contracts over the past thousands of years. Concluding an eternal contract. Your lives will be forever bound to this starry sky, living and dying together, and this bond cannot be broken by any means. Agree? Or refuse? Chen Chen, I do. The moment Chen Chen made his choice, a shining new star suddenly lit up in the sea of stars and clouds. Contract Cloud C. How is this possible? Shin Yu Yan looked at the scene in front of her and was in disbelief for a moment. This only happens during the process of concluding an eternal contract. Seeing the sea of clouds means that Chun Chen's contract ceremony has been successful. He really did it. I do, too. Before Shin Yu Yan could come to her senses, her sister Shin Yoshi had already agreed in a hurry. In the starry sky, there was another star next to the star that Chen Chen turned into. I agree. Now that things have come to this, Shin Yu Yan naturally will not back down. In the sea of clouds where stars are shining, there is a triple star in the center of all the binary stars, which is the most dazzling. Chen Chen, Shin Yu Yan, Shin Yoshi, your eternal contract has been successfully concluded. Wait until the holy light disappears. Chen Chen has returned to the awakening square. He is holding a fire stick and has a tattered cloak draped behind him. Fire stick G rank, fire attack plus 10%, fire resistance plus 10%. Broken cloak G level, defense plus 10%, elemental attack plus 10%. There were also demon hunters who had successfully made contracts around, and they all held powerful spiritual weapons that glowed. Only Chen Chen, although he had contracted two spiritual weapons at the same time, seemed dull. Fuck. Brother Chan really succeeded. This is unscientific. How is it possible for someone to contract two spiritual weapons at the same time? Aren't there enough unscientific things happening today? Shin Yu Yan and Shin Yoshi are twins, it's impossible for them to awaken their talents at the same time. Could it be that the twin spirit warriors who awakened at the same time can also be contracted at the same time? How did Chen Chen know? One person carrying two spiritual weapons, isn't that a bit unfair? TSK. Cricket is just a G-rank spiritual weapon. So what if he has 10 of them? I just envy Chen Chen for being able to have both Shin Yu Yan and Shin Yoshi. With the success of the Eternal Contract, Chen Chen became the first demon hunter in the entire Blue Star to contract two spiritual weapons at the same time. At the same time, the system dormant in Chen Chen's body finally began to wake up. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power of growth. The system is being activated. Activation successful. The twin development system has been loaded. This system can inject one's own lifespan into talents, martial arts, and items to deduce life. Host, Chen Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20. Remaining lifespan, 41. Killing a demon will absorb 1% of its lifespan. Killing an awakened being who has murderous intentions towards the host will gain 100% of its lifespan, an additional bonus based on its spiritual power level. Talent, F Wild. Spiritual power level, Bronze level 1. Martial arts, none. Twin development system. Chen Chen never expected that after traveling through time for 2 years, he could still activate the system. Can it absorb lifespan? As expected of Tongzi-san. In this way, Chen Chen no longer has to worry about the reduced lifespan. Even, as long as Chen Chen continues to absorb the lifespan of demon seeds and awaken people, he can even gain eternal life. Life deduction? However, Chen Chen still doesn't fully understand the main functions of this system. So, Chen Chen directly opened the system panel and began to inject life into his own talent. Try the effect first. Wild F rank, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%. Injecting life into the talent Wildness F rank. For 10 years, the spiritual veins in your body have been continuously absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and are gradually becoming unblocked. Over the past 20 years, the spiritual vein has grown stronger and stronger, gradually shedding its original outer shell. After 30 years, a ray of spiritual light slowly rises, and your spiritual vein is only one step away from transformation. 38 years, the scarlet power enveloped your entire body, your F-level talent of wildness has awakened to E-level rage. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Frenzy E, physical lifesteal plus 5%, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%. After consuming 38 years of his lifespan, Chen Chen's F-level talent was awakened to E-level for the second time. E-level fury and F-level wildness not only increase the attributes, but also add an additional physical life-sucking attribute. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Over the years, no matter how hard Chen Chen tried, he was always limited by his talent. Chen Chen clenched his fists, his eyes like a lion breaking out of a cage. E-class is just the beginning. As long as he lives long enough, he will always be awake. P.S. Grade classification, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Realm division, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, and King. Chapter 5, Sea of Cloud Sensing. They are clearly 2 dull G-rank spiritual weapons. Why do I feel that Brother Chen is so terrifyingly strong now? How could he not be strong if he could possess the youth of the most beautiful twin campus beauties in the Magic City at the same time? Damn it! If I had known I could contract Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi at the same time, I would have gone all out. Oh, that's easy to say. Do you know what it means that Chen Chen and the Shin sisters have signed an eternal contract? Does this mean that Chen Chen and the Shin sisters have signed an eternal contract? If the Shin family interferes, the oath contract will only shorten its lifespan by 20 years at most. But if it's an eternal contract, with Chen Chen's current strength and background, I'm afraid he'll be worse than death. Just wait and see. The Brother Chen you envy now will soon become a nightmare that everyone avoids. Beauty is a disaster. It's just 2 pink skulls. Why bother? Chen Chen was naturally very clear about the current situation of the Shin sisters. The Shin family would definitely not be willing to spend resources to cultivate G-level talent. In addition to the looks of Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, the family will definitely use their marriage to exchange for something more valuable. This is the fundamental reason why all demon hunters dare not sign an oath contract with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi. Not to mention the eternal contract. So in the eyes of everyone, Chen Chen's actions at this moment seemed very satisfying, but in fact he was seeking his own death. Chen Chen, don't worry. Since we have already signed an eternal contract, we will share life and death in the future. The fire stick in Chen Chen's hand made a sound. Shin Yuyan is an introverted person. Once she makes up her mind, no one can shake her. Even if the Shin family tries to imprison and control you, my sister and I will definitely find a way to save you. If we can't save you, we will die together. Yeah. Yoshi will always be on the same page with her sister and senior Chen Chen. No matter what happens, the 3 of us will work together and face it together. The tattered cloak behind Chen Chen was floating slightly. Thank you. Just 2 words. When these words came out of Chen Chen's mouth, he felt a sense of relief. Ever since being backstabbed by Gu Qingning, Chen Chen hasn't felt trusted for a long time. He clenched his fists silently. It was Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's firm choice that gave him endless motivation. At this moment, Chen Chen secretly made up his mind. Since the two sisters chose to bet their future on him, he must make sure Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi win beautifully. After all, from the moment they signed the eternal contract, the fate of the three of them was completely bound together. Untie. Chen Chen released his spiritual power, and Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi immediately turned back into human form. After class, you two come find me at the Maplewood Inn. We'll strike while the iron is hot and work on our chemistry. Maple Forest Evening? Is that the one where you park your car and sit in the Maple Forest Evening, where the frost moon is redder than the flowers in February, the Maple Forest Evening Inn? Well, isn't that a place only bad students go? Shin Yoshi's face turned red. It seemed as if these three words were difficult to say out of his mouth. Shin Yuyan immediately questioned, isn't that some kind of moon-throwing holy land? Why would we meet there? Because the rent in that area is cheap. Ever since he and Gu Qingning had a falling out, there had been gossip about Chen Chen in the academy. Chen Chen simply moved out of the college dormitory and had some peace and quiet. After class, Chen Chen had been waiting at the agreed location for a long time. But it wasn't Fanglinwen, but the back door of the academy. The Lu family is one of the four major families in the Magic City, and its power is much greater than that of the Shin family. Shin Yuyan and Chen Chen had just offended Lu Tingting. She was probably preparing to make Chen Chen suffer the consequences. So Chen Chen just randomly announced a date location in front of everyone. Feng Linwan was just a misleading bait. He and the two sisters had already secretly agreed on a new location. During this time after class, Chen Chen went back and spent all the money he had on buying martial arts at the exchange. After he broke the oath contract with Gu Qingning, he lost all his spiritual power and all the martial arts he had learned returned to dust. Now I can only buy 3 F-level martial arts books to temporarily fill the gap. Sprint F rank, wrap your legs with the power of the wind, increasing your movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Hole point F rank, creates a wind hole in the palm of your hand, causing suction. CD, 20 seconds. Charge attack F rank, charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, causing 200% burst damage. CD, 20 seconds. Although these three martial arts are not very powerful, the life deduction of the twin development system can also inject life into the martial arts. As long as there is enough life, these martial arts can be advanced. F's martial arts skills, one book is worth 200,000. After buying these things, Chen Chen was penniless. The next step is to find a way to obtain magic crystals and lifespan. Chen Chen, where are the people? The agreed time had arrived, but Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were nowhere to be seen. Chen Chen sent a message to contact them, but the sisters did not respond. Oh no! Could something have gone wrong? Chen Chen secretly thought that this was not good. It's already 9 p.m. and classes at Lingwu College end at 7:40 p.m. Logically speaking, in 80 minutes, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi should have arrived long ago. Why is there no movement at all? Chen Chen immediately directed his consciousness to the starry sky and sea of clouds where the contract was made. After the eternal contract bound each other's lives, he could sense the other party's direction through the stars in the sea of clouds. But it's just a direction, there's no way to sense the exact location. Ha! Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi are not together? What's going on? The starry sky and sea of clouds showed that the two sisters were far apart in position. Chen Chen was a little puzzled. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi had always been inseparable, so why was he sensing two different directions at this moment? Moreover, Chen Chen could feel that Shin Yuyan's position was constantly changing. Like Chen Chen, she was heading towards Shin Yoshi. However, Shin Yoshi's position has not changed. Could it be that something has happened to my little sister Shin Yoshi? Chapter 6, I'm a Good Kid. Guided by the starry sky and sea of clouds, Chen Chen came to a dim alley. This is the only way from Moto Lingwu Academy to Fanglinwen Hotel. Long before Chen Chen arrived here, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's locations had already overlapped here. At this moment, the three of them have arrived at the same coordinate point. Chen Chen, Yuyan, Yoshi, can you still reply? What exactly happened? The two sisters still did not respond. Chen Chen had already prepared for the worst. If his guess was correct, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi might have been captured or controlled by someone. The reason why Shin Yuyan's position was moving just now was probably because she was being moved by someone. Now, the two sisters were most likely taken to the same place. Chen Shen was extremely cautious, because judging from the information he had at the moment, the mastermind behind the scenes was most likely here. Humph! Chen Shen, this useless dog who was discarded like trash, actually dared to stand up for Shen Yuyan in front of me. Today, I will let him know the consequences of offending me, Lu Tingting. Just as Chen Shen was searching for the Shin sisters, he saw Lu Tingting and a dozen awakened people coming towards him from the other end of the alley. He quickly hid in an abandoned warehouse. Damn it, who is so bold as to upset our young lady? Isn't this courting death? Listen up, brothers. When the target appears, if you are a man, immediately remove one of his legs. If you are a woman, drag her into the warehouse next door. We will take turns to serve her. I heard they're a pair of campus beauties, twins. Holy crap! This job is going to be exciting. Miss, if you can cover for us if anything happens, we'll do anything. These people had their hair dyed in all sorts of colors and their faces were covered with earrings, nose studs, and lip studs, like the 6 paths of pain. You can tell at first glance that he's not a good person. The situation is now very clear, and Chen Chen can also guess it using Pai Yanzi. The mastermind behind the kidnapping of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi was Lu Tingting. But what made Chen Chen a little strange was that he had clearly used a sleight of hand to deceive Lu Tingting, but why were Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi still caught by the other party? Alright. When we catch the 3 of them, break one of Chen Chen's legs first. Then, you take turns to treat Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi well in front of Chen Chen, so that they can experience what despair is. Lu Tingting had a playful look on her face and a camera in her hand, and she couldn't wait to watch the next performance. Chen Chen never imagined that he was also a part of Lu Tingting's play. Moreover, this plot seemed very familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Since Lu Tingting was the mastermind behind this, Chen Chen already had his own plans in mind. Most of the people behind her are awakened people at the peak bronze level. Now that Chen Chen has lost all his spiritual power and martial arts skills, he is naturally no match for them. There is only one way to rescue Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi from Lu Tingting, and that is to catch Lu Tingting when she is alone. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Only in this way can Chen Chen have the capital to negotiate with the other party. At this moment, Chen Chen was concentrating, staring at Lu Tingting's every move. He only has one chance. If he fails, the scenario that Lu Tingting just described might really happen. You guys lie in ambush around here first. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi will definitely pass by here when they want to go to Fanglinwen to find Chen Chen. I will notify you as soon as the target appears, and then you can just attack directly. Lu Tingting and the awakened people behind her parted ways. I won't be able to be present for what happens next. I'll stand on the rooftop of this building and find a good angle to record your performance. Although the Lu family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, Lu Tingting would not dare to do such a dirty thing to the Shin sisters in the Magic City. It's not that I'm afraid of the Shin family, it's mainly because Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi are both students of the Magic City Lingwu Academy. If the matter were to be exposed, Lu Tingting would most likely be expelled from the college. By then, she would have no way to explain to the elders of her family. After separating from the awakened ones, Lu Tingting was walking step by step towards the warehouse where Chen Chen was. She probably wanted to walk up to the rooftop from the corridor of the abandoned warehouse and take pictures of the Shin sisters being humiliated. This is the perfect time for Chen Chen to take action against Lu Tingting. But at this moment, Chen Chen hesitated. He doesn't understand. Since Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi have already been captured by Lu Tingting's men, why is she still lying in ambush here? And judging from what Lu Tingting just said, she should know that this alley is the only way from the college to Fanglinwen, so she wants to block Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi who are looking for her here. Judging from all the signs, it seems that they are conveying a message to Chen Chen. That is, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi are not in Lu Tingting's hands. Ah! Sudden. When Chen Chen was puzzled, a shrill scream came from the dim alley. It was Lu Tingting who was walking over. She was suddenly tripped by the mechanism on the ground and fell heavily to the ground. Aha! Another series of pig slaughtering screams. Only then did Chen Chen discover that the place where Lu Tingting fell was covered with countless rusty iron nails. Lu Tingting was pierced all over by iron nails, and she was bleeding profusely, with a distorted face and screaming in pain. What's going on? Isn't that Miss Tingting? What's her name? It should just be a fall. Are all the young ladies nowadays so spoiled? The awakened ones, who were confused about the situation, immediately ran out from the ambush site after hearing the screams. But because the lights in the alley were too dim, they did not see the mechanism in the corner and the iron nails on the ground. Trace back. However, the fun has just begun. Above Lu Tingting's head, a bucket filled with unknown liquid suddenly fell from the rooftop. Bump! A scarlet color instantly exploded on Lu Tingting's body. Even the awakened ones who were about to rush over were splashed all over. The whole alley was filled with the smell of blood, which made people want to vomit. Even Chen Chen, who was hiding in the warehouse, felt it was a bit pungent. Who on earth is it? How dare you tease me? Lu Tingting was covered in sticky blood, roaring hysterically, looking extremely miserable. But it was not over yet. She suddenly found a note wrapped in tape inside the barrel. It says, "This blood is not ordinary blood. It is the blood of HIV-infected people. Miss, I wish you good luck. HIV is a virus on the planet with a mortality rate of up to 100%. It can be transmitted through blood and has an incubation period of 10 years. There was even a happy smiley face on the back of the note. Shrimp and pork heart. AA. The sudden incidents that followed one after another have completely broken through Lu Tingting's psychological defenses. Now she had no other ability to move except screaming madly. Hee. Hit the bullseye. Only then did Chen Chen notice that on the rooftop opposite the warehouse, Shinyoshi was cheering and watching everything in the alley. My sister Shin Yuyan just stood aside coldly. Didn't we agree to meet up with Chen Chen? Why did you come here alone to play pranks? Who dared this bitch to threaten my senior Chen Chen? I'm going to teach her a lesson. Shinyoshi pulled her sister Shin Yuyan's arm, pleading. Sister, you can't tell senior Chen Chen about this. I'm just a good kid in front of him. Chapter 7 Exploring the Ruins. Is that really the blood of someone infected with HIV? Shin Yuyan asked Shinyoshi, who was extremely excited beside her. She knew her sister's personality very well. To outsiders, she was a gentle, lovely, and well-behaved child. But in fact, he is a cunning little devil. After discovering that her sister was not around, Shin Yuyan knew that her prank was definitely about to start again, so she chased after her immediately. But it was still too late. It's just a bunch of nonsense. I don't have the time to collect the blood of so many infected people. Shinyoshi stared at Lu Tingting, who had been driven crazy in the alley, with her big eyes like copper bells, and the smile on her face became more and more excited. What Shinyoshi wanted was not to let Lu Tingting really get infected with the virus, but to make her live in fear of being infected. Compared to physical pain, Shinyoshi prefers to appreciate the other person's inner pain. This feeling made her more and more fascinated. Let's go, your senior Chen Chen is still waiting for you. Shin Yuyan pulled her sister away quickly. It would be troublesome if they were discovered here. Let's go. After admiring her own masterpiece, Shinyoshi left with a happy step. Before leaving, Shin Yuyan glanced at the warehouse opposite, and her eyes met Chen Chen's. Since Chen Chen was able to locate the two sisters' positions through the direction of the starry sky and sea of clouds, Shin Yuyan naturally knew that Chen Chen was nearby. Only Shinyoshi, who was immersed in her own prank, didn't know that Chen Chen had already admired her masterpiece. Ha! Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Lu Tingting had sent people to capture the two sisters. But I never dreamed that it was Shinyoshi who blocked Lu Tingting here alone. Shinyoshi, who looks gentle, well-behaved, soft and cute, is actually a sickly little devil at heart. Such a contrast really caught Chen Chen off guard. After all these operations, Lu Tingting was in big trouble. At least you have to take a leave of absence from school for more than half a year. It may not be possible to recover. Oh. Chen Chen shook his head and chuckled. It seems that the two sisters of the Shin family are not as simple as he imagined. Both Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi are tough characters. The alley was in chaos at this moment. Chen Chen returned to the back door of the academy, leaving Lu Tingting alone still howling. Senior Chen Chen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Shinyoshi seemed to be in a particularly good mood, waving her little hands enthusiastically from a distance. No, I just arrived too. Chen Chen responded with a polite smile and pretended to know nothing. Since Shinyoshi wants to hide her true character in front of outsiders, let her do as she wishes. But Chen Chen did not lie. He ran back hurriedly from the alley and had indeed just arrived. Didn't you say we should run in some time beforehand? Let's get started right away. Shin Yuyan went straight to the point. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Chen Chen. Shin Yu-yen was a little curious. Chen Shan had obviously discovered his sister Shinyoshi's secret, so why did he pretend nothing happened? Don't worry, go to my house first, I'll show you a big treasure. Chen Shan raised his eyebrows, looking mysterious. Really? Then let's go. But, we've only known each other for a short time. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to look at Senior Chen Shan's treasure as soon as we meet? Shinyoshi looked excited, and seemed to be very interested in everything about Chen Shan. Humph. Chen Shan, I advise your treasure not to be something weird, otherwise, I will kill it immediately. Shin Yo-yen's face turned dark, and then she made a scissors gesture, which immediately made Chen Shan shudder. Chen Shan's real home is in an old apartment building, and the items in the house are in a mess. There's a thief in the house? Why are you so calm? However, Shin Yu-yen did not despise it, but teased it instead. You'll get used to it. Chen Shan smiled awkwardly. Senior Chen Shan, hurry up, where's your baby? Shinyoshi on the side was a little impatient, and the little devil's thirst for knowledge became stronger and stronger. Immediately, Chen Shan then took the two sisters to the door of the toilet. Hidden in the toilet? What's your fetish? Shin Yu-yen couldn't help but complain. Chen Shan did not answer, but directly opened the toilet door. Inside the narrow compartment, a round, smooth mirror began to twist and rotate, and a space vortex shining with bronze light appeared. This is the portal to the ruins. This is exactly the treasure that Chen Shan mentioned. After the ruins arrive on Blue Star, the ruins portal will be randomly refreshed on Blue Star. The sky, the ground, the ocean, the forest, or even a cramped toilet. It can appear at any time and any place. As long as you step into this portal, you will enter a different world full of demons. The shining glow of the space vortex represents the level of the ruins. The bronze color is a bronze ruin, and only awakened people at the bronze level or below can enter. Ordinary people can enter, but who would dare to enter the strange world full of demons without spiritual power? Once a hidden portal like this is discovered, it is usually reported to the Magic City Security Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association in exchange for a reward. But Chen Shan did not intend to do so. This portal appeared last night. Time is short and the mission is heavy. Aren't we supposed to be training and getting used to each other? Why not just conduct a real combat drill? Senior Chen Shan, do you mean that we should go directly into the ruins to practice? Shinyoshi stared with her big, ethereal eyes, somewhat incredulous. The three of us? You must be kidding me. Even Shin Yu-yen, who is usually calm, thinks this is impossible. The ruins are extremely dangerous places, and usually only an exploration team of 20 or more people dares to enter. The sisters had just awakened their talents. Although Chen Shan had extensive combat experience, his spiritual power level was only at the initial bronze level. The three of them went straight into the ruins to explore. Isn't that courting death? No kidding. Chen Shan looked serious. Stop messing around. This portal can be reported and exchanged for some magic crystals to increase spiritual power. Shin Yu-yen advised. After all, considering their current strength, they are not qualified to explore the ruins. I don't have time for nonsense. Chen Shan simply ignored the advice. Then, one person took the lead and entered the space vortex. His lifespan is almost over, and there is no time to dawdle. He must hunt down the demon species immediately. Cool. Shinyoshi didn't think much about it and followed closely. Seeing that the two had already disappeared, Shin Yu-yen, with a frown on her face, was forced to follow them in. Who made her sign an eternal contract with Chen Shan? If Chen Shan died in the ruins, her life and her sister's life would also disappear. Now, no one has any way out. I can only gamble with Chen Shan. After entering the space vortex, there is endless daylight before your eyes. In the bright light, you can't see anything, but it's not dazzling. When the light disappeared, Chen Shan, Shin Yu-yen and Shinyoshi had already appeared in a dim mine. Flickering candles hung on the dark and damp walls, reflecting the shadows of three people. Chapter 8 Martial Arts Advancement. It should be the Goblin Mine. Based on the surrounding environment, Chen Shan was the first to determine the possible demon species that might appear in the ruins. Goblins are extremely lewd and cunning little demons. While their combat power isn't very strong, it's best for female awakeners to avoid being captured by them. Otherwise, they'll become their reproductive machines, spending their entire lives in sexual intercourse and childbirth until they die. If you know so much, why did you barge in here on your own?
Shin Yoyen's face was slightly angry, still mad at Chen Chen's recklessness.
Even for bronze-level ruins, an exploration team of at least 20 people is required, preferably with a combination of damage-taking, advance, damage-dealing, and recovery attributes.
We have none of these. Isn't this courting death? Yu Yen, that's from the Lingwu Academy textbook.
Besides, you're a firestick, and Yoshi is a tattered cloak.
You just said we have nothing. Why would a team with these equipment team up with us? Chen Chen's words stumped Shin Yuyen. Indeed, if they were to form a team, no one would be willing to enter the ruins with them. Just follow me. Since I brought you in, I'm sure I can get you and Yoshi out alive.
Chen Chen's eyes were bright and he smiled confidently. Trust me, I will protect you. I am indeed a gambler, but I only gamble on games that I am sure to win. Although Shin Yuyen didn't know where Chen Chen got his confidence from, she had no choice but to choose to believe him.
Let's go in and take a look. Chen Chen took the lead and walked in front, starting to walk into the mine. All ruins portals are random and can only be explored by the awakened.
Although the most likely demon species to appear in the mine ruins is the goblin, after all, behind every portal in the ruins is an unknown world.
Chen Chen was not 100% sure. Ding! Ding! Ding!
Soon, the sound of a shovel hitting rock could be heard in the dim light ahead. Several goblin miners are mining.
It's a goblin. After discovering that the demons in the mine were goblins, Shin Yoyen's expression became very complicated. Goblins are short, green-skinned, and hairless.
It has a pair of huge pointed ears, red eyes, and an evil and greedy look.
Shin Yuyen was very glad that this was the goblin's nest.
Because goblins are characterized by agility and cunning, their frontal combat power is not strong among all the demon species, and is even a little weak. But at the same time, Shin Yuyen was also very scared. Just as Chen Chen said, goblins are extremely obscene creatures. Once a human female is caught by these guys, she will suffer a fate worse than death.
It's okay.
You don't have to worry about being used as a breeding machine by the goblins, because they are extremely cruel to male humans.
We have an eternal contract. If I die, you will die too.
Chen Chen seemed to see the worry in Shin Yoyen's eyes and comforted her with a smile.
Shin Yoyen's face darkened. If you can't speak, then don't speak. After Chen Chen's guidance, she felt even worse. Get ready. Chen Chen's eyes narrowed and he began to concentrate. Goblin Miner. Rarity, G. Spiritual power level, Bronze level 1. Introduction, the lowest level of goblin labor. Remaining lifespan, 100 years. Okay. Get ready. Get ready.
Shin Yoshi is rubbing her hands in preparation, eager to give it a try. This is her first battle with Chen Chen, so she has to perform well.
Shin Yuyen was still as cautious as ever. Chen Chen, do you have any plans? No, just do it.
Chen Chen answered confidently. He didn't even take the bronze level 1 demon species seriously.
Spiritual martial fusion. After saying that, Chen Chen held Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi's hands tightly.
The two women's bodies emitted a dazzling light, like Sailor Moon transforming, wrapping around Chen Chen's body. In an instant, a tough black fire stick appeared in Chen Chen's hand, and on his shoulders was a dark green cloak with holes. There were a total of 8 goblin miners in the mining area in front of them. Without waiting for Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi to react, Chen Chen rushed over alone to kill them.
Hurry! Run! It's the awakened. Wait, he seems to be alone? What's that thing in his hand? It doesn't have any luster. It seems. It's not a spiritual weapon. Ha 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 ha. It must be an ordinary person who strayed into the ruins.
Brothers, kill him. The goblin miners saw that Chen Chen was alone and had no spiritual weapon in his hand. The goblin, who was originally preparing to escape, instead picked up the pickaxe in his hand and prepared to resist.
It's so embarrassing to be mistaken for an ordinary human by a demon.
Chen Chen felt helpless.
These damn goblins really underestimated him. Chen Chen, do we really have to confront these guys head on? They're 8 bronze level demons. Seeing the ferocious demons, Shin Yuyen was a little worried. Although the goblins' combat power is not strong, Chen Chen and they are all bronze level awakeners. In terms of numbers, they are even at a disadvantage. However, Shin Yuyen did not take into account Chen Chen's strength.
He was a man who was once known as the civilian god of war.
Drink!
As he started running, Chen Shen's feet became like the wind and his speed soared. Sprint F rank, wrap your legs with the power of the wind, increasing your movement speed by 15% for 10 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Relying on the movement speed provided by the Berserk talent and the movement speed bonus of Sprint, Chen Shen arrived in front of the Goblin Miner in an instant. Drink! Without waiting for the other party to react, Chen Shen waved the fire stick and attacked directly. The stick whizzed through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bump! A muffled sound. Chen Shen struck a Goblin Miner on the head with a stick, and the miner fainted on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Chen Shen continued to poke its throat with a fire poker to ensure that it was killed. Although the Goblin Miners are short and look like humans with dwarfism, they are, after all, demons with awakened spiritual power. The spiritual power of the first bronze level is equivalent to 5 times the combat power of a normal human. Xin Yuyan was only a G-level spiritual warrior, and she definitely couldn't be killed with one blow, so Chen Shen continued to kill her afterwards. After the Goblin Miner fell down, a white ghost immediately floated out of his body, as if his soul had left his body. Immediately afterwards, its soul gathered into a ball of fluorescent light and entered Chen Shen's body. Congratulations to the host for killing the Goblin Miner and gaining 1 year of life. Remaining lifespan, 4 years. The lifespan of a Goblin Miner is 100 years. Killing a demon can gain 1% of its lifespan, so Chen Shen immediately increased his lifespan by 1 year. Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi did not react at all to this strange phenomenon. Chen Shen could basically conclude that he was the only one who could see the souls of the creatures he had hunted. This guy is so fast. It seems that they are not ordinary people. Humans are really cunning and they even disguise their own strength. Only Trash needs to disguise himself. It's just a low-level spiritual weapon. Don't be afraid. Everyone, come together and kill him. Kill the demon hunter and let Lingwu give birth to our child. Ha 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 ha. It's been so long since I've had a taste of a human woman. A shrill scream rang out, and the goblins excitedly waved their pickaxes and surrounded Chen Shen. Chen Shen first knocked back the Goblin Miner in front of him with a sweeping blow, then turned around, bent down, and knocked out another goblin with another stick. Even though the goblin was hit in the head, it still fell down after Chen Shen hit it 3 more times. It can be seen how strong the vitality of the demon species is after awakening its spiritual power. Of course, the same is true for human awakeners. After awakening spiritual power, all biological skills will be improved. Congratulations to the host for killing the Goblin Miner and gaining 1 year of life. Remaining lifespan, 5 years. In just one encounter, Chen Shen single-handedly killed 2 demons. Even though other demons quickly surrounded him, Chen Shen still used the fire stick to pull them back and forth, fighting and retreating. Chen Shen's steps were not disordered at all, and he easily killed 7 demons by himself. This is the strength of the civilian god of war. Seeing that the last Goblin Miner wanted to escape in the chaos, Chen Shen directly used the whole hand. Hole point F rank, creates a wind hole on the palm, creating suction. CD, 20 seconds. A strong gust of wind sucked the goblin in front of him, and then Chen Shen beat him to death with a stick. Goblins are extremely cunning creatures, and if they are allowed to escape, the consequences will be disastrous. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. Chen Shen was very satisfied to see the lifespan displayed by the system continue to increase. Since the remaining life expectancy has reached double digits, Chen Shen decided to inject it into his martial arts and give it a try. Infusing life into a charged attack. Improve output skills first. In just 1 year, he has already mastered it to perfection. In 2 years, your charged attack has reached its peak. 5 years, a powerful attack successfully advanced. Remaining lifespan, 6 years. Charge attack F rank E rank, charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, dealing 200% burst damage. Newly added, each additional charge second deals 50% more damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. The advanced charged attack not only deals 50% more damage than the F-level attack, but also increases the charging time. Up to 5 seconds, can cause 500% damage. Although it requires charging on the spot for 5 seconds, it is indeed a good skill if used as a sneak attack. Infusing life into martial arts, just as Chen Shen expected, the speed of advancement is much faster than injecting talent. It took 38 years for an F-level talent to advance, but it only took 5 years to break through an F-level martial arts skill. After all, talent is a permanent attribute that cannot be changed, while martial arts are skills that can be learned. With only 6 years left to live, Qin Shen decided to improve one more martial art:
injecting life into sprint.
For 2 years, you practice day and night, and finally gain some understanding of speedrunning. After 5 years, your sprinting has reached perfection.
Warning! Warning! The remaining lifespan is only 1 year, no further injections are possible.
With the same 5-year lifespan and the same F-rank martial arts, sprinting did not advance directly like charged attack.
Moreover, the deduction process given by the system is also completely different.
It seems that the martial art of sprinting is not as suitable for Qin Shen as the charged attack, and it may require more lifespan.
Chapter 9: Seduction.
In just a cup of tea, Qin Shen killed the 8 goblin miners without any injuries. With only the combat power of the first bronze level and 2 G-level spiritual weapons, perhaps Qin Shen is the only one in the entire Lingwu Academy who can do it. Among the 8 demon species, Qin Shen only extracted 1 magic crystal. After all, the goblin miner is a very low-level demon species, and the explosion rate of magic crystals is a bit low. Magic crystals are used to enhance the spiritual power of the awakened, and their appearance is similar to a piece of glass the size of a fingernail.
Moreover, the magic crystal can only exist in the ruins.
Once you leave the ruins, the magic crystal will automatically dissipate. In the ruins, the magic crystal cannot even be transferred to others.
It will be bound at the moment of extraction and can only be absorbed by the demon hunter and his contracted spirit weapon.
Only magic crystals obtained from killing the ruins boss or from the treasure chest after clearing the ruins can be taken out of the ruins for trading.
Senior Qin Shen, you are so powerful.
Before I could even see clearly, you killed all these demons.
The monsters at the entrance of the ruins are generally weak. If he can't even deal with these monsters, there's no way we can get out of here alive.
Xin Yuyan paused, then changed her mind and said, "Just absorb this magic crystal first."
You are indeed very powerful. You are the strongest I have ever seen at the same level. Only when your realm is improved can we get out alive. Ahem. But, you can't be too proud. The exploration of the ruins has just begun. There will be tough battles ahead. Goblins are extremely cunning creatures, so you must not underestimate them.
Qin Shen originally thought that Xin Yuyan would only pour cold water on him, but he didn't expect that she would actually praise him for the first time. Because Xin Yuyan knew very well that her and her sister's G-level spiritual weapons did not play much of a role.
Qin Shen relied entirely on his own personal strength to kill all the demons.
Wow, I didn't expect Yu Yan to be able to praise others.
I'm a bit of a sarcastic woman, just this once.
Qin Shen did not bother to be polite with the 2 sisters and directly absorbed the magic crystal that exploded from the demon species.
Xin Yuyan was right.
Now, only if Qin Shen's realm was improved, they would have a chance to get out of the ruins.
Moreover, the ways in which awakened people become stronger are different.
Demon hunters rely on absorbing magic crystals to improve their spiritual power and practice martial arts. Spiritual weapons rely on magic crystals for strengthening, enchanting, forging and tempering. At this stage, the magic crystal will benefit Qin Shen the most by improving his spiritual power. As the spiritual power of the magic crystal entered his blood, Qin Shen could clearly feel a warm current spreading throughout his body. However, to advance to bronze level 2, one must absorb at least 10 magic crystals. After absorbing the magic crystal, Qin Shen continued to walk deeper into the mine.
Soon, traces of the demon species appeared again.
More than 30 goblins were found in an open area.
In addition to the goblin miner, there are also 2 goblin overseers. Goblin overseer. Rarity, F. Spiritual power level, bronze level 2. Introduction: a large goblin, skilled in using an iron whip for medium range attacks. Remaining lifespan, 200 years. Hurry up and work. Don't be lazy.
The goblin overseers were twice the size of the miners, wearing hard helmets and wielding iron whips.
Any disobedient goblin miner will be beaten to a pulp. There were even 2 old and weak goblins who were almost beaten to death. What now? Xin Yuyan asked a soul-searching question again.
The situation in the ruins was just as she had expected.
The deeper they went, the stronger the demons became. This area was obviously not one they could force their way into. Defeat them one by one.
Qin Shen briefly analyzed the combat power of both sides. Although he had rich combat experience, it was definitely impossible for him to deal with so many goblins alone.
What's more, there are 2 bronze level 2 goblin overseers inside.
The passage has limited space, which can prevent us from being besieged by goblins. Chen Shan retreated into the narrow passage and dissolved his fusion with Shin Yoshi. Yoshi, you are responsible for leading these guys over here. Be careful. Yes. Senior Chen Shan, I promise to complete the task. Chen Shan's plan was simple. He used Shin Yoshi as bait to lure the goblins into the passage and kill them. No matter how many demons there are, they cannot move freely in this narrow passage. Especially the iron whip in the hands of the goblin overseer, which could not be swung at all. Goblins are very cunning demons. Will this work? Shin Yuyan was afraid that the goblins would not be fooled at all. Yuyan, goblins are indeed very intelligent, but I bet they are even more greedy. Even if they see through it's a trap, they will definitely chase after you. Shen Shen has absolute confidence in this. With the looks of Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, who wouldn't he be confused, let alone a goblin whose head is full of sperm? Well, fine, but you have to let me go. Shin Yuyan was still a little worried about her sister, and worried that the playful Shin Yoshi would make mistakes, so she wanted to take the initiative to take on this task. No. You have to cooperate with me and kill these demons. Shen Shen held the fire stick in his hand. Although Shin Yuyan only had a G-level spiritual weapon, it was better than nothing. It's okay, sister, I can do it. Shin Yoshi nodded firmly to reassure her sister. Come on. Chen Shen smiled faintly and couldn't help but touch Shin Yoshi's soft long hair. The black hair is smooth and soft, with a unique fragrance of a girl, which makes people love it. Especially when paired with Shin Yoshi's sunny and healing smile, just seeing her well-behaved appearance will make your mood improve unconsciously. Who would have thought that such a soft and cute sister could actually be a perverse little devil? After Shin Yoshi left, Chen Shen ambushed at the fork in the passage. Looking at his sister's departing back, Chen Shen could clearly feel that the fire poker in his hand began to tremble slightly. His sister Shin Yuyan was still very worried about his sister's safety. Chen Shen was not worried at all, as he had seen how Shin Yoshi dealt with Lu Tingting. It seems like a simple prank, but it is actually carefully planned and has clear logic. Lu Tingting's fall into the trap was not luck, but inevitability. Damn, I'm so tired. These guys are obviously stronger than us, but they just stand back and don't do any work. It's our bad luck that we were born as the lowest class of goblins. As long as we are nourished by human women, we can evolve. When spiritual weapons appear in the hands of human demon hunters, that will be the moment for us to change our destiny. Damn! If only we could get one. As long as I can evolve into an overseer, I won't have to work for the rest of my life. I've been waiting for 3 years, just for an opportunity. I want to fight for it. I'm not trying to prove myself great, but to tell everyone that I must get back what I lost. I have my own principles, and I don't want to be trampled underfoot for the rest of my life. A few dusty goblin miners were digging the mine while cursing. Dig quickly. Don't stop. What are you thinking about? Even if a human woman comes, will it be your turn? The burly goblin overseer walked over, and the iron whip in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound as it rubbed against the ground. The goblin miners were so frightened that they trembled and immediately stopped whispering. That. Suddenly, a young girl's gentle voice broke the bustle here. I'm lost. Where is the exit? All the goblin miners put down their pickaxes and looked towards the entrance of the passage. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Long black hair paired with white over-the-knee stockings. She was a soft, cute, and pitiful human girl. Here it comes. Here's the chance to change your destiny. Such a beautiful human woman, shouldn't I advance several times in a row? I saw it first, don't rush to grab it. G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A. After seeing Shin Yoshi, the goblin rushed over desperately with saliva dripping from his mouth, like a vicious dog seeing a pie. Ah? It's a goblin? Help! Someone, please save me. Shin Yoshi's little face immediately turned pale with fear, and she ran away desperately with tears in her eyes. The acting is superb. As soon as she turned around, a playful smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's fun, so fun. Chapter 10, Killing King Shin Yoshi. Everyone, get out of my way. This human woman belongs to me. A big goblin overseer waved the iron whip in his hand, knocked down the goblin miner running in front, and rushed to the front. The narrow passage suddenly became a mess. The goblins, their minds full of lust, gave up thinking and rushed to catch up. Before Chen Shen, who was lying in ambush, could make a move, their own internal strife had already killed several of their kind.
Help! Goblins are so annoying. Someone please save me.
Shinyoshi is still performing hard. The goblins chasing her madly from behind had no idea that the expression on her face was even more excited than that of the goblins behind her.
Senior Chen Shen, they're all here. The goblins are so scary. I'm so scared.
Soon, Shinyoshi arrived at the place where Chen Shen was ambushing, and the expression on her face immediately changed to fear and panic. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Chen Shen's arms.
Hug. It's okay, my sister and I are here.
Chen Shen first touched Shinyoshi's forehead soothingly, then took out a sharp dagger from the space ring and handed it to her. The space ring is a product unique to the ruins and can be opened as long as the spiritual power is awakened.
The higher the quality of the ring, the larger the space inside.
The goblin army is about to charge in.
I'll knock them out and you'll finish them off.
Shinyoshi's spiritual weapon is almost useless at the moment, so it would be better to release the fusion state and fight side by side.
Do you want Yoshi to finish off the enemy? But Senior, Yoshi is a little afraid.
Shinyoshi held the dagger tremblingly and closed her eyes timidly. If you didn't know, you would think she was really scared. Shin Yuyen was even speechless watching her sister's clumsy performance. If she wasn't still in her spiritual martial arts state, she would have rolled her eyes at Shinyoshi.
Come on, Yoshi.
Chen Shen cooperated very well with Shinyoshi's performance. While getting ready to attack the goblin, he looked at her with encouragement. Shinyoshi nodded awkwardly, as if she had mustered up all the courage to make up her mind. Then she returned the dagger that Chen Shen had handed to her.
Senior Chen Shen, I'll give you the dagger back. I like using this.
Turning around, Shinyoshi took out a steel knife from his space ring.
Chen Shen was stunned. Changwei, you still said you don't know martial arts.
At the same time, a large number of goblins behind were about to arrive at the battlefield.
Charge a powerful attack.
Chen Shen immediately began to accumulate energy to activate his martial arts.
Charge attack E rank, charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, dealing 250% burst damage. Each additional charge second deals an additional 50% damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds.
As spiritual power continued to gather in Lingwu, the fire stick in Chen Shen's hand began to emit a majestic aura.
Ha 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 ha. Cute little sister, run. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll punish you.
The goblin supervisor who was running in front saw Shinyoshi standing still and thought he was about to succeed. However, as soon as it showed its head, it was hit on the head by Chen Shen's fire stick, which had been charged for 5 seconds.
Boom!
The goblin overseer's head exploded instantly like a watermelon being smashed open.
Blood and brain matter flew everywhere. This attack deals 500% damage.
Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 3 years.
The iron helmet on the goblin's head did not provide any protection at all, and he was killed instantly by Chen Shen's blow. After all, it was a charged attack that took 5 seconds. If such damage hits the head, even a bronze level 2 demon would not survive. After the goblin overseer who was rushing in the front was killed by 1 blow, the goblins following him also rushed in a swarm.
Boom!
Chen Shen immediately pulled down the mechanism he had set up, and the entrance to the passage was immediately blocked by collapsed rubble. This action immediately split the swarming goblins into 2, making it impossible for the head and tail to connect. While Shinyoshi was on his way to lure the goblins alone, he did not do nothing, but had already thought of an ambush plan.
Shin Yuyen had to admire such a strategy.
This guy Chen Shen is not only strong in fighting ability, but also has a first-class brain. The goblins that rushed in were all lowest-level miners, and there were about 15 of them. Moreover, these goblins had been injured by the supervisor's chains before, and were trampled by their companions during the chase. In fact, many monsters were already covered in wounds before Chen Shen could take action. Then Chen Shen and Shinyoshi began to cooperate. He was responsible for using the fire stick to knock out the demon, while Shinyoshi finished off the attack from a safe position. After all, it is impossible to accumulate strength in the current situation. The goblin cannot be killed with 1 stick, and it is a waste of time to finish him off by myself.
It is better to give this task to Shinyoshi. Moreover, Chen Shen was doing this to test a certain mechanism of the twin development system. Bump!
Chen Shan swept across and knocked out a goblin in front of him. He had also calculated the direction where the opponent would fall and flew directly in front of Shin Yoshi.
Ah! What should I do? Yoshi can't do it.
Shin Yoshi said the most cowardly words, but the steel knife in her hand was deadly.
Moreover, Shin Yoshi didn't swing the knife by chopping, but by stabbing the opponent's heart directly like a gangster.
Even if the other person is already dead, she will still stab him several times. Seeing this kind of whipping behavior, Chen Shen subconsciously swallowed his saliva and felt a chill in his spine. He could even see the smile that was about to break out of Shin Yoshi's mouth out of the corner of his eye. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 17 years.
Later, there was even a situation where Shin Yoshi rushed forward and killed a lively goblin miner before Chen Shen knocked the goblin unconscious. The blood of the demon species dyed Shin Yoshi's cheeks red, and even her pure white stockings were covered with scarlet.
Even after killing all the demons, Shin Yoshi still felt a little unsatisfied. Chen Shen's experiment also yielded results. Even if the demon was killed by Shin Yoshi, its soul would enter his body.
Shin Yoshi is the spiritual warrior of Chen Shen's eternal contract.
In essence, they are one. Yoshi, well done.
Chen Shen gave Shin Yoshi a thumbs up. Who can not love such a decisive and murderous little devil?
Thanks to Senior Chen Shen's encouragement, I was able to bravely take this step.
Shin Yoshi responded shyly. In front of Chen Shen, she turned back into a cute and adorable little fangirl.
After killing the demons, the two began to clean up the battlefield.
Fortunately, Chen Shen first extracted 2 magic crystals from the goblin supervisor's body.
Yoshi! Be careful! But just when Chen Shen was overjoyed, an accident happened. Chapter 11 Yi Kai.
Just as Shin Yoshi was touching the corpse, a goblin miner hiding in the dark suddenly rushed out, threw the pickaxe in his hand, and hit her hard on the back of the head.
Yoshi!
Fortunately, Chen Shen reacted in time and knocked Shin Yoshi to the ground at the critical moment. Even so, the flying pickaxe still broke off a few strands of Shin Yoshi's hair. If she had been a little slower, Shin Yoshi would have been killed by the goblin. While knocking Shin Yoshi down, Chen Shen was not idle either. He threw the fire stick in his hand and pierced the goblin's throat. The goblin whose throat was pierced and nailed to the wall was not dead. Shin Yuyan immediately released her spiritual martial arts form and finished him off. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 18 years. Are you all alright?
Shin Yuyan turned around and originally wanted to care about the safety of her sister and Chen Shen, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. But she never expected that Chen Shen was lying on her sister Shin Yoshi, their mouths touching and their eyes meeting.
The system is pairing with the host's spiritual weapon. Connection successful. Shan Yoshi. Gender, female. Age, 18. Remaining lifespan, 91. Talent, a G broken cloak. Spiritual power level, bronze level 1. Enchantment, none. Quenching, none. Rune, none. Chen Shen was slightly stunned. He never thought that he would connect with Shin Yoshi by accident. Through the system panel, he can even clearly view all the other parties' information. Moreover, Chen Shen also discovered that Shin Yoshi's lifespan is interchangeable with his own. Slurp. The host is absorbing the lifespan of the spiritual warrior Shin Yoshi. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50. The numbers on the system interface kept jumping, and in just a few seconds, Chen Shen took away 50 years of life from Shin Yoshi. Now that Chen Shen continues to live longer and improve his strength, he will borrow his sister for 50 years. Remaining lifespan, 68 years. Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 41 years. Senior Chen Shen. At this moment, Shin Yoshi didn't know that her life had been taken away by Chen Shen, and her face was full of shyness. Chen Shen was surprised to find that after the connection, Shin Yoshi can also perform life deduction, infusing life into the broken cloak. On the first, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins were in a false awakening state, and the cloak breaking ability was not her talent at all. On the third, just by absorbing a little bit of the spirit of heaven and earth, Shin Yoshi was reborn, and her talent was successfully awakened. Broken cloak G rank, black robe F rank, defense plus 20%. When attacked, inflicts 20% of the enemy's own dark damage as a counterattack. 3 RD. Chen Shen couldn't even believe his eyes.
To awaken talent, Shin Shen thought that 3 years was already terrifying, but Shin Yoshi only took 3 days. This shows that Shin Yoshi was originally gifted.
The tattered cloak is just an illusion. How can a golden fish stay in a pond?
It turns into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds.
The smile on Chen Shen's lips gradually widened.
He continued to use life deduction to see the limit of Shin Yoshi's talent.
Senior Chen Shen.
When Shin Yoshi saw Chen Shen smile, her heart began to flutter. Especially after her own talent awakened, Shin Yoshi could feel the spiritual power surging in her blood, which was constantly rising. However, Shin Yoshi did not know that her talent had been awakened, and she attributed all her feelings to Chen Shen's kiss.
This feeling is so cool.
Senior, he is so bad.
I like him so much.
In 1 year, the spiritual veins in Shin Yoshi's body grew like mushrooms after rain. Year 5, Dark Night strikes, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins transform again and awaken successfully.
Black Robe F rank Night Cloak E rank, defense plus 20% 30%.
When attacked, inflict 20% 30% of your own dark attribute damage as a counterattack.
Newly added, all attributes are doubled at night.
After 5 years, Shin Yoshi's talent awakened again and she was on the same level as Chen Shen.
Keep going.
10 years later, the dark power within Shin Yoshi gradually grew stronger. In 2018, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins were stirring, and the power of darkness almost awakened again. 36 years later, darkness enveloped everything, and Shin Yoshi's spiritual power awakened again.
Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 5 years. Dark Night Cloak E rank Night Kai D rank, defense plus 30% 40%. When attacked, inflicts 30% 40% of your own dark attribute damage as a counterattack on the enemy. All attributes are doubled at night.
It only took 36 years to awaken 3 times.
Chen Shen was a little frightened by Shin Yoshi's potential.
You have to know that he only awakened once, and it took him more than 30 years, and he only awakened to the E level.
Is the gap between people really so big? Hey, Bo, are you done yet? Seeing Shin Shen being so unscrupulous, Shin Yuyan really couldn't stand it anymore.
Although her sister did not express any obvious resistance, she did not have futile and backward ideas. But at this moment, in this situation, it was indeed a bit too much.
Ahem. Chen Shen coughed twice tactically and quickly picked up Shin Yoshi from the ground. I'm sorry.
The situation just now was too dangerous. I didn't control the strength well for a moment.
It's okay, Senior Chen Shen.
This is Yoshi's first kiss, just consider it as a way to repay you for saving my life. Shin Yoshi stood up and quickly ran to her sister, shyly defending Chen Shen while subtly expressing that this was her first kiss.
Sister Yoshi's kiss is so sweet.
Chen Shen smiled knowingly.
Thank you for the compliment, Senior.
When Shin Yoshi heard Chen Shen's praise, her face turned red from her neck to her ears, and she shyly buried her face in her sister's chest.
Chapter 12, Attack Backlash.
After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Shen not only extracted 5 magic crystals, but also obtained a martial arts book. Greed G rank. When successfully extracting a magic crystal from a demon corpse, there is a 5% chance of obtaining an additional magic crystal.
CD, 1 second.
I'm lucky, I even got a martial arts manual, but it's a pity the quality is too low. Shin Yuyan threw the martial arts to Chen Shen beside her, feeling a little regretful.
However, it is always good to find items from the corpse of the demon. It's better to have it than not to have it.
Greed, this martial art is pretty good. After Chen Shen got it, he started practicing without any hesitation. Being able to trigger additional rewards when cleaning the battlefield is exactly the skill Chen Shen urgently needs now.
There's a 5% chance of obtaining an extra magic crystal.
That means you need to successfully extract 20 times to get 1 extra magic crystal, not counting the cases where the extraction fails.
What's the point of this? It's a pure waste of spiritual energy. Shin Yuyan rolled her eyes at Chen Shen.
A mere G-level martial art is simply useless.
Hey! Probability is hard to predict. Maybe I'm the chosen one and I'll get extra rewards every time. A gambler is a gambler. Shin Yuyan shook her head.
She didn't believe Chen Shen's nonsense at all. However, the greedy martial arts does seem to be quite useless.
The spiritual power consumed is not low, and the benefits are almost zero. and it can only be activated when the magic crystal is successfully extracted.
You should know that not every demon species can extract magic crystals, so the probability is even lower. But Chen Chen can use life deduction to upgrade his martial arts. G-level greed is indeed useless, but it is hard to say what will happen in a while. After absorbing 5 magic crystals at one time, Chen Chen already felt that the spiritual power in his body was getting closer and closer to the second level of bronze.
Boom! Followed by a deafening bang.
The huge rock that Chen Chen had blocked in the passage had been dug through by the goblin miners behind him.
Chen Chen, how about we retreat first? Xin Yuyan reminded. The number of goblins that followed was about the same as the ones they had killed before.
However, this time Chen Chen did not have the opportunity to sneak attack the bronze level 2 goblin supervisor. Xin Yuyan was worried that something dangerous might happen, so she proposed a tactical retreat first.
Ha! Wasn't it white silk just now? How did it suddenly turn black? By C is over here, this is the other one.
They look exactly the same, they must be twins.
Ha 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 ha. This is so cool. Ha 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 ha. If I take this down, I'll be the new Goblin King.
After seeing Xin Yuyan, the expressions on the goblins' faces became even more obscene, and a dark red light flashed in their eyes, and they attacked madly.
Chen Chen. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Didn't you say that we only gamble on games that we are sure to win?
Xin Yuyan quickly grabbed her sister Shinyoshi's hand and shouted to Chen Chen to leave quickly. In this situation, if I hesitate for another second, I will have no choice but to fight hard.
Hold head high. Chen Chen nodded and walked directly to the two sisters. Fusion.
In an instant, Xin Yuyan and Shinyoshi's bodies turned into balls of light, wrapping around Chen Chen's entire body. This time, although Chen Chen still held the fire stick in his hand, the tattered cloak behind him was gone. Instead, he was covered in black armor.
Yekai is made of black meteorite iron and is extremely hard.
It does not have a gorgeous appearance, but has a quiet and profound texture. At this moment, Chen Chen was like a general caught in the darkness of night, full of murderous aura.
What's going on? Yoshi, you.
Xin Yuyan was completely shocked by the scene in front of her.
The torn cloak that was useless just now had now turned into a suit of armor of darkness? I don't know what happened.
I just felt a warm current in my body that was constantly nourishing my spiritual veins when I was being naughty with Senior Chen Chen just now. Shinyoshi recalled the scene when she kissed Chen Chen just now. Perhaps it was at that moment that the talent in me suddenly awakened. However, Chen Chen seemed to know all of this. Now, it's a must-win game. Chen Chen smiled faintly, holding a fire stick and charging directly at the goblin in front of him.
How is that possible? This demon hunter can actually use 2 spiritual weapons by himself. This is unscientific. This guy is so lucky. I really envy him. Has humanity evolved to this point now? Don't be afraid. The spiritual power emanating from this kid isn't that strong. He's just a bronze-level demon hunter. He's all alone. Are we really afraid of him? Kill him. And then knock out the spiritual weapon on him. Gaga gaga gaga. The oncoming goblins were not intimidated at all.
The two sides faced off directly. As the spiritual power in Chen Chen's body burst out, the dark power emitted by Yi Kai enveloped his entire body.
Ah! It hurts.
Now, every time Chen Chen is attacked, a fleeting ball of black flame will appear on the attacker's body, causing 80% dark attribute backlash damage.
The time of the ruins is synchronized with that of the blue star.
It is now 21:30 in the evening. According to the time definition, 18 p.m. to 6 a.m. is night, and 6 a.m. to 1800 hours a.m. is day. It is night now, so all of Yi Kai's attributes are doubled. 80% additional elemental damage, just 2 times, can completely kill a goblin miner. There is no need for Chen Chen to take action himself. The combat effectiveness has been raised to a higher level.
What is this black flame? He didn't do anything, so why did we get hurt? Damn it! I can't break the defense of this black armor. Quick! Run away! We are no match for this guy.
Under the attack of the goblins, not only was Chen Chen unharmed, but they themselves lost half their lives.
The backlash of black flames has a 1-second delay. Some goblins are even so cruel that they attack twice in a row and die on the spot.
The goblin miners had no desire to fight anymore and began to drop their weapons and flee.
In fact, Chen Shen left the flaw intentionally. It is just to test Ye Kai's backlash damage. Chen Shen, who possesses the D-level Ye Kai, is now like a bug. If it were a demon with a lower IQ, it would even continue to attack Chen Shen until it was killed by the backlash of the black flames. Acupoint. Chen Shen opened his palm and a strong wind appeared, sucking the escaping goblin back. Want to run? This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 13, Sleeping Spiritual Veins. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 86 years. With the fall of the bronze level 2 goblin overseer, Chen Shen killed all the subsequent goblins in less than 5 minutes. When facing demons of the same combat power, Chen Shen needed to launch sneak attacks and pull the opponent. And at this moment, he has been reborn. It was a complete crushing defeat. In addition, Chen Shen also gained 86 years of life, and his strength can be improved by several levels. However, Chen Shen was not in a hurry to perform life deduction. Since he could borrow 50 years of life from Shin Yoshi, he could also borrow another 50 years from Shin Yuyen. By the way, let us improve Shin Yuyen's talent. This fire stick should also be upgraded. Yoshi, what level has your talent awakened to now? This black armor is too strong. After the battle, Shin Yuyen immediately returned to human form. She couldn't help but caress the spiritual weapon that was her sister's incarnation, her eyes filled with joy. Seeing her sister become stronger, Shin Yuyen was even happier than when her own talent was awakened. Well, I'm not sure either. After returning to the academy, I should be able to find out the exact level after taking a test. To be honest, Shin Yoshi herself was also confused about the talent level. D class. Chen Shen answered Shin Yuyen's doubts directly. D level. In other words, Yoshi's talent level has awakened 3 times in a row. Oh my god, this is simply amazing. Yoshi, you are awesome. Shin Yuyen's expression became more and more excited. With the D-level spiritual weapon combined with Chen Shen's operation, it seemed that they really had a chance to pass the ruins. Hee, all this is thanks to Senior Chen Shen. Although Shin Yoshi was not sure, her woman's intuition told her that this awakening was not accidental and must be closely related to Chen Shen. I simply connected to Yoshi's spiritual vein by accident. The reason she was able to awaken it 3 times in a row is because of her own talent and intelligence. Chen Shen spoke the truth. He himself advanced from F level to E level, and it took him 38 years of his life to awaken once. Shin Yoshi went from G level to D level and awakened 3 times, spending a total of only 36 years of her life. Shin Yoshi is indeed gifted, even far surpassing Chen Shen. Hey, Yoshi was just being polite, but you're really flattering yourself? Shin Yuyen's face turned dark. She didn't believe at all that it was Chen Shen who awakened her sister's talent. Believe it or not. Chen Shen just gave a meaningful smile and let Shin Yuyen experience it herself. TSK, of course I don't believe it. The second awakening means being the chosen one. Yoshi's talent has awakened 3 times in a row. Except for Gucheng. At the beginning, Shin Yuyen's attitude towards Chen Shen was still disdainful. But when the 3 words Guchengning were about to come out of her mouth, she seemed to realize that something was wrong. Guchengning and Shin Yoshi have one thing in common. They are all Chen Shen's contracted spiritual warriors. This miraculous event happened to the same person. Then it is very likely that this person is himself a greater existence than a miracle. In just a moment, Shin Yuyen's confidence was destroyed. She looked at Chen Shen's unfathomable eyes, as if there was a magic power that made her gradually believe that the other party was the one who could create miracles. For example, Chen Shen can contract 2 spiritual weapons at the same time. The 3 stars in the starry sky and sea of clouds are originally unique miracles. Chen Shen, then, can I also awaken? Shin Yuyen's expression was full of desire. In killing those goblins just now, Shin Yuyen's fire stick didn't play much of a role at all. It was entirely due to Chen Shen's operation and the super attributes provided by Shin Yoshi. I also want to be a sharp blade in your hand. I don't want to hold you back. Yuyen, I'm not sure whether you can awaken your talent, but I can try. Before Chen Shen could finish his words, Shin Yuyen's delicate lips blocked his mouth. Chen Shen was slightly stunned. He never expected that Shin Yuyen, known as the Iceberg School Beauty, would be so proactive. She really wanted to improve. Young face. The girl's gentleness came over him, and Chen Shen's eyes were filled with Shin Yuyen's shy and stubborn look.
It was a completely different taste from Shin Yoshi's.
Shin Yoyen's kiss was as sweet, delicious, soft, and long as an ice cream sundae. The system is pairing with the host's spiritual weapon. Connection successful. Shin Yuyen. Gender, female. Age, 18. Remaining lifespan, 91. Talent, G Fire Stick. Spiritual power level, Bronze level 1. Chen, is this okay?
Shin Yuyen frowned slightly. There was no system in her body, so at this moment she could only feel the awkwardness and accelerated heartbeat of her first intimate contact with the opposite sex.
It doesn't seem to work. Let me try this. Chen took the initiative. Slurp.
The breath of joy is constantly stirring.
The host is absorbing the lifespan of the spiritual warrior Shin Yuyen. 10, 20, 30, 50.
Host's remaining lifespan, 136 years.
Shin Yoyen's remaining lifespan, 41 years. After a series of operations, Chen directly borrowed 50 years of Shin Yoyen's life.
Anyway, the lifespan of Chen and his own spiritual weapon are interchangeable, so he can just change it later.
If you can't pass the ruins, it will be useless no matter how much life you have. Woo!
Shin Yuyen let out a soft moan. She could clearly feel that something in her body was being absorbed by Chen.
After borrowing his lifespan, Chen had to get down to business. Injecting life into the fire stick. 3 years passed quickly, and Shin Yoyen's spiritual veins showed no signs of awakening.
5 years later, the spiritual veins in the body remained dormant. After 10 years, Shin Yoyen's spiritual veins began to wither, becoming even weaker than before.
System prompt: Shin Yoyen's spiritual veins are abnormal. Continuing to deduce may be risky.
Yuyen, I'm sorry, your spiritual veins seem unable to awaken. If I continue, you might not even be able to transform into a G-level spiritual weapon.
Chen was a little embarrassed.
He felt that at this crossroads of fate, Shin Yuyen should make her own decision. Although Shin Yuyen didn't know what was happening at the moment, she could clearly feel that her spiritual veins had been severely damaged.
Chapter 14: Wings of Light and Darkness.
Chen didn't expect that things would develop in this direction. After all, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi are twin spiritual warriors, and he thought that this time his talent awakening would be as smooth as Shin Yoshi's.
But I never expected that something like this would happen. If this continues, Shin Yuyen will most likely become an ordinary person.
Yuyen, in fact, the way to make spiritual weapons stronger is not only to awaken talents, but also to strengthen, forge, rune, and gem tempering.
Chen hopes that Shin Yuyen will not be under too much pressure in her choice. No matter what level of talent you have as a spiritual warrior, I will treat you equally from now on. I guarantee that you and Yoshi will have the same resources.
Shin Yuyen looked straight into Chen's eyes, and her shy expression gradually became firm. No matter how good the resources are used to cultivate a G-level spiritual weapon, its attributes are not on the same level as other spiritual weapons. She understood Chen's intentions.
But because of this, Shin Yuyen had to take this step. Continue.
Shin Yuyen's eyes were sharp and she had made up her mind.
Oh well. Chen nodded.
Since this was Shin Yuyen's own choice, he could only give it his all.
Continuing to inject life into the fire stick.
For 20 years, all my efforts have been in vain, without causing a single ripple. 40 years, this may be Shin Yuyen's fate, which cannot be changed.
Warning. Warning. Shin Yoshi only has 1 year left to live. No more deductions can be made. Lifespan is like a stone skipping on the water in front of Shin Yuyen's talent.
No matter how much more is injected, there is no response.
In desperation, Chen could only pour his own lifespan into Shin Yuyen's body and continue to deduce. After 50 years, Shin Yuyen's spiritual vein seems to have died.
In the 80th year, the fire stick G level could no longer be transformed, and Shin Yuyen's spiritual veins had regressed to an unawakened state. 100 years, if a spiritual vein has not awakened, no matter how long one cultivates, it will be useless.
How so?
Unfortunately, something unexpected happened.
At this moment, Shin Yuyen could no longer feel the spiritual power in her blood. She has turned back into an ordinary person.
It seems that life deduction is not 100% advanced, and there are still many unknown risks.
Chen reached out and stroked Shin Yuyen's desperate expression.
This kind of thing was not something he could control, so he can only use it to comfort the other person.
Chen, help me. Can't you perform a miracle? Please. At this moment, a crystal tear slid down Shin Yoyen's warm cheek and flowed into Chen Chen's tiger's mouth. Chen Chen was slightly stunned.
He didn't expect that Shin Yuyen, who was always cold and arrogant, would shed tears at this moment. This woman can also reveal such a vulnerable side. Hold head high.
Chen Chen nodded and held Shin Yoyen's tearful cheeks with both hands.
Tears slid down the mouth, bringing with them a salty taste, thoroughly mixing with the girl's fragrance. I hope to change the process of deduction through my own resonance.
In 101, Shin Yoyen's spiritual vein was awakened by a drop of crystal clear water.
In 130 years, the spirit vein awakens and returns to the level of a fire stick G. 150 years later, a holy light descended. Hard work pays off, and Shin Yoyen's spiritual vein finally awakens into a silver spear F level. Host's remaining lifespan, 26 years.
Shin Yoyen's remaining lifespan, 1 year. After going through countless hardships, Shin Yoyen's talent was finally awakened.
Silver spear F rank, attacks add 20% light damage and 20% true damage.
Chen, that's great. We succeeded.
Shin Yuyen put her arms around Chen Chen's neck, and when their lips parted, she gave Chen Chen a light kiss on the face. At some point, Shin Yuyen's way of addressing Chen Chen changed from calling him by his name at the beginning to a simple word. From being strangers at the beginning, a unique bond gradually developed between the two.
Yeah. We did it. Chen Chen also noticed Shin Yoyen's words. She said we succeeded, not I succeeded. Especially Shin Yoyen's last light kiss, its value may be even higher than the previous deep kiss. After all, the previous kiss was Shin Yuyen's desire to become stronger. And the seemingly unintentional action that followed was her active expression of emotion. Although it took 150 years for Shin Yoyen's talent to break through successfully, Chen Chen did not feel the slightest bit distressed. Things like lifespan can be taken from the demons later. Humph. Sister is so cunning that she actually monopolized Senior Chen Chen for so long. I told you long ago that all this is Senior Chen Chen's doing. Shin Yoshi looked a little jealous, but her words were full of blessings for her sister's breakthrough in talent. At this moment, Chen Chen, Shin Yuyen, and Shin Yoshi all have the same goal, which is to become stronger through each other's efforts. Congratulations on the tacit understanding between the host and the spirit warrior reaching 10%. The spirit warrior will unlock additional attributes. Shin Yuyen, 10% tacit understanding, unlocks angel wings. When your attack hits an enemy, you will gain 1 layer of the Divine Steps effect, which lasts for 5 seconds. Each layer of Divine Steps grants 1% attack speed, up to a maximum of 100 layers. The Divine Steps cannot be cleared. Shin Yoshi, 10% tacit understanding, unlock the Fallen Angel Wings. When hit by an enemy attack, you will gain 1 stack of Abyssal Sinner, which lasts for 5 seconds. Each stack of Abyssal Sinner grants an additional 1% backlash damage, up to a maximum of 100 stacks. Abyssal Sinner cannot be cleared. After entering the fusion state, a pair of angel wings immediately bloomed behind Chen Chen. The wings of an angel are holy as light, while the wings of a fallen angel are like darkness. A light mist surrounded his body, as if it was the embodiment of chaos, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The host possesses both angel wings and fallen angel wings, unlocking the spirit weapon transformation function and gaining hidden attributes. After the Ascension long steps reach 100 levels, every 10 levels consumes summons a Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword deals 100% true damage and ignores any block. After stacking 100 layers of Abyssal Evil, you can consume all Abyssal Evil to activate Death Domain, dealing the sum of all previous damage. Spiritual Weapon Transformation. The host's spiritual weapon can choose the appearance of any awakening stage. This only affects the appearance and does not affect the true attributes. This effect is ineffective against demon species. Chen Chen held a divine silver spear, wore dark knight armor, and had a pair of black and white angel wings on his back. The twin school beauties who were once regarded as trash have been completely transformed and are beyond the reach of others. Chen Chen's eyes alternated between the afterglow of light and darkness, and his gaze was like a rainbow. He couldn't wait to try out Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi's new abilities. Chapter 15, Killing Goblins. However, before testing his new abilities, Chen Chen had to clean up the battlefield first. At this time, the value of greed is reflected. But it was after advancement. Infusing life into greedy martial arts. This martial art is a perfect match for you, as if it were custom made for you. You've successfully advanced in just 3 days. 1 year, the greater your desire, the closer you are to the limit of martial arts advancement.
After 5 years, after facing my own desires, greed has advanced again. 15 years, the vortex of greed will not stop. You find that your mentality has begun to change, and gradually realize the terrifying power of this martial art. 25 years later, you are trapped in the center of the vortex, and your greed has advanced successfully. Greed G rank F rank E rank D rank. When successfully extracting a magic crystal from a demon corpse, there is a 5%, 15%, 30%, 50% chance to obtain an additional magic crystal. CD, 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan, 1 year. After 3 advancements, the probability of greed has been greatly improved. Moreover, the process of life deduction is real, but it is just omitted by the system. After his greed was upgraded to level D, Chen Chen could clearly feel that his own desires were rapidly expanding. Perhaps, as the system said, this could be a dangerous martial art. But Chen Chen couldn't care less about these things now. Being able to increase the speed of obtaining magic crystals was a very critical attribute. After using greed, Chen Chen collected 8 magic crystals from the goblin corpses on the ground. There are 3 more than last time, which is a significant improvement for Chen Chen. Yu Yan, I told you. With my character, the probability of getting extra rewards is definitely very high. Shen Shen held the magic crystal he had obtained in his hand and showed it off to Shin Yu Yan. It's just a magic crystal that I exchanged for my lifespan. I don't envy you. Shin Yu Yan naturally didn't know that Chen Chen's martial arts had advanced, and thought he was just lucky. After absorbing the magic crystal, the spiritual power in Chen Chen's body burst out instantly. It was like a concrete dragon circling and rising. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the bronze level 2 spiritual realm. At this moment, Chen Chen's strength has made a qualitative leap and has entered the next stage. Having used up all his lifespan and magic crystals, Chen Chen decided to head deeper into the ruins again. He flapped the black and white wings behind him, causing his entire body to float slightly into the air, and flew slowly in the passage. At the beginning, Chen Chen, who was not used to using angel wings, was like a baby bird just learning to fly from its cradle. He stumbled along the way and was ridiculed by Shin Yoshi and mocked by Shin Yuyan. However, Chen Chen's adaptability is very strong. As he becomes more proficient in controlling his wings, his flying speed becomes faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the goblins' next stronghold. Attention! Demon hunters are invading. Put aside your current work and prepare to fight the enemy. Only one Witcher. It must be the soldiers on the periphery who killed all his companions, right? This time, facing goblins that were more numerous and more powerful than before, Chen Chen did not choose any strategy, but appeared directly in front of the demons. According to the basic characteristics of the ruins, the deeper the exploration, the stronger the overall strength of the demon species will be. The number of goblins in this stronghold far exceeds the ones they just encountered. First of all, there are hundreds of goblin miners, plus 5 bronze level 2 goblin overseers. In particular, in the center of the goblins, there appeared 2 goblins that could control magical elements. Such a powerful lineup is far beyond what a demon hunter of the same level can withstand. To kill these demons, you need at least a well-organized exploration team. Flame Goblin, Frost Goblin. Rarity, F. Spiritual power level, Bronze level 3. Introduction, a goblin mage who can use elemental attacks. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Although their body size is the same as the lowest level goblin miners, and even shorter than the bronze level 2nd level goblin overseers, the color of their skin is completely different. Flame goblins are crimson, while frost goblins are azure. The 2 goblin mages immediately commanded a group of demons to attack Chen Chen. Obviously, they are of a higher level than the goblin overseers. However, facing a large number of demon species, Chen Chen did not act too difficult. He even took the initiative to land in the encirclement of the goblin miners and did not dodge or evade the attacks of the demons. With a pair of gorgeous wings on his back, I thought he was some powerful character, but he's actually just an idiot. He must have been frightened by his companion's death. He's completely out of control. Ha, the man is dead and everything is over, the woman will be sacrificed. The demons regarded Chen Chen as a fat sheep delivered to their doorstep, and rushed forward one after another, launching a crazy attack on him. As long as they kill the demon hunter, they can do whatever they want with the spiritual weapons that have been released from the fusion state. This idea makes the goblins extremely crazy. Bear. 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 With every drop of the pickaxe,
the backlash damage from Shinyoshi's black flames would immediately appear.
Today, Chen Shen has advanced to the second level of Bronze Realm.
The 80% dark attribute backlash is enough to kill a lowest level goblin miner in seconds.
And every time Chen Shen is hit by an enemy attack, he will add one layer of Abyss Evil effect, and an additional 1% backlash damage. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin miner and gaining 1 year of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 101 years.
Before he could swing the silver spear once, hundreds of goblins that were besieging him had all fallen.
Directly gained a large amount of soul life. Damn human, what on earth did you do to our companions?
The two goblin wizards were stunned by what they saw. They gathered the magic elements in their hands and fought to the death. They knew very well that there was no way to escape from an enemy as powerful as Chen Shen, and fighting was the only option.
Fireball. Ice crystal technique.
A fist-sized fireball and a sharp ice cone attacked Chen Shen. Chen Shen intertwined the angel wings in front of his body to resist, and even the martial arts released by the bronze level 3 goblin were easily resolved by him. After all, it was night, and Shinyoshi's Yikai could provide 80% defense. But the two goblin mages who launched the attack were not so lucky. The goblin miner's previous attack had already stacked up the layers of abyss. At this moment, Shinyoshi's backlash damage reached 180%. Although the flame goblin and the frost goblin are bronze 3 goblin mages, their specialty is high range damage, and their health and defense are even worse than those of the bronze 2 goblin overseer.
In an instant, it was engulfed by black flames.
Congratulations to the host for killing the flame goblin and gaining 3 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the frost goblin and gaining 3 years of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 107 years. The endless lifespan allows Chen Shen's strength to continue to increase.
As he explored the ruins, although the demons became stronger and stronger, he found it easier and easier to deal with them.
Chapter 16, Pot of Greed.
Chen Shen hadn't even taken the initiative to attack yet, and there were only 5 bronze level 2 supervisors left in the goblin mine.
Death Realm.
At this moment, the Abyss of Evil has been fully stacked, and Chen Shen directly releases the ultimate move of the fallen angel's wings.
A huge necromancy circle appeared with Chen Shen as the center.
The breath of death shrouded in black mist rolled back, forming a huge mouth of the abyss that swallowed the only 5 remaining goblins.
What the hell is this? Hell. This must be hell. It's terrible. Someone come and save us. AA.
Before they were attacked, the goblins were already terrified by the scene before them.
The oppressive feeling emanating from the misty breath of hell is fatal even to demons.
However, what they never expected was that the realm of death did not cause any harm to them, and the dark magic circle under their feet disappeared.
No harm? Yoshi, what's going on? Xing Yuyan expressed her confusion.
It was impossible for such a powerful dark skill to have no effect.
I don't know either,
maybe this is a control skill.
Shinyoshi didn't know either.
She looked at the goblin who was so frightened by the realm of death that he couldn't move and guessed. After all, the two sisters don't have a system, so they can only explore the effects of all their talents and skills step by step.
Chen Shen can directly see its detailed capabilities through the system introduction. It's very simple. The Death Realm calculates the attack effect based on the damage it receives. Although Chen Shen had stacked 100 layers of abyss, the goblin's attack did not cause any damage to him. Therefore, the damage value of the Death Realm is also 0. He knew that there was no damage, but he still released the Death Domain, just to see the release range and effect of the skill. The coverage area of the Death Realm is about 10 meters in diameter. Once the Abyss of Evil is fully stacked, it will be a devastating killing move. However, the consumption is equally huge. At this moment, all the spiritual power in Chen Shen's body has been exhausted. Fortunately, the 5 goblin overseers had been completely intimidated by the realm of death. They stood there, not daring to move, and allowed Chen Shen to slaughter them. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the goblin overseer and gaining 2 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 117 years. As all the goblins in the mine died, a space vortex immediately appeared at the center. This means that the ruins have reached their end and the awakened can return to the blue star through the portal. Did you clear the game so quickly? How boring. There's not even a boss. I haven't had enough fun with Yoshi yet. After clearing the ruins, both sisters transformed into human form.
According to common sense, the longer the ruins portal exists, the stronger the demons inside will be.
Didn't Shin say that before?
He discovered this portal yesterday, which proves that the demon civilization inside has not developed for a long time, and the demons are naturally very weak. Shin Yuyan analyzed rationally.
Along with the portal, there are 3 treasure chests. This is the reward given by the gods for clearing the ruins, and all awakened people will have it.
Treasure chests usually contain magic crystals that can be taken out of the ruins for trading, and if you are lucky, some items will also appear. Shinyoshi couldn't wait to open her own treasure chest, and there were only 2 magic crystals inside. The same goes for Chen Shan and Shin Yuyan.
There are also only 2 magic crystals in the treasure chest.
The rewards of the treasure chest are closely related to the difficulty of the ruins. After all, there isn't even a single boss demon species in the Goblin Mine, and the highest level demon species is only bronze level 3, so such a reward is reasonable. Next, they just need to clean up the battlefield and they can leave.
Wait a minute, don't move. Chen Shan interrupted what Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were doing.
Leave the cleaning of the battlefield to me, the goddess of luck.
TSK. Do you think you can always be lucky?
Although Shin Yuyan scoffed at Chen Shen's greedy skills, she and her sister stopped what they were doing. Although the probability is very low, every extra one counts.
Moreover, Chen Shen's character and luck are indeed very good.
But Chen Shen did not immediately start extracting magic crystals from the demon's corpse, because he still had 117 years of life left and his greedy martial arts could still be improved.
Injecting life into greed.
In 10 years, your desires have expanded rapidly like a ball. 33 years, in endless desire, greed advances to success. For 40 years, your desires have become unchecked and are starting to spiral out of control. In 1962, desires began to get out of control, and greed successfully advanced again.
Greed D rank C rank B rank. When successfully extracting magic crystals from a demon corpse, there is a 50%, 80%, 100% chance to obtain an additional magic crystal. Newly added, there is also a 5%, 10% chance to obtain double the magic crystals.
After greed advances to level C, it is no longer just a matter of getting one extra magic crystal, but it is possible to double the number of magic crystals. After advancing to level B, the probability of doubling also increases. In 1980, you were surprised to find that greed could actually harm your body. After 100 years, you begin to persuade yourself to stop cultivating greed, but your inner desire tells you that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. In 108, desires overcame the mind's control, and greed began to mutate, advancing twice in a row, awakening into the pot of greed. Greed B rank greed A rank pot of greed S rank. When successfully extracting magic crystals from a demon corpse, there is a 100% chance to receive 1, 2, 3 additional magic crystals. There is a 10%, 20%, 30% chance to receive double the magic crystals. Newly added, when obtaining items in the ruins, the pot of greed will be summoned, which can consume life to double the number of items or upgrade them.
CD, 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan, 9 years. S rank.
Chen Shen had not expected that the advancement of greedy martial arts would be so successful. It took only 108 years to advance to S-level martial arts. Just as the system deduction said, this martial art was tailor-made for Chen Shen.
What is the concept of S-level?
On Blue Star, the average price of an S-level martial arts book is 1 billion, which is equivalent to 100,000 magic crystals in trading.
Moreover, resource-based martial arts such as the Pot of Greed may be worth even more. Chapter 17 Young Tide's Game.
As the greedy martial arts advances, the spiritual power consumed is also increasing. It took Chen Shen a full 8 hours to clean up the battlefield. Every time the Pot of Greed is used, it will take some time to recover spiritual power.
This caused Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, who had nothing to do, to fall asleep. Chen Shen thoughtfully lit a bonfire for them.
The soft girls hugged each other, with Chen Shen's coat draped over their bodies, looking very cute. Fortunately, Chen Shen's busyness all night was worth it. With the blessing of the Pot of Greed, he obtained 224 magic crystals. Under normal circumstances, 100 goblin miners, 5 goblin overseers, and 2 goblin mages would cost about 40 magic crystals.
Chen Shen's income increased fivefold. Take a normal goblin miner for example. If it successfully extracts 1 magic crystal, the miner will get 1. The Pot of Greed will give it an additional 3. If the 30% chance of doubling the amount is triggered, the miner will get 8 magic crystals. It is equivalent to hunting down a bronze 8th level demon.
Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the bronze level 3 spiritual realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze level 4. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze level 5. After absorbing 224 magic crystals, Qinshen's spiritual power was promoted by 3 levels in a row. As your realm continues to improve, the magic crystals required for breakthroughs will also continue to increase. Although there were not many demon species in the goblin mine, they were all hunted by Qinshen alone. In addition, with the bonus from the Pot of Greed, his spiritual power increased rapidly. In addition to the magic crystal, Qinshen also obtained a first-grade detoxification pill from the frost goblin. The moment the object exploded, a clay pot wrapped in mist immediately appeared in front of Qinshen. The pottery pot is inlaid with various precious gems, which is ancient and mysterious. The surface is engraved with complex alchemical patterns of many kinds, which together form a laughing and distorted human face, which is terrifying. Master, I only need to absorb 2 years of your lifespan to upgrade or double the value of the item you just acquired.
Come, let me serve you, said the distorted human face on the Pot of Greed. Okay. Qinshen nodded without hesitation. 2 years of life may be precious to others, but for Qinshen, who can absorb the life of demon species, it is nothing. Generous master, let's begin. Ahahahaha. The smile on the face of the Pot of Greed became more and more frightening, and the mist around it gradually enveloped Qinshen, and then took away a part of his soul. Host lifespan, 2 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 7 years. After taking away Qinshen's lifespan, the Pot of Greed swallowed the first-grade detoxification pill in front of it. The alchemy array on its surface began to emit a strange glow, and the entire pot moved rapidly, continuously emitting steam. After a long time, a second-grade detoxification pill was directly spit out from the mouth of the Pot of Greed. The value of a second-grade elixir is several times greater than that of a first-grade elixir, which means you can make much more money than doubling the quantity. Master, your luck is really good. Do you want to continue? Next time, you might get 2 second-grade detoxification pills or 1 third-grade detoxification pill. Can we continue? Qinshen was overjoyed. Of course, but, the second time, the lifespan required will be 20 years. Is that so? Next time then. Since Qinshen no longer had any extra life to pay, he could only let the Pot of Greed leave. However, facing the 10 times lifespan demanded by the Pot of Greed, Qinshen did not feel worried, but full of anticipation. This Pot of Greed is indeed a good thing. Maybe even Qinshen himself didn't realize it. At this moment, the corner of his mouth showed the same smile as the Pot of Greed. After cleaning up the battlefield, it's time to leave the ruins. At this time, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were still sleeping soundly, and the 2 sisters were snuggling together. Leave. Qinshen called out softly, trying to wake the sisters up. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi felt the external factors, their delicate bodies trembled slightly, and they moved closer to each other. If you call them a few more times, they will wake up. But just as the words came to his lips, Qinshen changed his mind. He couldn't bear to destroy the warm and beautiful painting in front of him. Qinshen walked up to Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, gently picked them up, and walked into the space vortex together. After returning to Blue Star, the relic portal behind him immediately disappeared, as if it had never existed. Qinshen put the 2 women on his bed, took a comfortable hot bath, and lay down on the sofa in the living room. The soft touch made sleepiness instantly rush into his brain, and Qinshen, who had not slept for a day and a night, fell asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept. When he regained consciousness, he stretched comfortably and felt himself surrounded by a rich fragrance. Senior Qinshen, you're finally awake. Before he could react, Shin Yoshi, wearing pink bunny pajamas, pounced on him like a mountain. Fuck. Although Shin Yoshi's body was very flexible, she was too excited and jumped too high. Qinshen felt as if he was hit in the face by a train. Yoshi, stop it. You're not a child anymore. Soon, Shin Yoyan's stern voice came from the side. Qinshen opened his eyes with difficulty. She was wearing green dinosaur pajamas and cooking in the kitchen. Shin Yoshi's overwhelming pressure forced Qinshen to awaken his consciousness. He smelled the rich aroma of stewed pig's trotters in the room. Senior Qinshen, are you surprised or not? Shin Yoshi was still lying on Qinshen's chest, blinking her big, lively eyes, her smile still as warm and healing as ever. Just now, I think I saw that I was too breasty. Chen Shen touched Shin Yoshi's forehead helplessly. He wanted to be angry, but when he saw Shin Yoshi's innocent look, she looked like his own daughter. Suddenly, I really want to do it again. Chen, it's time to eat. At the same time, Shin Yuyen came out with hot meals.
The green dinosaur pajamas added a touch of playfulness to her cool appearance.
Yoshi, get down quickly. You're already 18, and you still act like you're 3? Do you know how much you weigh?
Shin Yuyen first scolded her sister, then looked at Chun Chen a little embarrassedly.
Are you okay? It's okay.
Yuyen, let me help you serve the dishes. Shin Chen quickly got up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then hurried to the kitchen to help.
When he came into the kitchen, he secretly tasted it. The taste was surprisingly good, even forming a sharp contrast with Shin Yuyen's appearance. Oh my god, who is that cold and frosty school beauty?
Her cooking tastes just like her mother's.
Why? Are you afraid that I'll poison you?
When Shin Yuyen came in to get the dishes, she happened to see Chen Chen eating secretly.
Don't worry, if you poison me to death, you won't survive either. Chen Chen responded with a hell of a joke. What if it's a laxative? If it's a laxative, it wasn't you who gave it. Why? Shin Yuyen was puzzled. Because this is more in line with Yoshi's personality. Shin Chen recalled Shin Yoshi's previous pranks, which were quite bold and interesting.
Speaking of her younger sister Shin Yoshi, Shin Yuyen's expression gradually became solemn. Our parents divorced when Yoshi and I were just over 2 years old. I live with my mom, and Yoshi lives with my dad. Yoshi, ever since she was little, she loved playing the game of Tarzan with her dad. Later, her dad passed away due to an accident, so she had no choice but to come back and live with her mom. We were already 8 years old at that time, and our living environment had changed drastically. Plus, Yoshi had been with her father for so long that she didn't know the etiquette, so naturally she wasn't liked by the family elders. So, she was often bullied.
Yoshi and I weren't close at the time.
I really wanted to help her, but she was very resistant.
Perhaps it was from that time that another personality began to emerge in Yoshi. Whenever young Yoshi was bullied, that little devil personality would stand up to protect her.
However, Yoshi has never changed her habit of being overwhelmed. Whenever she meets someone close to her, she likes to wake them up in this way. Her mood may be unstable, please be patient.
Chapter 18. The top sister of the college has arrived.
That little devil personality might just be a protective mechanism within Yoshi's consciousness.
Actually, I don't think Yoshi is anything special. I actually find her quite interesting. Chen Shen smiled faintly, touched Shin Yuyen's forehead and said,
Yuyen, it must be tiring for you to take care of Yoshi for so many years.
But it will be much easier in the future because I'm here. Feeling Chen Shen's warm palm, Shin Yuyen was slightly stunned. No matter who hears what I just said, their attention will probably be on my younger sister Shin Yoshi. But Chen Shen's reaction was unexpected.
He did not sympathize or feel pity for his sister Yoshi. Instead, he felt sorry for himself for all the hard work he had done over the years. At this moment, Shin Yuyen seemed to understand why her sister Yoshi was so close to Chen Shen, even closer than herself. I also understood why Chen Shen did not expose Yoshi's prank after seeing it, but pretended to know nothing. Because from the beginning to the end, Chen Shen never thought that Shin Yoshi was abnormal. It was Chen Shen who accepted Yoshi, who had multiple personalities, so his sister treated him like a family member.
Senior Chen Shen, I want to eat this sausage.
While eating, Shin Yoshi pointed at the plate in front of Chen Shen and said coquettishly,
Eat it. Chen Shen didn't understand and just ate the food made by Shin Yuyen. It smells so good. Senior Chen Shen, Yoshi wants you to feed me. Shin Yoshi pouted and looked unhappy.
Chen Shen couldn't do anything with Shin Yoshi, so he picked up a piece of cut sausage and fed it into her mouth.
Senior Chen Shen, Yoshi, can I still play games with you like that in the future? Sigh, sigh.
Shin Yoshi showed a happy expression as she ate the food Chen Shen fed her. After being scolded by her sister, she seemed to start reflecting on herself.
Of course, I just want to chat with my grandma for a while. Chen Shen responded with a smile. But to be honest, Shin Yoshi's feeling of being overwhelmed by pressure was really painful.
Lil. After getting Chen Shen's affirmative answer, Shin Yoshi immediately changed her expression and stuck out her tongue at Shin Yuyen.
It is impossible to reflect on it.
He just wants to use Chen Shen's mouth to demonstrate to Shin Yuyen.
Shin Yuyen didn't say anything, but just looked at Chen Shen with sympathy.
As Shinyoshi's sister, she naturally knew the power of that move just now. Chen Chen and his sister Yoshi are getting closer and closer. Shin Yuyan fully supports this because in this way, she will no longer be the one being oppressed. Where did you get your clothes?
Chen Chen looked at the sister's cartoon pajamas. He didn't remember having such things at home.
In the past 2 days, the news that Yoshi and I have awakened G-level spiritual weapons has spread throughout the family.
The Shin family may be looking for marriage partners for us. Shin Yuyan explained helplessly.
So, Yoshi and I plan to stay at your place for a while to avoid the limelight. We bought our pajamas at the street stall downstairs.
What's wrong? Don't they look good?
It looks good.
Very good looking. Chen Chen nodded.
With Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's looks, even if they wore a flowery cotton jacket, it would still be a fashion show. However, the house he rented was a bit small.
If Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi moved in, wouldn't he have to sleep on the sofa every day? Why? You don't want to? Shin Yuyan seemed to see Chen Chen's dilemma. No. How could Chen Chen be unwilling?
At least after Shin Yuyan moved in, he would no longer have to eat takeout. And they are now in an eternal contract, their lives will be bound forever.
With the two sisters under Chen Chen's supervision, many accidents can be avoided, and he feels more at ease.
Chen Chen had a hearty meal from the food prepared by Shin Yuyan. He hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time.
After dinner,
the three returned to the academy.
Chen Chen slept until noon.
The other students had already started practicing under the guidance of their instructors, but they had just arrived. At this time, many teachers and students gathered at the entrance of the college, as if expecting something.
This scene scared Chen Chen. I thought the news of the three people's awakening talents had spread.
It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared that Chen Chen reacted. It turns out that the top sister from Magic City Lingwu Academy is back.
Gu Qingning has long green hair, delicate makeup, a look of pride between her eyebrows, and an overwhelming aura.
Gu Qingning, who possesses the S-level spiritual weapon the Green Snake Sword, has reached the peak of his influence and appeal in the entire Lingwu Academy. Next to Gu Qingning was a man with long hair, glasses, and a gentle manner.
It's Sister Chang Ning. She's finally back at the academy.
I heard that the demon hunter team that Sister Ching Ning is in has cleared the platinum level ruins this time.
Oh my god, what kind of concept is this?
Sister Chang Ning is simply the pride of the academy, our role model.
The man next to her is Hua Jianli, also known as the Baron of Hell? So handsome.
His face is even more delicate than a woman's. I'd be willing to marry a pretty boy like him even if he doesn't have S-level talent.
Isn't that Chen Chen? And the sisters Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi are here too.
Perhaps it was because enemies met on a narrow road. Chen Chen and Gu Qingning returned to the academy at the same time.
This time there will be a good show to watch.
If I were Chen Chen, I would take the Shin sisters and take a detour instead of embarrassing myself here. Sister Ching Ning has an S-level spiritual weapon and an SS-level talent. They're a match made in heaven.
What the hell is Chen Chen with Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi? An F-matched G? A desperate combination? But let me be honest. I want to ask you, who among these people do you envy the most? Ha, that has to be Brother Chen. In terms of looks, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi alone can kill Gu Qingning, not to mention double the happiness.
I heard that Chen Chen skipped classes all morning.
Could it be that he was so happy that he came here at this time?
At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Chen and Gu Qingning, the old lovers, met again.
Both parties bring their contract partners with them.
The two faced each other, and the situation became tense.
Aiken, long time no see.
I heard you've been doing pretty well lately.
You signed contracts with two spiritual warriors in one go and created a legend in the Magic City.
Gu Qingning took the lead in attacking. There was 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts harshness, and 3 parts ridicule in his eyes. Chen Chen yawned and walked straight past Gu Qingning without even looking at her.
Chapter 19, Ants Crawling. Aiken, congratulations.
I didn't expect that your abandoned puppy would have a matching leash.
It's really eye-catching. Gu Qingning stopped Chen Chen, who was about to leave.
She didn't want to let him go just like that. She glanced at Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi behind Chen Chen, although she was also a school beauty of Lingwu College.
But we have to admit that there are differences among school beauties. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, charm or temperament, she cannot compare to either Shin Yuyan or Shin Yoshi. Not to mention the two together. But on Blue Star, good looks alone are useless. Strong talent is the hallmark of a strong person. Gu Qingning decided to start the attack from this aspect.
Sisters Yu Yan and Yoshi are truly naturally beautiful. What a pity, they only have G-rank spiritual weapons. It would be much better if they were S-rank spiritual weapons like mine.
Oh. I almost forgot. If you hadn't awakened your G-level spiritual weapons, you wouldn't have followed a loser like Aiken. Oh.
Faced with Gu Qingning's aggressiveness, Shin Yuyan smiled faintly.
I've heard for a long time that Sister Chang Ning is an old hermaphrodite. Seeing is believing.
She abandoned her vows and immediately forced Chen Shan to terminate the contract after her second awakening. Then she tried to curry favor with the powerful and hooked up with the S-rank demon hunter. You truly are worthy of being a role model for our Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy.
Everyone should learn from you and learn how to be so shameless.
Gu Qingning, whose thoughts were exposed, became angry and said, "Hey, Yu Yan's sister, please don't spit blood at me." It was Aiken who took the initiative to terminate the contract.
Everyone knows that. That's right. Your knife is already on his neck. How can he not remove it? Sister Yu Yan, we must have evidence for everything. I am currently representing the face of the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy. I advise you not to speak nonsense. Ha! When did it become the turn of a person as immoral as you to represent the face of the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy? Immoral? What are you talking about, you useless little thing? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Have you revealed your true nature so quickly? I thought you were quite good at pretending. I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable right away. The quarrel between the two women became more and more intense, and they were about to fight. Chen Shan was ready to take Shin Yuyan away. Although their talents had been awakened at this moment, there was still a certain gap between them and Gu Qingning. If a head-on conflict breaks out, we will definitely suffer. Now is not the time to turn against Gu Qingning. In front of outsiders, Shin Yoshi hid behind Chen Shan the whole time, looking like a weak and non-aggressive little white rabbit. What are you all doing here? Disperse before me. This is the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy, not a place for you playboys to act like a spoiled brat. When Shin Yuyan and Gu Qingning were on the verge of a fight, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared. The Vice Dean is here. If you don't leave now, you'll lose credits. Seeing Vice President Lei Ling arrive, the students who were watching the fun immediately dispersed. At this time, Gu Qingning hurried to Dean Lei and turned the tables. Vice President Lei, you just heard it. Shin Yuyan insulted my character without any evidence and without any reason. I, Gu Qingning, now represent the face of the entire Magic City Lingwu Academy. She's so bold. Yes, I did hear it. Lei Ling nodded, and then said meaningfully. But I'd been listening since the beginning. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Qingning's face turned green. She, who had been so arrogant just now, could only give up in disappointment. Thank you, Lao Lei, for helping us out. Chen Shan said gratefully. He is actually no stranger to Vice President Lei Ling. Half a year ago, Lei Ling was not yet the Vice President. But he is the head of the Magic City Lingwu Academy. Although Chen Shan is not very talented, he is diligent and hardworking, and can often come up with some unique insights. There are always some surprises for Levin. Even some of his suggestions are mixed into the teaching plan of the Magic City Lingwu Academy. When Chen Shen was full of energy and ambition, Lei Ling had provided him with a lot of help and convenience. The two are both teachers and friends. Chen Shen, I feel guilty about what happened back then, but you have to believe that I have my own difficulties. Don't worry, as long as you are in the academy, I can still protect you. Lei Ling recalled that when Chen Shen was forced to terminate his contract, the academy actually put a lot of pressure on him. Although he is the dean, there are some things that Lei Ling cannot decide on alone. That was the decision of the college council and there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you. From the beginning to the end, I have never blamed you for what happened between me and Gu Qingning. Old Lei, it was me who harmed you. Chen Shen said sincerely. There are some things that Lei Ling understands even if he doesn't say it. The man who has been standing next to Gu Qingning looks like a weak scholar who is not good at talking, but he is actually the young master of the Jinhewa family. Jinhai is different from Modu, as it does not have four major families that are divided into two groups. But the Hua family stands out. Hua Jianli was backed by the largest family in Jinhai.
At that time, he was colluding with Gu Qingning.
Chen Shen could imagine how much pressure Lei Ling, as the dean, was under. It was after that incident that Lei Ling took the initiative to announce his retirement and took the position of vice president.
Lao Lei, Xin Shen, will always remember your kindness and cultivation of me.
I will not let your efforts and dedication go to waste. I will let them take root, sprout, and thrive. Chen Shen spoke sternly. He knew that Lei Ling's abdication was forced, just like his own. Chen Shen secretly swore in his heart, "Old man, I will definitely help you get back everything you lost."
Lei Ling nodded and said with a hint of persuasion,
"Living well is more important than anything else. In this life, nothing is more precious than life."
After saying that, Lei Ling turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight.
This is the demon hunter of the extraordinary realm.
It is only one step away from the highest realm of the king.
Chen Shen naturally understood what Lei Ling meant.
He didn't want Chen Shen to fight with Gu Qingning. After all, Gu Qingning was no match for him, who was once the dean of the academy.
How could Chen Shen, who was alone and without any support, possibly win?
However, when Chen Shen glanced at Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi beside him, a relaxed smile appeared on his face.
"Yu Yan, just now. What are you thanking me for?
You're so hypocritical.
I love to pick on bitches.
If you don't call me next time something like this happens, you're treating me like an outsider."
Xin Yuyan interrupted Chen Shen's thank you before he even said it. He is no longer alone now. "Yu Yan, Yoshi, let's go."
Aha! Anyway, Gu Qingning didn't dare to do anything to them in the academy, so Chen Shen prepared to leave with the two girls in a swagger. From beginning to end, Chen Shen never looked at Gu Qingning directly. This made her very unhappy. Seeing how harmoniously Chen Shen and the Shin sisters got along, Gu Qingning became angrier and angrier. Without saying a word to them, Gu Qingning felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling on her body. She probably wouldn't be able to sleep the whole night and would wake up in the middle of the night.
Chen Shen won't pay any attention to me, it's boring.
Xin Yuyan is a tough guy and can't be scolded. Then just target that harmless-looking sister.
Gu Qingning followed behind Chen Shen, grabbed Xin Yoshi, and said triumphantly in her ear,
"Your senior, Chen Shen, used to play with me often."
"I'm not bragging, but your skills aren't necessarily as good as mine." Chapter 20 Practical Exercise.
At this time, Gu Qingning was looking in the direction where Chen Shen left, as if she was plotting some conspiracy. Hua Jianli, who was beside her, didn't say a word from beginning to end, nor did he set any example. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him.
Arrived at the Academy's training ground. Chen Shen seemed a little absent-minded.
After all, he has been awakened for 2 years. It is really a waste of his talent to practice with these students who have just awakened their talents. Because there is no grade distinction in Lingwu College, only level distinction.
There is no first, second, or third grade.
There are only bronze, silver, gold, and platinum classes. If you have been studying for more than 5 years, or your level has exceeded platinum and reached diamond, you will be considered a successful graduate. However, it is very difficult to reach the diamond level within 5 years.
In addition to excellent talent, you also need a strong background. Currently, in the entire Magic City Lingwu Academy, the person most likely to achieve this achievement is only Gu Qingning.
After she signed an oath contract with Hua Jianli, she obtained the powerful resources of the Hua family, and her current spiritual power realm has reached the 9th level of gold.
The strength is terrifying.
But at this moment, Chen Shen is still in the bronze class, attending classes with the newly awakened students. In the fighting class, the fighting techniques demonstrated by the instructor even incorporated some of Chen Shen's core ideas. Chen Shen added some free fighting techniques from Earth to the students' fighting courses. No one on Earth has awakened spiritual power, so in close combat, more emphasis is placed on skills. This made Chen Shen's ideas gain the full support of Lei Ling at the time. It was precisely because of these fighting skills that the Magic City Lingwu Academy became famous in Longwei for a time. However, Chen Shen was very low-key at the time, and Lei Ling was very efficient in curriculum reform, so no one knew that the term free fighting came from Chen Shen's mouth. Everyone thought that Chen Shen had a strong learning ability and worked hard, so he mastered the knowledge quickly.
In fact, even what the tutor taught was conceived by Chen Shen. This week, Chen Shen basically slacked off during class. However, in private, special tutoring was given to Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi.
In addition to free fighting, Chen Shen also incorporates Chinese martial arts into his private teaching. During this period, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's close combat abilities have improved significantly.
Although combat skills are the main course of study for demon hunters, spiritual weapons must also be mastered. After all, in the ruins, demon hunters and spiritual weapons are not in a fusion state under all circumstances. Sometimes, cooperation between the two sides will be more efficient.
During this period, in addition to training the sisters' melee combat abilities, Qin Shen also experimented with the spiritual weapon transformation function unlocked by the system.
Shun Yuyan. Talent, F rank Silver Spear. Transfiguration, G rank Fire Stick. Shan Yoshi.
Talent, D rank Night Kai.
Transfiguration, G rank Broken Cloak.
In order to prevent the sisters' awakening talents from being discovered, Chen Shen shows the initial forms for both Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi.
After the transformation, to outsiders, Chen Shen's spiritual weapon was still a dull G-level spiritual weapon. Even looking in the mirror is the same.
However, in Chen Shen's own eyes, he could clearly see the pitch-black armor and the cold silver light.
This function is so user-friendly.
In this way, Chen Shen doesn't have to worry too much about the sisters' talents being exposed too early. Hey, Shin Shen, don't think that just because you awakened 2 years earlier than us, you can act like an idiot.
If you don't want to learn, you can get out. Training room.
Seeing that Shen Shen was resting nearby, several boys started shouting in front of their tutor. But this was just the fuse. The main reason they targeted Shen Shen was because Chen Shen used the eternal contract to snatch Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi away. Because in their hearts, they believed that the oath contract between the Shin sisters was impossible to conclude. As long as all the demon hunters stand on the same front, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi can only settle for the second best and choose to sign a temporary contract with them. In this way, you can get this pair of school beauty twin sisters for free. At that time, everyone understood each other tacitly and just waited for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to give in. Who knew that Cheng Yao Jin would appear halfway, and Chen Shen actually used the eternal contract to directly win over the two women?
Student Chen Chen, please correct your attitude. The female instructor, who had a muscular body and looked a bit like a Barbie doll, kindly reminded me. Teacher, my attitude is already very correct.
Chen Shen spread his hands helplessly, mainly because the theoretical exercises were too boring and it would be interesting to have some actual combat. So, Chen Shen pointed at the students who had just shouted. You, why don't you all come together and test whether my attitude is correct?
Ha, fine, let's go together, who's afraid of who? Chen Shen, don't think you're amazing just because you awakened a few years earlier than us.
Originally, under the temporary contract, everyone could take turns enjoying themselves for a few days.
You insisted on breaking the balance and harming everyone's interests. Don't blame us for being ruthless later. People like this should be taught a lesson. Chen Shen clicked on 10 groups of awakeners at once.
Although they all knew that Chen Shen was quite capable, they were naturally not afraid of 20 people beating up Chen Shen.
As for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, they didn't take them seriously at all. Teacher, you don't mind if we do a practical exercise?
As long as both parties agree, the tutor has no right to interfere, but she still kindly reminded Chen Shen.
Chen Shen, are you sure you want to fight 10 groups in one? Actually, you don't have to be so anxious to prove yourself. You can challenge them one by one. If you run out of energy, just stop. No one can force you to do actual combat training. Thank you for your concern, instructor. In return, I will train these new students for you.
Chen Shen smiled confidently. If we don't give these guys enough strength, it seems they won't give in. Well, this is your own choice, and I, the teacher, have no right to interfere. However, the strength disparity between the two sides is huge. I hope everyone will stop at a certain point and avoid damaging the relationship. Afterwards, the instructor led everyone into a huge octagonal cage. Chen Shen, Shin Yuyan and Shen Yoshi were the first to enter. What they have to deal with are opponents consisting of 10 pairs of men and women.
Chen, Yoshi and I can fight 5 of them each.
There are still 10 left.
You can handle them on your own.
Shin Yuyan had a serious expression and was making the assignments carefully. This battle looked like a combat drill, but in reality it was a personal grudge between the two sides. Shin Yuyan knew very well that the boys' targets were Chen Shen, while the girls' targets were her and her sister. Therefore, even if Shin Yuyan did not make such an allocation, the outcome would be the same.
Do we have to fight 5 of them? Yoshi. I can't beat them. Shin Yoshi pulled at the corner of Chen Shen's clothes and said timidly. Surface. Actual? Oh. Chapter 21. You've pooped clean. Don't worry, Sister Yoshi, we just want to teach the arrogant Chun Chen a lesson. Just stand aside, we won't hurt you. That's right. Following someone like Chen Chen will only make your already miserable fate even more hopeless. I think you should face reality. Relying on your own abilities, you want to fight Sister Chengning. You're simply courting death. If you don't want to get yourself into trouble, you'd better stay away from Chun Chen. The eternal contract, just pretend it never existed. Following Chen Chen, his opponents also entered the arena one after another. Everyone who enters the octagonal cage wears a spiritual power detector around their neck. As long as the awakened person uses spiritual power, the detector will light up with a strong light and emit electric current. For the sake of fairness, the use of spiritual power is not allowed during combat training. Although everyone is a newly awakened freshman, due to different backgrounds and unequal cultivation resources, everyone's spiritual power level is actually not on the same level. First of all, the students of the academy will be distributed magic crystals according to their credits, that is, their overall performance in the academy. Students with good backgrounds can have their families provide them with magic crystals, allowing them to far surpass other students in spiritual power. However, although magic crystals can be taken out of the ruins for trading, unlike magic crystals, there is a limit to the amount of magic crystals that an awakened person can absorb every day. Like demon hunters and spirit warriors, awakened ones at the bronze level can only absorb a maximum of 10 magic crystals per day. This number may not seem like much, but it is actually quite terrifying. Chen Chen challenged the ruins and obtained hundreds of magic crystals at one time. That was because he was the only one in the entire ruins. If it is divided among 10 groups of awakeners, the benefits will be minimal. Moreover, the appearance of the ruins portal is random. Chen Chen just happened to find a portal to the ruins at home. When he was not exploring the ruins, he could only slack off in the academy. The awakeners with strong backgrounds have a steady supply of magic crystals to absorb every day, which is very stable. Even the awakened ones from big families, even if they have just gained spiritual power, can explore the ruins like Chen Chen. They can spend a lot of money to form an exploration team and let other team members fight around them. But even so, the benefits would definitely not be as high as Chen Chen challenging the ruins alone. Because in the ruins, not only can the magic crystal not be taken out, but only the killer can extract it from the corpse of the demon species, and it cannot be resold. Some awakened ones with auxiliary or damage-bearing attributes rely on teammates to kill them, or to get more magic crystals in the treasure chest after completing the level to balance it. Therefore, the requirements for leading people to level up are very harsh. The life of the demon species does not have a health bar. Even if everyone obeys orders, it is impossible to guarantee that the employer can kill the demon species every time. There is even a possibility that you will be ambushed by an intelligent demon that pretends to be seriously injured and lose your life. The boy who had just taken the lead in provoking Chen Chen was named Wu Kai. Although his parents were not from a wealthy family, they were well-known businessmen in Magic City. He had 10 magic crystals to absorb every day, and his spiritual power had now reached the 3rd level of bronze. A student like Wu Kai, who comes from a wealthy family, will naturally gather a large number of followers around him. Maybe one day when he is in a good mood, he can reward these people with a magic crystal stone. Chen Chen, is your eyesight okay? Before the actual combat exercise began, Wu Kai asked with a hint of provocation. Are you planning to say that you'll beat me to a pulp and I'll tell you my eyesight is good, and you'll tell me I can look for my teeth on the floor? If I tell you my eyesight is bad, you'll tell me you'll help me find them. Chen Chen immediately predicted the other party's move and said with a smile. What era are these harsh words from? Can't we come up with something new? Then what's new? Wu Kai was displeased when Chen Chen guessed his thoughts. I'm not used to nagging before I start fighting. I'm used to speaking after I've knocked my opponent down and stepped on his head. TSK. Do you have what it takes? Everyone, come on. Anyone who can punch Chen Chen in the face will be given a magic crystal. Wu Kai shouted loudly. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. After learning that there was a magic crystal reward for beating Chen Chen, everyone rushed towards him like crazy and beat him up. There were even a few girls who wanted the magic crystals and joined the boys' team. Oh. Facing the aggressive opponent, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. The steps are all messy, none of them are decent. When they took the first step, Chen Chen knew that the outcome of the battle had been decided. He saw through all the opponent's attacks one by one. Even at the beginning, Chen Chen did not attack,
but instead dodged continuously using butterfly steps and pendulum-like shaking of his head.
His movements are agile and unpredictable. These students who had just awakened their spiritual powers couldn't even touch his hair. This guy.
Even the instructors outside the field were attracted by Qin Shen's movements. She always felt that Qin Shen's steps were more flexible than what she taught. Ask yourself, even if she was alone in the octagonal cage, facing the siege of more than a dozen people. If you don't attack and just dodge, you won't be able to move forward and backward as freely as Qin Shen. On the other hand, under Qin Shen's careful teaching, Xin Yuyan, who has mastered the Wing Chun Inch Punch, has become a powerful killer. Xin Yuyan is calm and reserved, which makes her very suitable for this kind of martial arts that requires counterattacks. She was facing 3 girls, and after just one encounter, she was beaten black and blue by Xin Yuyan. Wing Chun's inch power may seem to have no opening or closing, but it actually contains hidden power with great destructive power.
Several girls had never seen such weird techniques before. They were overwhelmed for a moment and had no idea how to respond. Although Chen Shan asked Lei Ling to join the free fighting on Earth in the fighting class. But like a cat teaching a tiger, he still has a trick up his sleeve. That is China's traditional martial arts. It may seem like fancy moves, but anyone who truly understands Chinese martial arts knows it. Chinese martial arts are all killing skills. How could a female student who only knows a little about free fighting be a match for Xin Yuyan? It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. On the other hand, Shinyoshi, who was standing aside, was not at all inferior to Xin Yuyan when fighting against her during training, but she seemed not to be well adapted to actual combat. She was also besieged by 3 girls, but was beaten back step by step. He was soon forced into the corner of the octagon. Chapter 22: The Real Dangerous Person. Shen Shen, don't just run away. If you have the guts, come and fight us head on. Come and fight me. You coward. Seeing that Chen Shen was just hiding here and there, Wu Kai thought that he didn't dare to fight back at all. He had no idea of the value of being able to remain unscathed in the face of an attack from 14 people by only defending and not attacking. Ignorance is fearless. Chen Shen had never seen such a request before. After dodging the opponent's attack, he threw a backhand punch, hitting the opponent directly in the face. Bump! With a dull sound, the man fainted. Chen Shen's attack mainly focuses on being fast, accurate, and ruthless. There are no unnecessary movements, and every move is a killing move. Young people are so good, they fall asleep right away. Chen Shen said jokingly. He even held back a little in the punch just now. Otherwise, the opponent would at least suffer a concussion. How despicable. You didn't fight back just now just to let us down, right? Brothers, come at me together. Wu Kai had no idea of the seriousness of the problem and thought he had an absolute advantage, so he wanted to overwhelm Chen Shen with numbers. But their strength was not on the same level after all, and Chen Shen still killed one kid with one punch. After a few rounds, half of the people on the ground were already asleep. Let the girls block the front, and the boys attack from behind. Wu Kai saw that there were no girls lying on the ground, so he suddenly had an idea and asked 4 girls to act as shields in front. He planned to use Chen Shen's gentle and considerate character to give him a hard time. Woo! But what Wu Kai never expected was that Chen Shen was also very good at beating women. He punched each boy one by one. The girl Chen Shen also hugged the other person's waist and gave 2 extra knee strikes. This made the girl standing in front so happy that she lay on the ground and rolled her eyes. I'm not used to hitting women, but if you're trying to use this to threaten me, then I don't mind getting used to it. Chen Shen looked at his opponent with contempt. He can be a gentleman or a ruthless thug. Brother Chen, we were wrong. We are no match for you. We admit defeat. There were only a few people left, so they just admitted defeat and surrendered. This is just a combat drill. According to the academy regulations, if the opponent admits defeat, you cannot continue to attack. Chen Shen, so what if you're so powerful? You still can't even touch me. Wu Kai saw Chen Shen stop and challenged him with a smug look on his face. I'm telling you, you can only dominate inside this octagonal cage. Your fighting skills are useless. If you unleash your spiritual power outside, I'll beat the shit out of you and you'll be fine. After hearing this, Chen Shen naturally did not indulge Wu Kai. He rushed forward and punched his opponent in the face, making his head buzz. Then he hit Wu Kai's abdomen with a series of flying knees. Boo! As a burst of gas came out of Wu Kai's leather swallow, some yellow unknown liquid began to seep out of his trouser pocket. he is incontinent.
Before you say something like that, you'd better clean yourself up first. After saying that, Chen Shen covered his nose, turned his head and left. Such a brutal method frightened several boys present so much that their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground. When someone says they'll beat the shit out of you, it might just be a joke. But this guy Chen Shen is very likely to be serious. Chen Shen, the other party has surrendered, why are you still attacking? Although Chen Shen's behavior was very satisfying, as a college instructor, she had to curb such behavior. Ha! Aren't these the only students who just admitted defeat? This guy surrendered too? I didn't hear anything. I only heard him say he was going to beat the shit out of me. Chen Shen shrugged, then looked at the frightened boys with an innocent look. Did you hear him say he gave up? No, no. Several people shook their heads, indicating that they didn't hear it at all. With their evidence, Chen Shen did not violate the college regulations. Okay then, this won't happen again. The female instructor originally stood on Chen Shen's side, and since other students testified, she naturally wouldn't say anything. We also admitted defeat. At the same time, the girls who besieged Shin Yuyan also announced their surrender. In the entire octagonal cage, only Shin Yoshi's fight was still going on. At this time, she was surrounded by several girls and was at a loss. She could only fight back desperately to protect herself. Shin Yuyan wanted to go over to help, but was stopped by Chen Shen. Come on, Sister Yoshi. I, your senior, have been watching you the whole time. He knew that Shin Yoshi had not shown her true ability at the moment, and planned to use support to awaken the little devil personality in her body. Senior Chen Shen, are you watching me fight? In an instant, a smile that shouldn't have existed appeared at the corner of Shin Yoshi's mouth. The three girls who were besieging her thought they were seeing things. Because in everyone's eyes, Shin Yoshi has always been a little girl who only knows how to act cute. Teacher, please pay attention and don't let your mind wander. Seeing that Shin Yoshi's personality had switched, Chen Shen immediately alerted the instructors outside the venue. Shin Yoshi's attack was ruthless. At this moment, the female tutor also instantly sensed a murderous aura. Unlike Chen Shen's ruthlessness, Shin Yoshi exudes an aura of murderous intent. Rampant and crazy. Shin Yoshi seemed like a different person. She used her elbow to block the opponent's fist, turned around and hit the opponent's temple with an elbow. The girl's expression was still filled with pain from the fist hitting her hard bone, but she didn't know that Shin Yoshi's killing move had already approached her vital point. The human olecranon is very lethal. Chen Shen set up different training plans for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi based on their personalities. Shin Yuyan learned the defensive Wing Chun. Shin Yoshi, on the other hand, is an extremely aggressive and ferocious Muay Thai fighter. Pause. Seeing this, the female instructor outside the field immediately pressed the red crystal ball beside her. In an instant, the gravity of the entire octagonal cage was increased several times. Shin Yoshi's attack was also immediately resolved. Although her ulna still grazed the opponent's forehead, it no longer had any force due to the influence of gravity. This red gravity button is specially designed to avoid accidents. Even when Wu Kai was beaten up by Chen Shen, the female tutor did not hold back. As a mentor, she knew very well that although Chen Shen's attack was heavy, he knew when to hit. It will basically not cause death or disability. But Shin Yoshi was different. If she had pressed the pause button a few tenths of a second later, there may be one more body in the octagonal cage. Everyone stop, the combat drill is over. At this point, the gravity in the octagonal cage has been restored, and the pause button can only control a brief moment. In order to prevent Shin Yoshi from making mistakes again, the female instructor quickly stopped this thrilling drill. Ha! The female tutor breathed a sigh of relief with some fear. Only then did she realize how important Chen Shen's previous reminder was. In this actual combat exercise, the truly dangerous person is not Chen Shen, but Shin Yoshi, who looks the weakest and most helpless. Chapter 23 Little Fanboy Majin. Teacher, why did you stop the drill? We just had an absolutely overwhelming advantage. You can't be partial. After the drill was forcibly terminated, the three girls became unhappy. In their opinion, Shin Yoshi is the weak point between Chen Shen and Shin Yuyan. It was almost time to teach her a lesson. From today on, no one is allowed to practice combat with Chen Shen and Shin Yoshi. The female tutor did not respond to the girls' protests, but announced a fact. This is for your own good. After saying that, the instructor ended the fighting course and let everyone move freely. Then he asked the squad leader to notify the infirmary and take the unconscious student away for treatment. After a small episode, Chen Shen's life in college returned to normal again.
Senior Chen Shen, Yoshi is so bored. When are we going to explore the ruins again? Wait a little longer. Chen Shen is also worried about this matter.
Although he has been looking for clues about the bronze ruins these days, he still has no news. Generally speaking, after the ruins are discovered, they will be handed over to the City Security Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association for processing. Most of the lowest level bronze relics were handed over to the major colleges in the Magic City for the newly awakened students to train. The first exploration of the ruins of the Magic City Lingwu Academy will have to wait until 1 month after the freshmen awaken. And for safety reasons, the ruins chosen are those that have just appeared recently. It was similar to the ruins that appeared in Qin Shen's toilet, without even a boss demon species. The first time to explore a ruin, or even a whole class, to explore a ruin.
The number of demon species in the ruins is not even as many as the awakened ones.
As a senior, Qin Shen had already experienced this kind of scene. Only after the students adapt, the strength of the ruins will gradually increase, but there are still too many people and too little resources. After all, the main task of the academy is teaching, and everything is based on the safety of the students. Therefore, Chen Shen had no expectations at all for the exploration of the ruins organized by the academy. The problem now is that Chen Shen does not have the resources of bronze relics. In fact, there is another way, which is to look for ruins portals in the wild. In uninhabited areas, the relic portal will not be discovered by humans so early, and there will be relatively more resources.
However, in this case, the risks will increase exponentially.
Because of the portal to the ruins in the wild, you cannot determine the time when the demon civilization developed, so you cannot confirm the strength of the ruins. A seemingly ordinary bronze relic, the monsters inside may all be bronze level 7 or 8 demon species, and there may even be silver level boss. If Qin Shen went to explore alone, he would be courting death. The reason why he dared to enter the remains of his own toilet was because he knew the time limit for the appearance of this relic. Everything is under Qin Shen's control. Although he is a gambler, he only gambles on games that he is sure to win. More importantly, the longer the ruins appear, the higher the probability of the abyss ruins appearing. The strength of abyssal ruins is often several times greater than the current level of the ruins. Just like the trial of God that Chen Shen and Gu Qingning encountered, that was the ruins of the abyss. Of the 20 awakened ones, only 2 of them managed to walk out alive.
This is still considered lucky.
Generally speaking, if you encounter the abyss ruins and your team's configuration is not high, it is basically a death sentence.
There is no chance to escape. Not to mention clearing the level.
Generally speaking, only when one has reached the 7th level or above of this realm and is paired with equally powerful teammates will one challenge the ruins in the wild. However, in addition to the instability of the ruins, there are also human factors.
Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi are too eye-catching.
The wilderness of Blue Star is a lawless area, and no one's personal safety is protected. Chen Shen took these 2 conspicuous people to the wild to search for ruins. He might not even have found the portal yet, but he had already been targeted by several groups of people. Therefore, it is a very unwise choice to go into the wild to look for the ruins portal.
Brother Chen, can you teach me the movement technique you just used?
Just when Chen Shen was in distress, a boy from the same class walked up to him. After awakening their talents, all students will be randomly assigned to a small class of 60 people.
Why should I teach you? Chen Shen asked calmly.
The other person's eyes were pious, and he didn't seem to be looking for trouble. However, ever since Chen Shen signed the contract with Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi, most of the looks he received were hostile. Despite such good intentions, Chen Shen remained highly alert.
Moreover, Chen Shen always felt that this young man looked familiar.
It felt like I had seen it somewhere before, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
How about you teach me the art of movement and I take you to explore the ruins?
The boy grinned, then pointed at his face and said,
Brother Chen, do you really not remember me?
When I was 16, you praised me for my extraordinary talent and said I would become an outstanding demon hunter in the future. It was thanks to your encouragement, Brother Chen, that I was able to enter the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy. I never expected to be in the same class with my idol.
I'm so lucky. Chen Shen frowned, did I praise you?
He brainstormed for a while, but still couldn't remember who the other person was. After all, he had said this kind of polite words countless times before. But the sense of familiarity that the boy gave him was real.
Maybe they really had some intersection between them. I'm Ma Fei's younger brother, Ma Jun.
Seeing that Chen Shen still had no impression, the other party could only introduce himself.
Oh. Chen Shen suddenly realized and finally remembered. Ma Fei, that was his good friend in the golden class. But this guy had already graduated half a year ago at the age of 23.
In addition, after the incident between Chen Shen and Gu Qingning, he himself was in a mess, and the contact between the two became less and less.
Chen Shen recalled carefully and realized that when he visited Ma Fei's home before, he did praise his younger brother. Ma Jun. You've grown so big. Chen Shen patted Ma Jun's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh that time flies. The young boy back then is now in my class. That's different. Brother Chen fell here because he met the wrong person.
But we brothers are destined to meet here.
Brother Chen, I always believe that you won't stay in this class for long. One day you will be successful and take back everything you once had. Ma Jun's smile was bright and full of youthfulness. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel dazed.
When he first came here, he was the same as him. But now, it has shown its vicissitudes.
Chapter 24 Ma Fei. Thank you. Chen Shen was very happy to meet his best friend's younger brother. By the way, Ma Jun, you just said you would take me to explore the ruins, what's going on? Brother Chen, how about we say we are destined to be together? Ma Jun said excitedly.
My brother joined the Demon Hunter Association after graduation.
He then became a regional captain. Now someone reported a bronze relic in the area he's in charge of. I just awakened my talent. My brother was thinking about me and secretly intercepted the news. This bronze relic is located in the northern suburbs of the Magic City.
No one knows how long it has been there. But my brother spent a lot of money to hire a bronze rank 9 exploration team to escort me.
It doesn't matter whether we bring one person or two people, Brother Chen, let's go together.
Ma Jun became more and more excited as he spoke.
He really regarded Chen Shen as his role model.
What a lucky thing it is to be able to explore the ruins with your idol. Moreover, he might be able to team up with Chen Shen to challenge in the future, which is exciting just thinking about it. However, after listening to Ma Jun's story, Chen Shen was in trouble. You must know that intercepting information about the ruins is a taboo for the Demon Hunter Association. If the news leaks out,
at the very least, Ma Fei would lose his position as regional captain.
At worst, he would even be expelled from the Demon Hunter Association. Moreover, Ma Fei spent a lot of money to hire an exploration team for his younger brother Ma Jun. It might not be a good idea for him to go in and get a share of the pie.
Have you discussed this matter with your brother in advance? It would be better for Chen Shen to confirm it first. We've discussed this a while ago.
My brother said he couldn't help with the matter between you and Gu Qingning, and he's been feeling guilty. Now that you've contracted with Lingwu and started over, he's very happy. He said if there's anything he can do to help, just let me know.
Ma Jun smiled and said.
My brother also told you not to be so polite. At worst, all the items from the exploration of the ruins will belong to me, and you will only get some magic crystals. Well, since Ma Fei has thought so carefully about it, it would seem a bit hypocritical of me to refuse. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Chen Shen agreed decisively. After all, he is in urgent need of drawing life from the demon species. As long as he waits for his own realm to be improved, he can improve his talent, martial arts, and tacit understanding. With Chen Shen's strength, it is not impossible for him to explore the unknown bronze ruins alone.
Great! Finally!
When Shinyoshi learned that she could explore the ruins again, she danced with joy. But when she was about to say something, her sister Shin Yuyan covered her mouth. The fact that Chen Shen's spiritual power has reached bronze level 5 and the sister's talents have awakened is still a secret. If these things were to get out, Shin Yuyan was worried that Gu Qingning would take action despite the pressure from Vice President Lei.
This is not an exaggeration.
Gu Qingning was able to drive Lei Ling out of the position of dean, and now he has the ability to ignore her.
It's just that I don't want to break up with him.
Although there is a system transformation function that will not be easily exposed, it is still better to be cautious in everything.
This is? Ma Jun glanced at the two sisters with some suspicion.
Don't worry about them, I will teach you the skills myself.
Chen Shen quickly changed the subject.
In return, Chen Shen tried his best to teach Ma Jun a lot of things that he could not learn from his mentor.
Brother Chen, what you just taught me is even better than what the instructor taught me. Ma Jun's expression became more and more shocked.
He firmly believed that as long as he studied under Chen Shen, he would become a powerful demon hunter. In order not to waste Chen Chen's teaching time, Ma Jin also called his contracted partner to study together.
She was a very shy and introverted girl named Li Zihan.
Her personality is very similar to Ma Jin's. She has the youthfulness of someone who has just entered the field of demon hunter and is full of curiosity about everything unknown.
This movement is amazing. If we had met Brother Chen earlier, we would have been masters of close combat. Like Ma Jin, Li Zihan was fascinated by the method taught by Qin Chen.
As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together.
No wonder Ma Jin and Li Zihan were able to successfully form a contract.
Ma Jin also secretly told Chen Chen that they were not only in a relationship, but also in a vow contract. In the society of Blue Star, it takes a lot of courage to dare to swear a contract.
Match. A perfect match.
Chen Chen patted Ma Jin's shoulder and warned him like a senior. The girl treats you sincerely, so don't let her down. Of course, Brother Chen, Zihan and I are truly in love. Chen Chen sincerely wishes Ma Jin and Li Zihan all the best, and hopes that this pair of newly awakened talents can go a long way.
Don't mix in any betrayal. Moreover, Ma Jin and Li Zihan are both awakened with sea-level talents.
They are so compatible that they will definitely achieve great things in the future.
After class.
Just as Chen Chen, Ma Jin and others were on their way to the bronze ruins, Ma Fei called.
Aiken, long time no see. I haven't contacted you for so long. Please don't mind. It's okay, I didn't contact you. I know.
You and Gu Qingning had such a big fight, you didn't have the time to contact me.
But I didn't contact you, not because I was afraid of anything.
It was mainly because I was too busy with the affairs of the Demon Hunter Association after graduation.
I really didn't have time. Congratulations. I just heard from that kid Ma Jin that you've become the regional captain? This kid just can't control his mouth. Damn. Positions like regional captain are tough jobs on the front lines.
Ma Fei paused, then suddenly changed his mind and said.
But Chen, to be honest, I recently took on a big task.
If everything goes well, I hope to advance to the top of the association. Then I congratulate Brother Ma in advance.
Don't forget to support me when the time comes. That's inevitable, ha 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 ha.
I wish you all the best in exploring the ruins. My brother is still young and hasn't seen much of the world.
You have to keep an eye on him for me while you're in the ruins. That's natural. Okay, I also need to organize people to enter the ruins, so I'll hang up first. When you come out, I'll hold a celebration banquet for you and Ma Jin. Ha ha ha, I'll treat you then.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen felt deeply moved. After only half a year, Ma Fei seemed to have shed his academic style and turned into a big shot who was doing well in the Demon Hunter Association. It is true that one should look at someone with new eyes after 3 days of absence.
Chapter 25 Professional Thugs.
In the northern suburbs of Magic City, Chen Chen and his group met in a tavern with the exploration team hired by Ma Fei at a high price.
You guys are finally here. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted.
The one who stood up to greet them was a big man with a full beard, who was also the captain of the exploration team Logitech. The entire exploration team consists of 10 people, and they have been waiting here for a long time fully armed. Their spiritual power realm is around the 9th level of bronze. Captain Logitech has even reached the peak of bronze and is only one step away from the silver realm.
The team is fully equipped and is a mercenary team that specializes in leveling people.
On Blue Star, there are many awakened people who have their spiritual power stuck at the highest level of a realm, and then use the realm restrictions of the ruins to specifically help others improve. In this way, they make a lot of money in exchange for the resources they need in the future.
This type of awakened person is called a professional thug.
In fact, professional fighters are often the lowest level awakeners. They have average talent and background, so they can only serve others to make up for the materials needed to break through the realm. The awakened ones from big families don't have to worry about these things at all, because even if they don't explore the secret realm, they have a steady supply of magic crystals every day, and the martial arts they practice are all high level.
I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time.
Chen Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then boldly put his arm on Logitech's shoulder.
Brother Luo, it's fate that we're all here together.
It's already this late, so why not have a few drinks? I'll treat you. Ma Jin also thought this was a great idea. Let's set up the celebration banquet in advance.
Logitech was stunned for a long while before he laughed heartily and said, Okay, I'd love to.
Generally speaking, when an employer comes over and sees them drinking, they will definitely be a little unhappy. After all, drinking alcohol will cause trouble, which is a big taboo for a professional thug. But Chen Shen and Ma Jin did the opposite and invited them to drink together without any bossy attitude. Soon, they became close friends and talked about everything. Logitech and his teammates were slightly tipsy, talking about all sorts of weird employers, including a young master who needed to be carried when entering the ruins, a rich young lady who fainted at the sight of demon blood, and even a little pervert who wanted Logitech's wife to spend a night with him. His wife has always been by his side. She is a sexy girl with big wavy hair named Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is not very pretty, but she has a very cool figure. Even wearing light iron armor, it was difficult to conceal her towering breasts, and her round and perky buttocks were extremely attractive, making Chen Shen unable to help but take another look. My sister-in-law's figure is really amazing. After saying that, Chen Shen also toasted Logitech and Zhao Yi. There was no evil in his eyes, they were generous and natural. God gave us a pair of clear eyes, and we should use them to appreciate beautiful things. As long as it's within moderation, there's no need to feel shy or embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Yi smiled slightly and clinked glasses with Chen Shen. Appropriate praise can even make the other person feel happy and confident. Damn it! These little bastards think they can treat us like cattle and horses just because they paid us a few bucks. Damn it! Logitech clinked glasses with Chen Shen while venting his dissatisfaction. Ah, we are just unlucky. Our talent is only E level. If I had C level or above talent, I would have broken through to the gold realm long ago. Hey, by the way, brother, what's your talent level? Me? Chen Shen said awkwardly, F level. F rank. Lower than me? You're not going to make fun of me, your brother, are you? Logitech is a little bit unbelievable. Because in his impression, those who can afford to hire thugs are generally talented young men from wealthy families. No one's money comes from the wind. Even if the family is powerful, they will not provide resources to cultivate worthless awakeners. For example, the Shin family, although not one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, is also well known. If Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi had awakened talents that were good, they would have been cultivated at great expense and would not have needed to rely on Ma Jin at all. Brother Luo, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Chen Shen pointed at Ma Jin, who was standing beside him. He is your boss, a C-rank talent. On Blue Star, the probability of awakening E-level talent is as high as over 50%, which is an average talent. Class F accounts for 10% and Class D accounts for 30%, which together cover 90% of the population. By awakening the C-level talent, one can defeat more than 90% of awakeners and 99.9% of humans. Therefore, there is no doubt that Ma Jin and Li Zihan, who are at C-level, are high-level talents. Oh, so that's how it is. It's okay. It's all the same to us. You give me the money and I'll do the work. Ha 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 ha. When Logitech heard that Chen Shen was actually an F-class demon hunter, he immediately sympathized with him and even helped him arrange his future work in advance. Brother, listen to me. Once you reach Bronze 9, don't go any higher. Just follow me and work as a thug. When I get a job, I'll reserve a spot for you. Thank you very much. Chen Shen smiled faintly and did not refuse. How to say it, more friends, more paths. Chen Shen was chatting happily with Logitech, while Shan Yoshi kept grabbing the corner of his clothes, shrinking behind him and not saying a word, as if she was very uncomfortable with such an environment. The pub was full of people of all kinds, the air was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol, and people were shouting loudly all the time. Such noise is naturally a torture for Shin Yoshi, who is in the state of a little white rabbit. On the other hand, Shin Yuyan had already infiltrated the enemy and was drinking heartily with a group of professional thugs. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. If Chen Shen remembered correctly, this was Shin Yuyan's 8th cup. You know, the cups used in pubs are like small buckets. With Chen Shen's alcohol tolerance, he can only drink 3 glasses at most, and he will vomit if he drinks more. He never expected that Shin Yuyan actually had this ability. Beneath her cold and reserved appearance, she had such an unrestrained and passionate side. Maybe he was a little drunk, but Chen Shen always felt that he had feelings for the 2 sisters beyond just friendship. He looked at Shin Yuyan, who was drinking happily, and then looked at the timid Shin Yoshi. One was so stunning that he wanted to dance with her, and the other was so cute that he wanted to put her in his pocket immediately. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, but Chen Shen felt restless in his blood. To be honest, the sisters Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi really gave him too many surprises. From the very beginning, Shinyoshi's trump card, Chen Shen thought that this harmless little guy had been arrested. Later I found out that Shinyoshi had directly killed the other party and destroyed his heart. He has been in the college for so long and has not seen Lu Tingting yet.
He wonders which sanatorium she is in now.
I don't know whether the injury being treated is internal or external, or whether the patient is mentally normal or abnormal.
The feeling Shin Yuyan gave Chen Chen was not as abrupt as Shinyoshi, but there were contrasts everywhere. She is obviously a cool and beautiful girl, but her online name is Huakai Fugue. She is obviously a cold goddess, but her cooking is more delicious than that of a married woman. His words are sharp and harsh, but his heart is soft and delicate. An idea suddenly emerged in Chen Chen's mind. On Blue Star, due to the close cooperative relationship between demon hunters and spiritual warriors, they basically develop into lovers or couples. Pure friendship does exist, but it is rare. If I were to develop a relationship with one of them as a couple or husband and wife in the future, should I choose Shin Yuyan or Shinyoshi? If Chen Chen chose one of them, it would definitely be a lifelong torture for the other one. Chapter 26, Murlocs in the Desert. After the carnival, night has fallen. But the exploration team did not stop and went straight to the entrance of the ruins.
In fact, Chen Chen had selfish motives when he invited Luoji and others to drink together.
Because at night, Shinyoshi's night kai attribute will double.
After all, the ruins are a random alien world, and no one knows what the situation inside is like.
Naturally, Chen Chen couldn't rely entirely on Logitech and others. Although everyone was a little tipsy, the team members immediately got into the mood as soon as they saw the ruins.
They are professionals in leading people to level up, and they are also professionals in drinking. This little bit of alcohol wouldn't affect their fight at all. For seasoned professional fighters, even a little drink before entering the ruins would be more beneficial to their performance. The portal is not too hidden, it is in a farmer's wine cellar. This cellar has been unattended for more than 10 years, and we discovered it by accident,
said the farmer who led the way.
No one usually enters a place like a wine cellar, so he is not sure when the ruins were created.
However, what is certain is that the ruins will not exist for more than 20 years. Let's go. Go in and take a look. Logitech looked stern and took the lead, looking like a veteran on the battlefield. After entering the ruins, the exploration team immediately formed a battle formation and entered combat readiness.
Chen Chen and his group were surrounded in the center, comfortably acting as financial sponsors.
What comes into view is an endless expanse of sand dunes.
In the moonlight, the silver luster seems to be covered by a layer of gauze, with subtle ripples. The soft touch under my feet still carries the afterglow of the scorching sun during the day.
Ha 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 ha, you know what, we drank this wine at the perfect time. Logitech gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. No one expected that the world of the ruins this time would be a desert. In this kind of environment, even if they entered the other world in the afternoon, they could not avoid the fate of being scorched by the scorching sun. Chen Chen's seemingly impulsive decision actually saved the entire exploration team from disaster. Senior Chen Chen, the desert at night is so beautiful.
Shinyoshi looked up at the clear and transparent sky above her head. The stars in the desert seem brighter than anywhere else, as if they are close at hand, yet so far away that they cannot be touched. A gentle breeze blew, bringing up fine grains of sand.
Desolate and silent.
It is beautiful, but the hidden murderous intent is even more deadly.
Chen Chen reminded everyone not to be happy too soon.
In this vast sand dune, demons may appear at any time.
Moreover, the desert environment is very harsh.
Although it is much better at night and the climate pressure is not that great, the demons that survive in the desert are often very resilient.
Brother, don't be so nervous. Trust us, we are professionals. Logitech patted Chen Chen's shoulder and signaled him to relax.
Immediately, everyone in the exploration team entered a fusion state, equipped with spiritual weapons, and began to walk towards the depths of the desert.
Chen Chen and Ma Jin also entered the fusion state.
Doing so can reduce the number of targets for the demons to attack, especially Chen Chen, who has signed an eternal contract with Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi.
The lives of 3 people are tied together.
If one of them dies, the lives of all 3 will be in danger, so they should enter a fusion state. Oh, I didn't expect that 2 such beautiful girls would be G-level spiritual warriors.
What a pity, what a pity.
Looking at Chen Chen's dull firestick and tattered cloak, Logitech couldn't help but sigh with regret.
Maybe it's fate.
Chen Chen smiled indifferently. Twin spiritual weapon system has the function of transformation. Since Chen Shen set the initial appearance, no matter what the spiritual weapon forms of Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi are awakened into, others will see a fire stick and a torn cloak.
They couldn't even see the angel wings behind Chen Shen.
Only Chen Shen, the two sisters, and the demons in the ruins can see the true form. The group moved forward cautiously, and soon they saw a bonfire under a sand dune. From a distance, it looked like a few chopped pepper fish heads were being roasted and eaten. They have long, thin limbs, and the entire head of the fish is the trunk of the body.
How could there be a murloc in the desert?
The experienced Logitech recognized this type of demon at a glance.
There are not many, only a dozen or so.
But this made Logitech feel very strange.
Amphibious fishmen usually appear in swamps or depressions. How could they survive in the desert? Desert Murloc. Rarity, E. Spiritual power level, Bronze level 5.
Introduction: a murloc living in the desert, capable of breathing freely in the sand and even traversing the dunes as if they were the ocean. An assassin-type demon species skilled in sneak attacks.
Remaining lifespan, 500 years.
The first wave of demons reached the 5th level of bronze, which shows that the strength of this relic is not low. They are desert murlocs. They can sneak through the sand. Be careful of sneak attacks. After Chen Shen checked the properties of the demon species through the system, he immediately reminded them. At the same time, Zhou Guang, who was responsible for long-range attacks, had already pulled the bowstring. His spiritual weapon is called the Silver Moon Bow. After shooting an arrow, it can automatically generate 2 split arrows.
Although they only cause 30% of the damage of the main arrow, they will automatically aim at the enemy.
3 arrows fell towards the murlocs, but they seemed very alert.
The moment the arrow fell, it dived into the sand dunes and disappeared. Brother, have you ever seen this kind of demon?
Logitech was shocked to see that Chen Shen had completely predicted the characteristics of the demon species. After all, this kind of unscientific demon species is the first time even for professional fighters like them to have seen it. In the Demon Species Encyclopedia in the Academy Library, there's a detailed description of the desert murlocs.
Chen Shen explained casually.
Although the relic civilization has developed on Blue Star for thousands of years, and there are many detailed records about demon species in books, anti-human creatures like the desert murlocs are difficult to find in the literature. However, Chen Shen's words made Ma Zhen beside him feel benefited a lot.
Is this the gap?
Zihan, it seems I will have to work late into the night and read more demon species illustrations in the future, and strive to catch up with Brother Chen.
Yeah. We have to work hard too. The two of them admired Chen Shen even more. Get into defensive position immediately.
After understanding the characteristics of the desert murloc, Logitech did not choose to continue attacking, but instead let the exploration team stand closely and rely on each other for defense. The little fishmen who were attacked had now all dived into the sand dunes and were swimming towards them.
Defensive stance.
Captain Luo Ji's spiritual weapon is a huge steel shield. After he entered a defensive posture, a honeycomb-shaped protective shield immediately formed, wrapping him and Chen Shen and Ma Zhen behind him.
Don't worry, I'm here, these demons can't hurt you at all. Logitech is a demon hunter at the peak bronze level.
The big iron shield in his hand is his wife, and her spiritual power level has also reached the peak bronze level. His protective shield is specifically designed to protect the boss. As a professional mercenary team, how to feed the demon seeds to the boss's mouth is certainly important, but the most critical thing is how to protect the boss's safety.
This always comes first. With Logitech's protective shield, Chen Shen and Ma Zhen felt very safe. This is enough to prove the professionalism of the Logitech team. Chapter 27, Lustful Gambler. While Logitech protects the boss. The 4 demon hunters outside were ready to fight back. They are archer Zhou Guang, physician Lu Xing, spearman Zhao Wu, and double swordsman Niu Dali. Chen Shen could only barely call out these people's names, but Shin Yuyen was very familiar with these guys. Zhou Guang is impatient, Lu Xing seems honest but actually has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, Zhao Wu is stingy but loyal, and Niu Dali is a bootlicker. Shin Yuyen said in Chen Shen's ear. Not only their names, Shin Yuyen even knew their personalities very well. Holy crap! Yuyen, are you that amazing? You've completely analyzed the other person's personality over just one drink? Then why do you think I was drinking with these guys? This. I thought you just loved drinking. Shin Yuyen. Yuyen, we have nothing to do right now anyway. Since you are so powerful, why don't you analyze me and tell me what kind of person I am? Chen Shen was very curious. What kind of person was he in Shin Yo-yen's heart? A lecherous gambler. Ha ha ha. Shin Yoshi almost laughed out loud.
No, your evaluation is somewhat biased.
Chen Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. Don't explain. Do you think I don't understand what Gu Qingning said to Yoshi? Chen, you're really playing tricks.
Well. Chen Chen was speechless for a moment. But he didn't know that in Shin Yo-yen's heart, he was a meticulous and decisive person. He does have quite a few bad habits, but they actually add to his personal charm.
The word personal charm rarely appears in Shin Yo-yen's mind.
After all, in his opinion, all men in the world are the same. Only some details about Chun Shen made her feel different. Just as Chun Shen was chatting with the two sisters, the little fishman who had just sneaked into the sand dunes had already launched a surprise attack. They suddenly jumped out from the sand beneath their feet and stabbed the Witcher's chest with the fishbone knives in their hands. Even a demon hunter with rich combat experience might fall into such an unpredictable attack method. But Logitech's exploration team had already been prepared. With Chen Chen's warning, Dr. Lu Xing put his ear to the surface of the sand dune and judged the location of the little fish people by the wriggling of the ground. Then, the moment the little fishmen broke through the sand and attacked, they immediately launched a counterattack. When a raid is predicted, it becomes a cue for death. The little fishmen were caught off guard and suffered heavy damage as soon as they showed their heads. The double swordsman Nyodali tried to cut off the demon's limbs, preparing to feed the boss. But unfortunately, even the limbless fishmen can still dive into the sand after coming into contact with the sand dunes. The endless desert under their feet is like a vast ocean to the little fishmen. Once they come into contact with the sand, they will disappear immediately. Even after losing his limbs, the little fishman can still jump out of the sand dunes and use the sharp teeth of his fish head to attack again. After several encounters, although the exploration team were all bronze level 9th level demon hunters, they were unable to capture any demon species. Instead, he was ambushed by Fizz and injured repeatedly. After all, the exploration team's mission is not to kill the Murlocs, but to capture these guys alive. However, the little fishman in the desert was like a loach in the field, making it impossible for anyone to deal with him. These guys are not fit to feed the boss, just kill them. Seeing that this was not a solution, Logitech had no choice but to ask his teammates to kill Fizz. Feeding the cake is the jargon of the thugs. It means that the thugs make the demon lose its ability to move, and then send it to the boss, so that he can kill it and extract the magic crystal. After all, according to the rules of the ruins, magic crystals cannot be taken out of the ruins, nor can they be transferred to others. They can only be extracted by the killer. The team members who received the order no longer held back, and more than a dozen small fishmen were quickly killed. After all, it is a fully equipped exploration team of the 9th level of bronze. Without any restrictions, it is very easy to kill demons of this level. These are all bronze level 5 demon species. What a pity. Seeing that the first wave of demons had been completely eliminated, Logitech withdrew his defensive stance. The ground was littered with the corpses of the little fishmen, but Chen Chen and Ma Zhen were unable to retrieve them. For the thugs, it was like their work was in vain. However, it is not without any gain. I'm sorry, these demons are too cunning. The team has suffered heavy losses. If we delay any further, it may affect the subsequent exploration. Spearman Zhao was strung together a small fishman and walked in front of Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. We only caught one alive. Who of you will kill it? Come on, pony. Chen Chen decisively withdrew. After all, Ma Zhen was the boss of the thugs, and he was just a freeloader. Then I won't be polite. Ma Zhen punched the little fishman on the head. His spiritual weapon Li Zihan was a pair of armor. Although the little fishman was pierced through the chest by Zhao Wu's spear and was covered with wounds and unable to move. But even so, Ma Zhen, who only had bronze-level spiritual power, still managed to throw 4 or 5 consecutive punches, killing Xiao Yuren. The previous battle caused the exploration team to suffer varying degrees of injuries. The team could only rest on the spot and wait for the Dr. Lu Xing to restore everyone's condition before continuing. However, Ma Zhen's luck was very good. Even though he only killed one demon, Ma Zhen successfully extracted 5 magic crystals. Sure. Xiao Ma, your move has magnified our victory tenfold. Awesome, this wave is worth it, ha ha ha. It's better to have good luck than to feed the boss well. Ma Zhen's good luck added some vitality to the exploration team, which was already on the wrong track. After a short rest, everyone continued their journey. As the exploration team continued to go deeper, they encountered 3 waves of desert murlocs. The number of them was increasing with each wave, but they were almost all killed by the exploration team.
Majin and Chen Chen only killed 5 fizz each. Majin's luck was not so good. He didn't get a single hair out of the 5 little fishmen. Chen Chen's situation is completely different.
Congratulations to the host for killing the desert murloc and gaining 5 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the desert murloc and gaining 5 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the desert murloc and gaining 5 years of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 32 years.
First, Chen Chen collected 5 little fishmen for 25 years of their lifespan. Although no magic crystals were obtained during the extraction, an F martial arts book was obtained. Wall Walk E rank, enters a 3-second spirit state, ignoring collisions with regular units.
CD, 20 seconds.
The moment Chen Chen obtained the item, the pot of greed shrouded in fog appeared again.
Master, the alchemical cost of the wall walking technique is 5 years of life. Are you willing to pay? Willing. Lifespan, 5 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 27 years. Greedy host, happy to help you. Chapter 28 Textbook Style Feeding Cake.
As the smile on the pot of greed's face grew more and more presumptuous, the alchemical array around it began to emit a strange light.
Congratulations, Master.
You have achieved double the refinement. After a burst of lightning and thunder, 2 books on wall walking techniques came out from the mouth of the pot of greed.
Master, do you want to continue? Back off.
Of course, Chen Chen didn't have 10 times the lifespan to continue alchemy, so he could only give up in disappointment.
However, the double reward has already made him very satisfied.
The appearance and disappearance of the pot of greed were all the effects of Chen Chen's martial arts, and other people around him could not see them at all.
Lucky, I got a martial arts book.
Chen Chen directly practiced a book on wall walking techniques, and then handed the other one to Majin.
Xiaoma, I think this martial art is more suitable for you, take it.
After all, this relic was prepared by Ma Fei for Majin. In addition to being grateful, Chen Chen also really likes this kid Majin. The market price of E-level martial arts is around 50 magic crystals.
This is not a small amount of money. Brother Chen, this won't do. Majin rejected Chen Chen's kindness.
Although the exploration team's feeding efficiency was very low, he couldn't take Chen Chen's spoils just because of this. Otherwise, there would be no point in calling Chen Chen into the ruins. This was the original intention of the doggy-style sex, so he could never do that.
Just take it if I tell you to.
At worst, you can just give me a few more demon species later. After Chen Chen made the suggestion, he forced the martial arts into Majin's arms.
Well, okay then.
Majin took the martial arts with gratitude. In his heart, he had long regarded Chen Chen as his master. Seeing that Chen Chen was so sincere, he could no longer refuse.
I'm so sorry.
Seeing the 2 men refusing like this for the sake of the spoils, Logitech felt a little embarrassed for a moment.
We are destined to meet. If the next demon species are still these damn loaches, then we will take you through this ruins for free without charging any compensation. Brother Luo, how can this be so embarrassing? Majin felt even more guilty.
The ruins appear randomly, and no matter who comes, no one can feed the desert murloc.
Logitech and others have tried their best.
It is not their fault, but everyone is just unlucky.
It's okay.
I think this job is worth it to be able to teach friends like you.
Logitech is also a man of sentiment, and he seems to regard feelings as more important than interests.
They smiled at each other, and understood each other's intentions.
The friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water. There is no need for many words to communicate between men. Just a glance is enough.
Perhaps it was God's blessing on everyone, and the exploration team's nightmare finally ended. In a desolate abandoned palace, they encountered a new species of demon.
Zhao. Finally, it's not those damn little fishmen. Logitech couldn't help but swear.
Under the moonlight, a group of mummies wrapped in bandages were wandering in the abandoned palace. In the center of the palace, there was a golden coffin, floating strangely in the air.
This should be the final level of the ruins.
Chen Chen saw at a glance that the demon sleeping in the coffin might be the boss of the ruins.
Mummy. Rarity, F. Spiritual power level, bronze level 7. Introduction, although slow in movement, this demon possesses extremely high defense.
The bandages on its body are extremely resilient, making it difficult to break free once entangled. However, as it entangles an opponent, the bandages surrounding it are reduced, significantly reducing its defense.
Remaining lifespan 2,000 years.
These mummies are just a group of bronze rank 7 mummies, control and defensive demon species, nothing special. Although Chen Shen said this, he was already very happy in his heart. This bronze level 7th level demon species actually has a lifespan of 2,000 years. It seems that the lifespan of a demon species does not entirely depend on its spiritual power level, but is also related to its species.
This mummy was tailor-made for Chen Shen. Who wouldn't he be confused after seeing this lifespan?
It's a pity that Chen Shen doesn't want to expose his own strength and can't go on the field himself.
It's such a pity.
Brothers, be careful, don't get close to the coffin, deal with these monsters around first. Seeing that he was surrounded by slow-moving mummies, Logitech joined the battle himself. According to his experience, getting close to the coffin is likely to awaken the boss demon species inside, so he must keep a distance from the coffin in mid-air.
The top priority at the moment is to clean up these mummies.
After being disgusted by Fizz for a long time, I can finally feed the boss some cake.
Although mummies have thick skin and flesh, and their vitality and defense far exceed those of demons at the same level, they are stupid.
They move like wooden dummies, and you just have to be careful not to get entangled by their bandages. Every time the mummy is attacked, the number of bandages on its body will decrease. This is why their defense is so high, as these bandages will block most of the damage for them.
Although it takes more effort, it is still easier to deal with than the cunning little fishmen.
With the cooperation of Luoji and others, the mummies with little health left were thrown in front of Chen Shen and Ma Zhen. All the bandages on their bodies have been removed, and some of them have had their hands and feet cut off, completely losing the ability to move. This is a textbook example of feeding the cake. It's not that Logitech and the others are not good, it's mainly because Fizz is too difficult to catch.
Brother Chen, come here.
Ma Zhen had just taken Chen Shen's martial arts and had agreed to give Chen Shen more of the remaining demon seeds, so he naturally would not go back on his word.
Good. Chen Shen's eyes turned green when he saw this 2,000-year-old mummy.
Congratulations to the host for killing the mummy and gaining 20 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the mummy and gaining 20 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the mummy and gaining 20 years of life. Watching his lifespan rising, Chen Shen's smile was harder to suppress than AK. There are probably more than 100 mummies around the entire abandoned palace. In order to make up for the previous mistakes, Logitech's exploration team showed extreme professionalism and did not waste a single demon species. They fed them all to Chen Shen and Ma Zhen. However, mummies are very tough monsters, which kept Logitech's team busy for most of the night, but they only killed more than 80 mummies.
No. Let's retreat first.
All the supply pills are gone.
In desperation, Logitech had to announce its withdrawal.
The group found a sand dune and decided to rest for a while.
Fortunately, the mummy demon species not only moves slowly but also has a very low IQ, so it did not follow. It was already past 4 a.m. The night is about to pass.
A golden halo has appeared on the desert horizon.
The sun is about to rise. Chapter 29 Comprehensive Improvement. Brother Luo, I suggest you just kill the mummy behind you. Chen Shen looked at the desert horizon and said solemnly.
Everyone's supply pills are all used up.
If the progress continues at this slow pace, it's very likely to be delayed until daytime. When the sun rises, things will be troublesome. Brother, you have a point.
Logitech also strongly agreed with Chen Shen's plan. After all, if they waited until the sun rose to fight the boss, the difficulty would double. In the desert, any rise in temperature can be fatal.
What do you think, Pony? However, before implementing the plan, Logitech still sought Ma Zhen's opinion.
After all, he is the boss who actually spends the money.
I always listen to Brother Chen.
Ma Zhen had no objection. He had just extracted more than 50 magic crystals from the corpses of more than 30 mummies.
The harvest was pretty good. There is no need to say much about Chen Shen.
50 mummies directly harvested 1,000 years of lifespan and more than 280 magic crystals. However, in order to avoid arousing other people's suspicion, Chen Shen lied that he had only extracted more than 80 pills. The magic crystal doesn't really matter. What matters is the 1,000-year lifespan, which makes Chen Shen very satisfied. I gained so much from this exploration of the ruins. While the exploration team was recovering, Chen Shen was using life deduction to strengthen himself. Although the entire exploration of the ruins went very smoothly, the smoother the situation is, the more vigilant one should be at all times. These 1,000 years of life are very critical, and Chen Chen must make good use of it.
Injecting life into the talent Ray G rank.
10 years. Although your spiritual veins are growing, the speed is extremely slow. After 50 years, the spiritual vein finally showed a slight movement. 120 years, surrounded by spiritual light, your spiritual veins are not far from transformation. 300 years of hard work pays off. With your continuous efforts, your talent has finally awakened. The process of life deduction was similar to what Chen Chen had expected. The higher the level of talent, the longer the lifespan required. Like Shinyoshi, awakening from G level to D level in just a few decades is just an exception. Frenzy E rank, blood awakening D rank, physical lifesteal plus 5% 7.5%, attack speed plus 30% 40%, movement speed plus 30% 40%, newly added, attacks inflict a 10-second bleeding effect on enemies, dealing 5% damage per layer, stacking up to 10 times.
Host's remaining lifespan, 727 years.
It took a full 300 years just to awaken from the E-level talent realm to the D-level talent realm. The next stage will definitely require more, and it is very likely that 700 years will not be enough. Therefore, Chen Chen gave up on continuing to improve his own talents and allocated his lifespan to martial arts that were easier to advance.
Lifespan, 182 years.
Sprint F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, wraps the power of the wind around your legs, increasing movement speed by 30%, 50%, 70%, 100% over 10 seconds.
CD, 120 seconds. Lifespan, 54 years. Whole hand F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, creates a wind hole in the palm, creating suction. Newly added, upon hitting an enemy, deals 50%, 100%, 150% damage, and gains 10%, 20%, 30% armor penetration, lasting 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Lifespan, 80 years. Charge attack E rank, D rank, C rank, charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, dealing 250%, 300%, 350% burst damage. Each additional charging second deals an additional 50%, 60%, 70% damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Lifespan, 101 years. Wall pass E level, D level, C level, enters a spirit state for 3-4-5 seconds, ignoring collision with regular units. Newly added, the spirit passes through a living object, dealing 100%, 200% of the attack damage. CD, 20 seconds. Host's remaining lifespan, 310 years. After consuming 417 years of his life, Chen Chen advanced all the martial arts he had learned to C level. Although the overall strength has made a qualitative leap, what makes Chen Chen feel regretful is that no martial arts has soared to S level like greed. It seems that the success rate of martial arts advancement has a lot to do with the degree of compatibility with oneself. As for the harvested magic crystals, Chen Chen distributed 200 of them equally to Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi. Congratulations, host, your spiritual warriors Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi have broken through to the first level of bronze. Congratulations, host, your spirit warriors Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi have broken through to bronze rank 2.
Congratulations, host, your spirit warriors Shin Yuyan and Shinyoshi have broken through to bronze rank 3.
Although the D-level Yi Kai has much stronger attributes than the F-level Silver Spear.
But Chen Chen had promised them that his future resources would never favor any side and he would never go back on his word. On Logitech's side, the exploration team quickly cleared out the remaining mummies after resting for half an hour. Now, in the entire ruins, the only thing left is the coffin floating in the air. Xiaowu, Dolly, you two go over and check out the situation first. Logitech asked 2 people to take the lead and approach the location of the coffin. Archer Zhou Guang and physician Lu Xing provided support from the rear, while Luo Ji himself stood beside Chen Chen and Ma Jin, ready to provide protection at any time. Even though this was the final stage of the entire ruins, Luo Ji and the others still did not let their guard down and always put the safety of Chen Chen and Ma Jin first. This is the professional quality of a professional team of thugs. Crack! As Zhao Wu and Niu Dali approached step by step, the coffin floating in the air suddenly opened.
Ha! How is this possible? There's nothing in there?
But what no one expected was that not only was there no sleeping boss in the coffin, but it was also empty.
Nothing. Immediately afterwards, a space vortex appeared, symbolizing a successful clearance. Golden treasure chests fell at everyone's feet. This is the end.
Everyone looked at each other, confused. Although it is a bit hard to believe, since both the treasure chest and the space vortex appeared, the ruins must have been cleared without a doubt. However, Chen Chen felt that something was fishy and remained highly vigilant. He took out a steamed bun from his space ring and threw it directly into the space vortex not far away. After the steamed bun came into contact with the space vortex, it was not sucked in but bounced out. Obviously, this portal is fake. The real ruins boss must be hiding nearby and has not been killed. TSK, I thought there was some powerful boss in this coffin. I didn't expect to clear it so easily. Alas, another boss reward is missing, what a pity. Damn, this ruins is really weird. Not only is the little fishman in the front hard to catch, but the final boss is also a mess. With that, Logitech and his group were about to open the treasure chest in front of them. Wait, the situation is a little unusual. I think it's better for everyone to be cautious and be careful of the traps. Chen Chen's reminder was still a little late. Before he finished speaking, the others had already opened the treasure chests in front of them. Chapter 30 Replica Mirror. Empty? Zhao. What the hell is going on? Why is the treasure chest for this relic also empty? Not only is there no boss, but there's also no treasure chest? There's nothing here, so why would we need a treasure chest? Are these ruins kidding us? However, the mechanism that Chen Chen expected did not appear. But after Logitech, Ma Zhen and others opened the treasure chest, they still found it empty. Just like a coffin floating in the air, there is nothing. This really pissed off Logitech and the others, and they started cursing at the air. Because of the presence of fizz, their early feeding efficiency was very low, causing Ma Zhen and Chen Chen to waste a lot of resources. If there were no more bosses and treasure chests for completing levels, it will be difficult for them to explain to their employers when they return, and in such cases most of their commissions will most likely be deducted. After all, Ma Zhen and Chen Chen's gains were very limited. Although Chen Chen obtained a large amount of lifespan and magic crystals, on the surface, what he got was not even as good as Ma Zhen's. Don't worry, the boss you want will appear soon. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. At this time, only the 3 treasure chests in front of him were not opened. Although Chen Chen is not clear about what exactly happened. But at this moment he already knew that the entire exploration team, except him, had fallen into the trap of the demon species. Logitech was completely confused and had no idea that danger was coming. Just as everyone was still wondering what Chen Chen's words meant, the fake portal began to move. Crack. 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 Cracks began to appear around the portal, and there was a constant sound of glass being shattered by heavy objects. Want to defeat me? Defeat yourselves first. Then, a strange voice was heard. In each crack created by the portal, a clone identical to the team member appeared. Shield Guard Logitech, Archer Zhou Guang, Physician Lu Xing, Spearman Zhao Wu, Dual Swordsman Niu Dali, and Sponsor Ma Zhen. And all of their spiritual weapons were reproduced one by one. At this moment, Chen Chen finally saw the true face of the fake portal. Replica Mirror. Rarity, B. Spiritual Power Level, Silver Level 5. Introduction, a mirror with cloning abilities. Once you open its treasure chest, your genetic sequence will be copied. Remaining lifespan, 15,000 years. Since Chen Chen did not open the treasure chest, there was no trace of him among the clones. It's really hard to guard against. Logitech slapped his forehead in regret. He never imagined that the space vortex leading to the blue star was fake, and he never expected that the other party was the boss of the entire ruins. Although the boss they had been longing for appeared, judging from the current situation, the entire exploration team had fallen into the trap of the demons and was in a very passive position. Good news, one of us is still not infected. Bad news, the one who is not infected is me. Ha 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 ha. At this point, in order to liven up the atmosphere, Chen Chen made a self-deprecating joke. Because in everyone's eyes, the weakest person in the entire team must be Chen Chen, who has a low realm, poor talent, and wears 2 G-level spiritual weapons. It seems that even if this boss copied Chen Chen, it would be useless. But in fact, fortunately Chen Chen saw through the mechanism of the demon species. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Chen now is not weak at all. Even stronger than any member of the exploration team. Brother, your jokes are really cold. Logitech asked everyone to cheer up and prepare to fight the enemy. It's too late to regret now. They're just clones, right? There's nothing to be afraid of. That's right, no one knows us better than ourselves. Dr. Lu Xing suddenly had an idea and seemed to have found a way to defeat the boss. Logitech was also inspired by Lu Xing's words and immediately commanded the exploration team to start fighting. First, Logitech asked the archer Zhou Guang to restrain the clone Logitech. As soon as Zhou Guang fired his rain of arrows martial arts, the clone shield guard entered a defensive posture, blocking long-range attacks for other clones. Logitech himself used taunting martial arts to force the clone double swordsman and clone spearman to attack him. After attracting the entire front row of the clone camp, Niu Dali and Zhao Wuzi immediately cut in and killed the clone archers and clone doctors in the back row. Without the long-range output and treatment in the back row, the remaining clones are like a spent force. Easily defeated by 5v3. As for the cloned Horseshin, to be honest, Qinshen couldn't see it clearly. I don't know when, but I was killed by an unknown AoE from the exploration team. It seems that the strength of the clone is proportional to the copied gene sequence. Ma Jin's current strength is indeed not on the same level as a professional fighter. After getting rid of all the clones, everyone started to attack the boss crazily. Want to defeat me? Defeat yourselves first. But after only taking away 1/3 of the boss's health, the replica mirror broke again. All the clones were summoned again from the space cracks. Fuck. Is this boss ever going to stop? Captain, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's do it again according to the previous plan. In desperation, Logitech and others had to give up killing the boss and continue attacking the clones. Although these clones were stupid, the exploration team's movements were much slower than the first round of hunting. After all, their physical and spiritual strength were being consumed in large quantities. This situation is also normal. After killing all the clones, everyone was exhausted. Since the supply pills had been used up long ago, the team's condition could not be restored. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise this damn boss will summon clones again. Although the exploration team had very little spiritual power left at the moment, they still used it to attack the boss. If we don't attack it this time, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Even though the current situation is not optimistic, Logitech and others have no choice but to go ahead. Thanks to the efforts of the exploration team, the health limit of the replica mirror was finally reduced to only 1/3. But what makes people despair is that those damn clones appear again. Want to defeat me? Defeat yourselves first. Chapter 31 Life is worthless. Really? Still coming? Fuck, I really can't take it this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have picked up that box. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a mess. There's no point saying anything now. Just keep fighting. This should be the last wave of clones. As long as we survive this level, we can pass the ruins. Seeing the clones reappear, Logitech's exploration team fell into panic. At this moment, their spiritual energy had already been exhausted and they were no longer able to perform any martial arts. In a situation like this, Dr. Lu Xing can no longer play any supporting role for the team. He even broke the fusion state with Lingwu, and the two took out crossbows from their space rings and assisted in the battle from the rear. Without the support of spiritual power, even if there is a good battle plan, it will not be able to be implemented. The exploration team's current situation is extremely bad. For a while, they were beaten back step by step by the clones who were in full condition and full of spiritual power, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back. Faced with this situation, Ma Jin and Chen Shen, who had been watching the battle from the rear, could only worry and could not do anything. Since the first half of the exploration of the ruins was not very smooth, Ma Jin and Li Zihan's current spiritual power realm is only the second level of bronze. They wanted to help, but they simply did not have the strength to do so. Even if they fought bravely and fearlessly, it would only increase the burden on Logitech and others. It's simply doing more harm than good. Chen Shen just watched from behind and did not help. Even though the system has the function of spiritual weapon transformation, other people cannot see Ikai and the silver spear, but can only see the fire stick and the torn cloak. But once you enter combat mode, others will definitely notice your intentions. Fortunately, the exploration team led by Logitech is very resilient. In the constant struggle with the clone, even though he had only recovered a little bit of spiritual power, Logitech still seized this rare opportunity and cooperated with Niu Dali and Zhao Wu to kill the clone doctor again. Without treatment and supplies, the clone's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Good. Well done, brothers. Victory is at hand. After getting rid of the most troublesome doctor, Logitech and others seemed to see the dawn of victory. However, in order to kill the back row of clones, the exploration team also paid a considerable price. Not only were all the team members injured, but the Dr. Lu Xing's wife was hit in the chest by an arrow from an archer clone while in human form, and her life was in danger.
Damn it! I've run out of spiritual energy.
Seeing his wife's vital signs becoming increasingly weak, Lu Xing, a doctor, was helpless.
Wife, hold on. Just a little longer, and my abilities will return. I can save you. Don't close your eyes. Think about our child. He will be 18 soon.
He will be able to awaken his talent and become an excellent demon hunter. I beg you not to die, please. At this moment, Lu Xing didn't even have the spiritual power to stop his wife's bleeding, and could only watch her leave him. As a doctor, it is so sad that I cannot save the person I love most.
As someone in the exploration team died, the atmosphere of the entire team fell into silence.
Even Ma Jin, who had been watching from behind, clenched his fists tightly. If he were stronger, he would be able to stand up and make some contributions to the team instead of watching his teammates die in front of him. Faced with this scene, Shen Shen seemed very calm. As a demon hunter who once raised his spiritual power to the Golden Realm, he had experienced such scenes countless times. This is the fate of these low-level thugs like Logitech. To lead and protect the financier means that the risks for the entire exploration team will increase exponentially. But for awakened people like them who have no background in average talent, becoming professional fighters seems to be the only option.
There are very few ordinary people who can get out of this stage.
Heartbroken Lu Xing dropped the crossbow in his hand, took out a long knife from the space ring, and rushed towards the clones with a roar. At this moment, the anger of the entire exploration team was ignited, and they launched a desperate attack without regard for the consequences. There is no plan or strategy, it is just a life-for-life fight. This way of fighting is reckless and irrational, and results in heavy casualties. But it works. Logitech and others defeated all the clones at the cost of half their lives. Unfortunately, the Dr. Lu Xing who was at the front had lost his spiritual weapon and had to use ordinary weapons to fight the demons in close combat. The moment all the clones were killed, he fell in a pool of blood, feeling relieved.
Quick, concentrate your firepower. We must take advantage of this opportunity to completely kill the boss. Otherwise, all of us present here will die here.
Without time to mourn for his dead comrades, Logitech immediately ordered everyone to attack the boss who was in a vacuum period with all their strength.
Let's go, let's get on Ma Jin too.
Shen Shen was worried that the exploration team would not be able to output enough without spiritual power, so he pulled Ma Jin and rushed over together. Everyone worked together and used all their skills to continuously attack the replica mirror.
Charge up for a strike. Chen Shen seized the opportunity and pierced the boss's mirror with his fully charged silver spear.
A C-level charged attack, when charged to maximum, can cause up to 700% damage, with a very high burst. Congratulations to the host for killing the boss replica mirror, and gaining 150 lifespan.
Host's remaining lifespan, 460 years. With everyone's concerted efforts, Shen Shen finally killed the boss.
In the panic, no one noticed this, and no one cared. After all the resources dropped by the boss are magic crystals and items that can be taken out of the ruins. There is no need to rush for kills and ownership. The fragments of the replica mirror exploded and scattered to the ground. Each piece reflected the bloody faces of the team members. As the boss's life faded, the broken lenses emitted dazzling fluorescence and turned into a pile of magic crystals. There are more than 100 of them. In addition, there is a martial arts book wrapped in a golden beam of light, as well as various materials. Bosses like the replica mirror, which have both strength and mechanisms, will drop abundant resources after being defeated. However, facing the rewards all over the ground, the exploration team did not show a single smile on their faces.
Take it.
Logitech picked up the magic crystals on the ground with an expressionless face and placed them all in front of Ma Jin. According to the rules of the thugs industry, the magic crystals that cannot be traded in the ruins belong to the boss. The magic crystals that can be traded all belong to the thugs team. However, since Fizz failed to feed the cake, Logitech gave all the magic crystals dropped by the boss to Ma Jin, as a way to make up for the boss's loss. As for other resources, he distributed them to the remaining team members.
No, this is against the rules. I can't accept it.
Ma Jin naturally did not want to accept Logitech's kindness, and now that there were casualties among the team members, he was even more unwilling to accept this situation. These 100 magic crystals can be considered as a settlement allowance for brother Lu Xing.
Logitech was slightly stunned. He looked at Ma Jin, then turned back to look at his teammates who were still grieving. We thank you on behalf of Lu Xing's family. Logitech and all the members of the exploration team bowed to Ma Jun, their eyes full of gratitude. The lives of the thugs at the bottom of society have always been treated as worthless, and it was Ma Jun's actions that made them feel a little warmth. Chapter 32. Who says you can't kill someone without a gun? As the boss replica mirror was completely defeated by the exploration team, the real ruins portal finally appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a golden treasure chest for clearing the level also appeared. The difficulty of the ruins is not low, so there must be a lot of magic crystals inside. 20 magic crystals. I am stronger than you, I have 22 magic crystals. Damn, why does this clearance treasure chest always target me? Why do I only have 18? It's a character issue. Who made you so stingy? After clearing the ruins, everyone released their fusion state and opened the treasure chests in front of them. The number of treasure chests is calculated based on the number of people who have cleared the ruins, so there are 3 at Chen Shen's feet. Among all the people, only Chen Shen did not cancel the fusion state with Lingwu, nor did he open the treasure chest for passing the level. What's wrong? Brother, is this your first time seeing this kind of scene? Are you scared? Seeing Chen Shen standing there in a daze, Logitech slowly walked up to him and comforted him. Walking behind Logitech was his spiritual warrior Zhao Yi. Hold head high. Chen Shen nodded, as if thinking about something. We are all the lowest level awakeners. It is normal for us to die in the ruins. Even though it was Logitech's teammate who died, he comforted the dazed Chen Shen in a gentle tone. Logitech may look rough, but it has a delicate heart. No wonder he became the captain of the entire exploration team. Logitech placed a hand on Chen Shen's shoulder and changed the subject. Even if it's you or me who died, it's normal. Before he finished speaking, a dagger with a cold glow pierced Chen Shen's chest. Clang! The sharp blade touched Shinyoshi's Yikai, and suddenly there was a crisp sound. Logitech's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the dagger in his hand in disbelief. Why couldn't it even pierce the ordinary sweatshirt on Chen Shen? At this moment, Chen Shen's entire body was covered in pitch-black night magic, holding a silver spear, with wings behind him symbolizing light and darkness, ready for battle. It's just because of the system's spiritual weapon transformation function that in the eyes of other awakened people, Chen Shen only has a torn cloak and a fire stick. Bear! Not only did Logitech's sneak attack fail, but it was counterattacked by Shinyoshi's black flames. At the same time, Chen Shen raised the silver spear in his hand. He stabbed Zhao Yi, who was standing beside Logitech, with precision. Ha 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 ha, you little bastard, who taught you to use a stick like that? You don't even have a gun tip, and you're stabbing people? As a spiritual warrior at the peak bronze level, Zhao Yi knew that her lower abdomen had been hit by Chen Shen's fire stick, but she didn't care at all and said jokingly. Really? Who said you can't kill someone without a gun? Chen Shen smiled faintly. Then he gave Zhao Yi a look and asked her to look at her belly. Zhao Yi followed Chen Shen's gaze, but unfortunately her proud breasts blocked her view. I can't see my belly at all. In the end, the flowing blood made Zhao Yi feel a strange warm current, and she reached out and touched it. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhao Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. Her lower abdomen was really pierced by the fire poker in Chen Shen's hand. Because her breasts blocked her view, Zhao Yi was still puzzled. How could Chen Shen, a bronze-level demon hunter, pierce her body with a G-level fire stick? She is a spiritual warrior at the peak bronze level. Even in human form, biological strength is extremely high. Although Zhao Yi and Luo Ji are both awakened at the peak of the bronze realm, Xin Yuyan is only an F-level spiritual warrior at the 3rd level of bronze. But the exploration team had just experienced a bloody battle with the boss, and not only was their spiritual power depleted, but they were also exhausted. Chen Shen had already expected such a result. Seeing that Zhao Yi was seriously injured by Chen Shen, the members of the exploration team immediately entered a fusion state and surrounded Chen Shen. You guys chose to take action in this situation. You really don't know how to be human. Chen Shen pulled the spear out of Zhao Yi's body and immediately retreated to distance himself from the crowd. The exploration team's supplies have been used up, and the Dr. Lu Xing died in the battle with the boss. Now Zhao Yi's body has been penetrated by Chen Shen, and coupled with the bleeding effect of Chen Shen's D-level talent blood chi awakening, if she is not treated in time, she will definitely not live long. Moreover, during the retreat, Chen Shen also kidnapped the confused Ma Jun as his hostage. All this is due to the arrogance of the exploration team. They didn't regard Chen Shen as a qualified opponent at all, but rather teased him like an idiot. However, when you feel that the other person looks like a fool, then you have to pay attention, because you may be the real fool. Yeah. Sis, I won. I knew these guys were no good. They really took action,
Shinyoshi said proudly.
Alright.
These guys are really good at disguising themselves too well. Shinyoyen's tone was somewhat helpless, as if she had not expected that Logitech and others would actually attack them.
I lost, Shen, you have to wash Yoshi's feet for a month. What the hell? Why should I wash Yoshi's feet just because you lose?
Chen looked puzzled. Because our bet is that you get to wash the feet of whoever wins.
Shin Yuyan said this seriously, as if there was nothing wrong with the logic. Have you asked for my opinion?
You weren't there when the bet was made, so it's inconvenient to ask you.
Besides, you must have been really happy to have such a good thing happen to you. Don't deny it. This has nothing to do with whether I'm happy or not. If you're betting with me, you should ask for my opinion. It's the minimum respect between people.
Chen argued with reason. Although he had wanted to pinch Shinyoshi's white silk legs for a long time, he had to put one thing first.
Brother Chen, what is going on?
Majin looked at Chen in confusion. He didn't understand why he suddenly became like this. We were just good friends who shared life and death together, how could it suddenly become like this?
You might as well ask what they want to do. Chen did not answer Majin, but looked at Luoji and others opposite him. Majin, as Chen hostage, questioned Luoji across from him, Brother Luo, what exactly happened? Why did you and sister-in-law attack Brother Chen? If there is anything, can't we all sit down and talk slowly? If it's a matter of interests, I can give you all my resources. Please stop fighting, okay?
The naive Majin still believed that the conflict between Chen and Logitech was caused by interests.
Chen, you can do it.
You have been playing dumb the whole time.
We underestimated you. Logitech looked at the bloody hole on Zhao Yi's lower abdomen.
This was obviously not something that could be caused by the first-level bronze spiritual power and G-level spiritual weapon. At this moment, he saw Chen's true strength, which was definitely not as bad as the intelligence said. But Zhao Yi was not his wife at all. She was just a temporary spiritual warrior partner. If she died, she died. There was nothing to be sad about. As for Chen, even though he was tricked by him, Logitech did not seem panicked. After all, to be able to enter this bronze ruins, Chen's spiritual power realm is at most the peak of bronze.
Logitech has a professional team.
Although there is no doctor, it is enough to deal with Chen who is alone.
Chen, when did you discover our flaw?
Seeing that the truth was revealed, Logitech stopped pretending.
Chen smiled and said, you have too many flaws.
I can't finish talking about them all in a short time.
Chapter 33 The more good intentions, the more vigilant you should be. Desert ruins. Our plan is flawless. There's no way a young man like you can see through it.
Logitech still couldn't believe that Chen had seen through their tricks.
He looked at his teammates suspiciously. Who leaked the news? Brother Luo, why are you looking at me? I've been with you for so many years, how could I possibly betray you? We are all working for that master. If we leak the news, wouldn't that be courting our own demise?
Yes, Brother Luo, the most urgent thing is to catch this kid Chen.
If he gets out alive, none of us will survive.
The members of the exploration team immediately expressed their loyalty to Logitech. They have no reason or motivation to turn against us. As for Majin, he was kept in the dark from beginning to end.
Wait, could it be that kid Ma Fei? Logitech changed his mind and blamed Ma Fei for the problem. I thought something was leaked during the phone call between Ma Fei and Chen. Chen didn't say anything, letting Logitech make random guesses. Brother Chen? What does this have to do with my brother?
When Majin saw Luoji mentioned his brother, he became more and more confused.
It's simple. Gu Qingning wants to kill me, so she asked your brother to set me up. She wants to trick me into the ruins and kill me. After all, if she attacks me in the academy or the city, it's very likely to attract an investigation from Vice President Lei or the Security Bureau.
So, Ma Fei found the Logitech team, and you, who were completely unaware of the situation. In fact, Chen had seen through the tricks of Ma Fei, Luoji and others a long time ago. The only thing he was unsure of was whether Majin knew about it. But now it seems that Majin really knew nothing and was just being used by Ma Fei. As early as when Ma Jin found him, Chen Shan had been more cautious.
Sometimes, the more well-intentioned the contact, the more vigilant you should be.
Ma Jin indeed regarded Chen Shan as his idol, and the people behind him took advantage of this and tried to lure Chen Shan into the trap.
He used to be in the gold class and did have a good relationship with Ma Fei.
But how can someone who avoids you in your most difficult moments lend a helping hand at this time? Ma Fei said on the phone that he had a big task on hand recently, and after completing it, he would most likely be promoted to a senior position in the Demon Hunter Association. Chen Shan had already guessed this big task.
I'm talking about him.
There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Chen Shan naturally understands this. The reason why he dared to follow Logitech and the others into the ruins was to take advantage of the situation and kill these guys. After all, killing a demon can only gain 1% of its lifespan, but killing an awakened person who has murderous intentions towards you can absorb 100% of its lifespan, and you can also get a bonus based on the level of your spiritual power. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Chen Shan regarded himself as a weak person and did not reveal the slightest murderous intent.
The highest end hunters often appear in the form of prey.
Since the other party has offered his life to Chen Shan, he naturally has no reason to refuse. In fact, Chen Shan had been waiting for Logitech and others to take action, but he didn't expect that the other party was so greedy that they even wanted Chen Shan's 3 treasure chests for passing the level.
He actually waited until the last moment before taking action. Impossible, this is impossible. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. Before entering the ruins, he warned me to learn more from you. The amount of information was too overwhelming, and Ma Jin couldn't react at all for a while.
Chen Shan patted Ma Jin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Look, you're so naive.
You still don't understand what happened. How could I not be fooled by using you as bait?" Chen Shan's words made Ma Jin tremble all over.
Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him. He is the chess piece used by his brother to climb the ladder of power.
Ma Jin, Chen Shan is right.
Your brother Ma Fei and I are all working for the Hua family. Seeing that Chen Shan had guessed everything, Logitech decided to reveal his true intentions. The Hua family is the largest family in Jinghai.
Although you are a student, you should know the value of it. If we fail, you, me, and your brother will all die. Chen Shan, don't think that just because you caught Ma Jin, we won't dare to do anything to you. I'm telling you the truth, even if Ma Jin dies in here today, we'll still kill you.
Luo Ji wants to use Ma Fei as a threat to make Ma Jin understand the interests involved. He saw that although Chen Shan was smart and decisive, he valued Ma Jin very much. If Ma Jin could be persuaded to turn against us, perhaps Chen Shan could be dealt a heavy blow. Actually, I saw through the boss's trap a long time ago. I deliberately waited until you were about to be caught before warning you, so that the ruins boss could deplete your team's strength. Chen Shan deliberately provoked Logitech and others to take the initiative to attack, and then he countered their moves. I didn't expect this boss to be so powerful. He directly killed Lu Xing, the most troublesome doctor for me.
Otherwise, you and Zhao Yi wouldn't have been able to sneak attack me just now.
As soon as the boss dies, I'll have to sneak attack Lu Xing and kill your team's endurance first. Chen Shan was not talking nonsense. If Lu Xing had not died, he would definitely have taken the initiative to attack. When talking about their dead teammates, Logitech and others could no longer sit still.
Come on, catch this guy. Logitech guarded the portal to the ruins himself to prevent Chen Shan from taking the opportunity to escape.
Then let Niu Dali and Zhao Wu double-team Chen Shan from both sides, preparing to capture him alive. Archer Zhou Guang pulled the bowstring to its full extent, ready to block Chen Shan's movement at any time.
Chapter 34, Rain of Arrows.
Facing the encirclement of the exploration team, Chen Shan remained calm.
Logitech's move at this time was exactly what he wanted.
First of all, the exploration team's spiritual power has not recovered yet, and each of them can only release martial arts once at most. Secondly, it is now 5:50, and in 10 minutes, the time will be defined as daytime.
By that time, Shinyoshi and Yi Kai's double attributes would be gone.
Therefore, Chen Shan must fight quickly and decisively, preferably getting rid of everyone within 10 minutes.
Stop struggling, you little brat.
It's your bad luck to run into professional gangsters like us. You should expect the ruins boss to kill us all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of survival. The double swordsman Niu Dali and the spearman Zhao Wu came from both sides. The two were warriors in the exploration team who were specifically responsible for the advance, and their spiritual power was at the 9th level of bronze. If they were at full spiritual power and in full condition, Chen Shan would definitely not be able to defeat them alone. But in this situation, Chen Shen didn't take the two of them seriously at all.
Flowing fire slash. Continuous thrusts.
Niu Dali and Zhao Wu simultaneously displayed their best martial arts, which were also the spiritual power they had just recovered. Flames wrapped around the two swords in Niu Dali's hands, mixed with the heat waves that hit his face, and the momentum was fierce. Zhao Wu danced out a ball of gunflowers, the cold light piercing the bones. The two players' positioning and cooperation were very coordinated, leaving no room for Chen Shen. In the eyes of Niu Dali and Zhao Wu, when the two of them performed their martial arts in this position, Chen Shen was already a corpse. Call. However, what the two never expected was the seemingly tattered cloak behind Chen Shen suddenly fluttered up, suddenly causing a gust of wind. The G-level spiritual weapon cloak seemed to be emitting a strange magical power. Chen Shen pushed Ma Zhen beside him away and flew into the air. Just like the Kuanping soaring in the sky, it goes straight up to the sky. The reason why Niu Dali and Zhao Wu thought that their attacks had no loopholes and Chen Shen had no way to avoid them was because they had not considered. This guy can actually fly. Holy crap! Is this G-rank spiritual weapon so awesome? This tattered cloak has a flying function, and it's so fast? Is this really a G-level spiritual weapon? Niu Dali and Zhao Wu on the ground were stunned when they saw Chen Shen flying into the sky. They never dreamed that Chen Shen would avoid the double team in this way. There was no way. Under the system's spiritual weapon transformation, they could not see the wings dancing behind Chen Shen at all. If the angel's wings symbolizing light and the fallen angel's wings symbolizing darkness appeared before everyone, perhaps they would understand why Chen Shen could fly into the sky in an instant. By that time, perhaps Logitech and his team would worship Chen Shen as a god and would not dare to compete with him at all. The awakened Zhao Yi who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 52 years, and receives a 100% bonus based on their spiritual power level, granting an additional 52 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 564. When Chen Shen flew into the sky, Zhao Yi, who had been stabbed in the abdomen by him before, had died, and Chen Shen gained another 99 years of life. This level of lifespan absorption is already very good. After all, I just killed the boss replica mirror and only gained 150 years of lifespan. It can only be said that all this is thanks to the boss, otherwise, Chen Shen would not have been able to kill an awakened person at the peak of the Bronze Realm so easily. Don't be fooled by the illusion in front of you. Chen Shen must have used some flying martial arts. That tattered cloak is just a cover. Luo Ji did not feel sad at all about Zhao Yi's death. Instead, he calmly analyzed Chen Shen's abilities. He always believed that the fire stick and torn cloak in Chen Shen's hand were both G-level spiritual weapons. Zhou Guang, shoot him. Although Chen Shen flew high into the sky at this time, he was also exposed to the sight of the archer Zhou Guang. Rain of arrows. Zhou Guang, who had already drawn the bowstring, shot a magic arrow without any hesitation. The rapidly flying arrow emitted a fluorescent light when it was about to touch Chen Shen, and exploded instantly, turning into a rain of arrows that covered Chen Shen. Facing the rain of arrows, Chen Shen could actually use the angel wings to fly away. However, he did not dodge. For Chen Shen, possessing angel wings, he has absolute control over the air. The only person who could launch a long-range attack on him was Zhou Guang and Logitech's exploration team. So Chen Shen's goal was very clear. After the death of Dr. Lu Xing, his first target was the archer Zhou Guang. Chen Shen held the angel wings and fallen angel wings in front of him, ready to directly withstand Zhou Guang's rain of arrows. I guessed it right. Chen Shen's flying skills can only keep him in the air, not fly freely. He's a sitting duck in the air now. Ha 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 ha. Logitech laughed wildly. He felt that he had made the right bet. After all, martial arts that truly possessed the ability to fly were extremely rare. Even if there is, it has to be around a level. Those below level A are generally pseudo-flying martial arts. It can only help the demon hunter fly into the sky, but cannot allow him to soar freely in the sky. You little brat, you really underestimate my strength. You actually tried to block my rain of arrows with a tattered cloak. You're simply courting death. Zhou Guang looked disdainful. In his eyes, what was blocking Chen Shen was not the black and white angel wings, but a tattered cloak. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time, a rain of arrows pierced Chen Shen's body fiercely. Angel wings and fallen angel wings are special attributes after unlocking the tacit understanding. Their existence is also a part of Chen Shen's body. Every time an arrow pierced the wings, Chen Shen could feel a piercing pain. Zhou Guang and the silver moon bow in his hand are both bronze level 9 awakeners, so the power of this rain of arrows can be seen from this. Although Chun Shen avoided the vital points, his wings and body were still pricked like a hedgehog, and he slowly fell from the air.
Ha ha ha, Luo Gu, this kid is dead. Zhou Guang couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw that all his arrows hit the target. But the next moment Logitech looked over, the backlash of black flames continued to ignite from his body. Every attack is a backlash. In other words, every time Zhou Guang's arrow hits Chun Shen, he himself will suffer the backlash of black flames. At this moment, Chun Shen had been pricked like a hedgehog. Correspondingly, 1 second later, Zhou Guang was instantly burned into a fireball. Moreover, every time Chun Shen is attacked, he will accumulate a layer of abyss evil, which will increase the backlash damage by an additional 1%. Aha! What is going on? Who? Someone, save me! Ah! The exploding black flames continued to burn Zhou Guang's body, causing him to scream miserably. It felt like I was being tortured in hell. Creepy. Chapter 35 Death Realm. Zhou Guang. Although no one knows what happened, Logitech has the most say in this situation. Because when he first launched a sneak attack on Chun Shen, he was hit by the backlash of black flames. Logitech still remembers the unforgettable pain vividly. There was a charred mark on his chest, and as the black flames continued to devour Zhou Guang, the mark seemed to be hurting slightly. When the black flames disappeared, Zhou Guang and the silver moon bow in his hand had turned into scorched earth. The awakened Zhou Guang, who had murderous intentions towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 62 years, and receives a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 55 years of lifespan. The awakened Mao Shuetong who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 66 years, and receives a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 59 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 806 years. Through Yikai's backlash damage, Chun Shen once again successfully killed the archer Zhou Guang and his spiritual weapon. This intensive multi-end attack was simply sending Chun Shen to his death. Just now, Chun Shen was hit by a total of 105 arrows, and each time Shinyoshi hit Zhou Guang, it would cause 80% backlash damage. Its basic damage is as high as 8,400%, not counting the effect of 100 layers of abyss. Damage backlash. It's damage backlash. It was not until Zhou Guang's death that Logitech realized Yikai's mechanism. Xiao Wu, strong. Aim for the spot where Chun Shen lands, and finish him off. It's best to kill him with one strike. Don't attack continuously. Logitech immediately responded with a strategy. At this time, Chun Shen, who was hit by the rain of arrows, was still falling in the air. Niu Dali and Xiao Wu were already at the landing point, ready to kill him with one blow. But Brother Luo, didn't the order we received say to capture Chun Shen alive? Are we going to satisfy those twin school beauties first and then kill them? That's right. You've all seen Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi. Their little faces and figures are so pretty. It would be such a shame to kill them off. It was obvious that Niu Dali and Xiao Wu already knew about the eternal contract that Chun Shen had signed with the two sisters. If Chun Shen is killed, Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi will also die. That is such a pity. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about this. Chun Shen isn't as simple as we thought. If you hold back at this point, we'll all die. Logitech said, almost roaring. Because Zhou Guang died right in front of him, Luo Ji was well aware of how terrifying Chun Shen was. If Zhao Yi's death was because she was seriously injured in the previous battle with the boss. But it was completely different for Zhou Guang as an archer. As a back row output, Zhou Guang's spiritual power was indeed used up, but he did not suffer much damage. However, the black flame just now directly swallowed up Zhou Guang and his spiritual weapon, which was enough to prove Chun Shen's strength. Now more than half of the exploration team has been killed or injured, and Luo Ji's Lingwu is also dead. The only ones who have combat capability are Niu Dali and Xiao Wu. But these two old guys are still thinking about the super school beauty. They won't cry until they see the coffin. Brother Luo, are you frightened out of your wits? Chun Shen is already half dead and unable to move. He would have fallen to his death without us having to do anything. And didn't we put a slow-acting aphrodisiac in the wine? If we don't use it properly, it would be a waste. This kid Chun Shen does have some skills, but it's only because we've been exhausted by the boss that he has the chance to kill a few of us. Otherwise, this kid is no match for us.
Looking at Chen Shen, who was falling continuously, Niu Dali and Zhao Wu were already enjoying the happy time with the school beauty.
As for Logitech's earnest persuasion, they simply wouldn't listen.
At this moment, the two of them, like goblins, had obscene smiles on their faces. It was only at this time that Chen Shen found out that rosemary had been put into his and Shin Youyen's drinks. It was a slow-acting aphrodisiac, colorless, odorless, and undetectable. Only after the spiritual power starts to work will the drugged person feel anything strange. No wonder Chen Shen felt his blood boiling. It turned out that he was drugged in the tavern.
Sometimes, you should listen to the captain.
Chen Shen, who seemed to have lost consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Niu Dali and Zhao Wu with a sharp gaze.
Death Realm. In an instant, the angel wings behind Chen Shen were eroded by the dark aura and turned into the wings of a fallen angel.
As a pair of pitch-black wings unfolded, a huge necromancy circle appeared. The breath of death, shrouded in black mist, rolled out. Two huge mouths of the abyss leaped out from the necromancy circle and swallowed Niu Dali and Zhao Wu. Compared to the death domain that Chen Shen released in the goblin mine last time, this time the mouth of the abyss brought with it the damage caused by Chen Shen being hit by the rain of arrows.
Ah! What? What is this? Devil! It's the devil! Aya.
As Zhao Wu and Niu Dali screamed miserably, they saw the most horrifying scene in their lives. The necromancy circle is like a vast dark ocean, and the huge mouth of the abyss is like a shark at the bottom of the sea.
Niu Dali and Zhao Wu are the small boats floating in the Black Sea. Faced with endless dangers around them, they have no way to escape.
Niu Dali, the awakened one who had murderous intentions towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 39 years, and receives a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 35 years of lifespan. The awakened Jiang Fongfong who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 72 years, and receives a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 65 years of lifespan. The awakened Zhao Wu who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 59 years, and receives a 90% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 53 years of lifespan. The awakened Zhang Chang who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, plus an 80% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 64 years of lifespan.
Host's remaining lifespan, 1,273 years. You know what, the power of the rain of arrows is quite strong. Chen Shen landed steadily and pulled out the arrow from his body. He took the rain of arrows from a bronze rank 9 demon hunter head on. If Shin Yoshi hadn't been able to provide double defense at night, Chen Shen would have been in real trouble given his physique. Needless to say, Niu Dali and Zhao Wu were all killed, along with their spiritual warriors. Chen Shen, who are you? At this moment, he was the only one left in Logitech's exploration team.
He slumped to the ground, completely lacking the courage to resist.
Chen Shen, holding a silver spear, slowly walked towards Logitech.
You don't need to know who I am, because I don't like arguing with a corpse.
Chapter 36 Death is their own choice. Oh.
Just as Chen Shen passed by a wall, Logitech, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly smiled teasingly.
Wall walking technique.
Chen Shen immediately entered a spiritual state that ignored collisions with objects. He turned sideways and passed through the wall without any warning. A flash of cold light flashed across the wall, and the silver spear in Chen Shen's hand pierced directly through Ma Jin's chest.
Chen, brother Chen.
At this time, Ma Jin also entered the spiritual state and was about to pass through the wall to attack Chen Shen. It turned out that Luo Ji had not given up on killing Chen Shen, but colluded with Ma Jin to prepare for a sneak attack. But Logitech could never have imagined that Chen Shen actually discovered Ma Jin's trace the moment he fell, but just pretended not to know. Although the spirit state can ignore object collisions, when both parties enter the spirit state, they can attack each other.
Chen Shen took advantage of this and killed Ma Jin before he could make a move.
Ma Jin could never have imagined that Chen Shen gave him a book on the art of walking through walls, but actually he had another trick up his sleeve.
Chen Shen's own wall walking technique had even advanced to level C. You want to use the wall walking technique I gave you to kill me? Isn't that a bit naive?
The silver spear in Chen Shen's hand had pierced through Ma Jin's chest, pinning him directly to the ground. Chen Shen frowned, feeling mixed emotions when facing Ma Jin, who attacked him secretly.
Brother Chen, I am sorry for you, please kill me. After his sneak attack failed, Ma Jin wanted to die. He was too ashamed to face his mentor who treated him sincerely.
After learning the truth, Ma Zhen has been struggling.
He knew the strength of the Hua family, and if this mission failed, it would be because of him.
Just as Luo Ji said, he, Ma Fei, and even their families are likely to suffer revenge from the Hua family. Although Ma Zhen was very disgusted with his brother Ma Fei's behavior, as a member of the family, he finally chose to stand against Chen Chen.
Brother Chen, I beg you, don't kill Ma Zhen. He and I have always regarded you as our master. He knows nothing.
He has no choice but to do this now. I beg you to let him go this time for the sake of our previous friendship. Li Zihan released the fusion state and knelt at Chen Shen's feet, begging. Brother Chen, I'm willing to exchange my life for Ma Zhen's life.
Is that okay? Can't.
Chen Shen took one last look at Ma Zhen, pulled out the silver spear from his chest, and pierced his throat again. Although I feel a little bit reluctant.
But there is nothing that can be done about it.
The person who once regarded him as an idol has now drifted further and further away from him. Horse shake. Horse shake.
Chen Chen.
You have such a cruel heart. I'm willing to exchange my life for his, why don't you agree? Seeing his beloved dying in front of him, Li Zihan's eyes turned bloodshot and he took out a dagger, ready to fight Chen Chen to the death.
You're so funny, why should I agree? Chen Chen, in turn, harshly questioned Li Zihan. What reason do you have for me to agree? Was he the one who attacked me first? What gives you the power to make me agree? Can your life be the same as his life? What power do you have to make me agree? Why should I change it just because you say so? Chen Chen's soul-searching questioning made Li Zihan completely aware of his position. So, she can't do anything now. The only thing she could do was to choose to die with Ma Zhen. Ah!
Without any hesitation, Li Zihan held the dagger tightly and used the skills that Chen Chen had taught her to stab Chen Chen's vitals.
Squeak!
Chen Chen did not hesitate at all, and the silver spear in his hand directly pierced her throat. The two bodies fell in the same pool of blood. The contracted couple that Chen Chen had once blessed from the bottom of his heart had now been destroyed by his own hands. Chen Chen walked towards Logitech with a heavy heart. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters, but it felt extremely long to him. Because Chen Chen was waiting, he wanted to wait for a system prompt sound. To prove that Ma Zhen and Li Zihan had murderous intentions towards him. Unfortunately, everything happened as he expected. Until Chen Chen walked in front of Luo Ji, he still couldn't hear that Ma Zhen and Li Zihan's lifespans were absorbed by him.
In fact, Chen Chen had already sensed it.
Although Ma Zhen attacked him by surprise, there was no murderous intent in his eyes, and Li Zihan was just seeking death.
Neither of them had ever thought of actually killing themselves.
After all, Chen Chen is their idol, their master, and their friend.
Chen Chen, you are awesome. We lost.
At this time, facing Chen Chen, who was determined to kill, Luo Ji, who had lost his spiritual weapon, had completely given up.
The guy in front of me is so terrifying.
Even when facing a sneak attack from his friend, he was able to gain the upper hand. Logitech was originally thinking about whether he should use the magic crystal outside his warehouse to lure Chen Chen, trick him into going to get it, and then kill him. But after seeing Chen Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness, he decided to give up.
The success rate is 0, there is no need.
But for someone as powerful as you, being targeted by Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli, I'm sure your fate will be similar to mine. Logitech threw a bunch of keys hanging around his neck to Chen Chen's feet. These are the magic crystals our team has saved over the years. After I die, I guess no one will go to the bank's warehouse to collect them. We can't let the capitalists get them for free. I'm giving it to you. Just consider it a token of friendship between heroes. Before Logitech could finish his words, the silver spear in Chen Chen's hand pierced the opponent's throat. A person like you is worthy of calling yourself a hero? Then, Chen Chen vented all his anger on Logitech, and the silver spear continued to pierce his body until it was covered in blood. The awakened Logitech who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 18 years, and receives a 100% bonus based on their spiritual power level, granting an additional 18 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 1,309 years. With the death of Logitech, the sun has risen in the desert. In the entire ruins, only Chen Chen and his two sisters were left. Chen, Ma Zhen, and Li Zihan, actually, you don't need to feel guilty. Death was their own choice. In fact, you have already given them many chances. Shen Yuyan saw Chen Chen's mood at the moment and comforted him. Chen Chen nodded.
Now is not the time to be confused.
Although they achieved a temporary victory, Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli have now revealed their murderous intentions.
How Chun Chen will respond next is the most critical issue at the moment.
It seems that Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli can't wait any longer.
Chen Chen took away everyone's space rings and said while cleaning the battlefield. But we don't have the capital to fight them right now. After we get out, let's leave the Magic City first. Chapter 37 Borrowing and Repaying.
Logitech's exploration team not only gave Chun Chen hundreds of years of life, but also stored a lot of magic crystals in their space rings. The space ring is bound to the soul of the awakener. If you want to improve the quality of the space ring, you need to go to a professional institution on Blue Star for promotion.
Normally, only the holder can open the backspace.
Of course, there is another situation where it can be opened. As it stands now, its owner is dead. From everyone's space rings, Chen Chen found a total of more than 300 magic crystals, as well as some martial arts and materials. What caught Chun Chen's attention was the martial arts skills revealed by the boss replica mirror, which he now found in Logitech's space ring.
Clone C rank, select a target and summon an identical clone, lasting 60 seconds, CD, 300 seconds.
The clone's spiritual power level cannot exceed its own, and it cannot release martial arts. Chen Chen thought this martial art was very good, so he started practicing it right away. As for the magic crystal, Chen Chen did not absorb it. After all, they are now preparing to leave the magic city, and the magic crystals can be traded and will be useful on the road.
Untie.
Next, Chen Chen will start using the lifespan he has just gained. After ending the fusion state, Chen Chen first kissed Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi equally.
By the way, some things were transmitted to the two sisters. Lifespan, 99 years. Shin Yuyan's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Lifespan, 96 years. Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 1,116 years. As the saying goes, if you borrow, you must return, and it will not be difficult to borrow again. Chen Chen first returned the lifespan he had borrowed previously to Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi. After all, the sisters' lifespans had already reached a critical point. If they encountered some special demon species that could devour their lifespans in the ruins in the future, they would most likely die suddenly. Thinking of this, Chen Chen himself also had some warnings. It seems that he has to keep some lifespan as a backup in the future, and he can't use up all his lifespan every time. Wow, it's been a long time since I kissed Senior Chen Chen. Chen Shen's kiss made Shin Yoshi feel very happy. The little guy looked forward to it every day. Shun.
Shin Yuyan, who was standing by, felt very strange. Shin Yuyan, who has always been calm and reserved, now seemed shy and unbearable. And Chen Chen himself had the same feeling.
He even felt the saliva in his throat getting hot and boiling. The moment their eyes met, both of them seemed to be electrocuted.
Only then did Chen Chen react to what Niu Dali had just said. The mission that Luo Ji and the others had received was to first capture him alive, and then take the opportunity to do something bad to Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi. And they made preparations in advance and put rosemary in the wine. This chronic aphrodisiac is difficult to detect and impossible to prevent. At this time, Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan had both been infected.
No. Chen Chen shook his head, trying to let reason overcome desire. Yoshi, come here.
Chen Chen called Shen Yoshi aside and gently covered her soft and fragrant lips.
Injecting life into the talented Yi Kai. Let us put Shin Yuyan's situation aside for now. The most urgent task is to let Shin Yoshi's extraordinary talent come into play. The difficulties they will encounter next will definitely be far beyond their imagination. Therefore, Chen Chen planned to give all the remaining 1,000 years of life to Shin Yoshi. Chapter 38 Lord of Chaos. For 10 years, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins have been stirring, waiting for this opportunity. After 30 years, even though Shin Yoshi's talent had already reached D level, her spiritual veins continued to grow rapidly. In 80 years, Eternal Night descends, and talent awakens. Night D rank Eternal Night Armor C rank, defense plus 40% 50%. When attacked, inflicts 40% 50% of your own dark attribute damage as a counterattack on the enemy. All attributes are doubled at night. Newly added, changes the time within 1 kilometer of your body to night for 5 minutes. CD, 24 hours. It was just as Chen Chen expected. It only took Shin Yoshi 80 years of her life to awaken her talent from D level to C level. Cultivating her with all your lifespan first is currently the fastest way to improve your strength. In fact, both his and Shin Yuyen's talents can be put aside for now.
It's not too late to upgrade it when you have extra life. After Shinyoshi's talent awakened to sea level, in addition to the improvement of basic attributes, a new function that can change time was added. Although the CD is as long as 24 hours, this means that Shinyoshi will be able to enjoy double attributes for 5 minutes during the day. In this way, Shinyoshi's strong period is no longer limited to the night, and she can also show brief brilliance during the day.
Besides, 5 minutes is really a lot of time. When masters fight, victory or defeat often takes a split second, let alone a full 5 minutes.
After awakening, Shen Shen did not stop deducing life. He really wanted to see how many more surprises Shinyoshi could give him. 100 years later, the spiritual vein that had just awakened began to sprout again. 150 years ago, before nightfall, Shinyoshi's spiritual veins began to resonate with nature.
200 years, endless night, talent awakening. 300 years later, Shinyoshi's spiritual veins began to merge with darkness.
For 500 years, the endless darkness has been trapped within the sea of consciousness. Shinyoshi is the night itself.
Her talent has awakened once again.
Eternal Night Armor C level B level A level, defense plus 50%, 60%, 70%. When attacked, inflicts 50%, 60%, 70% of your own dark attribute damage as a counterattack on the enemy.
All attributes are doubled at night. Changes the time within 1-3 kilometers of your body to night, lasting 5, 10, 20 minutes. CD, 24, 23, 22 hours.
Talent awakening, comprehensive attribute improvement.
Continue.
For 600 years, in your endless darkness, Shinyoshi endured loneliness alone. 800 years of loneliness can drive people crazy, but Shinyoshi, who has a dual personality, can still entertain herself.
After 1,000 years in boundless darkness, one can see the ugliness of human nature at a glance.
But even in such a reality, only those who can enjoy it can grow. Without a doubt, Shinyoshi is such a person.
In 1001, the Lord of Chaos emerged, and his talent awakened again. Eternal Night Armor ranked Chaos Armor S rank, defense increased by 70%, 80%. When attacked, the enemy is countered with 70%, 80% of the player's own dark damage chaos damage. All attributes are doubled at night.
Newly added, changes the time within 3-5 kilometers of the player to night for 20 minutes 1 hour.
CD, 22-18 hours.
New, you can imprison the souls of creatures you kill, turning them into your own shadow slaves. The shadow slave's spiritual power level will not exceed yours, and a maximum of 3 souls can be imprisoned.
Host's remaining lifespan, 115 years. It only took 1,000 years for Shinyoshi's talent to awaken from D level to S level.
Shen Shen even felt that if he had given his life to Shinyoshi earlier, his S-level Chaos Armor would have been able to kill the Logitech team. There is no need to compete with these guys in wits and courage.
Yoshi. Shen Shen looked directly at Shinyoshi's face.
After awakening to S level, her entire temperament had undergone a qualitative change. The long black hair like a waterfall is like a starry night, quiet and elegant. Senior Chen Shen, I feel, the spiritual energy in my body seems to have undergone a drastic change. Shinyoshi also seemed to feel that the spiritual veins in her body had undergone a transformation. I feel like all the dark elements have merged with my own spiritual power, becoming something new.
It's turbid, strange, and distorted. Yoshi, that's chaos. Your talent has advanced to the S-level Chaos Armor, and you are the Lord of Chaos.
Shen Shen pinched Shinyoshi's little face excitedly. There was still moisture on her lips from the kiss.
It is crystal clear, making people want to taste it.
Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, Shen Shen's eyes began to become psychedelic. Every inch of Shinyoshi's skin seemed to be covered with steaming beads of sweat, and her ups and downs of breasts were constantly surging with her breathing. I don't know if it's because the desert sun has risen.
Shen Shen only felt that everything around him became extremely hot. This feeling is so suffocating, I really want to breathe.
But the most urgent thing is to leave the magic city as soon as possible. Since Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli have already taken action, they will definitely not let it go. If Chen Shen brings Shin Yuyen and Shinyoshi back alive, he will definitely suffer more vicious revenge.
Lei Ling can indeed temporarily protect Chen Shen from threats within the academy, but what about outside the academy? Moreover, Lei Ling had been demoted to vice president because of Chen Shen's incident, and he didn't want to cause trouble for his friend anymore.
It would be better to take advantage of the situation and fake your death in the secret realm.
Temporarily disappeared from the magic city. Yuyen, Yoshi, let's go.
Under the effect of the medicine, Shin Shen prepared to take the two women away from the ruins. By the way, try out the new cloning martial arts. Shin Yuyan pursed her lips and nodded silently. Her current state was the same as Chen Shen's. She was also using her remaining consciousness to resist the surging blood in her body. Chapter 39 Last Words. The sky was getting light, and the dawn was just breaking. The warm sunshine casts a pale yellow afterglow on the farms outside the Magic City. Brother Ma, I think your worry is unnecessary. Isn't he just a useless bronze rank 1 student? Can't Logitech and the others handle him? We don't have to wait outside anymore, do we? A middle-aged man standing guard outside the cellar complained. Like Ma Fei beside him, he was wearing the robe of the Demon Hunter Association. He looked obviously several years older than Ma Fei, but he called him Brother Ma. Lao Xiao, this mission is related to our promotion, and there can be no mistakes. Ma Fei, with short black hair, leaned on the golden holy shield behind him, holding some dry grass picked up from the farm in his mouth, and recalled the appearance of his old friend Chen Chen in his mind. The man who once fought alongside him and was called the civilian god of war by the Academy. Also, our mission goal this time is not as simple as it seems. You may not know how powerful Chen Chen is without being forced to release the oath contract. When Ma Fei, who was guarding outside the cellar, thought of Chen Chen, he felt upset. When they were exploring the ruins together, Chen Chen's thinking was always ahead of everyone else's. He is clearly an F-level talent, yet he can become the captain of the exploration team. Even Ma Fei, who had B-level talent, could only follow behind him and obey his orders obediently. At that time, students who could enter the gold class of the academy were either gifted or had prominent family backgrounds. Only Chen Chen and Gu Qingning have low talents and no background. But the students in the gold class all admire Chen Chen very much. After all, his operation and awareness far surpass everyone present. Ma Fei clearly remembered that feeling. This guy Chen Chen had a different way of thinking from everyone else. Chen Chen's existence gives people the feeling that he is not from this world at all. So he didn't fit in with everyone else. The students in the gold class did admire him, but they were also jealous of him. They all got here because of their unique talents and the strong financial support of their families. Only Chen Chen is a freak. So after Gu Qingning's talent awakened for the second time and he completely abandoned Chen Chen, none of the teammates who had followed Chen Chen stood up to speak for him. Including Ma Fei. Not only did he not feel sorry for Chen Chen, but he thought it was a natural result. This is how the world is. When someone attempts to break the class system with personal strength, those who are deeply trapped in the class are always looking forward to his fall. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Even if he is stronger or more powerful, his spiritual power level is there, and he can't cause any big waves. Lao Xiao took a sip of huazi, looked at the rising sun in the sky, and said disdainfully. When we first graduated from the academy, we were all full of ambition, thinking that the world was uncertain and that you and I were both dark horses. What was the result? Only after leaving the academy did we realize that the fate of the world has been decided. You and I are nothing but cattle and horses. I've always scoffed at tasks like being a lackey for the big family. Now I'm stuck in this hellhole. Only by relying on a big tree can people like us have a chance of advancement. Ma Fei naturally understood what Lao Xiao said. Otherwise, he would not use his younger brother as a pawn to lure Chen Chen into the game. But even though their plan was flawless, it went very smoothly. Ma Fei was even sure that the naive Ma Jun and Li Zihan would definitely trick Chen Chen into taking the bait. But for some reason, Ma Fei always had a bad feeling in his heart. Lao Xiao, let me tell you the truth. The reason I'm so worried is because when we were in the academy, I always followed Chen Chen's buttocks, and he was always several levels ahead of us. This time, he fell into my trap, and I was ahead of him, which made me a little uncomfortable. Ma Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He vaguely remembered that when he was in the ruins, he also wanted to lead everyone to break the impasse and become the captain that everyone admired. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was never ahead of Chen Chen. Ordinary people are at the first level, Ma Fei can think of the second level, but this guy Chen Chen is always at the fifth level. The gap between them is as big as several gaps. You were just suppressed by this guy for too long in the academy. Lao Xiao patted Ma Fei's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, even if Logitech and the others fail, we have more than 10 silver-level demon hunters lying in ambush here, and with you at the peak of the gold level in charge, that kid Chen Chen won't be able to escape even if he has wings. If I get the chance, I'll kill this guy for you myself and help you get rid of your inner demons.
Ma Fei nodded and smiled faintly. Yeah. I hope I'm overthinking it.
Over the years, he has worked hard to climb up the ladder in order to create a smooth path to promotion for his younger brother Ma Jin. As an older brother, he has suffered a lot from not having a background. Therefore, after leaving the academy, Ma Fei was determined to become a supporter for his younger brother Ma Jin. The main reason why Ramajin joined the game this time was because his youthfulness was the only way to deceive Chen Chen. Secondly, it is also training Ma Jin's mind. Let my younger brother experience the cruelty of this world sooner.
Moreover, Ma Fei did not have to worry about Ma Zhen being in any danger.
After all, based on his understanding of Chen Chen, although this guy acted decisively, he never hurt innocent people. Even if Chen Chen saw through his plan, he would not make things difficult for Ma Jin, who was completely unaware of it.
Someone is coming out.
Just as Ma Fei was waiting anxiously, his teammate guarding the portal to the ruins shouted loudly.
Brother Ma, I told you. Good news. Upon hearing the news, Lao Shao immediately perked up and walked into the cellar.
In his opinion, there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, and Logitech and his team were efficient and effective, so this mission could not fail.
I hope it's good news. Ma Fei also perked up and followed Lao Shao into the cellar. Captain, it's Ma Jin. He's the only one who walked out of the ruins.
Several demon hunters guarding the portal rubbed their sleepy eyes.
After guarding the whole night, I was indeed a little tired.
That's what I said, it's good news. Lao Shao patted Ma Fei on the shoulder and said with a smile.
Jin, where are Luo Ji and Chen Chen?
Ma Fei looked at Ma Jin, who looked as pale as death in the cellar, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it looks a little strange, fortunately, the person is still alive. And most importantly, there was no sign of Chen Chen. But the situation was a little different from what Ma Fei had expected. At this time, the ruins portal in the cellar has disappeared, which means that the ruins have been successfully cleared and all surviving awakeners have left the ruins.
But Ma Fei couldn't understand why Ma Jin was the only awakened person alive? Moreover, Ma Jin did not have any spiritual weapons on him, which meant that Li Zihan had not come out either. Brother! It's over, everything is over. They were all killed by the boss in the ruins.
Ma Jin slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the light in the cellar and shouting incoherently.
It's okay. As long as I'm alive, I have my brother here. Ma Fei squatted down and hugged his trembling brother in his arms.
While comforting him, he asked,
What exactly happened? Tell me slowly, brother, is there really no one who has left the secret realm except you? Well, I'm the only one left. Brother Chen, and Logitech and the others, are all dead. Ma Jin spoke tremblingly.
His voice was very strange. Besides being a little messy and frightened, it also seemed to have a hollow feeling.
It feels like there's a leak somewhere in the vocal cords. The dead cannot be resurrected.
Let us improve our strength and become stronger so that we can avenge our fallen comrades in the future. Ma Fei was still giving chicken soup to his brother, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and Lao Sha beside him seemed to have noticed something. He whispered in Ma Fei's ear, Brother Ma, there's something wrong with your brother's voice and clothes.
Only then did Ma Fei belatedly look at his younger brother in his arms.
Ma Jin was wearing a windbreaker that didn't belong to him, wrapping his body tightly. His whole body exuded a strange earthy smell.
Ma Fei saw the scars on his neck through the collar of his windbreaker. Ma Jin, what's going on?
Ma Fei unbuttoned his collar, and the scene before him stunned everyone around him. There was actually a penetrating wound on Ma Jin's neck, and his entire throat was pierced by this huge bloody hole.
And the blood on it had already solidified.
Even the most junior demon hunter could see that it was impossible for a person to survive such a wound.
Doctor! Send the doctor here quickly.
Elder brother. Ma Jin stared at Ma Fei with his lifeless eyes, and tremblingly moved a hand in front of Ma Fei's eyes. His hand was clenched into a fist, as if there was something in it that he wanted to show his brother.
Ma Jin, what do you want to tell me? Realizing that something was wrong, Ma Fei quickly pried open Ma Jin's palm.
He could sense that his brother was likely to die, and this must be his last words.
Ma Jin, what exactly do you want to tell me? Ma Fei swallowed nervously as his brother's hands were pried open. Inside. Chapter 40 Middle Finger.
At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Ma Jin's hands. As his clenched fist was slowly pried open.
Inside, actually, is a raised middle finger. Chen Chen! Ma Fei's roar echoed in the cellar. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been completely fooled by Qin Shen.
Ma Jin was just a clone created by Qin Shen using martial arts. Once the 60 seconds were up, his spiritual power dissipated and Ma Jin's body drifted away with the wind. At this time, Qin Shen had already used Ma Jin's cover and used the wall-penetrating technique to escape through the wall.
He even heard the conversation between Ma Fei and Lao Shao. After the two of them walked into the cellar, Qin Shen spread his angel wings and flew away. Jin.
Ma Fei, who was in the cellar, looked at his brother's disappearing image and felt a dull pain in his heart. Judging from the injuries of the clone, his younger brother Ma Jin is basically confirmed dead.
Recalling his brother's innocent look and his own vision of a brilliant future for the two brothers, Ma Fei finally broke down.
Tears kept oozing out of his blood-red eyes.
Quick! Notify all brothers to search for Qin Shen at all costs.
As Ma Fei's right-hand man, Lao Shao immediately made a judgment. He had been careless about this mission, but finally realized the seriousness of the problem.
Wait! No one move!
Ma Fei, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up and intercepted Lao Zhao's order.
His eyes were fierce and he said viciously, "Qin Shen is dead, the mission is accomplished."
After hearing this, the team members were stunned and confused. However, Lao Shao on the side suddenly came to his senses and seemed to understand Ma Fei's thoughts.
That's right. Ma Ji's brother just said it on his deathbed.
Luo Ji and Chen Chen both died in the ruins.
Our mission has been completed.
There are no survivors in this ruins. Lao Shao seemed to be summarizing slowly and calmly on the surface, but he was actually scared to death in his heart. Because of his actions just now, he almost killed everyone here.
What Hua Jianli issued was a death order. If Ma Fei and his team can't even deal with a useless bronze first-level student, then the consequences can be imagined. Everyone, let's prepare a celebration banquet. We've accomplished a great task this time, and the cavalry will definitely be promoted.
Lao Shao arranged for the team members to go out.
Everyone was still a little confused at this time.
After all, Ma Fei's younger brother had just died.
Was it really reasonable to prepare a celebration banquet now? Brother Ma, we are in deep sorrow. Any mission has risks. The ruins are an unknown world. No one can predict what's inside.
At least, we finally completed the mission. But after all, they had been guarding the cellar all night and were very sleepy. After comforting Ma Fei for a few words, they left. After the team members left, Lao Shao lit a cigarette for Ma Fei, who was standing there.
Brother Ma, it's a good thing you reacted quickly just now, otherwise, all of us brothers would be dead. Lao Shao then lit one for himself and said with lingering fear. However, Chen Shen has indeed escaped now. If he returns to the academy, wouldn't we be exposed? You said, should we go to the area near the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy and keep watch? But operating within the Demon City is a bit risky.
If the Security Bureau and the Association find out, we'll still have to deal with a big problem.
Ma Fei silently took a puff of his cigarette, trying to calm himself down. He looked at the moth-filled light in the cellar and spoke slowly, "We failed. Hua Jianli will definitely find someone more powerful and ruthless to handle this. Don't worry, with Chen Chen's intelligence, there's absolutely no way he'll stay in the Magic City."
But, he just gave you a middle finger.
Isn't that a declaration of war against us? If he wants to leave the Magic City quietly, why would he provoke us? If we report his escape to the Hua family, then he...
As he spoke, Lao Shao seemed to have figured it out. The reason why Qin Shen dared to provoke Ma Fei was that he was sure that they would not dare to do so. It would be more accurate to say that Ma Fei had a sudden inspiration and used a lie to save his brothers' lives. Rather, this was the only way of survival Qin Shen left for him.
It wasn't he that Ma Fei guessed that Chen Shen would definitely leave the Magic City.
But Chen Shen guessed that Ma Fei would definitely keep the secret for him.
Chen Shen predicted Ma Fei's prediction. Ha!
Thinking of this, Lao Zhao's fingers holding the cigarette began to tremble subconsciously. He finally understood why the usually calm and composed Captain Ma Fei was upset when he was guarding outside the cellar just now. Although Lao Shao had never had any contact with Chen Shen, he had only seen Chen Shen's appearance in the file bag. But the name Chen Shen brought him endless sense of oppression. Hateful. Ma Fei clenched his fists tightly, even though he had just used his wisdom to save his teammates and might even be promoted to a senior position in the Demon Hunter Association. But he was not happy at all. From beginning to end, Chen Shen treated him like a monkey. After being away from the academy for so long, Ma Fei once thought that the high-spirited Chun Chen of those days was no longer around, and he no longer had to live under his shadow.
But today, Ma Fei finally understood something. Your brother Chen will always be your brother Chen.
He, Ma Fei, could only stay in that shadow. However, although Ma Fei knew that he would never be able to defeat Chen Chen, he would never give up. Chen Chen, the only thing you did wrong was killing my brother Ma Zhen. We'll never be done with each other in this life. Chapter 41. I Can Stand It. Senior Chen Chen, where are we going now? Shinyoshi asked Chen Chen, who was flying at dawn, with some excitement.
She grew up in the Magic City and had never left.
When she heard that Chen Chen was going to take them away from the Magic City, Shinyoshi was so happy.
Wandering around the world,
Chen Chen said with a smile. Although he said this, Chen Chen already had a plan when he was in the ruins.
His next destination is Jinghai.
As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Even though Hua Jianli and Gu Qingning had thought that Chen Chen was still alive, they never imagined that Chen Chen dared to go to Jinghai.
Although Jinghai and Modu are separated by a bay, they are actually not far away. This is not difficult for Chen Chen, who has the ability to fly. After leaving the farm, flying over 2 mountain ranges, you can see the sea.
But the main reason why Chen Chen chose to go to Jinghai was to give Hua Jianli a surprise.
You like to rely on your family power to bully others, right?
Then I will destroy your Hua family first. Of course, with Chen Chen's current strength, he can't even deal with Hua Jianli, let alone the Hua family behind him.
However, sometimes you don't need to do this kind of thing yourself.
Although Jinghai is dominated by the Hua family, which monopolizes many industries in Jinghai, Chen Chen had already found out that a new force had recently emerged in Jinghai, causing the Hua family a lot of headaches. I heard that new force is named Gao.
Traveling around the world. Wow! That sounds cool.
Shinyoshi was not worried about their future at all, but instead had high expectations for it.
But, if Mom asks me and my sister about this, what are we going to say? What the hell?
We all faked our own deaths.
Have you ever seen a dead person announce his safety to his family? Oh. So our current situation, does it count as elopement? Well. This question stumped Chen Chen. It's not really eloping, it's just running away at best. Who eloped with 2 girls? If this is an elopement, then it is undoubtedly the ceiling of the elopement world. We flew in the sky for about 2 hours. Chen Chen finally found a rather hidden cave on a steep cliff.
Shinyoshi was the one chatting with him along the way, while Shin Yuyen didn't react at all. Chen Chen realized that the situation was not good, so he landed on a rock in front of the cave and carefully observed the surrounding environment. So much time has passed, and the medicinal effects in Chen Chen and Shin Yuyen's bodies have been continuously fermenting and have already penetrated into their bones.
You must have a good rest.
The area around the cave entrance was covered with vines and there was no sign of any biological activity. Turning on the flashlight function of his smartphone, Chen Chen began to explore slowly inside.
Blue Planet's technological development is not as good as Earth's. However, this is mainly reflected in the aspect of armament. In terms of life technology, it is actually not worse than that of Earth.
Because on Blue Star, humans have awakened their spiritual powers and are themselves the most powerful military force, so technology is basically developing towards making human life more convenient. However, due to the fact that the area of Blue Star is several times that of Earth, and the existence of demons, the proportion of human cities is actually less than 1% of the total area of Blue Star.
Most of them are in the wild and original environment. There are even areas that humans have not yet explored.
These places are very dangerous.
Because some ruins portals are bidirectional.
Humans can enter another world, kill all the creatures in it, and kill the strongest boss, who is the supreme ruler of the civilization.
So, is there a possibility that in the eyes of the demons, the Blue Star is also a relic in their eyes?
Therefore, deep in the wild, you may encounter demons from unknown civilizations at any time. In such places, there are no human signal base stations, so mobile phones can only serve as lighting tools.
It's safe here, let's take a rest.
Fortunately, there was nothing in the cave where Chen Chen was. After all, it was a cliff. The most important thing is that the space inside is not very large, which is just right for them to rest here for a while.
It's best to set off at night. After all, at night, Shinyoshi's S-level Chaos Armor can obtain double attributes. 160% defense, 160% backlash damage. This is a very terrifying bonus. After confirming that it was safe, Chen Chen immediately released the fusion state.
After all, given Shin Yuyan's current condition, it would be better for her to get some fresh air. After all, in her spiritual martial form, Shin Yuyan could do nothing and her bad thoughts would only continue to grow.
TSK. What kind of crappy cave is this? There's not even a secret manual. Let me look for the remains of a mysterious old man. Maybe I can even inherit the saint's legacy.
Shin Yoshi was tossing and turning in the cave with great interest. Chen Shen took out tools from his space ring and started a bonfire in the cave.
That shouldn't be the case. Someone as handsome as Senior Chen Shen is usually the protagonist.
How could a protagonist come to a place like this and have nothing?
Shin Yoshi pouted and was very angry.
She turned the cave, which was less than 10 square meters in size, upside down, but still found nothing. At this time, Shin Yuyan was sitting at the entrance of the cave to get some fresh air, her face flushed, and she looked in very bad condition.
Chen Shen turned on his phone and started playing Snake. His current situation is not much better than Shin Yuyan's.
Even the pixel snake looks handsome, charming, and seductive.
This rosemary pill from Blue Planet is much more powerful than the inferior aphrodisiacs on Earth. This is a second-grade elixir. Taking it can instantly turn a person into a stud. If it is not resolved, there is a high possibility that the blood vessels will burst and the person will die.
At this time, Chen Shen and Shin Yuyan had reached their limits. Seeing that Shin Yoshi was sleeping alone in the cave, Chen Shen slowly leaned towards Shin Yuyan.
Don't come near me.
Shin Yuyan closed her eyes tightly, not even daring to look at Chen Shen. She is now like a riverbank filled with floodwaters, which may burst at any time.
Yuyan, this is for you.
Chen Shen took out a second-grade detoxification pill from his hand, which he had found in the goblin mine.
I didn't expect it would come in handy at this time.
Although they are not related in profession, the principle of detoxification pills is purification, and they can also have a certain inhibitory effect on the efficacy of rosemary pills. Fortunately, Chen Shen used the pot of greed to upgrade the detoxification pill to the second grade, otherwise it would be useless even if he took it.
You have the detoxification pill, why didn't you take it out earlier? Are you deliberately making fun of me here? Shin Yuyan took the detoxification pill from Chen Shen's hand and gave him a fierce look. Do you know what I've been through during the time you flew here? It was difficult for me during these 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 whole hours. Do you know how I spent these 2 hours? Do you know? Shin Yuyan said almost angrily.
During the 2 hours that Chen Shen had just flown, she had a very long dream.
In the dream,
This fantasy was extremely obscure and embarrassing for Shin Yuyan, who was always calm and introverted.
Feel sorry.
Although Chen Shen didn't know what exactly happened, there was still a hint of guilt in his words. Indeed, he is a demon hunter and can move freely and relieve himself by doing other things.
As a spiritual warrior, Shin Yuyan felt even worse than him.
But, there's only one detoxification pill, and I originally wanted to take it myself. After all, I'm facing you two sisters alone, and I feel like I really can't handle it. If I don't take the detoxification pill, it would definitely be a mistake. Chen Shen paused and continued. But when I looked at you, I suddenly remembered what the expert said, women are 6 times more lustful than men. It's already so hard for me, wouldn't it be even harder for you who's 6 times more lustful than me? So, Yuyan, I decided to give you the detoxification pill.
Shin Yuyan was slightly stunned. What? There is only one detoxification pill? She thought Chen Shen had already taken the detoxification pill. Yes, there's only one. Eat it quickly. You need it more than I do. Then, what are you going to do? Shin Yuyan was a little at a loss.
The hot breath emanating from Chen Shen made her mind a little confused.
No. It's okay. I have a strong willpower. Maybe, I can handle it. Chen Shen spoke incoherently, completely losing his usual calm and confident demeanor. Chapter 42. Something is wrong.
The two looked at each other passionately and finally reached a consensus. Since there is only one detoxification pill, no matter who eats it, the remaining person will feel uncomfortable.
Then just don't eat them at all. 3 hours later.
Shinyoshi rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up in a daze. She sniffed and felt that there was a very strange smell in the air.
Ha! Sister is so cunning.
Shinyoshi looked at Chen Shen and Shin Yuyan hugging each other tightly at the entrance of the cave, and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. However, despite saying this, Shinyoshi still took out a cloak from the space ring and covered their shoulders with it. When Shinyoshi was not paying attention, Chen Chen secretly grabbed her buttocks.
Because the effect of rosemary was too strong, Chen Chen and Xin Yuyan did not actually sleep at all.
They saw Shinyoshi beside them looking drowsy and as if she was about to wake up, so they hurriedly hugged each other and pretended to sleep.
Gurgle. Just then, Shinyoshi's stomach growled.
She had been away from the ruins for so long and hadn't eaten anything, so she was indeed a little hungry. Seeing that Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan were sleeping so soundly, Shinyoshi couldn't bear to disturb them, so she took out a few small fish from the space ring, skewered them with wooden sticks, and roasted them over the fire. Inside the space ring is an absolutely still dimensional space, and there is no need to worry about the food stored in it spoiling. Shinyoshi is usually greedy, so most of the things in her space ring are food.
Of course, there are also tools for playing pranks on people.
For example, chainsaws, machetes, wrenches, butterfly knives, pliers, engineer shovels, steel cables, candles, etc. In short, there is no decent supply at all, and the main one is just one, which is a personal preference. She even brought salt and chili powder, which was great. It smells so good. Sigh, sigh. The fish became more delicious as it was grilled, making Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan, who were pretending to be asleep, feel hungry. Like Shinyoshi, they had not eaten for a long time, and they had just experienced an indescribable battle, which had consumed a lot of physical energy. They were both very hungry.
Yoshi, are you awake?
This fish is grilled well.
Let me have a taste.
So, the two of them stopped pretending. Although Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan woke up very abruptly, there was not even any transition. However, Shinyoshi didn't notice their poor performance at all, and happily handed the grilled fish to the two of them.
Sister, Senior Chen Chen, come and eat, Yoshi's grilled fish is delicious. Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan accepted it happily, thinking of filling their stomachs first and then having a good rest. With the mutual help of the two, the effect of the rosemary pill had dissipated, and the waves in his heart had long since receded, replaced by a little fatigue. Sister, what's wrong with your socks? They're all torn and thready? Where did they get to that point?
Shin Yuyan just stood up and was about to lie down aside, but her sister happened to see her black stockings that were a little damaged.
Oh, I think I accidentally got scratched by a branch in the cave. It's okay. I'll buy a new one when we get to our destination.
While Shin Yuyan was explaining incoherently, she pinched Chen Chen's back hard.
As if to say, look what you've done.
At this time, I have to admire Chen Chen's patience.
Oh.
Even though Shin Yuyan was almost pulling his skin off, he didn't say a word.
Seeing Chen Chen in pain, Shin Yuyan let go with satisfaction. Ah.
But when Shin Yuyan let go, Chen Chen, who had been enduring the pain without making a sound, began to groan.
The expression is a little complicated.
However, Shinyoshi, who was standing by, was a little confused for a moment when she saw the two people acting sneakily. There's something wrong with these two guys.
Did they do something secretly behind my back while I was sleeping? Chapter 43. Can you have some professionalism?
After resting in the cave until 6 p.m., Chen Chen was ready to set off. After all, this time point is defined as night, and it will be safer to act with the double attribute bonus of Shinyoshi's chaos armor.
The crisis of Rosemary Dan was finally overcome without any danger. Although the process was very tortuous, the gains were still considerable. First of all, thanks to the efforts of Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan, they saved a second-grade detoxification pill for emergency use.
Secondly, in the process of helping and exploring each other, their tacit understanding actually improved. Shin Yuyan, Angel Wings, tacit understanding 10% 20%. When your attack hits an enemy, you gain one layer of the Divine Steps effect, which lasts for 5 seconds. Each layer of Divine Steps grants plus 1% attack speed, up to a maximum of 100-200 layers.
The Divine Steps cannot be cleared.
After the level of tacit understanding increased, the highest level of the long steps to godhood increased to 200 levels. Previously, the attack speed was only 100% when fully stacked, but now it can be up to 200%.
This greatly increased Chen Chen's upper limit.
Since he was flying in the sky all the time, Chen Chen's progress was relatively smooth and he did not encounter any danger. After 3 days of journey, they were finally about to reach the strait opposite Jinghai City. As long as you cross the sea in front of you, you can reach the Jinghai territory directly.
Why is there a watchtower here? Deep in the jungle near the coast, Chen Chen discovered a watchtower that was obviously built by humans.
There were no signs of human activity nearby, but there was a watchtower, which made him feel very strange.
Do you want to go down and take a look? Shin Yuyan suggested. No, we can just go around it. Our destination is Jinghai, so it's best not to cause any trouble.
Chen Chen ignored the strange watchtower. After all, at the altitude he was flying, it would be difficult for the other party to detect him.
If you approach rashly, the risk of accidents will increase. At the current speed, it will take at least 10 hours to fly across this sea area. After arriving at the coast, Chen Chen took out the map.
After careful calculations over the past few days, he found that his physical strength limit was only 6 hours of continuous flight. In other words, if Chen Chen wants to cross the sea area, he must find a transit point in the middle to rest.
Otherwise, there is no way to complete it. Shin Yuyan's finger slid across the map. This route is the ferry between Jinghai and Modu. Let's calculate the time so we can rest on the boat.
Yeah.
That's it. This is the only way, and Chen Chen thinks so too.
Before heading to the sea, Chen Chen found a lot of wood and vines in the jungle and put them into the space ring. In case of any accident, he could also make a temporary raft as a foothold on the sea. However, he hoped that this was unnecessary. After all, the waters of Blue Star were extremely dangerous.
Because there are countless unknown ruins and portals hidden in the sea, marine monsters may appear in the sea at any time.
Because of this, there are very few flights between Modu and Jinghai, with only one passenger ship named Bronze Age traveling back and forth. The Bronze Age has a platinum demon hunter assigned by the Security Bureau to provide special protection. When we land there, we must be careful not to reveal our whereabouts.
Shin Yuyan kindly reminded.
After all, they were faking their own deaths this time, and their destination was Jinghai, a place controlled by the Hua family. If their whereabouts were discovered, they would be in trouble.
Don't worry, I'll pay attention.
After calculating the time, Chen Chen set off in the early morning. After flying for about 4 hours from his current location, he would meet the sailing Bronze Age. According to the plan, Chen Chen will rest on the Bronze Age for 2 hours and then fly to the Jinghai area alone. The sea was covered with a light mist in the early morning, and the sunlight shone through the mist onto the sea, making the waves sparkle. In this tranquil sea, Chen Chen spread his wings, like a freely flying kunpeng, overlooking the sea below.
A small boat is looming on the foggy sea.
Strange, why is there a clipper ship in this location?
Chen Chen suddenly felt confused. Because the waters of Blue Star are too dangerous, there is only one passenger ship in the entire strait, the Bronze Age.
The ship was not on the designated route. Although it was moving very fast, it was not large and did not look like a passenger ship or a merchant ship.
Could it be pirates?
Shin Yoshi guessed with great interest. The waters of Blue Star are so dangerous that no merchant ships can pass through, and there is no way there would be pirates. Without waiting for Chen Chen to speak, Shin Yuyan took the lead in answering her sister's questions.
What is that? A ghost ship?
Where did the ghost ship come from in broad daylight? Chen Chen was confused about the situation for a moment. After all, according to the planned flight, they would have to fly for 4 hours before meeting the Bronze Age. But it was only 3 hours now, and there was still a full hour left, but they encountered a small speedboat first, which no one had expected. Judging from the direction the boat is sailing, it's not heading towards the Magic City Pier, but towards the mountains we just came from.
This made Shin Yuyan even more puzzled.
Such a small ship, if attacked by the demons in the sea, is very likely to be destroyed in the sea. Who would take such a big risk and sail a ship to this damn place?
Is there a possibility? This clipper ship came from the Bronze Age. Chen Chen discovered something new from Shin Yuyan's analysis. It's possible. I've read reports about the Bronze Age before. It's a giant passenger ship jointly built by Modu and Jinghai. It carries more than a dozen emergency lifeboats. The one we encountered now is very likely one of them. It should be correct.
Combined with the information provided by Shin Yuyan, Chen Chen became more certain of his guess.
Could it be that something happened to the Bronze Age? Shin Yuyan was very shocked.
Because she had carefully read the introduction of the Bronze Age, which was a huge steel monster. The Bronze Age has a displacement of over 60,000 tons, a total length of 333 meters and a width of 80 meters. During the voyage, there will be at least 3 teams of Platinum Demon Hunter guards and a Diamond-level Demon Hunter as captain. Shin Yuyan found it hard to imagine what kind of danger the Bronze Age, with such combat power, had encountered that would require it to adopt an emergency disaster plan.
It's hard to say for now, let's go down and take a look.
Shin Chen began to descend his flight altitude. The speedboat was about 10 meters long and there was no one on the deck, making it completely unsuitable for escape. In order to avoid being discovered by the other party, Shin Chen was flying almost close to the sea level, like a torpedo, and directly crashed into the speeding speedboat. Woohoo! This strong visual impact made Shin Yoshi scream with excitement. The moment he touched the hull, Shin Chen used the wall-penetrating technique that ignored collisions with objects and successfully sneaked into the hull. This chick is really attractive. Is it really not okay to touch her? Stop imagining that. Do you know who she is? She's the daughter of Su Tingshan, the commander-in-chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau. If you touch her here, everyone on this boat will be buried with you. Zhao. Is this chick so important? Stop thinking about super hostage all the time. Can you be a little more professional? The boss is waiting for us to dock. As soon as Chen Chen came in, he discovered an explosive scene in the warehouse. The girl's eyes were covered with a black cloth, her mouth was stuffed with a cloth strip, her hands and feet were tied behind her back and she was thrown into the corner of the warehouse. She was surrounded by a group of professional bandits armed with spiritual weapons, and their spiritual power levels were all above silver or even higher. I just checked, and there are no pursuers. They were able to infiltrate the Bronze Age and kidnap the daughter of the Jinghai Security Bureau's commander-in-chief without anyone noticing. The boss behind this group must be quite impressive. Through the conversation just now, Chen Chen has basically figured out the whole story. And based on the direction the speedboat was sailing, he had even guessed the other party's destination. It was the watchtower that Chen Chen had discovered deep in the jungle before. There must be more unknown secrets hidden in that place. Chapter 44 Shadow Slaves. Chen, what should we do now? Xin Yuyan asked in a low voice. They now have two options. Or, pretend you saw nothing and notify the security bureau after you arrive safely in Jinghai. Or, take the risk and save the girl. This is the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau. We have to save her. Chen Chen's eyes were deep, and he had already started to formulate a rescue plan in his mind. In the future, dealing with the Hua family in Jinghai will be much easier if I can have a position in the security bureau. Second brother, you stay here and guard. We'll be outside observing the situation in the surrounding sea. If there's any sign of trouble, report immediately. After giving the instructions, the bandits left the warehouse one after another, leaving only a shifty-looking witcher to guard it. This is the guy who was clamoring for a super hostage. Wha? After hearing everyone else leave, the gagged girl made a sound, as if she wanted to say something to the gangster. Don't mess around. As long as you behave yourself and our boss gets what he wants, we'll let you go. The second gangster shook his head, feeling a pity. There is such a good hostage in front of us, but we can't even take it. It's such a pity. As the daughter of Su Tingshan, the commander-in-chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau, Su Wenwen has short, neat hair and is a beautiful girl from a small family. Even after being captured, his expression remained resolute and unyielding, without any fear at all. Wha? Su Wenwen tried to communicate with the other party again, but the criminal ignored her. So, Su Wenwen took advantage of the opponent's pain point and directly hit the iron plate of the hull with her head. Bang! 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 The screams became sharper and sharper, and soon, blood began to flow from Su Wenwen's forehead. Okay, I'll take the cloth out of your mouth. In desperation, the criminals could only help Su Wenwen throw away the cloth gagged in her mouth, and explained in advance. But let's make a deal first, once you open your mouth, no yelling. Oh. Su Wenwen nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. Aha! Help! Is there anyone? I'm here. Help me. Sure enough, women are fickle. Su Wenwen, who had just promised the bandits not to shout, immediately cried for help the moment the cloth strip left her mouth. Stop yelling. This cabin has the best soundproofing. No one will pay any attention to you even if you scream your throat out. The gangster seemed to have guessed that Su Wenwen would do this. The reason he took the cloth from Su Wenwen's mouth was because he was alone there and felt bored. And he didn't lie. His teammates didn't rush over to check because of Su Wenwen's scream, which shows that the sound insulation of this cabin is indeed good. The cabin, the Bronze Age? Su Wenwen was blindfolded and thought she was still on the passenger ship. Since you know who I am, you should understand the consequences of your actions. I now order you to release me immediately, otherwise the entire Jinghai Security Bureau will not let you go. Bronze Age?
Ha, if that's all we're capable of, how could we dare to kidnap you? The gangster deliberately frightened Su Wonwon and said. Even if I untie all the shackles on you now, you can't go back. To tell you the truth, you have been unconscious for 3 days. We have already left the waters of Longhua. Ginghai Security Bureau? You should ask your father to notify the Longhua Security Bureau to arrest us. Ha 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 ha. Are we no longer in Dragon Nation's waters? How is that possible? Are you, spies, from the enemy country? Su Wonwon had obviously heard that the other party was bragging, but she still looked very scared. Ha! To be honest, I'm a very senior agent. As long as you behave yourself, I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing that he had frightened the little girl, the bandit became even more arrogant. I'm a little scared now that I'm alone. Can you come and sit with me? Su Wonwon bit her lip and said lovingly. Ha! Of course, of course. Seeing Su Wonwon like this, the bandits certainly would not refuse. Although the other party was the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau, he could not do anything excessive, but as a professional gangster, it was very necessary to calm the hostages' panic. Besides, what kind of threat could a little girl with her eyes blindfolded and her hands and feet tied behind her back pose? Brother, if someone gives themselves to you, will you protect me? As soon as the gangster sat down next to Su Wonwon, she suddenly leaned her head on his shoulder. The girl's fresh fragrance wafts through her short hair, making people feel relaxed and happy. The bandit was slightly stunned. He never dreamed that Su Wonwon would be so proactive. Instead, he was at a loss. Of course. As long as Wonwon is obedient, I will definitely not let you get hurt. The bandit grabbed Su Wonwon's hand with a smile as warm as spring breeze. But just as he was about to take further action, a flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Chen Shen used the wall walking technique to pass through the goods on the side, and took advantage of the bandits flirting with the girl to suddenly attack him, and the silver spear in his hand directly pierced the other's throat. But Chen Shen knew very well that the biological strength of the silver-level demon hunters had long exceeded the limits of humans, and even if they suffered such damage, it would not be fatal. Shadow Slave. After severely injuring the opponent, Shinyoshi immediately summoned the soul imprisoned in the Chaos Armor. Shadow Shield Logitech. Shadow Double Swordsman Nyo Dali. Shadow Lancer Zhao Wu. In the desert ruins, Chen Shen used the armor of chaos to imprison the souls of the three of them, turning them into Shinyoshi's shadow slaves. Logitech and others who were summoned had no outline, just a three-dimensional shadow. Although the shadow slaves also possess spiritual weapons, their spiritual power level is not inherited from the soul itself, but from the spiritual power of Chen Shen and Shinyoshi. Therefore, Luoji, Zhao Wu, Nyo Dali, and their own spiritual weapons are only at the 5th level of bronze. The seriously injured bandit was immediately besieged by shadow servants. Holy Shield Impact. Flowing Fire Slash. Continuous Thrusts. The three shadow servants immediately used their best martial arts. The bandit was first hit in the face by Logitech's large shield, then cut in half by the flaming double swords, and finally pierced through the heart by Zhao Wu's continuous thrusts. Completely dead. Shadow slaves are different from clones. They can use martial arts and have extremely strong combat power. The only drawback was that the other party died before he could figure out what was happening. He hadn't had time to develop murderous intentions towards Chen Shen, so he couldn't absorb the lifespan of this silver demon hunter. I'm here to save you. Chen Shen immediately untied the restraints on Su Wonwon and prepared to take her away. In order not to reveal his identity, Chen Shen put on Shinyoshi's E-level Dark Knight cloak and wore a mask on his face. Moreover, he had already penetrated the bottom of the clippers before. The rest of the bandits were like ants on a hot pan at this moment, frantically trying to find ways to repair the hull and had no time to pay attention to this side. I know. Otherwise, who do you think I was cooperating with by luring him here just now? Su Wonwon glanced at Chen Shen with lively eyes, and didn't seem surprised at what had just happened. It felt as if Chen Shen was a subordinate she had placed in advance. Chen Shen was slightly stunned. Thinking back to Su Wonwon's actions just now, it was indeed her intention to cooperate with him in advance. Thanks to her seduction, Chen Shen was able to succeed. Otherwise, if the silver-level demon hunters rebel, it will be troublesome. You knew I was coming? But Chen Shen was a little confused. He clearly met Su Wonwon by chance, and the other party couldn't have known that he would save her. But if Su Wonwon didn't know, then her actions just now were too dangerous. This doesn't make sense. Seeing that Chen Shen was shocked, Su Wenwen smiled triumphantly and said playfully, "No way? There are still people who don't know my name as the future goddess Su Wenwen. How did you manage to work under my dad?" Chapter 45 Future Vision. Future Goddess. Seeing that Chen Shen was completely clueless, Shin Yuyan explained, Su Wenwen, S-level spiritual weapon Future Vision, has the ability to see a brief moment in the future. Why didn't you say so earlier? I saw you vow to go to Jinghai, so I thought you knew all this information. Su Wenwen saw that Chen Shen was a little dazed, and then she realized that something was wrong. Aren't you my father's undercover agent planted among the enemy? Chen Shen did not answer, but gathered his strength on the spot, infusing spiritual power into the silver spear, and preparing for the next move. Hurry! That person's spirit weapon will sound the cabin alarm in 3 seconds. We must stop her. Su Wenwen once again used her ability of future vision to see what was going to happen next. Although Chen Shen's sneak attack was successful and the bandit demon hunter was quickly killed before he could fight back, his spiritual weapon was still alive. This means that Su Wenwen has not been rescued yet and her situation is still very dangerous. There is a whole team of awakened people in the Silver Realm on the Clippers, and judging from the way Chen Shen attacked the bandits just now, his spiritual power is obviously inferior to that of the other party. If the alarm in the cabin was sounded at this time and other awakened people came to support, things would be troublesome. It's okay, let her pull it. Facing Su Wenwen's warning, Chen Shen seemed confident. Because he knew very well that the enemy's support would not arrive for a while. Immediately afterwards, what Su Wenwen warned about actually happened. The dagger on the bandit's waist turned into a human form. It was a middle-aged woman with long hair. She took advantage of the gap where the shadow slave was standing and directly sounded the alarm in the cabin. This scene surprised Chen Shen very much. Although this was also within Chen Shen's expectations, even without Su Wenwen's future vision, he knew that the bandit's Lingwu was still alive. This was basic common sense. But there is an essential difference between the two. Because what Su Wenwen saw was the real future, while what Chen Shen predicted were all his subjective guesses. This feeling made Chen Shen feel very wonderful. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded, bringing Chen Shen's thoughts back to reality. Humph, you can't run away. After saying that, the woman smiled confidently, opened the cabin door with the key, and left. Although the woman was also a silver-level spiritual warrior, the demon hunter who had signed a contract with her was dead at this moment. Although Su Wenwen and Chen Shen's spiritual power levels are not very high, their innate abilities are very tricky. One is elusive and can summon shadow warriors, the other can capture the future and give advance warning. It would be extremely irrational for her to try to stop Su Wenwen and Chen Shen by herself. So the woman simply opened the hatch and escaped, ensuring her own safety first, and then waiting for her teammates to come and support her before catching the two of them in one fell swoop. Anyway, the speedboat was sailing on the endless sea, and Su Wenwen had no way to fly away. It's over, you missed the big thing. Su Wenwen looked at the shimmering sea outside the cabin and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why didn't you listen to my command just now? Now we're dead when the enemy reinforcements arrive. Chen Shen ignored Su Wenwen, who looked panicked. Seeing the hatch open, he gave up on launching a charged attack, then recalled all the shadow slaves and swaggered out of the hatch. Chen Shen originally wanted to use a charged attack to poke a big hole in the cabin and then take Su Wenwen away. But now, there is no need for that. Where is our support? Faced with such an urgent situation, Su Wenwen tried her best to remain calm. While observing the situation around her, she asked Chen Shen beside her. No backup, just me. Chen Shen said truthfully. What? Are you alone? Su Wenwen looked at him in disbelief. Don't joke around at this point. You're the only one here, so why would you save me? Chen Shen's strength is just here, probably at the middle bronze level. And on this speedboat there is a whole team of awakeners at the silver level. With such a huge disparity in strength, what can they use to fight back? In Su Wenwen's opinion, if Chen Shen really came to save her alone, then such behavior would undoubtedly be seeking death. Can't you see the future? Why don't you take another look and see how I would respond? Chen Shen said jokingly. Compared with Su Wenwen's panic, Chen Shen seemed calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Future vision consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and you can only see for a brief moment. Why waste spiritual energy on something like this when you can just tell me directly? Su Wenwen was very puzzled. Chen Shen is clearly a demon hunter at the bronze level, and the spiritual weapon in his hand doesn't look very rare. Where does his confidence come from? This is based on the fact that the spiritual weapon Su Wenwen saw was a silver spear, not a fire stick. Since the G-level spiritual weapon images of the fire stick and the torn cloak were too conspicuous, Xin Chen replaced the sisters' spiritual weapon illusions in advance. The appearance of Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi are both set to F-level black robes and silver spears. In the Magic City Spiritual Martial Arts Academy, Xin Chen is quite famous for having contracted 2 G-level spiritual weapons at the same time. After all, he is the first man in the entire history of Blue Star to have contracted twin spiritual weapons at the same time. To some extent, Chen Shen's name is much more famous than Su Wenwen's future goddess. However, his figure was hidden in the black robe at the moment, and he was wearing a mask on his face, so it was difficult for Su Wenwen to associate him with his identity. Chen Shen had thought it all out. He told everyone that the contracted spiritual weapon was an F-level silver spear. As for Xin Yoshi's F-level black robe, he lied that it was a spiritual treasure with the ability to fly. After all, on Blue Star, Chen Shen is the only one who can contract 2 spiritual weapons at the same time, and Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi are both G-level spiritual weapons, which are very recognizable. This actually made Chen Shen difficult to identify after a slight disguise. Strange, the alarm has been sounded for so long, why hasn't the enemy's reinforcements arrived yet? Su Wenwen suddenly felt something strange. Such a shrill alarm should have been heard the moment it sounded, no matter where you were in the cabin. But why didn't anyone come over? They are very busy now and can't come for a while. Chen Shen smiled faintly. Su Wenwen probably guessed that this was another of his masterpieces. Although the spiritual power of the man in front of her did not seem to be strong, he gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. So, driven by her curiosity, Su Wenwen once again started to look into the future. She wanted to see how the other party would rescue her under such circumstances. Chapter 46 Mr. Snake. Ciao. We finally fixed the hull. Luckily, our third brother's talent includes repair attributes, otherwise, we would all be doomed. At the bottom of the cabin, the bandits, who had been busy for half a day, finally worked together to repair the hull under their feet. The incoming seawater had already submerged half of their bodies, and the surrounding cargo was floating everywhere, making the entire cabin a mess. Fortunately, there was a demon hunter with a talent for repair in their team, who temporarily blocked the loophole. Myling, you just said that a bronze-level awakener attacked Lauer? Well, the second brother was killed by the other party before he could react. But that person was definitely not strong, and I observed him on the deck when I ran over, and he had no accomplices. Brother, I checked in the monitoring room. There's only one person. There's nothing unusual in other places. Oh. Su Tingshan is so foolish. He actually sent a bronze demon hunter to rescue his precious daughter. He really underestimated us. The gang leader said with disdain. All 4, go to the control room and stop the boat first. We're going to meet this fearless guy now. Under the control of the bandits, the boat quickly stopped. This also means that they have dealt with the current difficult issues and are about to start hunting down Su Wenwen and Chen Shen. You can actually fly. At the same time, Su Wenwen also saw what was going to happen next through her ability of future vision. She looked at Chen Shen in amazement, and suddenly realized a problem. The speedboat of this gang of bandits was sailing on the sea, and there were no other ships around. So where did this guy in front of them come from? At first, Su Wenwen thought that Chen Shen had been hiding on this speedboat from the beginning, but after seeing the following scene through future vision, she denied her previous idea. A crazy speculation came to my mind. He flew over here. Why did Su Wenwen herself feel crazy after this thought came to her mind? Because on Blue Star, there are very few martial arts that can truly enable flying, and at least one must have a level or above martial arts to be able to fly in the air. But even so, this is time limited and even consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. This is obviously an ability that a bronze-level demon hunter does not possess. It seems that you can really see the future. Chen Shen seemed to be able to imagine everything Su Wenwen saw from her shocked pupils. Su Wenwen used her ability of future vision in front of Chen Shen several times in a row, and Chen Shen roughly understood the logic of future vision. Chen Shen had always been curious. How did Su Wenwen get kidnapped when she clearly had the ability to know the future? Now he understood, because future vision requires the awakened person to actively consume a large amount of spiritual power to predict the future, and can only see a brief moment. It is not a passive skill that can be used anytime and anywhere, and the foreseeable future is very short. So without actively using future vision, Su Wonwon is no different from ordinary people. Moreover, long-term reliance on this ability will lead to a decline in or even loss of one's own subjective judgment and analytical abilities.
As for Qin Shen, he is still used to using his own brain to make calculations.
After all, it is really boring to see the future directly. Hold on tight. Since Su Wonwon has seen it, Qin Shen will not pretend anymore.
He immediately spread the angel wings behind him, picked up Su Wonwon, and flew directly into the sky. Of course, what Su Wonwon saw through her future vision and now was that a cyclone appeared on the dark night cloak behind Qin Shen, carrying him high into the sky.
So steady.
Even more steady than my dad's flying technique. After personally experiencing Qin Shen's flying ability, Su Wonwon felt that Qin Shen's flying ability was even better than her father's. You know, Su Wonwon's father, Su Tingshan, is a demon hunter of extraordinary level. Of course, there is no comparison in speed. After all, the difference in spiritual power is there. But in terms of flying rhythm, Su Wonwon felt that Qin Shen was better.
How can I describe that feeling?
It was as if he really had a pair of wings growing on his back.
You, who are you? Su Wonwon has been completely conquered by Qin Shen's abilities. No wonder he was so confident.
Even though he was only at the Bronze Realm, he didn't take the other party seriously. Because on the vast ocean, if you can occupy the airspace, you have absolute say. Now Qin Shen can even fly away directly, and the other party has no way to stop him.
I am. When Su Wonwon asked about his identity, Qin Shen was obviously stunned. What a mistake it was not thinking of a name in advance. His name is Snake.
Fortunately, Shen Yuyan came to the rescue in time and gave Qin Shen a temporary code name.
Snake? Thank you for saving me.
After witnessing Qin Shen's superb flying ability, Su Wonwon's attitude became obviously much more humble. The name Snake casts a veil of mystery over Qin Shen's new identity.
Su Wonwon admitted that it was she who barked just now. Mr. Snake, why are you here? Su Wonwon asked curiously. Just passing by. Qin Shen was too lazy to even come up with an excuse.
But that's the fact, he's just a passerby.
Mr. Snake, what should we do now? Should we fly directly back to Jinghai City? I might not have enough energy to fly back. I plan to rest on the Bronze Age and replenish my energy. Then I'll just throw you back. Really?
That's really great. Su Wonwon was very happy at the thought that she would be able to return to the Bronze Age soon.
Moreover, Qin Shen spoke very casually, as if his saving himself was really just a coincidence and without any purpose.
Although it was a coincidence, Qin Shen still had a purpose.
But now is not the time to show it. What Qin Shen wants is to play the long game and catch the big fish. As for you, hold on to the lifebuoy and stay alone for a while.
I have some things to take care of.
I'll be back soon.
Qin Shen first took Su Wonwon to a safe sea area, then took out a lifebuoy from his space ring and asked her to stay there and not move. Qin Shen found the lifebuoy when he was hiding in the cabin.
This thing is much more useful than wood.
After settling Su Wonwon, Qin Shen once again used his wall walking skills to sneak onto the ship. At this time, the boat had been stopped by the bandits, who were searching everywhere for Qin Shen and Su Wonwon.
That's weird. Where are the people? I just saw them walking out of the cabin on the surveillance camera, and in the blink of an eye, they're gone? He must have jumped into the sea.
Everyone, put on your diving suits and go down to the sea to look for him.
Don't worry, big brother. The sea area we are in now is very far away from Modu and Jinghai. There are no ships around. They can't escape.
The surveillance on the ship only had the perspective from inside each cabin, so it did not capture the scene of Qin Shen flying away. After searching the boat several times without finding anyone, the bandits thought the two had dived into the sea, so they went into the sea to hunt them down.
Old 3, stay on the boat and keep searching.
Maybe these two guys are hiding somewhere on the boat. Before going into the sea, the gang leader still had some caution. If they all went into the sea to hunt her down, and Su Wonwon was still on the boat, they would just drive the boat away, and that would be the end of her. At this time, Qin Shen had just destroyed the monitoring room, and then he drilled a bigger hole in the bottom of the ship that the bandits had repaired with great effort. Within half an hour, the ship will become a pile of steel garbage and sink to the bottom of the sea. By that time, these guys will completely lose their foothold at sea and be at the mercy of Qin Shen. Seeing that all the other party members had gone into the sea, leaving only the third Witcher and the second Witcher's spiritual warrior Myling on the boat, Qin Shen couldn't help but smile faintly.
A little bit of intelligence, but not much. Chapter 47 Old 6. Myling, let's split up. The second brother is dead, and you don't have a demon hunter. If you find the enemy, don't force your way in. Just notify me directly. The third bandit was a boatman wearing maintenance clothes, and the spiritual weapon in his hand was a huge wrench. Judging from the other party's appearance and words, he should be more difficult to deal with than the second brother who was only thinking about the super hostage before. But at this moment, the enemy is in the open and Chen Chen is in the dark, so there is no need for a head-on confrontation. What's more, the two of them acted separately, which provided Chen Chen with more room to play. Even if the spiritual power of the two sides differs by a whole realm, as long as you attack the enemy by surprise, there is still a chance of winning. The second gangster who was killed by Chen Chen before is a good example. Ha! Who destroyed the monitoring room? Myling, be careful. The other party might still be on the ship. I understand, third brother. That guy killed second brother. I'm going to find him and tear him into pieces to avenge second brother. The third brother was in contact with Myling through the intercom. Why does this ship seem to be sinking? However, before one wave of troubles subsides, another wave of troubles arises. The third brother just discovered that the monitoring room had been damaged, and then he discovered that the sea level had risen. He hurried to the damaged area to check and found that the hull was damaged again. The turbulent sea water has submerged the entire hull. Myling. The hull that was just repaired seems to be damaged again. Be careful by yourself. I will go down and continue repairing it. The third brother's talent is E-level maintenance. In this situation, he has to go into the water and check it out himself. Since the location damaged by Chen Chen had been repaired before, although the hole was bigger, Lao San couldn't tell whether it was caused by man-made damage or the impact of water flow. Judging from the damage to the hull and the water level in the cabin, the entire ship has reached a moment of life and death. If the repairs fail, they will all be buried at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the brothers are still chasing Su Wenwen on the seabed. I wonder what they would feel if they found that their boat had sunk while chasing her. In order to prevent this from happening, the spiritual power in the third brother's body burst out, and he tried his best to repair the hole in the bottom of the ship. He is now the hope of the entire team. Ha! I finally caught up. 10 minutes later, after the unremitting efforts of the third brother, he finally succeeded in repairing the big hole in the bottom of the boat. At this moment, the third brother was lying on the deck exhausted. The two repairs had exhausted all his spiritual and physical strength. Fortunately, the ship was successfully saved. Myling, are you there? How's the situation over there? Is everything okay? Feeling relieved, the third brother quickly contacted Myling through the intercom. After all, Myling's demon hunter had been killed, and she was just a spiritual warrior with no one contracted with her. The third brother felt that if he were an enemy, he would definitely start with Myling first. Third brother, I'm here. The guy must have jumped into the sea. I've searched the boat for several times but can't find any trace of him. Let's just wait patiently for news from Big Brother and the others. By the way, how's your task of repairing the hull going? If the boat sinks, we're all doomed. Oh. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Hearing Myling's voice, the third brother finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the other party is really not on the boat and has already gone into the sea. After all, on the vast ocean, this is the only escape plan. If that's the case, then they don't have to worry. After all, this is the sea, not a river or lake. Su Wenwen and Chen Chen can't run away. Ha! The third brother let out a long sigh, then shakily took out a pack of cigarettes from the toolbox and prepared to light one for himself. The situation just now was so urgent that his hands felt a little weak. Well. But the third brother, who thought he could relax, put the cigarette to his lips but couldn't light it. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and when he slowly lowered his head, a fluorescent spear still pierced his heart. Cough. Immediately afterwards, the spear was pulled out, and bright red blood continued to flow from the third brother's lungs into his throat. Chen Chen seized the opportunity and did not give the opponent any room to fight back. He stabbed the opponent's chest with the silver spear in his hand continuously. In fact, the third brother had no strength to resist at this moment. His spiritual power and physical strength were used up while repairing the hull. You bastard! Stop it! He knelt on the ground, looking at Chen Chen with ferocious eyes.
Because at this moment, Chen Chen had summoned shadow slaves, who were attacking his equally exhausted spiritual warriors. After being continuously attacked by the shadow servants, the huge wrench gradually turned into a human form and fell in front of the third brother. Hateful! The third brother was shouting and cursing, but unfortunately he had no chance to fight back. Because from the very beginning, he had already lost miserably in the game with Chen Chen. Chen Chen's target from the beginning to the end was not Myling, who was not a demon hunter, but himself, who could repair the hull. As a silver spear pierced the throats of the two men. The awakened Zhang Yi, who had murderous intentions towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 85 years, and receives a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 110 years of lifespan. The awakened Xiao Yaxin, who had murderous intentions towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, and receives a 120% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 96 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 486 years. After successfully killing 2 awakeners in the Silver Realm, Chen Chen gained a lot of life. Moreover, Chen Chen also obtained a piece of information from the lifespan data he obtained, that is, as the spiritual power level of human awakeners increases, their lifespan will also increase. These bandits all looked to be over 40 years old, and they still had 80 plus years of life left, which was obviously much longer than that of Logitech and others killed by Chen Chen. No wonder the strong ones at the king level often live for hundreds of years and still remain youthful. Of course, the space rings of the two people were also taken away by Chen Chen. Afterwards, Chen Chen used cloning martial arts to create a clone of the third brother Zhang Yi. Hey, Myling, come here quickly. I found Su Wenwen and that guy over here. Hurry and surround them from the other side. Really? That's great. Tell me where it is. I'll be right over. Okay, they're just. The awakened Jiang Myling, who had murderous intentions towards you, has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 91 years, and receives a 110% bonus based on their spiritual power level, granting an additional 100 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 677 years. Through the clone of the third brother Zhang Yi, Chen Chen easily defeated Jiang Myling. The main character is Lao Lu. He never confronts anyone head-on if he can do something sneaky to them. Not only do you have to rub the enemy's body on the ground, you also have to rub his IQ on the ground. Shrimp and Pork Heart. Chapter 48 Boom. Oh, this is a good thing. Chen Chen also successfully found a batch of explosives in the space ring of the third brother Zhang Yi. As expected of a professional gangster, it seems Zhang Yi is the engineer in the team responsible for maintenance and blasting. After arranging the explosives, Chen Chen flew into the air and waited quietly for the other bandits to come ashore. Oh my god. This is really weird. There's nothing in the sea. Where did it go? This is terrifying. I just encountered a platinum-level steel sea dragon in the deep sea. I almost died. Let's not go into the sea. This is not a place for us humans to set foot in. If you ask me, that guy and Su Wenwen must still be on the boat. After all, this is a sea where demons can appear at any time. Maybe they have already been arrested by the third brother. What the hell are you talking about? You're like a pig beforehand, but wise afterward. Just now, you were the one shouting that they must have gone to sea. Not long after, the gang of bandits returned to the deck in a miserable state. They were all out of breath, as if they had just encountered some indescribable creature in the sea. This is normal. On Blue Star, the deep sea is an extremely dangerous area, just like the unexplored depths of the jungle on the ground. Third brother? How's it going? Have you found the person? The gang leader shouted breathlessly. They worked hard in the sea for a long time but didn't see a single human hair, so they could only place their last hope on the third man on the boat. Damn it! I don't know what the third brother is up to again. He even dares not reply to me. Ciao. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Seeing that no one answered on the boat, the bandit leader cursed. Big brother. At this moment, a subordinate beside him suddenly ran over tremblingly, with a look of panic on his face, as if he had seen something more terrifying than a sea monster. What's wrong? The gang leader said unhappily. Brother, you may not be able to teach the third brother a lesson. What? As your eldest brother, I can't teach him a lesson? If he wasn't the only one among us who knew how to repair a boat, I would throw him into the sea to feed the fish right now. Brother, I mean, the third brother, he's dead. The subordinate pointed to the corpses beside him. In addition to the third brother Zhang Yi, there were also his spiritual weapon and the second brother's spiritual weapon. In short, everyone who stayed on the boat died. Everyone be careful, we are probably surrounded by the enemy. The gang leader took a look at the body of the third brother, then shifted his gaze and looked angrily at the sea level in the distance. His first reaction was that the support to rescue Su Wenwen had arrived. After all, how could a demon hunter at the bronze level dare to come here alone? This is simply courting death. The other party must have a backup plan. The words of the bandit leader immediately made the entire awakened team panic. Everyone looked for shelter and hid, and then looked at the sea from time to time. But the sea is still calm, without a single ripple. Brother, there's no one around here. There's not even a fly in this area of dozens of miles. Brother, maybe you're just too sensitive. The third brother must have been ambushed by that guy. This is good news. This means that the other party must still be on the ship. Are you stupid? The three old men are dead, and you still have good news. The sea was eerily still, making the bandits even more panicked. After all, the fear of the unknown is often the strongest sense of oppression. Just then, a strange voice broke the quarrel among the gangsters. Don't move, you are surrounded by me. Chen Shen slowly descended from the sky in front of everyone, the black robe wrapped around his body dancing in the wind, like the god of death coming. Boss, look, it's the guy who rescued Su Wenwen. The bandits exclaimed in surprise as they looked at Chen Shen hovering above the ship. OMG, this guy can fly. No wonder we can't find him anywhere. Don't worry, big brother. The flying martial arts won't last long, and it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With his strength, he won't be able to hold on for long. I saw that his body was stiff, so I guess he was only using some pseudo-flying skills below a rank. You little bastard, you're the one who killed the third brother and the others, right? You'd better not come down, otherwise, we'll kill you. Seeing that there was no one else around Chen Shen, the bandits seemed to regain their confidence. In their opinion, the reason why Chen Shen appeared was because he could no longer fly. Is everyone here? Chen Shen asked without any warning. The bandits were confused and did not understand the meaning of Chen Shen's words at all. Now that everyone is here, I can send you off. Ha 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 ha, you're really a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger. Don't think that just because you're lucky enough to have mastered a flying martial art, you can always show off your martial arts skills? Boom! Too lazy to listen to the other party's nagging, Chen Shen directly pressed the time bomb on the boat. As a gorgeous mushroom cloud rose, huge waves arose on the sea surface. After the explosion, the hull burned rapidly, emitting thick smoke, and began to sink at an extremely fast speed. The awakened person XXX who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 74 years, and receives a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 96 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 847 years. After a long time, only the shattered wreckage of the ship was left floating on the sea. During this process, Chen Shen only received information about the lifespan of an awakened person. This shows that the explosion just now was not enough to wipe out the other party, and the others should still be alive. But what is certain is that even if they did not die, they would have been seriously injured by being caught in such a huge explosion. Now it is soaked in seawater and will not survive for long. Chen Shen was not in a hurry and just stayed on the sea level. Holding a silver spear in his hand, he would stab anyone who showed their head. The awakened person XXX who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 66 years, and receives a 130% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 85 years of lifespan. The awakened person XXX who had murderous intentions towards you has been killed by you. The host gains a base lifespan of 82 years, and receives a 150% bonus based on their spiritual power level, for an additional 123 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 1,499 years. After killing the last bandit, Chen Shen had absorbed more than 1,000 years of life. 100% lifespan absorption, plus additional bonus from spiritual power realm. Obviously, the speed of absorbing life by killing awakened people who have murderous intentions towards you is much faster than killing monsters in the ruins. Chapter 49 Go to Hell. Not only lifespan, Chen Shen also discovered a large number of magic crystals from these people's space rings. There were various other items, and Chen Shen put all the supply pills into his own space. He planned to sell the remaining money directly on the black market when he arrived in Jinghai. Among them were two C-level combination martial arts, which Chen Shen felt were very suitable for him, so he practiced them.
Thunder Spear C rank, summons a Thunder Spear, dealing 100% thunder damage to the enemy and inflicting paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds.
During this time, the player can pick up the Thunder Spear, increasing their movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds.
This also grants the player's next attack the Thunderbolt effect. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Spear C rank, throws a Thunder Spear, dealing 100% thunder damage to the enemy and inflicting paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds.
During this time, the player can pick up the Thunder Spear, increasing their movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds.
This also grants their next attack the Thunderbolt effect. CD, 20 seconds. Thunderbolt charges forward at high speed, dealing 200% thunder damage and inflicting a kill equal to 5% of the enemy's remaining health. After hitting an enemy with Thunderbolt, all martial arts cooldowns are reduced by 1 second.
Chen Shen's spiritual weapon happens to be a spear type 1, and thunder piercing the sun can reduce the CD of all martial arts.
This attribute is very rare.
However, thunder penetrating the sun can only be triggered after you pick up the thrown Thunder Spear. This made Chen Shen feel that something was missing. If there was any way to make the Thunder Spear automatically retract, that would be great. After dealing with all the bandits, Chen Shen immediately returned to the sea area where Su Wenwen was.
Mr. Snake, you are finally back.
As soon as she saw Chen Shen, Su Wenwen immediately called for help. The explosion of the hull scared her so much that she thought Chen Shen in the distance was in danger. If Chen Shen died and the ship sank again, she would be floating on the endless sea and would have no choice but to wait for death. That's why Su Wenwen was so excited after seeing Chen Shen.
Let's go, we've finished the matter, let's start the return journey.
Chen Shen picked up Su Wenwen from the sea and threw her on his back. There is still an hour's journey ahead, and Chen Shen will feel very tired if he keeps carrying her. But if I hug her, it won't be a good idea. Shin Yoshi will definitely be jealous. If she couldn't hold it in any longer and jumped out to object, the matter of the twin spirit warriors would be exposed, and Su Wenwen would be able to guess Chen Shen's identity at once. Therefore, Chen Shen had already made 3 rules with Shin Yoshi long before. She was absolutely not allowed to make any sound when there were others around.
Mr. Snake, next, we are going back to the Bronze Age, right?
Su Wenwen suddenly asked. When she was alone in the sea just now, she thought about a lot of things. This kidnapping was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. If she goes back safely now, it will be difficult to find the mastermind behind the incident. It would be better to take advantage of the situation and go with the flow.
What? You changed your mind?
Chen Shan roughly guessed some of Su Wenwen's thoughts from her tone.
Yes, I decided not to go back. Oh? Tell me what you think.
Mr. Snake, you're so smart, you should have guessed it long ago. I'm the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Jinghai Security Bureau, and I was blatantly kidnapped on the Bronze Age. This would have caused a huge uproar.
Su Wenwen analyzed and said.
The boss behind this gang must be trying to use me to blackmail my dad in exchange for something valuable. Now, the clipper ship that abducted me has been blown up. This means that no one except you knows whether I am alive or dead. Perhaps, they will think this was an accident and won't stop the plan. Since Su Wenwen's life or death is still uncertain, they can still pretend to kidnap me and continue threatening my father, pulling off a trick of getting something for nothing. I want to go back to the Jinghai Security Bureau and work with my dad to lure the snake out of its hole.
Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully and agreed very much with Su Wenwen's plan. This little girl not only possesses S-level talent, but also remains calm even when imprisoned. She is indeed a good seedling. Since you want to do this, I can give you some extra information.
Chen Shen slowed down his flying speed, marked the map, and handed it to Su Wenwen, who was lying on his back.
This location should be the headquarters of this gang of bandits. When I flew over that mountain range earlier, I found a watchtower there. Considering the direction the speedboat was sailing just now, they should be transporting you to this location after abducting you. Really? Su Wenwen glanced at Chen Chen's marked point. This direction was definitely correct. Excellent, Mr. Snake. With this clue, we will definitely find the mastermind behind this conspiracy. The clue given by Chen Chen is too crucial. This gave Su Wenwen more confidence in her plan. She was so excited that she couldn't express it. She couldn't help but kiss Chen Chen's mask from behind. However, the sweet kiss from the girl did not make Chen Chen happy at all. Sigma. Broken. Chen Shen secretly thought that this was not good. At this moment, he could clearly feel the Chaos Armor's spiritual power is now very chaotic. Shinyoshi didn't say anything, but Chen Shen seemed to hear a strange whisper in his ear. Go to hell. The pitch-black robe instantly covered Su Wenwen's face, and kept tightening against her cheeks. Tighter and tighter, tighter and tighter. Ah. Mr. Snake, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to share my joy. Mr. Snake, even if you hate me. Yes, you don't have to kill me. Fi. Su Wenwen never imagined that her unintentional action would bring about her own fatal disaster. And it doesn't seem like a joke at all. She could feel a murderous aura enveloping her face, as if it was going to devour her completely. Woo. As the black robe tightened, Su Wenwen could only utter faint whimpers. The black cloth framed her face, revealing a panicked and desperate expression, just like in the scream. P.S. Guys, the new book is about to debut. Xiaochen is here to ask for a 5-star book review, as well as free reminders and love calls. If you have any good ideas or suggestions, as well as plot and characters, you can submit your article under the last book review. After I see it, I will reply and consider adding it as appropriate. The best ones are book reviews, paragraph reviews, and chapter reviews. I won't be able to read too many. I will give priority to those with longer duration, more likes, or more fans. Once adopted, I will sign my name to express my gratitude. Mysterious Code, Liu Olinja Ejusisi, or just look at the volume title. At last. I wish all godfathers good health and all their wishes come true. Chapter 50, Just a Small Accident. Snake, Mr. Tightly bound by Shinyoshi's black robe, Su Wenwen gradually lost consciousness. Seeing that the parties involved had fainted, Chen Shen immediately released the fusion state and allowed Shinyoshi to transform into a human form. If no further measures are taken, Su Wenwen might really be killed. No kidding. After the black robe disappeared, the fallen angel wings behind Chen Shen also dissipated. With only one angel wing, Chen Shen naturally could not maintain balance at high altitudes. With a splash, several people fell into the sea together. Yoshi, are you serious? Chen Shen quickly picked up Su Wenwen and put her on the lifebuoy. Do you know who she is? I went through so much trouble to rescue her, and you want to kill her for such a small matter? I don't care who he is. Only Yoshi and her sister can do shameful things with Senior Chen Shen. No one else can do that. Even the King of Heaven can't do that. Shinyoshi's face was gloomy, and her eyes were still staring fiercely at Su Wenwen beside Chen Shen. You really are my living father. She just kissed my mask, that's all. It's just a mask. Humph. She dared to kiss Senior Chen Shen's mask today, she'll dare to kiss his face tomorrow, she'll dare to have a child with him the day after tomorrow, and the day after that she'll use his child's life to force us to separate. Shinyoshi's imagination was full of ideas. Even though Su Wenwen just couldn't help but kiss Chen Shen's mask, she had already imagined many subsequent developments. Yoshi, this was just an accident. We just met, and Su Wenwen didn't have that kind of thought. And I promise you, Senior, no matter what happens in the future, I will never leave Yoshi and your sister. Seeing Shinyoshi in tears, Chen Shen quickly stepped forward and hugged her, touching her forehead with his thick palm and comforting her. Chen Shen suddenly realized his mistake. Shinyoshi's thoughts are different from those of ordinary people. Therefore, Chen Shen cannot use ordinary standards to measure her thinking. Perhaps in Chen Shen's view, Shinyoshi's ideas were extremely absurd. After all, how could a person give birth to a child in 2 days? This is totally inconsistent with the process of human embryonic development. But in Shinyoshi's mind, these things could happen at any time, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with her worries. Therefore, Chen Shen should be more patient with the Yandere Shinyoshi. Being liked by a Yandere is actually an exciting and terrifying thing. You can't just accept her kindness to you, you also have to accept her series of abnormal behaviors. Yu Yan, Su Wenwen is in your care. Give her artificial respiration quickly. Chen Shen could only hug Shinyoshi, who was a little out of control, tightly and try his best to comfort her. As for Su Wenwen, who was standing aside, Chen Shen lifted Shinyoyan's fusion state and asked her to help take care of her. After all, Su Wenwen will be of great use to Chen Shen when he brings down the Hua family in the future. At this time, Shinyoshi pressed her little face tightly against Chen Shen's chest, with a devilish smile on her face. Senior Chen Shen, you still love Yoshi the most.
After receiving Chen Shen's hug, Shin Yoshi's mood calmed down a lot. But Shin Yuyen, who had just released her fusion form, refused to do it again.
I'm not here to clean up your mess. I can give Su Wonwon artificial respiration, but what good will it do? You really know how to lend a hand.
Chen Shan rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly.
If you want any benefits, open it yourself. Didn't I lose the bet I made with Yoshi last time?
Then you had to wash Yoshi's feet for a month, and I wanted to enjoy the same treatment as her.
Make a deal.
Chen Shan did not hesitate at all. After all, Su Wenwen was in a very bad state at the moment, and he had no time to fool around with the two sisters.
Okay.
The deal was done, and Shin Yuyen performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration on Su Wenwen.
Hello? Su Wonwon, are you okay? Oh my god, you finally woke up.
You almost scared me to death just now. When Su Wenwen opened her eyes again, she saw Mr. Snake with an anxious face and a beautiful girl with silver hair. Although the girl was wearing the same mask as Snake, just by looking at her glacial long hair and exquisite figure, it could be seen that her appearance and temperament were superior to his.
Even in front of Xing Yuyen, Su Wenwen didn't dare to call herself a goddess.
I guess this girl should be the silver spear spiritual weapon in Mr. Snake's hand. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful.
Stunning, really stunning. Su Wenwen, are you okay?
Seeing that the other party was staring at Xing Yuyen in a daze, Chen Shen quickly stretched out his palm and waved it in front of her.
Could it be that he just fell into the water and his brain is filled with water? Mr. Snake, what on earth just happened?
Su Wenwen just felt that her memory was a little confused. Before, she seemed to be covered by something, as if someone turned off the lights in the dark night and the whole world was shrouded in darkness. That feeling suffocated her.
Suffocation is certain, but it is not a feeling, but artificial mechanical suffocation.
Oh.
Chen Shen smiled awkwardly at first, then said seriously.
Just now, it was just a small accident.
The black robe I was wearing is a magical weapon that has the ability to fly.
As you know, during the flight, due to the influence of the airflow, the wind accidentally blew it into your face. Then, the suction force of my black robe is very strong, and it suffocated you.
So that's how it is.
Su Wenwen seemed to remember something and said with lingering fear. I thought my offensive behavior had touched Mr. Snake's reverse scale, and you were going to kill me.
How is that possible? We just met by chance, why would I kill you?
Seeing that this little episode was finally over, Chen Shan breathed a sigh of relief. However, in order to avoid similar situations from happening again, Chen Shan put his arm around Shin Yoyen's slender waist and said with a smile. However, Miss Christina and I are already married. I am a relatively traditional man, and I still hope that Miss Wenwen can be a little more stable.
Since Xing Yuyen has given herself a name, let us give her one too. I understand. I understand. I'm sorry.
I was just too excited just now.
I will be more careful next time.
Su Wenwen said this somewhat embarrassedly. After all, Mr. Snake and Miss Christina looked so well matched, and she also expressed her blessing. But the most important thing is that she just kissed Snake's mask and such a thrilling thing happened. Although Snake kept emphasizing that this was an accident, Su Wenwen's woman's sixth sense told her that there must be some connection between the two.
Chapter 51. This is not an ordinary black silk. After a small accident, Chen Chen once again embarked on a journey to Jinghai.
Due to the vicious incident of Su Wenwen being kidnapped on the Bronze Age, the entire ship must be on emergency alert now. If you choose to go to the Bronze Age to recover your strength at this time, you will most likely be discovered by the guards on the ship. This would cause trouble for Su Wenwen's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Therefore, Chen Chen also changed his strategy and did not rest on the Bronze Age as originally planned. Instead, after his physical strength reached its limit, he used a lifebuoy to lie on the sea level. After his physical strength was almost recovered, he flew directly to the Jinghai dock.
Mr. Snake, thank you for saving me and escorting me safely to Jinghai.
Before leaving, Su Wenwen left Chen Chen's contact information to express her gratitude and said again.
You really don't need me to repay you anything?
No, hurry up and go, don't delay your great plan. By the way, your encounter with me must be kept secret, and it's best not to tell anyone.
Chen Chen waved his hand and left.
He had finished his work, and he didn't care what Su Wenwen's next plans would be. Let the bullets fly for a while. After arriving in Jinghai, Chen Chen first rented an apartment opposite the local black market. This kind of place is a mixed crowd, so it's not easy to expose your identity,
and it's also easier to gather intelligence. After a hearty meal, the three of them went to the mall to buy daily necessities. Yoshi, why did you buy this thing?
Chen Shen saw Shin Yoshi holding a large foot basin as soon as she entered the mall, and asked in confusion.
Wash my feet. Senior Chen Shen, have you forgotten? I lost a bet with you that you have to wash my feet for a month. You must accept the loss and don't give up. No, I'm willing to accept the loss, but I wasn't the one betting with you, so why would I cheat? But, Yoshi and sister, we have good intentions. We hope that Senior Chen Shen can also feel a sense of participation. Please. Sisters, buy it. Faced with Shin Yoshi's coquettish offensive, Chen Shen surrendered immediately. It's just washing your feet, no big deal. After buying daily necessities, Chen Shen spent a total of more than 18,000 yuan. This is based on the fact that Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi have already restrained themselves. If it were Chen Shen alone, it would only cost 180 yuan at most. Fortunately, after killing Logitech and the bandits on the sea, Chen Shen already had more than 1,000 magic crystals in his pocket. On Blue Star, one magic crystal is worth 10,000 yuan. He can still afford this amount of consumption. After all, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi were once school beauties. Although the two sisters did not ask for anything, they could not suffer if they followed him out. As for the remaining magic crystals, Chen Shen planned to buy the ownership of a bronze relic on the black market. Although he had the bonus of the S-level chaos armor, Chen Shen's own talent level and spiritual power realm were very low, so it was still too dangerous to look for a portal in the wild. And the portal in the wild is not that easy to find. After the ruins descended, although portals could randomly appear in any corner of the Blue Star, the locations where the portals were refreshed were often where there were people. According to big data, 90% of the ruins portals are located around the city. Portals in the wild are not only rare and difficult to find, but also extremely dangerous. Therefore, Chen Shen did not plan to go to the wild until his own talent and Shin Yoyan's spiritual weapon were upgraded to S level. To purchase the challenge rights to the ruins in the city, you only need to spend some magic crystals. Anyway, as long as the life deduction function exists, Chen Shen and his sisters will have the ability to grow infinitely, so there is no need to rush. Why only rent one room? After returning to the apartment, Shin Yuyan asked with some confusion. It's so inconvenient for one man and two women to live together. We are now in an eternal contract, and I am doing this for safety reasons. Chen Shan said so. He really wanted to be safe. Normally, demon hunters and spirit warriors would not be separated too far apart, even when sleeping. Otherwise, if you are attacked by someone, you will be finished. Especially the eternal contract, which cannot be separated. Wow, there's only one bed. Are Yoshi and her sister going to sleep with Senior Chen Shen? When she arrived at the rented room, Shin Yoshi lay down on the soft bed with a big belly. She actually thought that living with Chen Shen was a very exciting thing. I'm even looking forward to living together in the future. What should I do if Yoshi gets pregnant with Senior Chen Shen's baby? Woo? Thinking of this, Shin Yoshi buried her shy little face in the pillow. I'm going to take a shower first. Yoshi, keep an eye on him and don't let him peek. Shin Yuyan took out her spare clothes and prepared to take a comfortable hot bath. After all, her clothes were soaked by seawater. Although they were dried by the wind during the high-altitude flight, the clothes were still stained with sea salt, which made her feel itchy and uncomfortable. Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Shan sneered at Shin Yuyan's behavior. Where is the most basic trust between people? Picture. Shin Yuyan took off the black stockings on her legs and threw them directly on Chen Shen's face. Whoever broke it should buy a new pair. After saying that, he turned and walked into the bathroom. This black silk thread records Chen Shen and Shin Yuyan, and increases their tacit understanding value to 20%. Chen Shen felt that this piece of black silk was very commemorative, so he couldn't bear to throw it away and kept it in his space ring. This is not an ordinary black silk thread. It is a great achievement. It's just a pair of stockings, I'll buy it. Chen Shen said that he is already an adult and has his own toys and spends his own money. Say it again, no. Peeking. After a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the bathroom. Chen Shen smiled faintly, finding it very pleasant to the ear. Yu Yan, you still underestimate me. Do you think someone of my level needs to peek? Just by listening to the voice, I can already do 3 things. Shin Yu Yan. Chapter 52 Telepathy. The facilities in the rental house were rather simple. Through the bathroom curtain, Chen Shen could clearly see Shin Yoyen's curvy figure.
Accompanied by the girl's fragrance and the gurgling water, it is wiped in the warm steam.
It felt like a shadow play at a midnight theater. It is pure and original art.
Shin Yoyen's graceful figure gave Chen Shen countless inspirations, making his artistic cells begin to boil with passion and continue to rise. This scene can only be described in 2 words.
Silky. So silky smooth. Senior Chen Shen, who do you think has a better figure, me or my sister?
At this moment, Shin Yoshi suddenly took Chen Shen's arm, and her soft touch touched his heartstrings. Different tunes, but they achieved the same effect. Chen Shen analyzed it from an artistic perspective. Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi are like the same body with completely different souls. After saying this, Chen Shen suddenly felt something was wrong. Because only then did he realize that Shin Yoshi was sent by his sister Shin Yuyen to monitor him and not to peek. Yoshi, I'll just take a look, don't tell Yuyen. It's okay, senior, just look boldly. However, Shin Yoshi had no intention of telling on anyone, but instead encouraged Chen Shen to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him. Don't be afraid, because Yoshi will always be on the same side as senior Chen Shen. Yoshi, you are so considerate. Chen Shen sighed. Perhaps, this is the virtue that belongs exclusively to Yandere girls. Sometimes, Shin Yoshi is indeed a little crazy, but no matter what time, she always stands on your side. Senior Chen Shen, have you ever heard of telepathy? Shin Yoshi suddenly asked in a low voice. For some reason, her shy little face flushed. Yoshi, are you talking about telepathy or a sense of connection? People who have been together for a long time tend to have some of that, and twins might have a stronger feeling, right? Chen Shen touched his chin, admiring Shin Yoyen's delicate body while analyzing Shin Yoshi's problem. He is a very principled person. If you say you'll only take a look, then you really will only take a look. No sooner said than done. So, from now on, Chen Shen won't even blink. Senior Chen Shen, this is not the telepathy I'm talking about. Shin Yoshi bit her lip and continued shyly. Telepathy, and mutual understanding are just vague feelings within our hearts. But the telepathy I'm talking about is a real, physical perception. Oh? Chen Shen seemed to be interested. For example, when Senior Chen Shen looks at you right now, you can sense that you're being watched. And you'll have the same telepathic connection in the bathroom. So, there's no need for me to tell you. You'll already know it in there. This. Chen Shen was deeply skeptical. If only the 2 sisters could have such real telepathy. At this moment, Chen Shen's behavior was tacitly approved by Shin Yuyen. She knew he was watching, so she acted so smoothly on purpose? This is simply impossible. How could Shin Yuyen, who is so arrogant and cold, have such a hobby? This is unscientific. Ah, it hurts, senior, what are you doing? While staring at the shower curtain, Chen Shen reached out and pinched Shin Yoshi's face. He wanted to test whether what Shin Yoshi said about telepathy was true. In the bathroom, although Shin Yuyen did not cry out in pain, her movements obviously paused for a moment, and she gently stroked her cheek. Fuck! Chen Shen exclaimed, what a great guy! The Yandere girl was not lying to me, this is actually true. Chapter 53, Unblinking. Humph. Senior, how wicked. You actually doubted Yoshi? Where's the most basic trust between people? Shin Yoshi pouted. She told Chen Shen the little secret between herself and her sister, but she didn't expect this guy to have such an expression. Yoshi, I'm sorry. I was just judging you by my own standards. Chen Shen apologized very sincerely. I am usually cautious and always question everything before seeking verification. But you can question anyone, but it is really redundant to question a Yandere who likes you. Humph. That's more like it. Yoshi, when did this telepathy between you and Yuyen begin? Chen Shen suddenly asked. I discovered it in recent years, when my sister and I were inseparable. And the closer we are, the stronger the telepathy becomes. Shin Yoshi answered seriously. Especially after I made the eternal contract with Senior Chen Shen, this feeling became increasingly clear. After my sister, Senior Chen Shen, and I reached 10% understanding, this telepathy leveled up. I see. Chen Shen nodded silently. In other words, Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi have had telepathy for a long time, but it became even stronger after they met each other. Tear. The sound of water stopped abruptly. Shin Yuyan pulled open the curtain, wrapped Su Xiong in a bath towel, wiped her wet silver hair, and waited for the two of them.
What are you two whispering about?
Shin Yuyan was steaming all over and gave the two of them a fierce look.
Nothing. Chen Chen felt guilty.
However, judging from what Shin Yoshi just said, she probably doesn't know about the cave. After all, she really fell asleep, and her telepathy was reflected in her dreams.
Didn't you say that people of your level don't need to peek?
Seeing Chen Chen break his promise, Shin Yuyan grabbed his pigtail and her eyes gradually turned contemptuous.
It's like looking at garbage. Just a glance. I only took a peek.
Chen Chen scratched his head and explained somewhat embarrassedly.
However, compared to Chen Chen's broken promise, the seemingly elegant and arrogant Shin Yuyan is more worthy of consideration.
She clearly enjoyed Chen Chen's gaze, but when they met she had to act superior and look disgusted.
Just a glance? Do you think I would believe it? You only took a glance and I bumped into you? Is it such a coincidence? The more Chen Chen argued, the more arrogant Shin Yuyan's eyes became. I'm not making excuses this time. It's not like you caught me after I just took a quick look. What I meant is, I only took a quick look from beginning to end. Chen Chen smiled seriously and said. I didn't even blink once. If you don't believe me, Yoshi has been right here. She can prove it. Yes, I can prove to Senior Chen Chen that he was standing here staring at me from the very beginning. Even when he was talking to me, he didn't even blink. Shen Yoshi nodded repeatedly. Boom! Boom! Shin Yuyan gave Chen Chen and Shin Yoshi a slap on the head. Yoshi, I asked you to stay outside to supervise him, not to prove it to him. There is a time and space wormhole, and the plot automatically connects. Chapter 54, Distribution of Relics. No, it was Yoshi who made the mistake. Why did you hit me? Chen Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. You big pervert, the culprit, you still have the nerve to speak? Shin Yuyan's eyebrows were slightly furious, and she was ready to give Chen Chen another slap on the head. You guys chat first, I'm going to take a shower. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Chen rushed into the bathroom. Before the girl's warmth had dissipated, he turned on the faucet. Sister, I'm going to take a shower first. Shin Yoshi, who was standing by, picked up her clothes as if nothing had happened and walked straight towards the bathroom. Preparing to take a bath with Chen Chen. Come back here. But at the last moment, Shin Yoshi was brought back by her sister Shin Yuyan. Sister! What are you doing? Yoshi wants to take a shower with Senior Chen Chen. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Ouch, it hurts. Shin Yoshi pouted and wanted to force her way in, but she was suppressed by her blood and was hit on the head again. Even though he has a little devil personality, he still doesn't dare to act rashly in front of his sister Shin Yuyan. After everyone finished taking a hot shower, the time came to 1800 hours. It is the night defined by the chaos armor. Let's go! After Chen Chen and the two sisters entered a fusion state, they went out to gather intelligence. The news about Su Wanwan has now spread throughout Qinghai. However, people outside don't know what exactly happened, and a lot of information has been blocked by the Security Bureau. However, Su Wanwan has been secretly in contact with Chen Chen, saying that her plan was very successful. The gang of criminals didn't know that Su Wanwan had returned to the Security Bureau. They pretended that she was a hostage in their hands and were negotiating with the Security Bureau. In response, Mr. Snake only replied with 2 words, come on. Because of these things, Chen Chen doesn't care. His most important task now is to find a suitable relic to improve his spiritual power. Help me find a suitable bronze relic. After many introductions, Chen Chen found a man named Yen Jing in the black market. This man is Gao Tianxiang's subordinate. Chen Chen wanted to win over the Gao family in Qinghai to deal with the Hua family, so he first made himself familiar with Yen Jing. On Blue Star, relic portals are mainly distributed within the city and the surrounding 100 kilometers of suburbs. Because if it is more than 100 kilometers away from densely populated areas, it will be defined as wilderness. Portals in the wild are extremely rare and impossible to control, making them an extremely dangerous public resource. Within a range of 100 kilometers around the city, once a relic portal is discovered, it will be sold to various forces by witnesses. The most common ones are the Security Bureau and the Witcher Guild. The Security Bureau is affiliated with Dragon Country and is a government agency that controls all portals within the second ring road of the city center. Secondly, there is the Demon Hunter Association.
This organization belongs to an international association and is not under the jurisdiction of any empire, but it is also a formal institution. Its resources are mainly distributed in the portals from the third ring to the fifth ring.
Finally, there are the big families and some small forces in the city. The portal resources they have are basically outside the fifth ring road.
In order to compete for the right to take over a region, fighting often breaks out between major forces.
Whoever is stronger will have more portals.
In the city of Jinghai, there is not too much complicated distribution of forces, there are only two forces. A flower family that can cover the sky with one hand. One type is the forces that are still surviving, except the Hua family.
The brothers Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianchang are among them. How many of you are there?
The man with glasses was a tall, thin man with a coxcomb hairstyle. It was totally different from the image Chen Shen had imagined of a man wearing glasses and being gentle and refined. Glasses glanced at Chen Shen, who was wearing a black robe and a mask, and as usual, he first inquired about the situation of the awakened team.
1. Ha 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 ha, kid, do you know where this is? You're making fun of my glasses. Are you tired of living? Glasses glared at Chen Shen fiercely. He had never seen anyone challenging the ruins before.
This person was obviously looking for trouble. I provide the money, you provide the resources, and we all win together. How many of my people do you care about? Although this is Glass's territory, Chen Shen did not hesitate at all, but instead put pressure on the other party. After all, his boss Gao Tianxiang is just a small force suppressed by the Hua family. This kind of person only picks on the weak. The tougher you appear, the more the other party will think you are important and will not dare to act rashly.
Ha 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 ha, okay, as long as you have money, everything is easy to talk about. Glasses used laughter to hide his inner panic, and then gave Chen Shen a QR code.
Bite. After scanning the QR code, an app immediately appeared on Chen Shen's phone. A strong guild. There are some resources controlled by our guild up there, including relics ranging from bronze to gold. The prices are listed above. Take your pick.
Chen Shen glanced at the homepage information.
Although the selection of ruins is limited and the resources are not abundant, the prices are indeed cheaper than those on the market. After all, these small forces make money from this. If the price is higher than that of the Hua family, who would be willing to trade with them? That's it. Chen Shen chose a bronze relic that was the most difficult of all resources.
The information shows that 3 exploration teams have been killed in the ruins.
Perhaps because of its high difficulty, the price of this relic portal is much cheaper than other bronze relics, requiring only 300 magic crystals.
Oh. Seeing Chen Shen rushing towards his own death, Yan Jing just laughed.
Okay. Place your order directly. When it's ready, I'll send someone to take you there.
Glasses didn't refuse the deal because it was literally giving money away.
He was simply courting death by going alone to challenge the ruins where 3 waves of exploration teams had already died. When people die, their remains are sold. Net profit of 300 magic crystals. This kind of freeloading business is really fascinating. Right now. It is night now, which is a good time for Chen Shen to take the initiative to challenge the ruins.
Okay. Glasses couldn't help but laugh.
It is generally known that humans will be damaged at night, but monsters will not.
Few people explore the ruins at night.
Even if they are delayed in the ruins, they will basically set up camp at night and continue the challenge during the day. Chen Shen came up and wanted to explore the ruins alone at night. This action made the man with glasses laugh. In his eyes, this kid was just an inexperienced young man. Ha ha, the god of wealth has come down to earth.
Please give me another dozen of this kind of customer.
Chapter 55, Don't drive when you drink, don't drive when you drink. Ding, 300 magic crystals have arrived in the guild's account. After paying the bill, Glasses waved his hand and asked his men to start preparing. A moment later, a shabby van drove in outside the door.
What are you still standing there for? Get in the car.
The driver was a bearded man wearing a lotus leaf hat and reeking of alcohol. He urged us impatiently.
This.
Chen Shen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the glasses beside him with some confusion. After all, he paid 300 magic crystals, which is equivalent to 3 million in Blue Star's common currency.
Just take this thing that looks like a black car?
Recently, the Hua family has been suppressing small forces like us.
Disguised as black cars, it is safer this way.
Glasses patted Chen Shen's shoulder awkwardly.
Strong Guild's unique service, your satisfaction is guaranteed. Okay.
In response to this, Chen Shen could only nod helplessly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The van has a lot of space and can accommodate at least 20 people if they squeeze in.
If it were just Chen Shen, it would seem a bit empty. What are you doing here? You've never ridden a bus before. Go find a seat in the back.
The driver said unhappily when he saw Chen Shen standing in front of the driver's door.
You go find a seat in the back and I'll drive. Chen Shen responded indifferently. What do you mean? You don't trust my skills? It's not that I don't trust you, I'm a person of principle. What principles? Don't drive when you're drunk, and don't drive when you're drunk. Chen Shen handed a cigarette to the driver.
As a good citizen who obeys traffic rules, he always keeps in mind that there are thousands of roads, but safety comes first.
Oh. Then go ahead.
The driver took the cigarette from Chen Shen's hand, and without saying a word, he flipped from the driver's seat to the passenger seat and said,
Even though I'm not working, you still have to pay me. Let me be frank.
If anything happens and the car is damaged, you have to compensate me according to the price, as well as my emotional distress.
What? I have to pay? Chen Shen looked at the glasses not far away. Well, it's like this. Our ruins portal is already the cheapest in the industry. You have to pay for your transportation and travel expenses. We're just responsible for helping you call a taxi.
The accountant who actually wore glasses explained.
Braze. Is this the so-called Strong Guild special service? Chen Shen couldn't help but curse.
It seems that if Chen Shen really wants to cooperate with the Qianxin Guild in the future, he must lead them to reform. This is just asking for trouble by spending money, and there is no feeling of being a god at all.
Beep 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 beep. No, can you drive? You can't even start a car.
Chen Shen hit the van more than 10 times before he managed to start it.
This experience is simply terrible.
Especially when he entered the door, Chen Shen smelled a pungent fishy smell, so he couldn't help asking.
Master, what do you do for a living?
The driver returned a meaningful look without saying anything.
Isn't this guy a little stupid? I'm a black car driver, and you ask me what I do for a living? Well. Chen Shen also noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, so he quickly added.
I mean, this car has a strong smell.
What were you hauling before? Oh, now I understand what you said. I thought you were crazy.
The driver continued to drink and said with a smile. Young man, I can tell you're not from here. Our boss made his fortune selling fish, and I used to pull fish in the market. Now the guild is becoming more and more powerful, and has transformed into a business of ruins portals.
But I don't have any.
I am still responsible for selling fish, and occasionally I will act as a driver when I am free.
So that's how it is.
While driving the Wuling Hongguang Max, Chen Shen kindly reminded, after all, you drive a car with alcohol, so drive less in the future. But to be honest, the handling feel of this Wuling Hongguang van is still good. You can tell at first glance that it has been modified. However, driving in the crowded traffic around the black market is indeed a bit difficult. After a 2-hour journey, Chen Shen finally arrived at the cemetery safely.
That's right, the destination is a cemetery.
With your level of ability, you should have hired a designated driver even if you weren't drinking.
You were asked to drive for 2 hours for a 30-minute journey.
The driver complained and returned to the driver's seat. Chen Shen thought he was going to leave in style, but
beep 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 beep.
Unexpectedly, even the car owner himself couldn't start the car.
Ignoring the driver's embarrassment at the moment, Chen Shen walked into the desolate cemetery alone. At the entrance, there is a dilapidated wooden house.
From the big tree next to it, the long calls of owls can be heard occasionally, which is chilling.
Hey!
Here comes another one who is not afraid of death. The branches and leaves cast mottled shadows in the moonlight, reflecting on a ragged, white-haired old man. The old man's hunched figure and mottled clothes seem to blend into the surrounding background. If he hadn't suddenly made a sound, Chen Shen really wouldn't have realized there was someone here.
You are the gravekeeper here, right? Chen Shen asked politely.
According to the Qianxin Guild app, after arriving at the cemetery, you only need to hand the electronic QR code to the gravekeeper. The other party will lead the guests.
Your Snake and Christina?
The old man glanced at Chen Shen and the silver spear in his hand.
Then follow me. Chapter 56, A Cemetery Above. Following the old man's footsteps, Shinshen came to the depths of the cemetery. The leaves accumulated on the ground made the footsteps of the two people make a rustling sound. Damp and dark. No wonder the old man exudes an aura of death. If you stay in a place like this for a long time, you will feel depressed. This is it. The old man pried open a coffin and pointed at a space vortex next to a pile of bones. I'd like to ask, how was this relic portal discovered? Chen Chen was a little puzzled. Who would pry open someone else's coffin for no reason? Could it be a tomb robber? This is a coffin forged by the Qiangxing Guild. The bones are props. After the ruins were discovered, they dug a pit here. Oh. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. You know what, this disguise is quite good. Hey, Snake, how about we explore another ruin? I always feel like this entrance is a bit weird.
Xin Yuyan still maintained her usual cautious attitude.
The weirder the entrance, the faster you'll clear it. Chen Chen responded with a popular saying among the exploration team. Can I see your true face? The hunchbacked old man put his face next to the oil lamp so that the other person could see his eyes clearly. He seemed very interested in Chen Chen's face under the mask. Of course you can, but I want to ask you, why do you want to see my face?
Chen Chen spread his hands. His face had long been changed into another look by Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi's makeup technique, which was comparable to a disguise.
How could a rigorous person like him only have one layer of protection?
This mask is just to maintain the mystery.
Maybe it's because this is the last time we meet, I want to remember your face.
Oh, don't worry, old man, we will meet again. You should wait until I come out of the ruins and remember my face. Chen Chen smiled faintly. After saying that, he went straight into the ruins. As the dazzling white light disappeared, the world in the ruins began to gradually emerge.
Chen Chen was slightly stunned. The surrounding area was also a gloomy and desolate cemetery.
If he hadn't looked carefully, he would have thought that his teleportation had failed. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on the desolate tombstone, reflecting a faint light, like ghostly eyes peeping at the world in the darkness. There was dead silence all around, and the whistling wind was shrouded in a strange atmosphere.
The tombstones are arranged in an orderly manner.
Some are covered with moss, while others are newly erected and the words on them are still clearly visible. They stood quietly in the night, making the surrounding trees look particularly gloomy.
It's interesting. The entrance is a cemetery and the inside is also a cemetery. Chen Chen sighed.
If the entrance to the ruins portal is already hellish enough, then the inside of the ruins is simply the real hell. Because of all the tombstones Chen Chen just saw. They are not under your feet, but in the sky above your head.
Is this a hidden underworld? Even Xin Yuyan couldn't help but sigh at the chaos in the ruins. But there is one person who doesn't think so. Wow! This is so cool. Senior Chen Chen, look, above our heads is an endless cemetery. The moonlight reflecting off the tombstones looks like twinkling stars. It's so beautiful. The scene in front of her made Xin Yoshi extremely excited. This is simply heaven for a little devil. Do you have any misunderstanding about beauty? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. How can this be called beautiful? There's a cemetery on my head, and I feel like a zombie might fall from it at any moment.
As soon as he finished speaking, a strange cry came from the sky formed by the cemetery.
%@%#. #@.
One by one, zombies with hideous faces and iron buckets on their heads broke out of the cemetery and fell from the sky.
Damn! You're so handsome, Senior Chen Chen.
Xin Yoshi looked at the zombies falling like raindrops above her head, and her mood became more and more excited.
Chen, be careful. Although Yoshi's Chaos Armor has double attribute bonuses at night, these dark attribute creatures are also accustomed to fighting at night. Xin Yuyan reminded. Yeah, I know.
Chen Chen immediately retreated, keeping a distance from the main area where the zombies fell to avoid being surrounded by these guys.
Pa! 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 Pa!
The zombie that fell from the sky slammed heavily onto the ground. After a long time, it slowly crawled up in an extremely weird posture.
Iron Barrel Zombie. Rarity, F. Spiritual Power Level, Bronze Level 8.
Introduction: no sense of pain, slow movements, but extremely strong defense, and attacks with corpse poison, capable of causing continuous toxic damage.
Weaknesses are light attribute attacks and true damage. Remaining lifespan, 800 years. This relic is indeed not simple. The demon species at the beginning is bronze rank 8. Chen Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Just at the entrance to the ruins, hundreds of bronze level 8th level demons fell from the sky. Their strength was simply incredible. Chen, be careful. This time the ruins are not simple. Haven't 3 exploration teams been wiped out before? At this level of intensity, the remains of the exploration team should be found at the entrance. Well, it's true that no remains were found. Chen Shan also carefully observed the environment on the ground. Even if the bodies of the awakened humans were eaten by zombies, there should be some armor and weapons left behind. After seeing the strength of the ruins, they should have given up resistance and run away. The game starts at hell difficulty, which is not something that an ordinary exploration team can handle. Even a professional team like Logitech would probably suffer heavy casualties in this first wave of demons. But even if you run, you will die. Because the safest place in the entire ruins is the entrance. In other places, there will only be more powerful demon species. Chen, this relic is too weird. Let's use the city return stone to return as soon as possible. Xin Yuyan suggested. In the ruins, there is a way to leave even if you don't defeat the boss. You only need to kill 20% of the demons in the ruins alone, and you can activate the return stone you carry with you and return directly to the blue star. Don't worry, Yu Yan. These guys are weak to light attacks and true damage. This time, we're on your home turf. Shen Shen smiled faintly. Xin Youyan's spiritual martial arts attributes are completely unable to withstand the relics this time. Silver Spear F rank, attacks add 20% light damage and 20% true damage. What's more, Shen Shen now has 1,499 years of life left, so he can continue to deduce his life. As the zombie on the ground just got up, Shen Shen immediately ended his fusion with Xin Yuyan. One hand wrapped around her slender waist, and without waiting for her to react, he sealed her warm lips, accompanied by the sweetness from the girl's mouth. Life deduction begins. Injecting life into the F-rank spiritual silver spear. For 100 years, although Xin Youyan's spiritual veins have been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, there has been no improvement at all. As Chen Chen expected, Xin Youyan's spiritual martial arts talent was still like a bottomless pit. The first wave directly destroyed their 100-year lifespan. Moreover, the deduction hint given by the system is that there is no improvement at all. This put Chen Chen in a difficult position. But in this situation, Chen Chen can only bite the bullet and improve Xin Yuyan. After all, Xin Yoshi's talent has reached S level. It's not that he is afraid that Xin Yuyan will say that he is biased, but mainly because the higher the talent level, the longer the required lifespan will be. Even though Xin Yoshi is gifted, Xin Shen cannot guarantee that her 1499-year lifespan will allow her to awaken to SS level again. It would be more reliable to give an upgrade to Xin Yuyan, whose attributes are more suitable. In 200 years, Xin Youyan's spiritual veins showed a slight movement, as if they were growing. It has begun to grow, which is definitely good news for Chen Shen. 500 years later, the starlight descends, and Xin Yuyan awakens successfully. Chapter 57 Starlight. 800 years, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Even though Xin Youyan's spiritual veins absorb spiritual energy very slowly, they are still growing stronger as time goes by. In 1380, using light to crush darkness, Xin Youyan's talent awakened again. Silver Spear F rank Frost Moon E rank Starlight D rank, attacks gain 20%, 30%, 40% light attack, 20%, 30%, 40% true damage. Newly added, all attacks have a chance to inflict Holy Sanction. 1% triple critical hit, 3% double critical hit, 10% 1.5x critical hit, 30% 1.2x critical hit. All critical hit damage is true damage. Host's remaining lifespan, 119. Although Xin Yuyan only broke through twice, she consumed 1,380 years of her lifespan, but the D-level Starlight is really strong. It actually has real critical hit effects at different levels, which is simply amazing. This makes Chen Shen's output increase by who knows how many times. Fusion. After awakening, Chen Shen immediately entered a fusion state with Xin Yuyan. It was a spear that shone with the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Every time it was swung, the surrounding air was lit up, forming brilliant trails of light. It seems to be cast by the purest light and shadow in the world. Get ready! At this moment, Chen Shen was wearing the armor of chaos, holding the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, and the angel wings behind him were spread out. Get ready to show off your skills. Brother! Run! I'll cover your retreat.
At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing heavy plate armor and carrying a huge cross rushed out. He resolutely stood in front of Chen Chen and shouted, "I can use holy light to temporarily block these demons, you run."
No. Uncle, who are you?
This sudden scene made Chen Chen stunned.
In this ruins, there are actually surviving human awakeners? Don't worry about who I am. This relic is not as simple as it looks. You should retreat to the safest place first.
The burly man in heavy armor held the cross tightly in his hand and looked very nervous.
But, isn't this the safest place? Chen Chen frowned.
Although the other party meant well, it was indeed a bit unnecessary.
Moreover, Chen Chen always felt that this location was the safest place in the entire ruins. Uncle, you should be a clergyman, right?
Chen Chen did not understand the other party's good intentions, but walked up to the other party calmly.
The cleric is a frontline auxiliary position that requires good damage tolerance and team enhancement attributes. Ha! I am.
The heavily armored man saw Chen Chen suddenly come out from behind and quickly tried to persuade him. "Brother, I see your spiritual weapon is a spear, so you should be the forward in the exploration team.
These barrel zombies in front of you are definitely not something you can handle.
Listen to my advice and retreat quickly.
By the way, I'm not an uncle. My name is Dachuan.
I'm only 20 years old this year.
It's just that my body is developing faster."
The heavily armored man opened the visor of his helmet, revealing a face that was totally inconsistent with his body shape and looked a little childish. It is really outrageous that a man with a height of over 2 meters and a strong build has a face like a handsome boy.
My name is Snake.
Since you are a priest, assist me and we can take care of these guys together. Chen Chen inserted the star into the ground and started stretching on his own, facing the dense army of iron barrel zombies.
Brother C, you are not kidding, right?
When Dachuan heard Chen Chen's words, he was obviously stunned. He was planning to escape with the newcomers, but he never thought of fighting these zombies head-on.
I'm not in the habit of joking.
When Chen Chen saw that the opponent didn't use any auxiliary skills on him, he knew that he had no way to convince the other party. So, holding the starlight in his hand, he rushed towards the group of zombies in one step.
Thunder gun! Lightning elements rushed towards Chen Chen's arms.
They danced in the air, flashing dazzling light, and each flash was accompanied by the roar of thunder. These thunder and lightning elements gathered in Chen Chen's palm and gradually formed a spear covered with thunder. Chen Chen directly threw out the thunder spear he had just gathered, and it penetrated directly into the group of zombies. Tear! There was a crackling sound accompanied by the jumping of electric arc. The tip of the spear gathered the purest power of thunder and lightning, which directly pierced through the zombies in a straight line and finally landed 20 meters in front of Chen Chen. Wherever the thunder spear went, all the zombies hit suffered 100% thunder damage, 80% light damage and 40% true damage. The barrel zombie is a dark attribute creature, and the light attribute damage it receives will be doubled. In addition, the lightning attribute of the thunder gun will also cause a short-term paralysis effect, and the zombies that are hit will obviously stand there in a daze for 1 second. However, the zombies were bronze level 8 monsters after all. Even though they were restrained by their attributes, this attack still did not take away half of their health. However, all this was within Chen Chen's expectations. Sprint. The sea-level sprint directly increased the burst speed by 100%. Chen Chen's figure ran like a gust of wind, and in a flash he picked up the thunder spear he threw out. The moment it came into contact with the thunder spear, it transformed into shining electricity and merged into Chen Chen's entire body. At this moment, Chen Chen's entire body was wrapped in golden thunder, and even his short black hair turned golden.
It's like turning into a Super Saiyan.
At this time, Chen Chen had already accumulated a layer of thunder piercing the sun effect. Thunderbolt charges forward at high speed, dealing 200% thunder damage and inflicting a kill equal to 5% of the enemy's remaining health. After hitting an enemy with Thunderbolt, all martial arts cooldowns are reduced by 1 second. The faster the movement speed, the faster the charge speed. Thunderbolt can store up to 2 layers. However, Chen Chen did not rush to use thunder piercing the sun, but instead summoned another thunder spear 20 meters away from him. Thunder gun. The thunder spear fell from the sky like a golden meteor. The power of thunder crashed down, causing damage and instantly paralyzing all the zombies around it. The thunder gun and the thunder gun are actually the same. The only difference is that the thunder spear throws the thunder spear in its hand, while the Thunder Spear directly summons a Thunder Spear nearby. Both are combination skills. After use, a spear filled with thunder elements will be left at the original place. When the martial arts user touches the Thunder Spear again, he will enter the thunder piercing the sun state. At this moment, Chen Shen had picked up a Thunder Spear and summoned another Thunder Spear not far away. This way, he can launch a combo skill.
Thunder pierces the sun.
In an instant, Chen Shen, holding the star in his hand, rushed forward at high speed, just like in the Aurora movie, instantly piercing through all the zombies in a straight line. This attack comes with 200% thunder damage, 80% light damage, 40% true damage, and a killing effect of 5% of the zombies' lost health. All the barrel zombies that were hit had the barrels on their heads fall down. This also means that the health of these demon species has dropped to less than 1/3. After Chen Shen thrust forward, the landing point was exactly where the Thunder Spear was. Thunder pierces the sun. The incarnation launched another lightning-like thrust, back and forth, jumping sideways repeatedly. After a series of combos, the zombies in the straight line received multiple rounds of damage continuously.
Even a bronze level 8th level zombie could not withstand such an attack. He was killed directly.
Wherever the thunder goes, it turns into scorched earth. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life.
Host's remaining lifespan, 229 years. Chapter 58, The Partner Who Can Say 666.
2 bursts of thunder pierced the sun, connecting seamlessly and directly killing more than a dozen iron barrel zombies.
Oh shit. Nyo boy.
Dachuan looked at the barrel zombies that fell around Chen Shen and was completely stunned. He had seen the power of these barrel zombies. Not only did they have an absurdly high defense, but their attacks also carried toxins. Once stuck by these guys, he could not be killed or outlasted, and could only passively escape. The exploration team that Dachuan was in was wiped out under such helpless circumstances. Everyone died except him who possessed the attribute of holy light. That's why he was guarding the entrance to the ruins, waiting for new exploration teams to come in and lead them to escape. Because the initial exploration team, like Dachuan, can easily not understand the situation and fight these barrel zombies head-on, resulting in a bad start.
Dachuan has been staying in this ruins for 2 years.
When he is hungry, he eats the food in his teammates' space rings, and after eating, he chews on tree bark. He experienced adventures with 3 different exploration teams. Finally, the energy of the return stone was accumulated to 18%.
As long as it reached 20%, he could successfully get out.
Today, he was squatting at the entrance of the ruins as usual. Until he discovered the existence of Chen Shen. He originally thought that as long as he joined another exploration team, he would be able to fully store the energy of the return stone, but he never expected that Chen Shen was the only one there. At this time, Dachuan had been chewing tree bark for 3 months. He originally thought that this one-man exploration team was definitely here to die, so it would be better to wait until Chen Shen died before dividing the inheritance. But when those horrible iron barrel zombies appeared again, Dachuan remembered his teammates who had been killed. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch Chen Shen die. So, he stood up bravely. A demon hunter at the bronze level can actually kill a barrel zombie with just 1 skill. Who on earth is this person? Dachuan thought he was willing to sacrifice his life for justice and burn his life completely, but he never expected that he would run into a big boss. Percent at hashtag. Hashtag at dot. At the same time, the surrounding barrel zombies also besieged Chen Shen. Master C, be careful. After witnessing Chen Shen's strength, Dachuan addressed him with a hint of respect. What are you still standing there for? Put up a shield for me. Chen Shen shouted while struggling with the iron barrel zombie. All right. Master C. Holy shield possessed. Dachuan raised the cross in his hand and cast a holy light on the several iron barrel zombies behind Chen Shen. The barrel zombie, illuminated by the holy light, was immediately wrapped in a shield. Aegis Possession C rank grants a shield equal to 18% of the creature's maximum health within an area. Damage immunity is increased by 18% while the shield is active, lasting 120 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. No, Chungu, what are you doing? Are you in cahoots with the zombies? Seeing Dachuan's actions, Chen Shen was speechless. How could there be a priest who could give shields to demons? Master C. It was just a misunderstanding.
Your positioning was so exaggerated that I was a bit slow to react. Dachuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But this can't be blamed entirely on him. Chen Shen's movements were a little too agile, and he really couldn't keep up. Holy Light Enhancement. However, in addition to shielding, Dachuan also has other enhancement skills. Holy Light Enhancement Level B increases the light attribute damage of yourself and one teammate's spiritual weapons by 30%, lasting 120 seconds, CD, 120 seconds. As Dachuan raised the cross again, the star in Chen Shen's hand emitted a brilliant halo. This is the effect of Holy Light Enhancement. At this time, Chen Shen's light attribute damage received an additional 30% bonus. In this way, his attack can cause an additional 140% light damage. After all, the barrel zombie is a dark attribute creature and will suffer double light attribute damage. Hey, Master C, this is a targeted martial art, I definitely won't make a mistake. Dachuan smiled innocently.
Chen Shen, who possessed the B-level martial arts Holy Light Enhancement, kept waving the starlight in his hand, accompanied by super high bonus light attribute damage, piercing the body of the iron barrel zombie. His attacks became faster and faster. Every attack will gain a layer of divine stage effect, which will continuously increase the attack speed. The trajectory of the stars was mixed with the sound of breaking through the air, and the gun shot out like a dragon. %@% hashtag at dot. However, Dachuan's actions at this time also attracted the hatred of several demons, and they besieged him. Dachuan was wearing heavy plate armor and had just put on the wrong shield, so he seemed to be struggling to face the siege of zombies. Shadow Slave. Seeing this, Chen Shen directly summoned the Shadow Holy Shield, Shadow Lancer and Shadow Double Swordsman, forming a triangle to protect Dachuan firmly. Oh my god, Master C, you're just a spearman, and you know how to summon. That's awesome. Dachuan highly praised Chen Shen's operation. As a cleric who took damage in the front row, it was the first time that Dachuan enjoyed the feeling of being protected by others. Yeah, I understand a little bit. Chen Shen smiled faintly. Although this guy Dachuan was the first one we met, he was quite likable. A bit stupid. But it's not a big problem. Who can refuse a partner who can provide stable gains and shout 666? Chapter 59, Real Critical Hit. Under the protection of the Shadow Slaves, Dachuan's situation is temporarily safe. Holy Light Enhancement can bring Chen Shen 2 minutes of stable gains. And if Dachuan doesn't do anything stupid, he can provide him with a shield and increase the damage reduction effect. Dachuan, who can increase light attribute attacks, has a unique advantage among the ruins filled with dark attribute demons. If Chen Shen wants to improve the efficiency of passing through the ruins, it is very necessary to protect Dachuan's safety. With Dachuan's assistance, Chen Shen also had an idea. That is Shinyoshi's Shadow Slave. It would be best to imprison a few souls with auxiliary talents, preferably with enhancement attributes and healing. Thunder Gun. In the process of continuously stacking the steps to godhood, the CD of Thunder Spear and Thunder Spear is ready again. Chen Shen decisively summoned a Thunder Spear in his hand and threw it towards the group of zombies. Tear it! With a burst of lightning and thunder breaking through the air, the golden thunder was like a swimming dragon, instantly piercing through the iron barrel zombie in front of it. With this attack, Chen Shen triggered the effect of Holy Sanction. While causing thunder damage, it also formed a sword of punishment above the head of the iron bucket zombie. The sword of justice suddenly fell, once again causing 3 times the true critical damage. With just one strike, all the barrel zombies in front of him were swept away. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Is this the true critical hit of the Holy Sanction effect? Even Chen Shen himself was shocked by the scene before him. Triple crit effect, for one, but also true damage? Who can handle that? Although the probability is a little low, only 1%, but as long as you are lucky enough to trigger it, the damage will be devastating. Moreover, Xingmang is only a D-level spiritual weapon, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. If Shinyoshi's Chaos Armor is both offensive and defensive, while providing high defense, it also has backlash damage. Then Shin Yoyen's Starlight is simply the ultimate output. Fuck. He's worthy of being called Master C. Under the strengthening of my Holy Light, he actually killed the bronze 8th rank Iron Bucket zombie in an instant with a single skill. He's like a demon descending from the sky. He's truly a Tai Sui god on earth.
Dachuan's praise for Chen Shen came one sentence after another, like the endless flow of a river. He thought it was his own holy light enhancement that suddenly made Chen Shen's skill damage so explosive. But we can't say that his holy light enhancement is useless. We can only say that it is not very meaningful.
Its main damage still depends on the true critical hit of holy sanction. Next, Chen Shen repeated the same trick and used the combination of Thunder Gun and Lightning Gun once again. 2 consecutive thunderbolts pierced the sun, piercing back and forth among the group of Iron Barrel zombies. Once again, a group of zombie demons were defeated. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. At this moment, Chen Shen had eliminated more than half of the hundreds of Iron Barrel zombies. After using martial arts repeatedly, there was very little spiritual power left in his body. There are still 70 or 80 zombies around, and it is not easy to deal with them. If it is a general exploration team, it will face 2 choices. Or use the remaining spiritual power to fight these demons to the end. Or you can take Dachuan and retreat strategically, and then continue hunting these guys after recovering. Master C, how about we retreat first? I know a safe place where we can resupply. Dachuan seemed to have noticed Chen Shen's embarrassment. He was able to survive in these ruins for 2 years because he found a perfect hiding place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive for so long in the ruins with such a high-intensity group of Iron Barrel zombies. I still say that this place is the safest place in the entire ruins. After saying that, a powerful spiritual power burst out from Chen Shen's body. In the constant pulling and attacking, the effect of Angel Wing's long stairs to godhood has been fully stacked. When your attack hits an enemy, you will gain 1 layer of the Divine Steps effect, which lasts for 5 seconds. Each layer of Divine Steps grants 1% attack speed, up to a maximum of 200 layers. The Divine Steps cannot be cleared. After the Ascension long steps reach 100 levels, every 10 levels consumes summons a Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword deals 100% true damage and ignores any block. While providing Chen Shen with a high attack speed of 200%, it also unlocked Shin Yoyen's ultimate skill. It's time to experience what the ultimate output is. Sword of the Heavenly Wheel. Behind Chen Shen, countless Heavenly Will Swords gathered together, each of which shone with holy light, like bright stars in the night sky. The 20 sword blades intertwined with each other to form a pair of huge steel wings. Their shape was firm and elegant. Shoot! Chen Shen's eyes were like rainbows, and he pointed at the group of zombies in front of him with one hand. Iron wings spread out behind him, and each of the Heavenly Will Swords seemed to have life. They vibrated and emitted a low and powerful sound. The swords of the Heavenly Will were all fired out in the direction pointed by Chen Shen, like thousands of swords returning to their origin, turning into a rain of swords in the sky. The Tianluan sword ignores any block, and each sword can pierce the Iron Barrel zombies in a straight line, and with the critical hits of different gears, it is simply devastating. Seeing this, Dachuan couldn't help but murmur, if heaven hadn't given birth to you, Snake, the ruins of the cemetery would be like a long night forever. Chapter 60, Heavenly Wheel Sword. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the barrel zombie and gaining 8 years of life. The host's remaining lifespan is 907 years. Done. Call it a day. Chen Shen put away the starlight, drank a bottle of pill that could continuously restore his spiritual power, and began to clean up the battlefield. Because the previous battle had exhausted all of Chen Shen's spiritual power, he could no longer use the pot of greed. The recovery amount of any elixir in combat and non-combat states is completely different. There is a full 10 times difference between the two. In battle, whether taking life pills or spiritual power pills, they have little effect. Therefore, when using elixirs to replenish supplies, you must stay away from demons and stay in a safe area. Once the recovery process is interrupted, the effect of the pill will be greatly reduced. Chen Shen's idea was that as long as I killed all the demons, I would naturally be out of the battle. Master C, you are so awesome. Are you really an awakened person in the Bronze Realm? Dachuan ran to Chen Shen's back happily, and it seemed that he wanted to hug his thigh tightly. Chen Shen did not answer Dachuan's question, but instead extracted magic crystals from the demon's corpse. After the battle just now, Dachuan's return stone has been fully charged with energy. The support position can also charge the return stone by assisting in kills. At this moment, as long as he wanted, he could return to Blue Star at any time by returning to the city. This was also Dachuan's dream. After being trapped in this strange ruins for 2 years, he missed his family on Blue Star all the time.
But after meeting Chen Shen, Dachuan suddenly changed his mind. If he could team up with teammates like Chen Shen in the future, wouldn't he be able to take off right away?
The torture in the ruins over the past 2 years has been rewarded. Moreover, Dachuan has been trapped in this ruin for so long, he also wants to see what the boss behind it is. Master C, although my strength and talent are not particularly strong, I have been wandering around in this ruins for 2 years and I know its mechanisms like the back of my hand.
If you still need a guide, I would be happy to serve you,
Dachuan said with a smile. In his eyes, for Chen Shen, who possessed such strength, killing these dark attribute demons was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables.
Where is the exploration and challenge in this? It's just for vacation and travel. Then correspondingly, isn't the role he needs to play that of a tour guide? You've been in this ruins for 2 years?
While using the pot of greed to extract the magic crystal, Chen Shen looked at Dachuan beside him with some surprise.
How could a human being stay in the ruins for so long? This is a long story. Then make it short. I see.
After listening to Dachuan's story, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this big fool.
Okay, then you can lead the way for me.
Seeing that Dachuan wanted to team up with him, Chen Shen did not refuse. He even took out some food from his space ring and shared it with Dachuan.
Eat, don't worry. I'm here to help you clear this ruins. Thank you, Mr. C.
Dachuan released the fusion state of his spiritual weapon, and the two of them wolfed down the food brought by Chen Shen. Food is also a very valuable resource when exploring ruins.
After all, the storage space of each awakener is limited, and supplies must be distributed reasonably.
Chen Shen didn't bring much food with him, but he generously shared it with Dachuan, whom he had just met. Because for Chen Shen, only a protracted tug of war requires food supplies. He didn't like this way of passing the level.
His goal was to completely clear the ruins before 6 a.m. So, Chen Shen only brought a midnight snack.
However, he brought quite a lot of spiritual energy pills. After all, cleaning up the battlefield requires constant use of the pot of greed, which consumes a lot of spiritual energy. By the time Dachuan finished his meal, Chen Shen had successfully extracted the magic crystal. With the help of the pot of greed, Chen Shen obtained a total of 1,699 magic crystals from more than 100 iron barrel zombies.
I can only say that I am extremely lucky. The S-level pot of greed is simply amazing.
Congratulations to the host, your spiritual power realm has broken through to bronze level 6. Congratulations to the host, your spiritual power realm has broken through to bronze level 7. Not only that, Chen Shen also used the magic crystal to raise the spiritual power realm of sisters Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to the 7th level of bronze. In addition to magic crystals and some ordinary materials, Chen Shen also took out a piece of armor from the iron barrel zombie.
Iron chain armor. Level, bronze 8. Grade, C. The equipment that appears in the ruins is different from spiritual weapons and does not have any percentage attribute bonuses. Moreover, ordinary equipment has no life, and once damaged it cannot be repaired like spiritual weapons. His rank and grade are basic attributes. This iron chain armor is equivalent to a C-level talent and a spiritual weapon of the 8th level of bronze spiritual power. It looks very good, but actually has no special attributes. Compared with spiritual weapons of the same level, there is a huge difference. But not everyone can possess twin spiritual weapons like Chen Shen, and achieve the optimal solution of having both weapons and armor as spiritual weapons. Generally speaking, demon hunters can only choose to wear one spiritual weapon and then choose ordinary equipment as armor. Because 99% of spiritual weapons are weapons, spiritual weapons like Shin Yoshi's that are used as armor are actually extremely rare. My beloved master, I am happy to serve you. I only need 10 years of my life to help you refine this armor. Do you need it? As the mist rolled back, the pot of greed with a distorted and strange face carved on it appeared again. Okay. Chen Shen nodded silently. For some reason, whenever Chen Shen saw the smiling face of the pot of greed, he would unconsciously reveal the same smile. Lifespan, 10 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 897 years. Congratulations, host. Your iron chain armor has doubled its quantity by X2. Would you like to spend another 100 years of your life refining it again? With the operation of the pot of greed, the chain armor went from 1 piece to 2 pieces. Come again. Lifespan, 100 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 797 years. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen chose to refine it again.
Congratulations, host.
Your iron chain armor has doubled its quantity by x2. Would you like to spend another 1000 years of your life to continue refining it?
After absorbing 100 years of Chen Chen's lifespan, the smile on the pot of greed became even more ferocious, and it opened its mouth wide once again. After the previous refining, Chen Chen has now obtained 4 pieces of iron chain armor.
Back off.
To be honest, if it weren't for his short lifespan, Chen Chen really wanted to try again. After all, a bronze 8th grade C armor is already a very good piece of equipment, and can be sold for at least 100 magic crystals. 4 pieces cost more than 400 yuan. Chen Chen only spent 300 magic crystals to purchase the challenge rights to this relic.
Now I have made my money back.
And this was when Chen Chen was very unlucky. After all, a B-level armor was more valuable than 2 C-level armors. The upgrade of an item is always greater than doubling its quantity. Dachuan, I see your armor is already so broken. Come, I'll give you another one. Chen Chen directly handed a piece of iron chain armor to Dachuan, who was standing beside him, and put the others into the space ring, preparing to sell them after returning. Although Chen Chen and Dachuan had just met not long ago, he rushed out to cover him when the other party was unaware of the situation. He felt that he could get along with this person.
What's more, a piece of equipment means nothing to Chen Chen. And just now, Dachuan did provide himself with a lot of additional attribute bonuses.
It is very necessary to provide some resources to the auxiliary.
How can I feel good about this?
Although Dachuan said this, as soon as Chen Chen took out the equipment, he threw away all the junk metal on his body.
He. Thank you, Mr. C. Chapter 61 Hellhound.
After taking off his armor that had long been damaged, Dachuan's seemingly majestic figure had become nothing but skin and bones. It looks like a huge buffalo with its flesh and blood shaved off, leaving only a skeleton and shriveled skin. It was previously covered by thick plate armor, so Chen Chen hadn't noticed it yet. It is hard to imagine how such a thin body could survive in such a harsh environment. Although Dachuan was suffering from severe malnutrition, Lingwu, who had contracted with him, was relatively better.
Dachuan, let's go back first. Given your current physical condition, I'm afraid your life will be in danger if you continue to stay in the ruins. Maya on the side was trying to persuade Dachuan. As his spiritual warrior, she knew Dachuan's current condition very well. Mia, believe me, I'm fine.
We've been through so many of these ruins together, and so many of our teammates have died tragically in front of us.
We've finally waited for a true master to guide us through this. I don't want to give up this golden opportunity. Dachuan held Mia's hand tightly and said with a firm look.
I want to see what the end of this ruins is for my dead companions. Besides, young Master C needs us too. Our understanding of the ruins has been accumulated bit by countless dead companions, so we must not let it go to waste. Seeing this, Chen Chen originally wanted to persuade Dachuan, but the other party's attitude was so resolute that he thought about it and gave up. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own destiny. We just need to do our own thing and respect the fate of others. After a short rest, under the guidance of Dachuan, Chen Chen continued to walk towards the depths of the Sky Cemetery. Young Master C, be careful.
This area is the territory of the Hellhounds. These guys are extremely fast. If the barrel zombies before were the ultimate defense, then the Hellhounds are the ultimate offense.
This section has the highest mortality rate in the entire ruins. As soon as there was a slight movement in the Sky Cemetery, Dachuan's eyes immediately became serious, and he explained the properties of the demon species to Chen Chen in advance.
This is simply faster than the system.
After all, the system needs to see the demon species before it can scan out their accurate information.
Dachuan, on the other hand, gave Chen Chen a warning from a long distance. The stronger the attack, the worse their defense and health.
Don't worry, for ordinary exploration teams, this may be the area with the highest mortality rate, but for me, this is the fastest place to race.
Chen Chen said with a smile. After all, the attributes of any demon species are balanced.
If the attack is maximized, then the defense will be correspondingly poor.
Woof 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 woof.
Following a burst of strange dog barking, the cemetery above Chen Chen's head began to move strangely.
Hellhounds with long, thin limbs and mouths full of fangs fell from the sky. Hellhound. Rarity, D. Spiritual power level, bronze rank 9.
Introduction: a demon with the dual attributes of darkness and fire, extremely aggressive and fast-moving.
Once injured by the Hellhound's fangs, it will cause continuous bleeding and burning damage. Remaining lifespan, 1000 years.
After seeing the complete attributes of the Hellhound, Chen Shen couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder all the exploration teams that entered this ruins were wiped out. Not only is the spiritual power level of this Hellhound higher than the previous Iron Barrel zombie, but its rarity is also 2 levels higher. Even if a general exploration team is fully equipped, it will not be able to cope with it if it does not have advanced talents.
It seems that we must fight quickly and decisively.
After Chen Shen asked Dachuan to buff him, he immediately retreated to a safe place and hid.
The Hellhound is not like the Barrel zombie.
After falling to the ground, it will lie there for a long time before getting up. These agile guys can adjust their bodies in mid-air and land steadily on the ground.
Although the Hellhounds have slender limbs, their bodies are very strong, which makes them extremely fast and powerfully aggressive. Moreover, the Hellhound's entire body was burning with raging flames, emitting a scorching breath.
This means that these guys also have extremely strong fire attribute attacks.
Thunder Gun. Thunder Gun.
Chen Shen now has 2 thunder spears stored around him. When the Hellhounds surround him, he absorbs the thunder spears and continuously uses thunder piercing the sun to thrust out. While causing high damage to Hellhound, it can also reduce the CD of all skills by 2 seconds.
Moreover, the Lightning Lance and the Shocking Thunder Lance were released in advance.
By the time Chen Shen had released thunder piercing the sun twice, the CD of these 2 skills would be almost ready.
This is where the gun is stored.
Release your skills in advance and maintain your condition before the demon species arrives.
Thunder Gun. Thunder Gun. Thunder through the Sun X2.
Chen Shen used the same trick again and performed 2 sets of combination skills in succession. Congratulations to the host for killing the Hellhound and gaining 10 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the Hellhound and gaining 10 years of life. Congratulations to the host for killing the Hellhound and gaining 10 years of life. In an instant, 1/3 of the surrounding Hellhounds were killed.
Although the Hellhound is much stronger than the Barrel zombie, it is completely inferior to the Barrel zombie in terms of taking a beating.
After the 2 sets of combined skills were completed, Chen Shen spread his angel wings and flew high into the sky. No matter how the demons on the ground shouted, he ignored them. Although the Hellhound is agile, even if it uses all its strength, its maximum jumping ability is only about 20 meters, which is no threat to Chen Shen, who has the ability to fly. After the martial arts CD was ready, Chen Shen once again held the starlight and charged into the enemy formation.
In less than 2 minutes, he hunted down all the Hellhounds on the ground. Host's remaining lifespan, 2,908 years.
It was so easy that you added more than 1,000 years to your lifespan.
Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being called Master C.
Even the Hellhounds are no match for you, let alone those demons behind you. Looking at the corpses of demons scattered all over the ground, Dachuan gained more confidence in Chen Shen. Next, it was Chen Shen's favorite part, cleaning the battlefield. The classic 2 minutes to kill monsters and half an hour to extract magic crystals. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 8th level of bronze. Through the magic crystal of the Hellhound, Chen Shen, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's realm was once again improved. Not only that, he also obtained a C-level martial arts book.
Hellhound C rank, summons 3B rank Hellhounds of the same level as itself, lasting 60 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Chapter 62 2-level reversal. Dear Master, we meet again.
With just 10 years of my lifespan, I can help you refine this martial art.
Okay. Lifespan, 10 years.
Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts have achieved an advanced effect.
Come again. Lifespan, 100 years.
Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts have once again achieved an advanced effect.
Continue. Lifespan, 1,000 years.
Master, your martial arts have once again gained an advanced effect.
Ah, so cool.
The advanced effect was achieved 3 times in a row, and Chen Shen couldn't help laughing wildly. If he hadn't lost his lifespan to pay, he would have wanted to spend another 10,000 years of his life to refine it once more. Cerberus C rank B rank A rank Cerberus S rank, summons an S rank Cerberus of the same level as itself, lasting 60 seconds. Each time the Cerberus kills a life, its duration increases by 10 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Through the continuous advancement of the Pot of Greed, Chen Shen actually obtained a new S-level martial art.
This is also Chen Shen's second S-level martial art after the Pot of Greed.
But this time, the Cerberus is not a resource-based martial art, but a summoning martial art that can directly increase combat power.
Dachuan, let's continue.
Chen Shen walked up to Dachuan, patted his shoulder, and smiled faintly. In the subsequent exploration, Chen Shen, whose strength increased greatly, pushed forward all the way and came directly to the door of the final boss. It was a huge tombstone hanging upside down in the sky.
Is this the final boss?
Dachuan looked at the huge grave above his head in shock and couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Although he had been in the ruins for 2 years, he had never reached this place.
Boom!
As Chen Shen and Dachuan approached, the entire ruins suddenly began to shake. The stones under my feet were vibrating at a high frequency, as if the whole world was shaking.
Abyss ruins activated.
As a familiar voice sounded, dazzling red light began to flash around.
It is an alarm unique to the Abyss ruins.
This huge feeling of oppression reminded Chen Shen of the past when he and Gu Qingning also triggered the Abyss ruins in the Golden Ruins.
Moreover, it is the highest level of Demon Abyss.
Dachuan, get out first, I'm not kidding.
Chen Shen asked Dachuan to use the return stone to leave here immediately. After all, the Abyss ruins were triggered, which was no joke.
Master C, if this is the ruins of the Abyss, you should leave as well. Dachuan hurriedly took out the return stone from the space ring, and while teleporting, he persuaded Chen Shen to leave together. Although he knew that Chen Shen was very strong, this was an Abyss ruin after all, and it would require top exploration teams to cooperate with each other to pass it. It is simply impossible for one person to pass through the Abyss ruins. The deadly red light that keeps flashing in the ruins is reminding all awakened people to use the city return stone to leave the ruins as soon as possible. If you miss this last chance, you will be buried here forever. I'm here for the Abyss ruins. Just wait for me outside. I'll be out soon. Chen Shen responded to Dachuan with a confident smile. It was fate that the two of them met in this ruins. As for this honest and simple Dachuan, Chen Shen felt relieved as he watched his figure disappear from the ruins bit by bit.
Ha, Senior Chen Shen, there's finally no one here. Can Yoshi speak now? As soon as Dachuan left the ruins, Shin Yoshi's voice rang out.
She seemed to have been holding it in for too long, and she let out a long sigh as soon as she came up. Yoshi, but you spoke before you asked me. Chen Shen looked helpless. Shin Yoshi seemed to be asking him, but in fact she was just informing him.
Chen, do we really have to fight the Abyss ruins alone?
Shin Yuyan looked at the red light flashing around her and couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Not only this is the ruins of the Abyss, this is no joke. Moreover, the flashing red light in the ruins is the final warning.
Once you miss this opportunity, there is no way to use the ruins to return to the city stone. In fact, I noticed early on that there was something wrong with this ruins.
I didn't expect that we would actually come across this abyssal ruins. Chen Shen smiled faintly, showing no intention of leaving.
Back then, when he was just an F-rank demon hunter, he had challenged the Abyss ruins.
But at this moment, Chen Shen is no longer the same as before.
Not only does he possess the D-level talent Blood Awakening, D-level spiritual weapon Starlight, S-level spiritual weapon Chaos Armor, but he also has the twin spiritual weapons unlocking the Angel Wings and Fallen Angel Wings.
I wasn't afraid before, and I'm even less afraid now.
Moreover, after the continuous battles in the past, Chen Shen's spiritual power realm has reached the 9th level of bronze, and he has also absorbed more than 3,000 years of life. Even if it is the ruins of the Abyss, he wants to go there alone.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the flickering red light faded, the entire ruins began to tremble even more violently. The world around him began to spin, and Chen Shen had no way of keeping his balance on the ground.
In desperation, he could only wave his angel wings and fly into the air, waiting for the arrival of the final boss. Call out.
A strange voice suddenly came from Chen Shen's mind. It's not a sound coming from outside, but a sound coming from inside the brain. Chen Shen only felt that his body was weightless, and the angel wings behind him began to become stiff, as if he had fallen into a vacuum.
What is going on?
Unable to control his body, Chen Shen could only watch himself fall. Everything around seemed to be frozen at this moment.
Time seemed to have stood still. Call out.
After a long time, the voice in my head sounded again.
Everything returned to normal.
However, because of the weightlessness just now, Chen Shen fell heavily to the ground. Where's the sky cemetery?
It's gone.
Chen Shen, who had fallen, quickly got up, but when he looked up at the sky above his head again, he discovered something extremely strange. the huge cemetery above my head is gone. It's not just that cemetery, but the sky cemetery that has always existed, all of it has disappeared. It's not that the cemetery has disappeared, but that the entire space has turned upside down.
Chen, take a good look ahead. Xin Yuyan expressed Chen Chen's doubts in one sentence.
Chen Shen suddenly realized that the disappeared cemetery was right in front of him at this moment. It wasn't that the sky cemetery had disappeared, but that he was now in this cemetery.
2-level reversal. Chapter 63 Gravity Ghost King. I understand now. This is actually the normal space.
The cemetery in the sky is the real ground. Before, Chen Shen always felt that the ground under his feet was like a void illusion. It was not until the Abyss Secret Realm was activated that the sky and the ground underwent a 2-level reversal, and everything returned to normal.
I see.
Xin Yuyan also suddenly realized that this also explained the strange phenomenon in the ruins and why there was always a cemetery hanging above everyone's head. In other words, the sky is the ground, and the ground is the sky.
Welcome to my grave.
In the silence, a strange and eerie voice suddenly sounded, echoing in the empty tomb. As the voice fell, a cold wind blew past, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a huge figure slowly walked out from the depths of the tomb. His figure was tall and mighty, like a mountain, with black chains wrapped around his body and supported on the ground, making crisp sounds continuously.
Gravity Ghost King. Rarity, S. Spiritual Power Realm, Peak Silver. Introduction: a Ghost King capable of controlling gravity, a dark attribute demonic species.
While possessing extremely powerful attacks, it also possesses extremely high defenses, is extremely fast, and possesses very strong control effects, with virtually no weaknesses.
Remaining lifespan, 200,000 years. I never thought that a bronze-level awakened human would come to my territory.
The Gravity Ghost King slowly walked forward, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by his power, forming a strange aura. It was an invisible force that attracted all objects around it to move towards him, and the entire tomb was under his control.
How many of you are there? Come out.
The Gravity Ghost King said contemptuously. In its heart, it never thought that a bronze-level awakener alone could reach this place.
1. Really? Is there only one left? This little brat is so ruthless when he attacks. With only one person left, it's really boring.
The Gravity Ghost King didn't take Chen Shen seriously at all.
After yawning lazily, he even wanted to go back to sleep.
It seemed that it woke up and saw only one person, and was very disappointed.
It's not that there's only one left, it's that I was the only one originally. However, Chen Shen just smiled faintly. Oh?
The Gravity Ghost King raised his eyebrows, as if he was interested in the human awakener who was speaking so arrogantly.
Come on. Young man, let me see your strength.
The Ghost King spoke again, his voice low and hoarse, like a roar coming from the abyss, making people feel fear and awe involuntarily.
It started seriously. Chen Shen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that it was an S-level demon boss at the peak silver level.
Not only is the spiritual power realm one level higher than mine, but it is also a super rare demon species. It seems that the things that explode this time will definitely satisfy me.
Come out. The three-headed dog of hell. The soul formation appeared under Chen Shen's feet, and a powerful spiritual power burst out. Accompanied by the smell of fire and sulfur, a terrifying monster slowly appeared. The three-headed hellhound is huge and strong, 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long.
The three heads were wearing steel collars and looked ferocious and brutal, especially their sharp fangs, which made people shudder.
Wow, you can even summon dark attribute demons.
The Gravity Ghost King raised his head and glanced at the three-headed hellhound that was several times its size, his dark pupils full of contempt. Even though there is a huge difference in size, the Gravity Ghost King is slightly better in terms of aura.
Little red, little blue, little black, tear this guy into pieces for me.
Chen Shen gave each head of the three-headed dog of hell a name. On the far left, the dog head with flame attributes is called Xiaohong. The dog head with frost attribute on the right is called Xiaolan. The dog head in the middle with dark attributes is called Xiaohei.
Woof woof woof.
The three hideous skulls kept roaring, and the sound was deafening, echoing like thunder in every inch of hell. The three-headed hellhound seemed to like the name given by Chen Shen very much. After receiving the order from their master, Xiaohong and Xiaolan immediately launched an attack excitedly.
Breath of flame. Frost breath.
2 breaths of different attributes attacked the Gravity Ghost King, half frost and half flames, like 2 worlds of ice and fire.
Rashomon.
The Gravity Ghost King squatted down and pressed his dark palm on the ground.
The powerful dark spiritual power instantly penetrated into the earth.
Accompanied by a loud boom, a huge black steel gate suddenly rose from the ground. It was like an arrogant giant standing in front of the Gravity Ghost King. Rashomon, a mysterious gate carved with a ghost face, which is said to separate the worlds of life and death.
Boom!
The cold breath of frost and the hot breath of fire, these two completely different forces slammed into Rashomon, making a deafening sound, as if they were going to tear this mysterious gate apart. Every impact made the surrounding air seem to be ignited. The temperature suddenly rose, but was instantly cooled by the frosty breath, forming strange air currents.
Xiaohong and Xiaolun kept roaring, pouring out their spiritual power.
Their eyes flashed with crimson light, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. They seemed to be pouring all their strength into this door, trying to break through this Ghost King barrier.
Hiss. In the end, although Rashomon trembled violently under the attack of the three-headed dog of hell, it did not break.
The Gravity Ghost King narrowly avoided the attack of the three-headed dog of hell.
Sit down.
With a roar from the Gravity Ghost King, a huge evil spirit suddenly burst out from its body, sweeping across the entire cemetery like a violent hurricane. Under the influence of this evil spirit, the gravity around the Cerberus was instantly changed, forming an invisible gravity. This gravity seemed to have endless power, directly pressing the huge three-headed hellhound to the ground and rubbing it.
Roar!
The three-headed hellhound made a shrill sound, but no matter how it struggled, the gravity was like an unshakable mountain, pressing it firmly in place. There was a glint of resentment and anger in the eyes of the three-headed hellhound. Little Blue, Little Red and Little Black kept roaring, trying to use their own strength to break free from the shackles of gravity. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not move at all.
At this moment, the entire cemetery fell into deathly silence. The majesty and dominance of the three-headed dog of hell were completely stripped away.
Although they are all S-level demon species, the three-headed hellhound only inherited Chun Shen's spiritual power realm, which is only the 9th level of bronze. The Gravity Ghost King, on the other hand, is an S-class demon at the peak silver level. The difference in strength was so huge that even though the Cerberus tried its best, it could only be suppressed by the opponent. However, although the Cerberus was temporarily firmly controlled by the Gravity Ghost King, in Chen Shen's eyes, it was controlling itself while controlling the Cerberus.
Rub!
A flash of cold light flashed across the dark pupils of the Gravity Ghost King. Chen Shen held the star-shaped spear and unleashed the thunder piercing the sun that he had stored up long ago. Piercing back and forth at the Gravity Ghost King. The golden holy light mixed with the power of thunder instantly caused tons of damage to the Gravity Ghost King.
Chapter 64 Burial in the Crypt. You bastard, how dare you sneak attack me?
The Ghost King's voice was like the cold wind in the underworld, carrying a cold mockery, echoing in the empty cemetery. In the eyes of the Ghost King, Chen Shen's figure turned into a golden stream of light and rushed past. By the time the Gravity Ghost King came to his senses, Chen Shen had already distanced himself from him. Although Chen Shen's attack did not cause him to suffer multiple blows, it made the arrogant Ghost King very unhappy. Its face was distorted with anger, and its clenched wrists instantly released terrifying gravity suppression, intending to bind Chen Shen tightly like the three-headed dog of hell.
Sprint!
However, Chen Shen was well prepared. A cyclone formed between his legs, which was a sign that he had activated the sprinting martial arts skill. With the help of this martial art, Chen Shen avoided the Ghost King's gravity suppression in an instant like lightning. Although the Ghost King's gravity suppression is extremely overbearing, it seems a little powerless in the face of absolute speed. I thought the awakened one who could break into this place was a rare and powerful warrior. I didn't expect him to be just a coward who could only run away. After being attracted by the faint attack of the Cerberus, the Gravity Ghost King was beaten up by Chen Shenbai and looked extremely unhappy.
Xiao Hei!
What the Ghost King didn't expect was that Chen Shen's attack was just a feint, and the real killer move was Xiao Hei in the middle of the three-headed dog of hell.
Black Flame Breath.
While the Ghost King was using gravity to suppress and chase Chen Shen, the three-headed hellhound that had been suppressed by it immediately climbed up.
Suddenly, a black flame gushed out, like the raging flames from hell, violent and unstoppable. Its appearance instantly broke the silence around it, and even the air was trembling.
This black flame is not what we usually see, but the purgatory fire from the deepest part of hell.
The black flames emitted a deep and cold light, swallowing up all the light around them. Xiao Hei's target is the Rashomon summoned by the Ghost King.
The door was carved with intricate patterns and had already been crumbling after the previous attacks by Xiaolan and Xiaohong.
Under the renewed onslaught of black flames, Rashomon was instantly pierced as if it were made of paper. As the flames spread, the Ghost King's body was also set on fire. Damn it! How dare you play tricks on me? The Gravity Ghost King was furious. Only then did he realize that the real main attacker was the three-headed dog of hell at the beginning, and Shen Shen began to cooperate with it to attract his attention. The Ghost King kept struggling and trying to put out the flames on his body. However, the black flames seemed to have life, clinging tightly to his body and constantly devouring his life. Black Flame Breath deals 500% of your attack damage to the enemy, ignites them for 10 seconds, and deals 1% of their maximum health as damage per second. This damage does not exceed 200% of your own attack per second. Although most of the attack damage from the Black Flame Breath was blocked by the Ghost King's Rashomon, the percentage of the maximum health value was still taken by the Ghost King. This was also Chen Shen's original plan. Xiaohong, Xiaolan, and Chen Shen himself were all fainting to attract the Ghost King's attention. Xiao Hei's Black Flame Breath is the real focus. Damage as a percentage of maximum health, this is simply a magical skill for defeating boss. Although there is a 200% attack limit, the damage in 10 seconds is at least 2000% and even the boss demon species cannot withstand it. Hey! Brat, you've successfully angered me. Now, you will pay the price for what you did. The Gravity Ghost King roared. 2-level reversal. Suddenly, the scene of the Abyss ruins being activated happened again. Chen Shen was instantly in a state of weightlessness, and the ground and the sky were reversed again. His body fell into the boundless sky again, and the tomb on the ground returned to the place above his head at the beginning. As the evil spirit in the Gravity Ghost King's body suddenly erupted, the tombstone that was originally hanging in the sky seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and suddenly fell down. Under the acceleration of gravity, the tombstone was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the ground with tremendous force. Under the impact of this force, the ground shook violently, and cracks spread like a spider web. The entire ruins were shaking under the impact of this force, as if it could collapse at any time. Woo woo woo! The massive three-headed hellhound had no time to react to this sudden change. Its eyes widened in terror, and its three mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a terrified and desperate roar. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape this fatal blow. Countless tombstones pierced its body like a sieve, burying it continuously. Blood gushed out of the wound, staining the surrounding ground red. At this moment, the Cerberus's vitality was completely drained away, and its body gradually stiffened, eventually dissolving into a wisp of white smoke. Buried in the Gravity Ghost King's crypt, the Cerberus was instantly killed. Humph! A beast is a beast after all. The Gravity Ghost King looked at the three-headed hellhound killed by the tombstone, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Chen Shen on the other side. Faced with the overwhelming tombstones, Chen Shen kept turning and moving, using his body skills to dodge. But the whole sky was now a cemetery, because the tombstones falling under gravity were like a sky full of stars, leaving him no way to escape. Go to hell! The Gravity Ghost King opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs, and read these words with great excitement. Its eyes were fixed on Chen Shen, wanting to see with its own eyes the human who had teased it being completely buried by the tombstone. At this time, Chen Shen was also very clear that the Gravity Ghost King's skills could instantly kill even an S-level demon like the Cerberus, let alone himself. However, Crypt Burial kills the Cerberus through multiple and intensive attacks, rather than sudden bursts of damage. So, this gave Chen Shen a bold idea. Chapter 65 Blood for Blood. After all, Chen Shen is wearing Chaos Armor at the moment, which has a 160% defense bonus in the night environment, and every time he is attacked, the enemy will suffer 160% chaos damage. Since the tombstone has multiple attacks, Chen Shen decided to eat some first, and then find a way to escape when his life reaches the critical point. Bang! 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 As Chen Shen stopped dodging, countless tombstones began to smash into his body, making bursts of explosive sounds. Ha 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 ha! Prepare to die, you little bastard! Seeing this, the Gravity Ghost King laughed wildly, and his already ugly face became even more hideous. Finally caught you, this jumping rat! With each tombstone hitting Chen Shen, his body would suffer huge dark damage. Fortunately, the Chaos Armor is also a spiritual weapon with dark attributes. While increasing defense by 160%, it also absorbs some elemental damage. This allowed Chen Shen to withstand more than 20 tombstone attacks from the Gravity Ghost King without falling down.
The chaos armor that Shin Yoshi incarnated was severely damaged, and even the S-level spiritual weapon began to show many cracks.
Chen Chen could clearly feel that the power of the chaos armor was rapidly dissipating.
Its defensive capabilities are no longer as strong as before, and it can no longer withstand enemy attacks as easily as before. Every time she was hit, Shin Yoshi's body would suffer severe damage, causing her internal organs to churn and her blood to churn.
Senior Chen Chen.
Shin Yoshi gritted her teeth, trying hard to suppress the injuries in her body, her eyes firm.
Chen, hurry up and go. If we continue like this, we will all die.
Seeing her sister suffer such a serious injury, her elder sister Shin Yuyen was filled with mixed emotions.
Moreover, the lives of these three people are eternally bound together.
If Shin Yoshi is killed by the Gravity Ghost King's skills, then everyone's life will disappear.
I know, but the damage you're suffering now is not enough.
At this moment, blood was gushing out of Chen Chen's mouth. Facing the continuous heavy blows from the tombstone, his injuries were not much better than Shin Yoshi's. However, Chen Chen still did not choose to dodge, but continued to endure the attack of the Ghost King.
Yoshi, do you believe me? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Shin Yoshi answered firmly.
From the beginning to the end, the person Yoshi trusted the most was Senior Chen Chen.
Thank you, Yoshi.
Chen Chen opened his arms and continued to endure the tombstone attack of the Gravity Ghost King.
30 times. 40 times. 50 times.
Bear. 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 While Chen Chen continued to suffer damage, the Gravity Ghost King was also attacked by the Chaos Armor. Under the double attributes of darkness, every attack Chen Chen suffers will cause 160% damage backlash to the Ghost King.
Moreover, the S-level Chaos Armor does not cause backlash of dark attribute damage, but chaos damage that is even more terrifying than true damage.
Because although true damage ignores defense, it can be blocked by shields, while chaos damage is true damage that can ignore any situation. And every time Chen Chen is attacked, he will add a layer of abyss evil effect to himself, causing the backlash damage to continue to accumulate.
Aha!
The Gravity Ghost King howled in pain as he was attacked by the black flames.
What is this? Ah! Where did this damn flame come from? How dare it burn my body? Put it out for me. Damn it!
The black chaotic flames attached to the Gravity Ghost King's body like dark matter, constantly devouring its life. This flame seemed to contain special power, not only high temperature and destruction, but also a curse from the abyss, causing the Gravity Ghost King to struggle in pain. The once invincible arrogance and majesty now seemed so fragile and vulnerable in the endless black flames. Its howls became more and more shrill, and each howl sounded like a desperate cry from the depths of its soul. The Gravity Ghost King's body began to tremble violently, and each tremor was accompanied by an even more intense burst of chaotic flames. Its body gradually became transparent, and its life was being drained away bit by the chaos.
Why?
Why does an awakened human cricket possess such powerful strength?
This is impossible.
The Gravity Ghost King howled in pain, enduring the agony of being devoured by the power of chaos.
Chen Chen's side was not much better.
After being continuously attacked by the Ghost King's tombstone, his life has now reached a critical point.
Die. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me.
The Gravity Ghost King looked angrily at the dying Chen Chen and seemed to understand the source of the chaos fire.
So it's a backlash effect, ha 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 ha, you had a great plan, you little brat. However, you still overestimated your own vitality. It looks like you'll be the first to give in. Ha 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 ha.
At this moment, this battle has completely turned into a race for life. Chen Chen wanted to use the backlash effect of multiple attacks to kill the Gravity Ghost King, but the Gravity Ghost King was determined that Chen Chen's vitality was not as good as his own, so he wanted to kill him with one blow.
Brat, I admit you have some strength. But do you know why you lost? Because you're as conceited as I am.
When the Gravity Ghost King saw that Chen Chen was gradually at a disadvantage, his previous frightened expression disappeared instantly and he became arrogant again.
If you hadn't come here alone, I might have fallen into your hands. But now, you are all alone and there is no way you can defeat me. Although you are very strong and the first human to make me feel threatened, you still lost. Even if you can reduce me to a mere handful of health, you are still a loser, just like all the awakened humans buried in these ruins. Once I absorb your spiritual power, I will lead the ruined civilization to soar to new heights. I am very happy that you have come. You have brought an opportunity for advancement to this ruins. I will remember you.
Although the Gravity Ghost King's entire body was still burning with the fire of chaos, it had already begun celebrating its victory in advance. After all, in its opinion, Chen Shen was now desperate and doomed to die.
Chapter 66 Grand Funeral. Wall Walking Technique.
Chen Shen seized the opportunity and directly put his body into the spiritual state, sinking into the ground. This martial arts book was dropped when Chen Shen killed the desert fishman. At this moment, he is just like a little fishman who regards the desert as the ocean, swimming underground.
Ha 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 ha. Victory belongs to me, you stupid and ignorant humans.
The Gravity Ghost King roared excitedly. Since Chen Shen was surrounded by tombstones that were indiscriminately attacking him, the Gravity Ghost King could not see him at the moment and had no idea that he had escaped.
Oh. The flames are gone. Ha ha ha, the damn human has finally fallen.
When the Gravity Ghost King saw that the chaos fire on his body was extinguished, he knew that the opponent's backlash effect had stopped. There are only two possible outcomes: either Chen Shen is already dead, or he has found a way to escape. However, in the eyes of the Gravity Ghost King, there is no second possibility. After all, the tombstones in the sky are a complete covering attack with no blind spots, leaving no room for dodging. The disappearance of the chaos fire means that Chen Shen lost the bet.
You want to fight me for your life? You are not qualified enough.
The Gravity Ghost King looked at the direction where Chen Shen fell and staggered a few steps.
To be able to injure me to this extent, you are truly a talent.
But you should also thank me for organizing such a grand funeral for you. At this moment, the Gravity Ghost King's body was covered with holes that were swallowed by the chaos fire.
If Chen Shen's vitality was stronger, he might really be able to kill him.
It's a pity that the Gravity Ghost King is an S-level demon species at the peak of the Silver Realm. With Chen Shen's current physique and blood-for-blood fighting style, he is definitely not able to kill the opponent. I do like such a grand funeral, but this is not my funeral. Suddenly, a whisper came into the ears of the Gravity Ghost King.
In its dark pupils, Chen Shen's figure appeared like a ghost. But, your funeral. Chen Shen's hoarse voice was like a king declaring life and death.
As soon as he finished speaking, the starlight in Chen Shen's hand shot out one after another and directly pierced the heart of the Gravity Ghost King.
You are not dead.
The Gravity Ghost King looked at Chen Shen with fear on his face. At this moment, he finally felt the fear of death. As Chen Shen slowly pulled out the star in his hand, the Gravity Ghost King fell to the ground. Its body began to turn dark and stiff, and eventually turned into a wisp of dust. Chen Shen slowly pulled out the bright star in his hand, and the Gravity Ghost King's body instantly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground.
I lost.
With a roar, the Gravity Ghost King's body began to change drastically. Its skin quickly lost its original color and became as black as ink, while emitting a heart-pounding aura of death. The once powerful body was now as stiff as a cold stone, as if it had been struck by the god of death. A breeze blew by, and the cold stone statue suddenly cracked, gradually turning into wisps of black dust, floating in the air. These dust particles seem to carry its resentment and unwillingness, but are helplessly swallowed up by fate. As the last wisp of dust dissipated into the air, the noise of the cemetery died down. Congratulations to the host for killing the Gravity Ghost King and gaining 2,000 years of life.
Current remaining lifespan, 5,320 years. It's all over.
Congratulations, you've cleared the difficult level of the Abyss Ruins. After the death of the Gravity Ghost King, the ruins portal leading to the Blue Star finally appeared. A golden treasure chest falls out. The level of the Abyss Ruins can only be known after clearing the game. It is divided into 4 levels: normal, difficult, hell, and demon. The fact that the Abyss Ruins were finally defined as difficult level was within Chen Shen's expectations. If it was the hell level or demon level, it might not be so easy for Chen Shen to pass it.
Yoshi, are you okay? Chen Shen immediately untied the sister's fusion form.
Shin Yoshi was in a very bad condition at the moment and was badly damaged.
Senior Chen Shen, I'm fine.
Shin Yoshi lay in Chen Shen's arms and said with difficulty. Her eyes were filled with fatigue and a deep sense of powerlessness.
JK's tattered shirt was stained with blood, revealing her injured skin and pink shoulder straps. Don't talk, take the healing pill first. Chen Shen immediately took off his coat and draped it over Shin Yoshi's soft body.
After feeding Shin Yoshi a pill, Chen Shen also took one himself. In order to ensure that the final blow could kill the Gravity Ghost King, Chen Shen took a huge amount of damage from the opponent. At this moment, his condition was actually not much better than Shinyoshi. Fortunately, the Gravity Ghost King has been completely killed, and they can finally have a good rest.
Yoshi.
Shin Yuyan looked at her seriously injured sister with a look of heartache, but she could do nothing for her. After all, there was nothing wrong with Chen Shen's decision. The Gravity Ghost King was so powerful that if he hadn't attacked decisively and killed him with one blow, everyone's current situation would definitely be more dangerous. Shin Yuyan also absolutely believed in Chen Shen because he said that he only bets on games that he is sure to win. In other words, since Chen Shen chose to do this, he was confident of killing the Gravity Ghost King. Congratulations to the host, the tacit understanding with Shinyoshi has increased by 10%, and the current tacit understanding is 20%. The upper limit of the abyssal evil fall effect is increased to 200 floors. After the life and death battle with Shinyoshi, the two became more connected and their tacit understanding increased again. The effect of the abyss of evil is the same as that of the long stairway to godhood, and it has been upgraded to the 200th floor. This also means that the backlash damage that can be stacked by the chaos armor will be further improved, and the amount of damage that can be accumulated by the death realm will also be greatly increased. It's a pity that both the Heavenly Wheel Sword and the Death Domain need to be stacked to at least 100 layers before they can be released. Otherwise, Chen Shen wouldn't have to take such a risk just now. You only need to withstand 30 to 40 attacks, and then directly release the Death Realm to harvest the Gravity Ghost King. However, there are certain restrictions on the activation of the Death Domain, and the Gravity Ghost King simply cannot allow Chen Shen to stack 100 layers of effects. All in all, Chen Shen successfully cleared the difficult level Abyss Ruins solo. Next, it depends on what can be extracted from the boss's body. Such a difficult Abyss Ruins will surely not disappoint Chen Shen. If something good can be revealed, it will be another big improvement for Chen Shen. After resting for a while, Chen Shen handed Shinyoshi to Shin Yuyan's care and slowly stood up. Although the Gravity Ghost King's body had long since turned to dust, Chen Shen could still extract it from the location of his death. Gravity Ghost King, I hope you can give me some strength. P.S. Some readers have commented that the realm divisions are not clearly stated, so I would like to add some information here. Grade classification G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Realm division Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, and King. There is also the big broken form that the Bombardment King wants. Chapter 67 Martial Arts Critical Point. Arriving at the location where the Gravity Ghost King disappeared, Chen Shen began to use the Pot of Greed to extract. Congratulations to the host, the Pot of Greed has triggered the magic crystal doubling effect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level martial art Gravity Control. Gravity Control Level A can affect gravity within a certain area. CD 5 seconds. Chen Shen extracted 3,000 magic crystals and an A-level martial arts book from the body of the Gravity Ghost King in one breath. Master, I am glad to serve you again. With only 50 years of my lifespan, I can help you refine this martial art. Are you willing? Good. When the Pot of Greed appeared again, Chen Shen did not hesitate at all and consumed his life to refine it. Lifespan, 50 years. Congratulations host, you have obtained the effect of quantity x2. Lifespan, 500 years. Congratulations host, you have achieved the martial arts advancement effect. Host's current remaining lifespan, 4,770 years. It's a pity that he doesn't have 5,000 years of life to pay for it, otherwise, Chen Shen really wants to take another gamble. He now has 2S level martial arts. Whether it is the quantity x2, obtaining 4S level martial arts, or the advanced effect, obtaining 2SS level martial arts, this is a huge profit. Gravity Control A rank Gravity Suppression S affects gravity within a certain area. Newly added, deals an additional 200% physical damage. CD 5 seconds. After being upgraded to an S-level martial art, Gravity Control becomes Suppression, with additional damage effects. Although the damage coefficient is not high, this skill has only a 5-second CD and comes with a lot of control effects. Chen Shen naturally practiced such a powerful skill without saying a word. Friendly reminder, the host's martial arts skills have reached a critical point. Every profession has its own specializations, and human energy is limited. The system recommends that the host learn skills later, and forget the martial arts they have already learned. Otherwise, the probability of successfully breaking through in martial arts will decrease during the subsequent life deduction process. After successfully learning gravity suppression, Chen Shen received a friendly reminder from the system. At this moment, he checked his own panel attributes.
Host, Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20. Remaining lifespan, 4770. Spiritual power level, bronze rank 9. Talent, D Blood Awakening.
Physical lifesteal 7.5%, attack speed plus 40%, movement speed 40%, attacks inflict a 10-second bleeding effect on enemies, each layer inflicting 5% damage, up to 10 layers. Skill. Sprint C rank, wrap your legs with the power of the wind, increasing your movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. CD, 120 seconds. Whole hand C rank, creates a wind hole in the palm of the hand, causing suction. Upon hitting the enemy, it deals 150% damage and has a 30% armor penetration effect, lasting for 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Charge attack C rank, charge for 1 second, gathering spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon, dealing 350% burst damage. Each additional charge second deals an additional 70% damage, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. CD, 20 seconds. Wall walk C rank, enters a 5-second spirit state, ignoring collisions with regular units. The spirit passes through living objects, dealing 200% attack damage. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Spear C rank, summons a Thunder Spear, dealing 100% thunder damage to the enemy and inflicting paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds. During this time, the player can pick up the Thunder Spear, increasing their movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. This also grants the player's next attack the Thunderbolt effect. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Spear C rank, throws a Thunder Spear, dealing 100% thunder damage to the enemy and inflicting paralysis. The spear lasts for 10 seconds. During this time, the player can pick up the Thunder Spear, increasing their movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. This also grants their next attack the Thunderbolt effect. CD, 20 seconds. Clone C rank, select a target and summon an identical clone, lasting 60 seconds, CD, 300 seconds. Pot of Greed S rank, when successfully extracting magic crystals from a demon corpse, there's a 100% chance to receive 3 additional magic crystals. There's also a 30% chance to receive double the magic crystals. When you obtain items in the ruins, you'll summon the Pot of Greed, which can consume life to double the number of items or upgrade them. CD, 1 second. Cerberus S rank, summons an S-rank Cerberus of the same level as itself, lasting 60 seconds. Each time the Cerberus kills a life, the duration increases by 10 seconds. CD, 300 seconds. Gravity Suppression S, affects gravity within a certain area. Newly added, deals an additional 200% physical damage. CD, 5 seconds. When Chen learned the 10th martial art, the system prompted him that the probability of advancement was reduced. In other words, under perfect circumstances, he can only learn a maximum of 10 martial arts. If there are new martial arts that he wants to learn in the future, Chen will have to reluctantly give up one of the martial arts he has learned before. When you learn new martial arts, forget about sprinting. Chen is ready. Although this martial art has been with Chen for the longest time, in the beginning, he also relied on sprinting to fight against the demons. However, as Chen grew up, this martial art obviously could no longer keep up with his pace. In terms of pulling, Chen has the flying ability of angel wings and no longer relies on high-speed movement on the ground. Moreover, the spirit state of wall walk is easier to pull than sprint. Chen talent Blood Awakening level D originally has high attack speed and high movement speed, and sprinting itself is just the icing on the cake. In addition, with the appearance of the combination skills of Thunder Spear and Thunder Spear, Chen can also gain additional movement speed bonus when picking up the Thunder Spear. The CD of the sprint skill itself is long, so the first martial art that Chen chooses to forget must be it. But it has only reached the critical point and is not needed for the time being. Next, Chen opened the golden treasure chest in the ruins. There are 3 in total, and all awakened people who participate in the boss killing will have treasure chests. 300 magic crystals. Chen spread his hands, his luck was still as bad as ever. Magic crystals are the most common relic rewards. Although 300 pieces are already a lot, this is a difficult level abyss relic. Simply giving magic crystals is really unlucky. Magic scroll same old trick. Xin Yuyan was more powerful and opened a consumable item. Reuse old skills A rank, consumes an item. After using it, you can unleash the previous martial arts skills again without consuming spiritual energy. This thing is good. Yu Yan, you are worthy of it, Mua.
Chen Shen quickly put the items away and excitedly kissed Shin Yuyan hard on the face. The only drawback is that this item was not opened by Chen Shen himself. Otherwise, you can use the pot of greed to refine it. Yo, kissing already? Senior Chen Shen, then, how many times should you kiss me? At this time, Shin Yoshi stood up and said with a smile. Chapter 68. She wants to improve too much. Oh. Chen Shen was overjoyed. Just by listening to Shin Yoshi's tone, you can tell that she must have come up with something extraordinary. Double magic crystal scroll. Shin Yoshi said proudly as she shook the scroll she took out of the treasure chest. Although her injuries have recovered a lot and she is no longer in danger of death, her body is still very weak. The torn clothes could not be restored, so she could only put on Chen Shen's coat to avoid exposure. After all, the Gravity Ghost King's fatal martial arts hit her hard, and even with the help of the elixir, she would not be able to recover for a while. Double Magic Crystal Scroll Rank A, consumable item. After use, extracting magic crystals will gain double the effect. Lasts for 1 hour. Yoshi, I really love you to death. Chen Shen was so excited that he held Shin Yoshi's chubby little face and kissed her wildly like a woodpecker. Mua 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 mua. Although it is also an A-level consumable item, Chen Shen is continuing to improve his spiritual power level at this time, so the demand for the double magic crystal scroll is naturally much higher. Whoa, Senior Chen Shen, hurry, stop, Yoshi can't breathe. Although Shin Yoshi said to stop quickly, the expression on her face became more and more smug. Yoshi, next, I will continue to improve your talent. Chen Shen smiled faintly and sealed her warm lips directly. Chen Shen gained a lot from this trip to the Abyss Ruins. Except for the 3,000 magic crystals dropped by the boss which cannot be absorbed directly, other aspects are still good. Especially his lifespan, he has lived for more than 4,000 years. Prepare to give it all to Shin Yoshi at once. After all, among the three, Shin Yoshi's talent is undoubtedly the highest. Therefore, using life deduction to strengthen her talent is naturally the most cost-effective. The S-level Chaos Armor is already so buggy, what will happen if it is upgraded to SS level? With Shin Yoshi enjoying herself, the life deduction began. Infusing life into the innate Chaos Armor S rank. 100 years. S-level talent cannot be changed in such a short time. Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins are still motionless. 500 years, still no movement. After 1,000 years, Shin Yoshi's spiritual veins have not changed at all. In 2000, S rank seemed like an insurmountable gap to Shin Yoshi. 3,000 years, perhaps, this is her end. Ha! Seeing that Shin Yoshi's talent had not improved even after being injected with 3,000 years of life, Shin decided to cut his losses in time and let her go. Senior Chen Shen, what happened to Yoshi? She could awaken easily before. Shin Yoshi couldn't help feeling guilty when she saw Chen Shen's failure in awakening. She could clearly feel that Chen Shen was working hard to nourish her spiritual veins, but it was like a bottomless pit, with no response at all. It's okay, Yoshi, you're already great. This is an S-level talent, it won't be awakened casually like before. Chen Shen touched Shin Yoshi's cheek and comforted her. Maybe I had too high expectations of her. This made the little guy feel the pressure. But, Senior Chen Shen has already injected so much energy into me, but Yoshi still can't awaken. It's really bad. Yoshi, don't be like this. Nothing will necessarily yield results just because you put in the effort. Maybe it's just the wrong timing. Besides, regardless of whether Yoshi's talent can awaken or not, you are still the closest person to me. Really? After Chen Shen's guidance, Shin Yoshi's depressed mood began to improve. Yoshi, you're already pretty amazing. Among the three of us, you're the only one whose talent has awakened to S level. Chen and I are only at D level. If you're not good enough, then we'd be useless. Seeing this, Shin Yuyan also began to comfort Shin Yoshi together with Chen Shen. After all, Shin Yoshi is a Yandere girl with a dual personality, and she accumulates negative emotions very quickly. If we don't give timely affirmation and help to eliminate it, it may cause hidden dangers in the future. Sister and Senior Chen Shan are not useless. Thank you. It was Yoshi who was too anxious. Shin Yoshi finally smiled happily, letting go of the recent defeat. After the recent consumption, Chen Shen's remaining lifespan is only 1,770 years. It seems that the plan to awaken Shin Yoshi's talent to SS level is not feasible, because when conducting life deduction, the results given by the system have been shown very clearly. This is exactly the same as Shin Yuyan's previous situation. But at that time, Shin Yoyen's talent was very low and the consumption was not much. With Chun Chen's unremitting efforts, Shin Yoyen's talent finally broke through. But the situation is a little different now.
Shin Yoshi is already an S-level spiritual warrior, and her lifespan can easily be thousands of years. Chen Shen simply does not have so much life to fill this hole. But no matter what, Shin Yoshi is still the most talented one among them. After all, she awakened to S-level in the shortest time. As for Qin Shen and Shin Yuyen, we still don't know what the situation is. Even if both of them awaken to S-level, their situation might be worse than Shin Yoshi's. Since Plan A doesn't work, Qin Shen can only settle for the second best and perform a life deduction for Shin Yuyen. Yuyen, I still have some energy left. Let me try to awaken your talent for you. Chen Shen called Shin Yuyen to his side. Prepare to try another one. Well, okay then. Shin Yuyen bit her lips, looking a little shy. Because Chen Shen had just awakened his talent for his sister Shin Yoshi, her taste still lingered in his mouth. Now, I awaken myself immediately. Isn't it a bit bad? Although she felt a little embarrassed, Shin Yuyen gritted her teeth and stomped her feet and agreed. Because she is still the same Shin Yuyen. She wants to improve so much. Chapter 69 Starlight. Shin Yaoyan's smell is completely different from Shin Yoshi's. The kiss of a Yandere girl is passionate and crazy, while the kiss of a Tsundere girl is subtle and immature. It's like a cup of sweet milk tea with soft and sticky pearls and crisp coconut flakes. When the two flavors are mixed together, the taste becomes fuller. Infusing life into the talented Starlight Level D. For 100 years, the spiritual veins in Shin Yaoyan's body have been continuously absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and gradually becoming unblocked. Over the past 300 years, Shin Yaoyan's spiritual veins have grown stronger and stronger, gradually shedding their original outer shell. After 500 years, a ray of spiritual light slowly rose, and Shin Yaoyan's spiritual veins were only one step away from transformation. In the year 1000, the starlight illuminates the earth, and Shin Yaoyan's talent is awakened successfully. Remaining lifespan, 770 years. Starlight D rank. Starlight C rank, attacks gain 40% 50% light attack, 40% 50% true damage. All attacks have a chance to inflict holy sanction. 1% plus 3-4x critical hit, 3% plus 2.5x critical hit, 10% plus 1.52x critical hit, 30% plus 1.4x critical hit. All critical hit damage is true damage. Although she consumed 1,000 years of her lifespan, Shin Yuyen did not disappoint Chen Shen, and her talent was successfully awakened again. Not only does it improve the basic attributes, but it also increases the true critical damage of the holy sanction effect. Now it can reach up to 4 times. Great! As expected of my sister, my talent has been awakened successfully again. After seeing Shin Yuyen leave, Shin Yoshi felt elevated again and immediately jumped to her sister to congratulate her. Compared to the sadness brought by her own failure, her sister's successful awakening made her feel happier. Well, it's time for us to leave the ruins. There are still 700 years of life left, and Shen Shen does not plan to use it, so he keeps it for the time being. After all, their current talent levels have reached D or above. If they want to awaken further, this amount of lifespan will be of no use at all. It can be used to improve some C-level martial arts. However, as the ruins that Chun Chun challenged became stronger and stronger, the ruins themselves were able to reveal higher-level martial arts. It would be a waste if their service life gradually increased. After all, not all martial arts can be easily advanced to S-level like greed. Now the martial arts that Chen Shen has mastered have reached a critical point. If he learns new martial arts, he will have to forget the existing ones. If he improves his martial arts now and forgets them later, wouldn't that be a waste? Therefore, Chen Shen will use the rest of his life to the best of his ability, only to awaken his own talents and those of the Shin sisters, and will not advance his martial arts again unless his lifespan is too much to use up. Master C. You finally came out. You were delayed for so long, I thought something happened to you too. As soon as Chen Shen came out of the portal, Dachuan hugged him excitedly. He and Maya have been guarding the entrance of the ruins and have never left for a moment. I can still handle a mere difficult level abyssal ruins. Chen Shen smiled faintly, then patted Dachuan on the shoulder. Although the Gravity Ghost King caused him a lot of trouble, he finally passed the level without any danger. It's actually a difficult level abyss ruins. No wonder the demons in the ruins are so powerful. Si Shao, please tell me what kind of monster the boss is? When leaving the cemetery, Dachuan kept chasing Chen Shen with great interest, asking him to tell him about his battle with the Gravity Ghost King. After being trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Dachuan really wants to know who the final boss of the ruins is. Unfortunately, the situation was too dangerous at the time, so he had to leave the ruins early. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Maya and I left, otherwise, I would have died in the tomb of the Gravity Ghost King by now. Dachuan's blood boiled when he heard this, as if he was there himself. Dachuan, what are your plans for the future? Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Chen Shen was very curious about how he felt now. I want to go home first, then form an exploration team and continue the adventure with Malt. Although surrounded by a gloomy cemetery, the reborn Dachuan did not feel the slightest bit of sadness, but was full of imagination for the future. Fine. Chen Shen nodded silently in agreement. Seeing that Dachuan still loved life so much, he felt relieved. If an ordinary person had the same experience as Dachuan, he would probably have become autistic by now. Master C, can you join my exploration team? Dachuan suddenly said, sincerely inviting Chen Shen to join. I'm used to being alone, so I'm still a little uncomfortable with you asking me to join the exploration team. Chen Shen politely declined Dachuan's invitation. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. Next, Chen Shen will face the largest family force in the entire Jinghai city. It would be too dangerous if someone like Dachuan stayed with me. Oh well. When Dachuan saw Chen Shen's refusal, his tone sounded a little depressed. However, Dachuan did not intend to blame Chen Shen. After all, Chen Shen was his savior. If Chen Shen had not appeared, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the ruins before he could come out. However, we can still team up to explore the ruins in the future. Chen Shen looked at Dachuan sincerely. Although he will not join the exploration team, if he has time, he can lead Dachuan's entire exploration team on an adventure by himself. Really? That's really great. Of course. The two chatted happily along the way and even made an appointment to eat hot pot together before leaving. Chapter 70 The Box Inherited from Generation to Generation. Bang, bang. Hello, is anyone there? Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door of the cabin at the entrance of the cemetery. Ah. 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 A few disturbed crows kept making sharp calls, adding a touch of weirdness to the quiet early morning. Who is it? Is someone else here to die so soon? Am I getting senile? Didn't I remember that young man just arrived? The gravekeeper staggered open the door and said with some complaint. He thought that Glasses was introducing a new exploration team again. Ah. However, when the gravekeeper opened the rickety wooden door, he was shocked by the scene before him. It's you! The gravekeeper stared at the figure outside the door with wide eyes, as if he had seen some evil spirit, and said in great fear. You're still alive. It's great to live another day. Chen Shen smiled faintly and said in an extremely lazy tone. Didn't you say you wanted to memorize my face? Chen Shen slowly took off the mask, revealing his face after Shen Youyen's makeup. He still remembered the agreement he made with the gravekeeper before entering the cemetery. He promised him that he would let him see what he looked like inside the mask after he came out. Did you really clear that ruin? The ragged old man held Chen Shen's hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude. The old man's palms were like dead wood and kept shaking. Of course, old man. Our young master C cleared the difficult level abyss ruins by himself. I dare say that in the entire blue planet, within the bronze realm, our young master C is the strongest existence. Dachuan was flattering on the side. After Chen Shen took off his mask, he also took a curious look. Chen Shen's already handsome face became even more refined under Shen Youyen's makeup, which made Dachuan sigh. This world is so unfair. How can someone be so strong and so handsome at the same time? Is it you? At this moment, the gravekeeper also recognized Dachuan standing beside him. I've seen you before. 2 years ago, you were one of the first people to challenge this ruin. And you're still alive? Yes. It's me, old man. You have a really good memory. It happened so long ago, yet you still remember it so clearly. Dachuan obviously did not expect that the gravekeeper here actually remembered him. It's not that I have a good memory, it's mainly because this cemetery has been abandoned for a long time. Normally, no one comes here. It was only when a relic portal suddenly appeared in the cemetery that I saw quite a few living people. The reason why the gravekeeper can remember everyone's face is that he has been in a dark environment for a long time and cherishes every face he sees.
Actually, I'm curious about something. Chen Chen suddenly asked.
Ask. The gravekeeper replied calmly. From his deep eyes, he seemed to have guessed what Chen Chen wanted to ask.
You look like you're over 100 years old. I'd like to know what exactly you're guarding in this cemetery?
This was the real purpose of Chen Chen coming here to greet the old man.
Why is there an elderly man guarding an abandoned cemetery?
This location is already in the suburbs of Qinghai City.
The surrounding environment is very complicated. How can he, an old man, survive here? All the questions were like mysteries, troubling Chen Chen.
But his intuition told him that things would definitely not be that simple.
Everything that exists has its value and meaning.
Since the old man has been staying in this place, there must be something worth protecting.
So, Chen Chen was very curious, what exactly was this thing?
Oh. Hearing Chen Chen's question, the old man, who looked like a rotten wood, chuckled for the first time in his life, as if he was relieved. He has been waiting here for so many years, and finally someone asked this question.
Actually, I don't know why I'm waiting here.
The old man said helplessly, then walked into the wooden house and took out a broken jade from a dusty box in the corner.
My name is Gu Yu. My Gu family has been the keepers of this cemetery for generations.
My ancestors and I have been guarding this place for thousands of years, and no one has ever told us why we must stay here. I was originally doing business abroad. My father called me here before he died.
He then handed me this box and passed away peacefully without any explanation. I was only 40 years old at the time. I know what my father meant.
He wanted me to inherit the tomb keeper position and fulfill the wishes of our ancestors.
But I'm used to traveling. How could I be willing to spend the rest of my life in a place like this?
Just when I thought that the things passed down through generations of the Gu family were about to be destroyed in my hands, something strange happened. Under the dim oil lamp, the old man's face looked like a weathered painting, and his eyes were particularly deep. His gaze seemed to travel through a tunnel of time and space, reaching the distant past.
Chen Chen frowned slightly.
He knew that the doubts in his heart would be revealed at this moment.
Dachuan on the side swallowed silently and prepared himself mentally in advance.
The turning point of the story happens at this moment. The old man continued, I originally wanted to leave after my father's funeral, but when I came into contact with this box, I instantly changed my mind. Without any warning, my heart seemed to be imprisoned by a strange energy, which forcibly changed my thinking.
I only feel peaceful and comfortable when I'm in this cemetery. Once I leave, I start to feel all kinds of discomfort. Not just mentally, but also physically. I feel dizzy, chest tightness, nausea, and stomach upset.
In short, as soon as I leave the cemetery, my body will have a strong rejection reaction.
At the beginning, I thought about committing suicide.
I didn't want to pass on the Gu family's ridiculous fate to my descendants. But every time this thought comes into my mind, a strange voice tells me that if I want, I can give this box to anyone I meet. It's just, no matter who I see, I never think of handing this box to them. At this point, I finally understood why my father, a dissolute and unruly playboy, was willing to stay in this hellish place and wait for death. The reason why our Gu family must guard this place for generations is to wait for the owner of this box. The old man looked at Chen Chen, his eyes full of hope and joy as if he were reborn.
Now I've finally been waiting for this. The long-cherished wish of our Gu family for thousands of years has finally been fulfilled. My descendants will no longer have to endure the same confinement as I did.
Young man, this box is yours. Hearing the old man's slightly crazy words, Dachuan quickly took Maya and took a step back, avoiding the old man's gaze. Although he knew that the person chosen by the old man was Snake, he was really scared.
That step of retreat was completely subconscious. This.
After listening to the old man's story, Chen Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. It turned out to be an evil thing with the ability to imprison thoughts.
He didn't want to get involved with these things. What if his mindset was also changed? Wouldn't he have to stay here and become a gravekeeper like the old man?
This is absolutely not possible, he still has a lot of things to do. That bitch Gu Qingning is still waiting for him to kill her.
And Dachuan, were you serious about backing away just now?
Such a small move can cause so much damage.
Fi. Curiosity really killed the cat.
Now it was Chen Chen's turn to sweat profusely.
Chapter 71 The Lord of Purgatory. Old man, you actually misunderstood. I'm simply curious and have no intention of taking over this cemetery.
Chen Shen was about to refuse but was interrupted by the gravekeeper's words. "Young man, this box is yours." The gravekeeper's gaze swept across Chen Shen and finally stopped on Shinyoshi. Only then did Chen Shen realize that the young man the gravekeeper was talking about was not himself at all. From beginning to end, the other party's attention was on Shinyoshi. Only then did Chen Shen realize that something was wrong. "Really? Really? It's for me? That's amazing." Shinyoshi looked around with surprise, like a dark horse who won the Golden Horse Award for Best Actress. Without any hesitation, she reached out and took the box from the gravekeeper. By the time Chen Shen was about to stop her, it was too late. "How do you feel, little girl?" The gravekeeper stared at Shinyoshi with empty eyes. He was very curious about what kind of person the Gu family was waiting for the item that they had been guarding for thousands of years. What kind of story will happen between this little girl and this broken piece of jade? Shinyoshi slowly picked up the jade from the box. Seeing that the matter was already settled, Chen Shen did not stop her. According to the gravekeeper, his mind was changed the moment he touched the box, and it is too late to do anything now. Why not take a look at what this piece of jade that has been passed down for thousands of years is? The jade is circular in shape, with broken edges that reveal some delicate textures, like an old tree that has weathered the frost and lost its former vitality and luster. The surface of the jade is covered with traces of time. Some places have been eroded into dark brown, while some places appear as smooth as a mirror due to long-term friction. When the broken ancient jade gently touched Shinyoshi's palm, it emitted a dim fluorescence. The light and shadow that was like a misty breath deeply attracted Shinyoshi. She herself seemed to feel that a wonderful connection was being established between the ancient jade and her. That feeling is like a dormant seed that is sown in the moist soil and begins to take root and sprout. Those dark plant roots connected to Shinyoshi's blood vessels and invaded her body. In an instant, Shinyoshi, whose entire body was dark, began to float up gently. The whole body was wrapped in a strange black mist. Now, Shinyoshi's consciousness was pulled by an invisible force, and she felt as if she was drawn into an endless dark vortex. "Hello?" At this moment, Shinyoshi saw a huge statue of the demon standing in front of her. Its body is like a towering mountain, with a pair of devil wings behind it. Its huge horns and devilish face are chilling. But when Shin Yuyan saw the other party, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she greeted it. The demon statue seemed to have heard Shinyoshi's voice. It slowly lowered its head, glanced at the little girl at its feet, and asked curiously, How do you know I'm not a real statue?" The other party's voice was like an echo in the abyss, low and majestic. "Because I can feel your presence." Shinyoshi tilted her little head and looked up at the huge monster in front of her. Compared with the devil's voice, Shinyoshi's slightly clipped baby voice seems too thin. It gives people the feeling that a human child has met a demon uncle. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The demon statue put its devilish face in front of Shinyoshi and deliberately scared her. "No." Shinyoshi nodded. Not only was she not afraid, she even playfully touched the horns on the demon statue's head and said excitedly, "Wow, it's true." The demon statue let Shinyoshi play with its horns, and its expression seemed helpless. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, the one who inherited the throne of the Lord of Purgatory would be a heartless little girl? "Oh, that Minotaur uncle, you are the previous, what kind of demon king?" Shinyoshi's ability to learn things was very quick. As soon as the demon statue opened its mouth, she immediately got into the role. There is no doubt or verification process at all. The main point is that one dares to speak and the other dares to believe. By the way, I also gave it a nickname based on the appearance of the demon statue. "How old are you?" the demon statue suddenly asked. It seemed to happily accept the nickname given to it by Shinyoshi. "Just turned 18. After answering, Shinyoshi did not forget to ask the other party. "And you, Bat Minotaur, how old are you?" "As for me..." Shinyoshi seemed to have stumped the demon statue with her question. It counted on its fingers for a long time before answering. "Probably over 2,000 years old." Oh. Shinyoshi nodded casually, and then perfunctorily concluded. "That's pretty old." She just asked casually, without any purpose or logic. "You're only 18, and you've already awakened to the S-rank chaos armor?" The demon statue carefully looked at the delicate human girl in front of it, and seemed a little unconvinced of her strength. "How did you know? Did Senior Chen Chen tell you?" "Senior Chen Chen? Who is that?"
Of course I know, because if you hadn't awakened to S level, you wouldn't have seen me. You mean, if I hadn't awakened to the S rank chaos armor, the old man in the cemetery wouldn't have given me the box? Right. The demon statue smiled and nodded, praising Shinyoshi. He may look dull, but he's actually quite clever. As expected of my heir. In fact, Shinyoshi's reaction and intuition at certain times are even sharper than Shinyoyen's. For example, when Chen met Luoji and others before, even Shin Yuyen, who was able to analyze their personalities, did not find any problems with these people. But Shinyoshi saw through his plan at a glance, and he lost the bet in the end. But if you ask Shinyoshi why she knew that there was something wrong with Logitech and others, she might not be able to answer. Because she always uses intuition rather than logic to judge problems. Just as her consciousness entered the darkness, Shinyoshi recognized the identity of the demon statue. When the other party said that he would be the successor 1,000 years later, Shinyoshi believed it without any hesitation. Chapter 72, Pseudo-Emperor Prison Demon Armor.